Chapter 81. A bodyguard teased, "You weren't scared by what happened just now. Were you? Run!" Gu Qingyu turned around. His eyes cold. "You weren't hurt just now. Were you?" The man shook his head and hid his left hand. There was a scar on the palm of his left hand. Obviously, he was caught by the zombie just now. Gu Qingyu didn't doubt him. And the wolfhound led the way and led the people all the way south. At this time, many zombies appeared on the road. And they opened their abyss mouths and began to attack the living people on the road. The zombies that just woke up were not very fast. And they couldn't even catch up with the speed of normal people. But the zombies that had been revived for a long time were different. The more people they bit, the faster they ran. Some zombies ran faster than normal people. So more people fell down, stood up again, and joined the zombie army. For a while, the road was full of ho-ho roars. Gu Qingyu's scalp was numb, and he held a gun in his hand and was ready at all times. Once a zombie approached, he would shoot it in the head without hesitation. After running for about an hour, a bodyguard shouted, "Look! Are those people in front of them?" Gu Qingyu had seen them a long time ago. They seemed to be in trouble. The man was running in front while slashing with a big knife. Behind him were two sleds pulled by two dogs. Who else could one of them be but Lang Xing? Lang Xing actually betrayed. Angry. This incident made Gu Qingyu extremely angry. What on earth could this woman be capable of? Why did you take away his Longqing? Stop them! Gu Qingyu yelled. And the wolfhounds and bodyguards rushed forward quickly, surrounding Yi Xian and his group. Yi Xian glanced at Gu Qingyu and cursed inwardly, "Asshole! They are so fast!" 5 or 6 zombies were running towards Yi Xian. When they smelled the scent of others, 3 zombies gave up Yi Xian and turned to rush towards the bodyguards. After fighting all the way, this group of people already had rich combat experience. When they saw the zombies running over, they shot without hesitation, and shot them in the head. Yi Xian's heart sank. Not good. From their appearance, they must have already fought zombies before. Otherwise they wouldn't be so skilled. Now surrounded by more than a dozen armed bodyguards, Yi Xian knew that today would not end well. He said to Ye's father, "Dad, you take Mom and Xian away. Leave these people to me. We will meet at the agreed location." Just as Ye's father was about to say something, Meng Jinghan swung his sword and cut off half of the zombie's head. "Don't worry, Uncle. I will protect Yi Xian. You guys go." Yi Xian frowned and looked at Meng Jinghan. "No. You leave with us." After that, she added, "There will be more and more zombies along the way, and my father may not be able to handle it alone." Meng Jinghan grinned. She agreed to follow him. But how could he let her take risks alone? Father Yu was also worried about his daughter's safety. Seeing that Meng Jinghan was willing to stay, he naturally did not object. Father Yu was in front, and Mother Yu was behind, waving the big knife in their hands at the approaching zombies. Xian sat on the sled. His little face was tense, and he was pulling the rope in his hand to control the direction of the little wolf. Gu Qingyu shouted to Dahu, "Longqing, come back." Longqing glanced at Gu Qingyu and hesitated. Xian grandmother voice sounded, "Dahu, hurry up." Something strange happened. When his Longqing heard Xian voice, he never looked at Gu Qingyu again and ran away with the wolf cub's sled. A bodyguard jumped over and blocked its way. "Longqing, be good. Come here. These people don't treat you as a friend, but let you pull the sled. It's too much." When Dahu heard his voice, his eyes softened. But when he heard the words, "These people don't consider you a friend," he bared his teeth at him. "Woof woof." The man reached out to touch Dahu, but heard the childish voice again, "Dahu, bite him. He is the enemy." After hearing this, Dahu pounced on him. He bit the bodyguard's arm and tore off a large piece of meat. After the bite, Dahu didn't stop and ran after the little wolf. Father Yi jumped on the sled of the big tiger, and Mother Yi jumped on the sled of the little wolf, holding Xian, and went south. Watching them go farther and farther, Yi Xian finally felt relieved. She looked at the bodyguard, who was bitten by the big tiger in front of her, thinking to herself, "It seems that dogs are loyal. This person should be its former trainer or partner." Even though it has been convinced by the little wolf, it still did not kill its former partner. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Xian. "Miss Yi is so capable. My Longqing was actually recaptured by you. I really want to know how you conquered it." Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan stood back to back, and said with a frosty face, "Shouldn't Master Qing be more concerned about where his arsenal has gone?" Gu Qingyu's face suddenly changed. "I knew it was you. Tell me, how did you get it out?" Before Yi Xian could answer, a shout suddenly came from the bodyguard team. "Ian! Ian!" Gu Qingyu turned around and saw that the bodyguard, who was attacked by the zombie, had fallen to the ground, and his body was changing rapidly. The originally wheat-colored skin turned visibly bluish-white. The fingertips gradually grew longer and sharper, and the mouth seemed to be pushed open by something, revealing 4 large fangs. Gu Qingyu's eyes suddenly changed. "Damn it! He lied to us. Isn't he not injured?" At this time, the bodyguard stood up in a strange posture. Originally, he was lying on the ground with his legs bent outward at 60 degrees. Normal people would not be able to use any strength at this angle, but he stood up in this posture and pounced on his companions. Before the bodyguard could react, he had already bitten the man's ear and tore it off with force, taking off a large piece of skin. Chewing with a mouth full of blood, he rushed towards another bodyguard again. Gu Qingyu raised his pistol and tried to shoot with trembling hands, but the pistol made an empty sound. No bullets. He threw away the pistol, grabbed the gun of the person next to him, and shot a yin in the head. At this time, he had bitten one person and scratched another. Gu Qingyu knew that these 2 people could not be spared, so he shot them in the head directly. What he didn't expect was that even though the bitten man had been shot in the head by Gu Qingyu, he still stood up with half of his head. His face was red and white, and he opened his bloody mouth to his companion again. Gu Qingyu was extremely calm and fired 2 shots at him, and the bodyguard fell down again, while Gu Qingyu was fully focused on dealing with the zombies. Yi Xian pulled Meng Jinghan and ran west quickly. Gu Qingyu's bodyguard saw Yi Xian running away and fired 2 shots at their backs, but unfortunately neither shot hit them. They quickly made a gesture and quickly chased in the direction of Yi Xian. After Gu Qingyu dealt with the bitten bodyguard, he also ran to the west. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and ordered Fuping Street to the west, Changchun Road to the south, Nanhuan Road to the north, and form an encirclement immediately. The target person has appeared. A man and a woman. Chapter 82. Gu Family Compound. Su Jing was getting angry at the door. "Let me out. This is my home. Why can't I go out?" The man in black standing at the door looked helpless. "Miss, please don't make things difficult for us brothers." Before leaving, Master Qing ordered that you can move around freely in this compound, but you can't leave the compound. Su Jing was so angry that she stamped her feet. "Waste! You can't stop the enemy, so you show off to your own people. When my brother comes, I let him deal with you." The man in black smiled bitterly and shook his head. There was nothing he could do. If they let this young lady go, Master Qing would kill them. Suddenly, Su Jing screamed, pointing forward with a horrified look on her face. The man in black looked back and saw a middle-aged woman biting a man. The man didn't even make a sound before the woman bit off his neck. Su Jing's eyes widened. What is this?" She backed away while screaming, no longer thinking about rushing out the door. The man in black quickly took the pistol in his hand, and the 2 looked at each other, and their tones were surprisingly consistent. The legendary zombies? No way. At this time, the man lying on the ground stood up, as if he sensed the presence of the 2 men, and staggered towards them. Su Jing turned around and ran away in fear. She climbed up to the 2nd floor in one breath, stood in front of the window of the room, and looked down. The man in black guarding the door had already killed the 2 zombies, and was dragging them away. She couldn't help but tremble. If the zombies break out, won't the streets be full of zombies? Where is Yi Xian now? Being chased by her brother? What happened? And her brother? Why didn't he listen to her and insisted on killing Yi Xian? What she didn't know was that the 2 people she was worried about were in a thrilling chase. The bodyguards patrolling in the west of the city heard Gu Qingyu's dispatch and quickly gathered in a designated area. Not long after Yi Xian ran out, she was blocked by a group of men in black again. This group of people were not polite either. They would shoot them with guns raised. Although Yi Xian was fast, she had no rules. Meng Jinghan was different. He had practiced martial arts since he was a child and had fought against others countless times. So he was much better than Yi Xian in both fighting and escaping. The pursuers behind were getting closer and closer, and the firepower in front was getting more and more fierce. And it seemed that he would not be able to escape. Ming Jinghan had to use the same trick again, holding Yi Xian with one arm and running to the alley next to him. The second time Ming Jinghan held Yi Xian under his armpit. Yi Xian was speechless. Can't you just hug me properly? This is really uncomfortable. Big brother. Ming Jinghan didn't seem to consider Yi Xian's feelings. After running out of the alley, he turned and ran towards the village in the suburbs. There are mostly bungalows here, and the streets are complicated. The man in black was chasing them closely, and the gunshots flew past the two people from time to time. In the face of life and death, Yi Xian chose to shut up and observe the road conditions as much as possible. Ming Jinghan gave up running on the ice and jumped onto the roof with Yi Xian, standing high and looking far. He could not only see the direction of the street in front of him, but also the enemies in front and behind him. Yi Xian calmed down and pointed to the northeast and said, "Run over there. That's the largest residential and commercial area in West City. I'm familiar with the roads. Let's find an empty house to hide." Ming Jinghan turned around and headed northeast without thinking when he heard this. The man in black behind him was stunned. That's a residential area. There must be a lot of zombies. Are they going to die? They actually ran over there. Master Qing. They went to the commercial area of West City. Should we chase them? Gu Qingyu gritted his teeth. Chase. He had no other choice. The heavy snow fell from the sky like goose feathers, hiding their footprints in a short while. If they were not chasing closely, it would be even more difficult to find them again. Today, no matter what, Yi Xian must be killed and made to spit out all the goods and weapons. A residential building not far from the Gu family compound. The top floor is a large flat with luxurious decoration, and there are more than a dozen rooms alone. The stairs connect to the second to last floor, which is also a large flat with more rooms. At this time, an old man was standing in front of the window of the large flat, looking at the zombies biting each other outside and sighing. "You are really tired of living if you still go out to catch people at this time. Send a letter to my hometown. Don't let them think that Gu Qingyu died in my hands." The bodyguard took the order and left. The old man stood in front of the window with a look of contempt. "A city is the hard work of most of my life, my world, and a young boy wants to share a piece of me? Don't overestimate your own abilities. But Gu Qingyu can't die in his hands." The three brothers of the Gu family. I wonder if it is because they have done too many bad things that the three families have such a descendant. If Gu Qingyu died in Cydia now, even if he didn't do it, the second and third brothers would have to blame him. If it weren't for this taboo, would Gu Qingyu be alive today? The narrow triangular eyes were full of viciousness and calculation. The bodyguard walked up to him and bowed. "Boss, Su Jing is here." The old man smiled slightly. "Don't they even have food?" "She came to borrow food. Ignore her. Just say I'm not feeling well, and just went to bed." The bodyguard took the order and went out, saying a few words to Su Jing. Su Jing looked embarrassed, lowered her head and said, "Let uncle rest first. I wait here. Please tell uncle that my brother is willing to give up the Gu family compound. Please don't bother with him. If uncle is still angry, Su Jing is willing to atone for my brother, and let uncle deal with it." The bodyguard bowed respectfully. "Miss, please wait for a moment. We will tell you the truth when the boss wakes up. Su Jing has completely figured it out these days. In addition to protecting her, her brother came here to take over her uncle's business in City A. The three brothers joined forces to start a business. The second uncle and his father had a falling out with the eldest uncle more than 10 years ago. The eldest uncle left Fengcheng and came to City A to develop. Who knew that the development of City A was getting better and better, and there were signs that it would surpass Fengcheng. The two brothers had their eyes on the eldest brother in City A again. After several overtures were rejected, Su Jing came to City A to study in college and stayed here to work. The father arranged for Gu Qingyu to come to City A under the pretext of protecting his daughter. Gu Qingyu was not an easy person to deal with. He made his business flourish in just a few years, and even drove his uncle out of the Gu family compound, although he was still respectful to him on the surface. How could his uncle not know what he was thinking? This time, his brother was killed, and maybe his uncle had contributed to it. Su Jing sighed in her heart. This matter is not easy to deal with. At this time, Gu Qingyu was not at ease either. He chased all the way to the commercial district in the west of the city. Seeing the two people get into a commercial building, they followed and searched, but found nothing. As soon as they walked down the building, they were besieged by more than a dozen zombies. Ho ho! Roar! The zombies roared with their bloody mouths wide open. and walked towards them step by step. Gu Qingyu raised his pistol again. The pistol made an empty sound again. No bullets again. He looked at the bodyguards around him. And the bodyguards all shook their heads. They had run out of bullets long ago. Gu Qingyu was furious. Bang! He kicked a bodyguard over. Why don't you go to the nearest ammunition recharge depot? The bodyguard got up and ran away. And Gu Qingyu gnashed his teeth in anger. These two people were so cunning that they used their speed to lead them to the zombie group. All their bullets were used to deal with the zombies. This is the west of the city. And their nest is in the east of the city. If they want to go home, they have to go through the prosperous area of the entire city. You can imagine how many zombies they will encounter along the way. Chapter 83. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan were standing on a small building next to them, looking at the scene outside through the window. This was Yi Xian's plan. There was a small platform of 2 feet square on the second floor of this commercial building, and the small platform was only 2 meters away from the open-air platform of this small building. As long as they jumped onto the platform from the window on the second floor, they could jump over from the commercial building. If they didn't jump over from the second floor, but walked on the ground, they would need to go around the entire commercial area to find the entrance to this community. Now Gu Qingyu and his bodyguards are already at the end of their strength. And there are many zombies here, so they will definitely not want to circle the entire commercial district. Most importantly, she knew that the distance of more than 2 meters could not stop Meng Jinghan, and she just needed to wait for them to jump over and smash the platform. After staying up all night in the Gu family compound last night and running around early this morning, they have not had a breath until now. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan are exhausted. Even if Gu Qingyu doesn't chase them, they can't run anymore. Yi Xian rummaged through her backpack for a long time, took out 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 chicken legs and 2 tea eggs, and handed one to Meng Jinghan. Eat it. Fill your stomach first, and we find a way to leave after they leave. As she spoke, she took out a car thermos from her backpack, tore open the instant noodle box, threw the chicken legs and tea eggs in, and soaked them in boiling water. Meng Jinghan looked at Yi Xian's actions and suddenly asked, "Is your backpack a treasure box? Every time I see you, you can take out something different from it." Yi Xian was putting the lid on the instant noodles and inserted the fork into the opening. Hearing Meng Jinghan's words, Yi Xian paused, and it was too obvious. She smiled and said, "If we don't prepare more things when we go out, if we encounter the situation today, won't we be hungry?" Meng Jinghan lowered his head and said nothing. Yi Xian's words seemed to make sense, but in fact they were just perfunctory to him, and he could naturally hear it. But he was really hungry. Who cares if she is a treasure box or not? Eat first. When Yi Xian pushed the instant noodles to him, he didn't care about being polite anymore and started eating with a fork. Before Yi Xian finished half of it, Meng Jinghan had already eaten it all. Not even a mouthful of soup was left. He wiped his mouth, looking unsatisfied. Not full? Yi Xian took out another compressed biscuit from her backpack. No more instant noodles. Eat this. Meng Jinghan was a little embarrassed and scratched his hair. Haha. I ate a little too much. Didn't I? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Is this too much? Actually, I can't eat enough. It's just that those zombies are too disgusting. I can't eat them. Meng Jinghan was comforted and took the compressed biscuits and started eating. While eating, he stood by the window and looked at Gu Qingyu outside, with a long-lost smile on his lips. Great. Yi Xian finally accepted him and took his feelings into consideration. But this smile didn't last long and froze on her face. Yi Xian, I'm afraid we can't leave. Yi Xian, who was chewing a chicken leg, raised her head. What's wrong? Meng Jinghan stuffed a compressed biscuit into his mouth and pointed at the black-clothed Gu outside. They are hiding. 3 people went to that commercial building, and someone also went to the building in front. I think they want to block our way out. Meng Jinghan pointed at the 2 buildings. We are now in their sight. If we go out now, they will definitely find us. Yi Xian took out a telescope and observed carefully. And sure enough, in front of the window on the 5th floor of the commercial building, he saw the figure of a man in black. And he also saw the figure of a man in black on the opposite building. It seems that they will not give up until they catch Yi Xian. Yi Xian ate the last mouthful of instant noodles and said vaguely, "Don't worry about them. Let's rest first, and talk about it after we rest well." She was really too sleepy. Meng Jinghan nodded. You go to sleep first. I will watch them. and I will take over when you wake up. Yi Xian nodded, walked to the master bedroom, and locked the door, thinking that it was still not safe enough. She took out a large refrigerator from the space and blocked the door of the room. Only then did she lie down on the bed with peace of mind. She hadn't looked at the space for a long time. Just now, she took a look and found that the space had expanded more than a little. The black soil seemed to have no edge at a glance. Yi Xian knew that the batch of antiques collected from the Gu family compound must have worked. But she didn't have the energy to care about it now. Go to bed first. Yi Xian slept in a daze until midnight, and suddenly heard movement outside the door. The security door was slapped with a bang-bang sound, and she seemed to hear the sound of Meng Jinghan pulling the sofa in a daze. Yi Xian sat up suddenly. Oh no! Zombies are at the door. Yi Xian opened the door, and saw Meng Jinghan blocking the security door with the sofa. The security door was slammed so hard that it seemed to be about to fall down. Roar! Ho ho! Paw paw paw! The sound was endless, and made people's scalps numb. What's going on? Why are zombies here? They were very careful when they came in. They killed all the zombies they met along the way. There shouldn't be so many zombies now. Meng Jinghan frowned, closed the window and locked it. Maybe someone else smelled the fragrance of our dinner. Not long after you went back, a woman knocked on the door and said she wanted to borrow some food. I didn't dare to open the door. Maybe she made too much noise and attracted the zombies. I saw through the cat's eye that the woman was bitten to death by the zombies. And then that happened. Zombies can't think, have no wisdom, and can only rely on instinct to eat. In addition to the smell of living people, what can attract them is sound. The knocking sound of the zombies outside the door attracted more zombies, pushing and shoving in the corridor. Yi Xian looked out from the cat's eye, and a bloody mouth opened in front of the cat's eye, revealing sharp teeth and a mouth full of blood. Yi Xian jumped back 2 steps suddenly. This won't work. This security door can't block it at all. Under normal circumstances, there should be another door inside the security door, maybe in order to save decoration costs. This family didn't install the door inside. If the zombies break through this security door, they will directly face the zombies that are coming in overwhelming numbers. What should we do? Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan asked this question at the same time, and answered at the same time. Climb out of the window. Although there are zombies outside, they are not at the same level as those crazy guys outside the door. It is night now, and it is pitch black outside. Even with night vision goggles, the vision cannot be compared with that during the day. If she can choose, Yi Xian will never choose to go out at this time. But she has no choice. Yi Xian took out 2 night vision goggles from her backpack, handed one to Meng Jinghan, and taught him how to use it. Pointing to the balcony, let's jump down from here. Even if we are discovered by the men in black, we can't care. Chapter 84. Gu Qingyu failed to catch Yi Xian, and returned to the Gu family compound under the protection of the bodyguards until dark. It exploded as soon as he entered the door. What? The eldest lady went to see her uncle? Pa! A slap hit the bodyguard in the face, and the bodyguard turned around twice before stopping. The eldest lady threatened us with her life, saying that if we didn't let her go, she would commit suicide. The bodyguard handed over a dagger. This was taken from the eldest lady. Gu Qingyu held his forehead with his right hand and turned around several times, not even bothering to drink a sip of water. Let's go. Come with me to find the eldest lady. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He still thinks he is his uncle? It's good that this old guy doesn't want our lives. If he wasn't still afraid of his father and second uncle, I'm afraid Gu Qingyu would have died in City A by now. Su Jing actually went to find him. He hasn't come back for a day. He must be in trouble. The zombies outside seemed to have no idea what tiredness was. They were still wandering around the streets. 2 more bodyguards were bitten in just less than 500 meters. When they were about to reach the bottom of the residential building, Su Jing came down from the building under the protection of 2 bodyguards. She was carrying 2 bags of rice and some vegetables and fruits. When Su Jing saw Gu Qingyu, she pouted and wanted to cry. Brother. Gu Qingyu hugged her into his arms. It's okay. It's okay. Don't cry. Brother is back. Everything is left to me. Giving a wink to the bodyguards behind him, they took the food from the 2 men in black. Gu Qingyu raised his pistol. Bang bang. 2 sounds, and the man in black fell to the ground. Gu Qingyu's voice sounded coldly. Dare to let Miss go out without permission. Damn it! Su Jing widened her eyes, looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief, and screamed, "Brother! They came with me because they were afraid that I would be in danger. I begged them to come with me. We have been waiting here for a whole day. And they didn't even drink a sip of water. Brother! How could you kill them?" Gu Qingyu stared at Su Jing coldly. "Put away your compassion. This is a battlefield of life and death, not a school for you to teach and educate people. If you want to survive, you must be ruthless. Go! Go home with me." Gu Jing turned and ran. "My brother is a devil. I don't want to go home with him. I want to go back to Jinxiu Garden." However, in front of Gu Qingyu, Su Jing had no ability to resist at all. She was surrounded by bodyguards after running a few steps. The bodyguard bowed to her. "Miss, don't embarrass us. Please go home." She looked back at Gu Qingyu. Her brother was looking at her with indifference, just like looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. She didn't dare to resist, so she had to follow Gu Qingyu back to the Gu family compound. The kitchen was emptied, and the meals for Gu Qingyu and Su Jing were very simple. Su Jing barely filled her stomach, wiped her mouth, and raised her head. "Brother! Yi Xian!" Bang! Gu Qingyu threw down the chopsticks in his hand. It would be fine if he didn't mention Yi Xian, but he was furious when he mentioned Yi Xian. He used to be very successful in City A. Who would not call him Master Qing when they met? Ever since he met Yi Xian, he has never had a smooth life. Seeing her brother's bad face, Su Jing guessed that she was probably at the hands of Yi Xian again. So she lowered her head and didn't ask any more questions. But she heard Gu Qingyu's cold voice. "Your best friend. How many people did we lose today because of her? Even your brother almost couldn't come back. You still care about her?" Yi Xian was not having a good time at this time. They smashed the glass on the balcony and climbed down along the heating pipe. As soon as they climbed to the second floor, bullets whizzed over. Still discovered. Damn it! Didn't they run out of bullets? There's also Gu Qingyu's magic cave nearby. Otherwise the bullets wouldn't be replenished so quickly. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan looked at each other and jumped down from the second floor at the same time, rolled on the snow and got up, and quickly hid behind another residential building to avoid the sight of the man in black. However, just as Meng Jinghan rolled over, puff! A bullet hit them next to them, exactly where they had just landed. Not good. They have snipers. From the direction the bullets came from, they should be on the building opposite the community. When he was climbing down the heating pipe just now, the pavilion in front of him just blocked his sight. So he chose to shoot at the moment they landed. Otherwise, they would have been shot in the head. Yi Xian didn't dare to stick her head out again. Plop! Plop! Several zombies fell from a high place. And Yi Xian was shocked. The security door had been breached. It must be that the zombies smelled their scent and came downstairs and fell from the balcony in the crowd. We can't stay here for long. Plop! Plop! There was another noise, and more zombies fell. Ho ho! It smells like a living person again. What delicious food! The two zombies smelled their scent and instinctively ran towards Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan. Their sharp nails glowed red under the night vision goggles, and the half of their neck that was bitten off struggled to support their big head, shaking as if it could fall off at any time. Meng Jinghan was not polite, and drew his sword. The remaining half of his neck was cut off, and his head, Gulyulu, rolling on the ground. Yi Xian also chopped down a zombie, raised her wrist, and the life rope on her wrist flew out and hung firmly on the opposite wall. How is it? Can I go up? Meng Jinghan nodded, jumped onto the wire, and ran quickly towards the next unit building. Halfway through, he was exposed to the sight of the man in black again, and then a row of bullets came overwhelmingly. He had to jump off the wire rope halfway and shook his head at Yi Xian. No! Looking at the zombies huddled together and falling from the balcony. Suddenly, Yi Xian smiled. What are you afraid of? They are not in this community. Even if they want to get around, it will take time. As long as we avoid the snipers, we can do this. Speaking, Yi Xian took out 2 recorders and handed one to Meng Jinghan. You go to the south gate and do this. Be careful to avoid the snipers on the opposite building. Meng Jinghan looked at the small recorder in his hand and nodded. Let's gather here. Yi Xian nodded and ran to the north gate with the recorder in his hand. Zombies are not only their enemies. They can also be the enemies of their enemies. Right? Puff! A bullet flew by Yi Xian's scalp, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it! While looking for shelter, Yi-Xian ran to the north gate, hid the recorder behind a big rock beside the door, and then turned on the switch. A woman's voice came from inside. Gardenia is blooming. If Yi-Xian remembered correctly, these recorders were large capacity, and could play music continuously for 8 hours. Yi-Xian put the recorder away, and quickly ran to the side, finding a hidden place to stare at the recorder. As she expected, the singing attracted many zombies, all of whom were foolishly wandering around the door. It's done! She only heard 2 gunshots along the way except the sound of sniper rifles. And then she didn't hear any more sounds. It seems that the men in black have gathered here. The trap is complete. So wait and see. When Yi-Xian ran back to the original place, Ming Jinghan was already waiting here. How is it? The two asked at the same time and nodded at the same time. Yi-Xian pointed to the building in the middle. Let's go. Let's go there to watch the excitement. This building is the best in the community. You can see the scenery of the north and south doors when you climb to the top floor. Maybe you can even find the position of the sniper. Yi-Xian didn't dare to be careless. She deliberately made a lot of noise at the entrance of the corridor. If there were zombies upstairs, she could lure them down in advance. Roar! Roar! There are indeed zombies in this building. And they are quite fast. A male zombie rushed down from the upstairs with a roar. And his speed was much faster than that of ordinary zombies. Yi-Xian was startled. He has evolved. Chapter 85. Yi-Xian raised her knife, and the zombie's head was split in half. A small shiny thing rolled out, a zombie crystal core. It actually evolved. So fast. Yi-Xian picked up the zombie crystal core and put it in her pocket. She waited for a while. Seeing that no more zombies came down, she climbed up to the top floor with Ming Jinghan carefully. The 2 houses on the top floor were empty, and Yi-Xian lived there with peace of mind. They could see the south gate from the balcony window, and the north gate from the guest bedroom window. The view was completely fine. Gu family compound. Su Jing has been placed under house arrest by Gu Qingyu, and no matter how she cries, Gu Qingyu remains unmoved. Gu Qingyu was so angry at this traitorous sister that he gritted his teeth and turned back to his room. This time, Gu Qingyu was even more dumbfounded. Where are my things? Where is my safe? Where is my bed? I ran around all night last night without a rest, and chased Yi-Xian all day today. This is the first time he has entered his room since last night. Yi-Xian must have come here before. Even my bed was moved away. This is outrageous. Gu Qingyu was furious. He overturned all the furniture in the room. The bodyguard stood at the door, watching the angry Gu Qingyu, and no one dared to come in to persuade him. After a long time of rage, Gu Qingyu finally calmed down. Since it has come to this, the only way to relieve the hatred in my heart is to catch Yi-Xian and cut her into pieces. Damn. This is too much. At this time, Yi-Xian asked Ming Jinghan to go back and rest, and she watched the 2 doors in front and behind. Once the man in black successfully came in, she would immediately notify Ming Jinghan. If they were not afraid of the sniper who had not yet appeared, they could have dealt with all these men in black. Yi-Xian took out a telescope and began to look for the location of the sniper. Ming Jinghan didn't think so. After being chased all night, he had to give Gu Qingyu a gift. Right? Ming Jinghan went back to sleep, and Yi-Xian couldn't find the sniper. She took a look at the zombies surrounding the gate and sank her consciousness into space. Using this gap, she wanted to sort out the supplies collected from the Gu family compound. Yi-Xian was stunned as soon as she entered the space. Is this still her space? The black land alone has grown 5 or 6 times larger. The cabin has now become a small wooden building. The 2 wooden buildings, each with 3 floors, each with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, have enough supplies to feed Yi-Xian's family of 4 for 2 lifetimes. Even the civilian territory has grown more than 5 times. My thoughts sank into the system notice, where there were more than a dozen messages. Discover an antique golden bottle, and you will be rewarded with 1,800 square meters of black land, 200 square meters of cabins, and 500 square meters of civilian territory. Discover 3 antique paintings and calligraphy, and you will be rewarded with 1,500 square meters of black soil, 50 square meters of cabins, and 100 square meters of civilian territory. Discover an ancient jade plate, and you will be rewarded with 3,600 square meters of black soil, 800 square meters of cabins, and 1,500 square meters of civilian territory. Discover. Most of Gu Qingyu's treasures are genuine. They were all swallowed up by the space. She also found that this space likes antiques. But it likes antique jades more. And the value of jades is much better than other antiques. The last message. Congratulations. Your space has been upgraded to level 5 space. And the level 5 exchange mall has been opened. Would you like to receive the upgrade gift package? The countdown is 18 hours. Receive it. Rewards. Defense Enhancement Package, Primary 1, which can strengthen the territory defense once. And the defense attribute is plus 20 points. 1 Advanced Body Strengthening Pill. After taking it, the speed is increased by 100%. The strength is increased by 100%. The impact resistance is increased by 100%. And the wound healing speed is increased by 100%. 1 pack of seeds of various colors. 5 kinds of fruit tree seedlings. 3 of each. Level 5 to level 6 conditions. 100 subjects. 80% of whom are loyal to 5 stars or above. Yi Xian was speechless. 100 subjects. Where can I get so many loyal subjects? She doesn't want the old, weak, sick or disabled. Yi Xian shook her head and opened the level 5 exchange mall. She jumped up immediately. Great. There are many defense enhancement packs in it. Elementary, intermediate, advanced, all available. Although the lowest exchange number is in 6 digits. Yi Xian has a lot of points. Now there are already several hundred million. When we get to the villa, it is essential to strengthen the defense of her small base. Yi Xian is worrying about how to do it. It will be different with the defense upgrade package. Using the best materials and the most advanced defense upgrade package. What is she afraid of? Yi Xian suddenly felt full of security. But why is the safe found in Gu Qingyu's room empty? Yi Xian didn't believe her eyes a little bit. And reached in to touch it. But there was still nothing. Strange. This safe is obviously 2 times bigger than an ordinary safe. Why is the space inside so small? It is not even as big as an ordinary safe. There must be something wrong here. But where is the problem? Yi Xian carefully checked the safe. And after a while, she was discouraged. And found no problem at all. Yi Xian sat back on the sofa. Forget it. Let's talk about it after I find my father. Maybe my father can see the secret. Yi Xian threw the safe back into the cabin and ignored it. Coming back to his senses, Yi Xian looked at the south gate. The men in black had already arrived. And were surrounded by a large number of zombies at the door. Unable to move. The men in black at the north gate also arrived. And were also surrounded by zombies at the door. And the sniper was still nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the man wanted to stare them to death. Meng Jinghan pushed open the door. I heard gunshots. They are coming. Yi Xian nodded. Pointed at the door and said, the sniper hasn't shown up yet. You can rest for a while. These people can't get in for a while. Meng Jinghan glanced out the window. It was already daybreak. It's not a good idea for us to go on like this. We be trapped here sooner or later. When it gets dark, I lead the bodyguards away. And you can escape in the chaos. No. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. No matter how fast you are. You can't avoid the sniper's gun. Meng Jinghan glanced at her and smiled proudly. If I hadn't brought you with me, it would have been effortless to get rid of them. Yi Xian choked. It turned out that she was holding back. Meng Jinghan's speed is indeed good. I really want to know. How did you practice this skill? Meng Jinghan sighed. If you start practicing since you were 3 years old. Practice in the cold winter and the hot summer. You can do it. But it's so cold today. I don't feel warm even with so many clothes on. Look at the black down jacket on Meng Jinghan, which was taken off from the man in black. And the sweater inside. Compared with Yi Xian, he really doesn't wear much. Yi Xian took out a thermostatic coat from her backpack and handed it to Meng Jinghan. Go. Wear it close to your body. And you won't be so cold. Meng Jinghan took the thermostatic coat in his hand, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, and felt as light as nothing. Could such a piece of clothing work? He would never believe it. Under Yi Xian's repeated assurances, he reluctantly agreed to try it on. Back in the bedroom, taking off all the clothes on his body, Meng Jinghan put on this thin coat. Strangely enough, this coat didn't feel cold at all when worn on the body. And it seemed that it even felt a little warm. Meng Jinghan was stunned. This dress was so strange. He was not particularly interested in anything in this world before, except for the weapon called gun. But today he was really interested in this dress. How can it be so thin and warm when worn? He put on the clothes and walked out. And he really didn't feel so cold. Meng Jinghan grinned at Yi Xian. Thank you. I'm not cold after putting them on. Yi Xian smiled. You are a strange person. Even if you have no place to live. How come you don't even have a winter dress? Meng Jinghan hesitated for a moment. I am not from this world. Yi Xian's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 86. I was originally the third prince of Daliang. And my mother died early. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Time travel. Oh my god. No wonder he is so different. No wonder he seems to have no interest in anything in this world. And always likes to be in a daze. Watching him with long hair draped over his shoulders. Holding a long sword and talking. Yi Xian seemed to see Meng Jinghan from that world. Meng Jinghan started practicing martial arts at the age of 3. And he was smart and clever. So he was far ahead of many princes, and was highly valued by the emperor. But things never go as planned. His mother died, and his grandfather family was falsely accused of treason. He, who was originally loved by everyone, suddenly became extremely frustrated. The prime minister's mansion, who was engaged to him, broke off the engagement on the spot and returned to his elder brother's team. His father also suspected his original intention of actively requesting to lead the troops. So he withdrew his military power and ordered him to return to the imperial city within half a month. At this time, Meng Jinghan already knew that he was in danger. So he took only a dozen guards and took a small road to the capital. Who knew that he would encounter an ambush by his father and elder brother halfway. And none of the dozen guards survived. Only he and Meng Liang fell off the cliff. And he didn't know why they were here. I think I'm probably dead too. Look at the environment here. It's hell. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel distressed by Meng Jinghan's final conclusion. This man led troops to fight at the age of 18 and won countless battles. But was hunted down by his own father for a false crime. No wonder there was no joy in his eyes. No one would laugh at this kind of thing. Yi Xian walked up to him, put her hand on his shoulder, and comforted him. Don't be sad. Since God has given you the opportunity to be reborn, you should seize it well. By the way, where is Meng Liang? Could it be? Meng Jinghan smiled bitterly. It's just as you think. When we first arrived here, we were unfamiliar with the place and everything. With no money to eat, Meng Liang sold his ancestral jade pendant. Unexpectedly, his action was noticed by someone. So he became addicted to drugs. Later, if he didn't eat the man's candy for a day, it was like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. Meng Liang then realized that he had been plotted against. So he took advantage of my inattention and went to my house to seek justice. Yi Xian frowned. The result was predictable. How could a single person defeat drug dealers with numerous sophisticated weapons? Since then, Meng Liang never went back. When Meng Jinghan found his body behind the Gu family compound, it looked like it had been eaten by a wild beast. Since then, Meng Jinghan stayed away from the crowd, built a shed on the mountain, lived alone on the mountain, and thought about revenge for Meng Liang and then find a chance to return to Daliang. Until he met Yi Xian. He realized that there were good people in this world. And this good person was actually the enemy of the drug dealers like him. He gradually lost his guard against her and accepted her help and gifts. With more contacts, he was gradually attracted by this independent and confident woman. The women in this world are really different from those in Daliang. Not to mention Yi Xian. Even Yi Xian's friend, who looked quiet and gentle, could support herself and dared to drive her husband out of the house for not doing his job. Roar! Awoo! The few remaining zombies were still attacking the men in black. 2 of the 6 men in black at the north gate died. And half of the 6 men in black at the south gate died. Seeing the zombies becoming more and more agile, Yi Xian decided, when the men in black come in to search the building, she would kill them all at once. And then chase after Ye's father and mother. The later it is, the more humans the zombies devour. And the stronger their abilities will be. It will be even more difficult to escape. Yi Xian shook the AK in her hand. But unfortunately her shooting skills were still not good enough. Meng Jinghan looked at the scene outside and asked Yi Xian, "Is there anything to eat?" Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan. It was almost noon. And they didn't even have breakfast. Yi Xian ran to the kitchen, pretending to tinker in the kitchen for a while. And finally took out a few steamed buns, a plate of fried chicken, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables from the space, and put them on the coffee table. Regardless of whether her secret could be hidden from Meng Jinghan. Since he completely trusted her, she couldn't go too far. Ming Jinghan ate a lot during this meal. After the meal, he wiped his mouth and smiled. I thought of a way to escape. And at the same time, I can give Gu Qingyu a big gift. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Compared with killing these men in black, she was more interested in giving Gu Qingyu a big gift. I go out and distract the men in black. You find the right time to escape. Yi Xian, Ming Jinghan bent down, his deep eyes staring at Yi Xian's eyes. Tell me, if I succeed, where should I find you? Zhang Jiazhuang. Halfway Villa. No. Yi Xian shook her head and refused firmly. Look at the zombies outside. Their speed has increased a lot. In addition, the men in black, not to mention they have guns. There is also a sniper in that building, who didn't come down last night. If you go to lure them away now, you will only die. Also, there are 2 of us. If you go out alone, you will probably not be able to lure them away. Someone will still stay here to stare at me. After all, I am their biggest target. Ming Jinghan suddenly laughed. He turned back to the bedroom and took out a doll that was more than 1 person tall. The doll was still wearing clothes and looked almost like a real person. Yi Xian immediately understood what he meant. You want to lure them away like this? You can't outrun the sniper. The man in black had dealt with the last zombie and entered the community, heading straight for the building where they were. Damn it! The hiding place has been discovered. Ming Jinghan pushed open the window and smiled at Yi Xian. It's because the sniper didn't come down. So this is the only choice. Yi Xian, I know you have secrets too. But you don't want to tell me, and I don't want to ask. I just want you to know that you are the first girl that I, Ming Jinghan, have a crush on. And you must survive? After saying this, before Yi Xian could react, he had already jumped down with the doll in his arms. Ming Jinghan. Yi Xian wanted to say, I have a way to escape. But before he could finish his words, he had already landed on the ground. This is the 11th floor. And he dared to jump down like this. Ming Jinghan grabbed the anti-theft window on the 7th floor while falling, and used the momentum to buffer the speed of his fall. Just as Ming Jinghan let go of his hand and continued to fall. Puff! A bullet flew past his scalp, spotted by the sniper. After landing, he rolled twice on the spot, stood up and fled to the east. The bullet flew past him. His figure was so fast that even with a doll in his arms, it still left a residual image in Yi Xian's eyes. Before Yi Xian could shout, be careful, he had disappeared. The remaining zombies smelled the scent of living people and rushed towards Ming Jinghan. Then, 7 men in black formed a semi-encirclement and chased after him. Chapter 87. In the heavy snow, Yi Xian saw the man in black picking up the intercom and saying something. Yi Xian watched them disappear in the heavy snow and picked up the telescope again. A man carrying a sniper rifle came down from the opposite building, looked around and walked towards the direction where Ming Jinghan disappeared. She gritted her teeth, opened the door and ran downstairs, running towards the south. It's been a day and a night. What happened to Dad? Mom and Xian? The zombies here are obviously much faster. Even if Yi Xian runs at full speed, she still can't completely avoid the zombies' pursuit. The zombies are running towards her. As she ran, she took out the big knife she had exchanged from the system mall, held it tightly in her hand, and stared at the zombies that were whistling towards her. She thought to herself, find a safe place to change into roller skates quickly, because those things are fast. A middle-aged male zombie appeared in front of her. His cheek was half bitten, revealing the white bones, which looked particularly hideous in the night. What caught Yi Xian's attention was that his speed was faster than any other zombie. It took him almost only a moment to come to Yi Xian's side and stretched out his long claws to grab Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't even think about it, and chopped his head in half. A shiny little thing rolled out of his head. A crystal core? Yi Xian was stunned again. Another evolved zombie. Evolved so fast in just one day. Experience in the previous life made Yi Xian know that zombies with crystal cores are different from ordinary zombies. Whether it is speed, strength or attack power, they are much greater than ordinary zombies. Later, the survivors classified these zombies into 5 categories. The first type is ordinary zombies. This type of zombie is formed late, slow, least aggressive, and even has no crystal core in its head. They are the objects for children to practice. The second type is level 5 zombies. They have devoured their own kind and have gradually formed crystal cores. Whether it is speed, strength or attack power. They are much greater than ordinary zombies. They are the best objects for children to advance training. Yi Xian just met this type of zombie. The third type is level 4 and level 3 zombies. These zombies have devoured more of their own kind, and their crystal cores are larger and more energy rich. At this time, the children can no longer deal with the zombies, so they can only let the strong and powerful people deal with them. The fourth type is the second level zombies. The crystal cores of this zombie have turned into colorful colors, just like a gem. It is said that the energy of zombies can be extracted from these crystal cores when they are slightly scratched by zombies. These energies can heal the wounds and prevent them from turning into zombies. It is precisely because of this that this type of crystal core is a rare treasure in the later period, and it is also the object of countless people's snatching. The fourth type is the first level zombies. This type of zombies has devoured countless humans. Whether it is strength, speed or compatibility, it is not something that ordinary people can defeat. They have even evolved thoughts, and can judge the coming of danger, and avoid it in time. In the previous life, there were not many people who could deal with the first level zombies. Most of them were those with superpowers. Those people were treated as treasures by the base. Whenever the zombies attacked the city, these people were also the main fighting force. Yi Xian had never seen the crystal core of a first level zombie. The last category is the special level zombie. It is said that this type of zombie has the title of the king of zombies. Its head is as hard as iron and ordinary weapons cannot do anything to it. They have the same wisdom as humans, and they are the ones who lead the zombies to attack the city. This type of zombie is very rare. If one appears in an area, there is a high probability that no living person will be found in this area. Yi Xian has only heard of this type of zombie, and has never even seen it. Thinking about it makes her scalp numb. Yi Xian picked up the zombie crystal core on the ground and put it in her pocket. This thing will be the universal currency in the future, and some people will exchange it with food in large quantities. Yi Xian doesn't know whether it has other hidden functions. Anyway, there is no harm in putting it away. Due to this pause, the zombies behind her have surrounded her, and pounced on Yi Xian with their teeth and claws. Yi Xian chopped out with a long knife, and forcibly cut a passage, so that she could get rid of the besieged zombies, and continue to run to the south. Suddenly, a woman screamed, "Don't come over! Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" The voice sounds so familiar. Yi Xian looked over at the voice, and her eyes shrank immediately. It's Lu Ying. At this time, a swaying zombie followed behind her. The man? About 40 years old. A little fat. It seems that he has been a zombie for a short time, since this woman found that Gu Nan's house was demolished into a rough shell by her. She hated the couple. In a blink of an eye, she found another backer, who lived in Jingxuan, the unit next to Yi Xian. It is said that this backer used to be a member of the underworld gang, and he didn't suffer much since the natural disaster by relying on robbery. After Lu Ying was kept by him, Gu Nan came to her house, and was beaten by the man and thrown back. Looking at Lu Ying's current situation, I'm afraid the zombie behind her is the man. Hey! Yi Xian smiled. They are really affectionate. Even after becoming a zombie, she still misses Lu Ying. Lu Ying also saw Yi Xian and ran forward while shouting, Yi Xian! Yi Xian! Save me! I don't want to become a zombie! Yi Xian stood there without moving. Lu Ying didn't run fast. She even stumbled and fell to the ground after running 2 steps. It seemed that her leg was injured. There were bloodstains all over her face, and she didn't know if it was her own scratches or the scratches of zombies. Lu Ying ran and shouted, Save me! Save me! I can give you a lot of treasures. Lots of gold and silver treasures. Antiques. Jade. Calligraphy and paintings. Food. I have them all. When she heard about treasures, Yi Xian was not tempted. But when she heard about antique jade, Yi Xian couldn't help but be tempted. Lu Ying was still stumbling forward. Yi Xian. Save me. I really know. All for you. All for you. Yi Xian walked forward and slashed at the zombie behind her, and the zombie fell to the ground. Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Thank you. She wanted to grab Yi Xian's hand, but Yi Xian jumped aside and stayed away from her. Tell me, where are those things? Looking at the zombies wandering around, Lu Ying became more cautious and nodded. I take you there. You have to ensure my safety. Yi Xian frowned. Is it far from here? If it was too far, Yi Xian didn't plan to take the risk. After all, Parents and son were the most important. Lu Ying shook her head and pointed to the southeast corner, saying, "It's on the street in front. Just past the intersection. It was just on the way. So it would be a bit unreasonable for Yi Xian to not go. Let's go. You lead the way." Yi Xian followed behind Lu Ying, always alert to the zombies around. The zombies were left behind by Yi Xian. There were not many zombies blocking the road. Yi Xian solved 3 zombies, and successfully found the place Lu Ying said. Lu Ying was in front, and Yi Xian was behind. Lu Ying pointed to a door and said, "This is the warehouse. And there are grains inside. The one in front is the storage room. And there are treasures inside." Yi Xian wanted to go forward, but Lu Ying grabbed her clothes and said, "Yi Xian, please, take me with you. I can't live here anymore." Yi Xian dodged her hand and chopped the door lock with a knife. "Don't come in. Stand here and watch. And tell me if someone comes." Lu Ying nodded, stood obediently at the door, and watched Yi Xian walk into the warehouse. Some of the food in this warehouse has grown mold. It seems that it has been stored for a long time. How many talents did these people have to plunder to get it? It is just wasted here. Yi Xian was not polite, regardless of whether it had mold or not. She put it all into the space. After slipping out of the warehouse, she locked the door tightly and turned to the treasure room. Lu Ying stood there blankly. "No, you don't want to take some away?" Yi Xian ignored her and also cracked the door lock of the treasure room. And her eyes widened immediately. Chapter 88. Yi Xian cursed fiercely in her heart. What a bunch of crazy people. Although the treasures here are magnificent, and the antiques here are full of the breath of time, all of these things are stained with blood. That is real blood. The blood stained on the treasures has dried and solidified, turning into rust-colored bloodstains, which is still shocking to look at. Yi Xian can imagine how intense the conflict between them and the owners of the treasures was when they were fighting for these treasures. Suddenly, a small jade pendant caught Yi Xian's attention. This jade pendant was somewhat similar to Meng Jinghan's. Most importantly, this jade pendant was placed in a glass box, and there was no blood at all. Could this be the jade pendant Meng Jinghan mentioned? Meng Liang's? Wasn't it sold at that time? How could it be here? Yi Xian broke the glass and put the jade pendant in her pocket, but did not throw it into the space. Meng Jinghan risked his life to help her lead the enemy away. If there is a chance to see him again, she will show him this jade pendant. If it is Meng Liang's, it will also keep him in mind. She won't be polite about the remaining treasures. Suddenly, the space rang with the sound of a system notification. A golden glass bottle was found. In exchange for 200 square meters of black land, 20 square meters of cabin area, and 100 square meters of civilian territory. 2 authentic Tang Bohuk paintings were found. In exchange for 300 square meters of black land, 30 square meters of cabin area, and 200 square meters of civilian territory. A Song Dynasty porcelain was found. In exchange for 500 square meters of black land, 50 square meters of cabin area, and 200 square meters of civilian territory. If you find an ancient jade from the Song Dynasty, you can exchange it for 2,500 square meters of black soil, 100 square meters of cabin, and 800 square meters of territory. Do you want to exchange it? If there is no reply within 24 hours, the reward will be automatically exchanged. Yi Xian was stunned. Why didn't you swallow it directly? Instead, you asked her opinion? Are there other rewards to choose from? Yi Xian asked on the message board with her mind. The message board immediately gave an answer. You can exchange the cabin area for the black soil area. The exchange ratio is 1:10. Or you can exchange it for the territory area of the people. The exchange ratio is 1:20. Please choose. Yi Xian thought about it and converted all of it into black soil area. Therefore, the black soil area increased by 3,500 square meters, and the civilian territory area increased by 800 square meters. The cabin is already big enough. It is not easy to find new materials now, but black soil can be planted infinitely, so black soil is more cost-effective. After collecting the things here, Yi Xian's black soil has grown by 8,000 square meters. The cabin has grown by 200 square meters, and the civilian territory area has grown by 2,500 square meters. This trip is definitely profitable. Yi Xian turned and walked out of the room, locking the door again in the same way. Lu Ying was even more surprised. You don't want anything? Yi Xian patted her backpack. I left too. She turned and walked out. Luing chased after her. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Where are you going? Take me with you. I can wash clothes and cook. I can do anything. Judging from Yi Xian's performance in killing zombies just now, this woman is not an ordinary person. And you will definitely live a better life with her. Luing had made up her mind to follow Yi Xian closely when Yi Xian entered the warehouse. Even if she cared about the hatred of stealing her husband in the past, at most she would be beaten and scolded, which was better than losing her life. Yi Xian didn't plan to keep this woman. Washing clothes and cooking? She didn't care, considering that she contributed so much space to him. It was already a mercy not to kill her personally. Yi Xian didn't say a word, turned around and walked out. Luing thought Yi Xian agreed, so she followed closely. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's speed was getting faster and faster, and she couldn't catch up with Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian. Wait for me. Wait for me. Yi Xian ignored her and continued to speed up, looking at the zombies rushing over from the side. Yi Xian showed an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. The zombies couldn't catch up with Yi Xian, so they turned around and pounced on Luing. Luing didn't have Yi Xian's ability, so she could only stand there, covering her face and shouting, Yi Xian. Help! There are zombies! Help! Yi Xian turned around and showed a cruel smile. I only promised to save your life, but if you insist on following me to die, I can't do anything about it. Luing put down her hands covering her eyes, her face full of horror. You lied to me. Ah. Yi Xian watched the zombies press her to the ground and bite her fair cheeks desperately. Without saying a word, she turned around and continued to go south. A rotten woman. Not worth her sympathy. After resting for this period of time, Yi Xian's physical strength also improved, and she ran forward faster. Along the way, she did not meet the black-clothed man again, but killed a lot of zombies and got a few crystal cores. After running for most of the night, Yi Xian was about to leave the city, and the road ahead should be much easier. Yi Xian looked back at the dark city, which used to be full of bright lights and singing and dancing, but now it has become the biggest hell on earth. Things are so unpredictable. Look at the hotel ahead. It was the kind of hotel that used to be used for truck drivers to rest. Yi Xian planned to rest here tonight. Yi Xian released the little white mouse. Be good. Go see where Xian is? Tell him not to worry. I go find them right away. The little white mouse ran away. If we travel in the dark, if we miss our parents, it will be a loss. With the little white mouse, she can rest for a while, which will be more effective. Yi Xian took the long knife in her hand and carefully pushed open the door. There were no zombies inside. She immediately felt relieved, locked the door, took out a powerful flashlight, and began to look around the hotel. Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a faint sobbing sound, as if a woman was crying. Yi Xian immediately became alert. She quickly turned off the powerful flashlight, took out the night vision goggles and put them on her face, and quietly moved in the direction of the sound. In a corner of the kitchen, she saw a person. The person was curled up in the corner between the gas tank and the wall, sitting on the ground with his hands hugging his legs, staring at Yi Xian with a pair of big eyes in fear, and trembling all over. Yi Xian held a long knife across her chest. Come out. Who are you? The woman trembled and walked out of the corner. Only then did Yi Xian realize that she was a woman in her 30s. Her long hair was scattered on her shoulders, and had already stuck together. Her face was smeared with black and white patches by the ash from the bottom of the pot. When she curled up in the corner, it was really hard to find her existence without careful observation. Her thin cheeks were sunken, leaving only two big eyes staring at Yi Xian in black and white. Don't kill me. I give you everything here. All for you. Her voice was also like a frightened deer. Yi Xian stood in front of her, always on guard. Who are you? Why are you here? Under the light of the powerful flashlight, she could see the appearance of the person in front of her clearly. I was stunned. Chapter 89. In this end times, there is actually such a fairy-like woman. Her skin is as white as snow. She is well-dressed, energetic, and her face is full of collagen, as if she is still living in a prosperous era. The woman knelt in front of Yi Xian all of a sudden, and it would be better to say that she collapsed to the ground. Yi Xian did not relax his vigilance at all, pointed his long knife at her, and stared at her every move. The woman said in a trembling voice, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. This is my shop. I am the owner here. There are still people here. Yi Xian looked at her suspiciously. The woman swallowed hard and pointed to a community not far ahead. My family lives in that community. I was driven out by my husband and mother-in-law. I have nowhere to go. So I have to stay here. Don't kill me. Take away everything you like here. Take it all away. Yi Xian found a stool to sit down and looked at the woman in front of him. Tell me, how did you survive here? Yi Xian listened to the woman's story and gradually frowned. She is a nurse who used to work in a hospital. However, after she gave birth, her in-laws thought her salary was too low and she couldn't take care of the child. So they forced her to resign and stay at home to take care of the child. Seeing her mother-in-law who was in pain everywhere, she resigned without thinking too much. Who knew that this resignation would not matter? And she became a full-time nanny at home. Her husband used the reason that she didn't make money to pay her. Her mother-in-law protected her on the surface, but actually coaxed her to stay at home. When the natural disaster started, the child had a fever, and the woman ran to get medicine in the heavy rain, and finally saved the child's life. All this also made her husband and mother-in-law see her potential. They praised her for her ability. Faced with hungry family and children, she had to brave the heavy rain and severe cold to snatch supplies from others to support her husband and mother-in-law. At this time, her husband treated her better. Even her mother-in-law praised her. Her waist and legs no longer hurt. She started to stay at home to help her take care of the children, so that she could go out to find supplies with peace of mind. Until the news of the completion of the base came. They decided to go to the base together. Unfortunately, her leg was injured while looking for supplies, and her mother-in-law refused to take her with her. The reason was simple: she couldn't walk fast, and she would freeze to death in the wilderness in such weather. For this, she had a big fight with her mother-in-law and was kicked out of the house. She had no choice but to come here. She originally wanted to wait until her leg healed before going to the base. But who knew that zombies broke out? She never dared to step out of this door again. When she heard the noise, she stayed in the kitchen and dared not move, for fear of being caught or eaten by zombies. After hearing her words, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of her experience in her previous life. How similar it was. The greatest misfortune for a woman is to find a bad husband and meet a wicked mother-in-law. She has encountered both of these things. And so has the woman in front of her. Looking at her shivering appearance, Yi Xian took out a steamed bun from her backpack. Eat it. You will have the strength to go to the base after eating it. The woman did not say anything, but took the steamed bun and ate it voraciously. After eating the steamed bun, the woman shook her head and said firmly, I will not go to the base. Yi Xian was stunned. Why? The woman might have eaten a lot. So her mind was particularly clear. The base is at least 50 kilometers away from here. Not to mention that I have an injury on my leg. Even if I didn't, it would be difficult for a weak woman like me to walk to the base in such an environment. Sister, are you alone too? Where are you going? How about we travel together? Yi Xian shook her head. No. I have family members who need me to find them quickly. And you can't keep up with me. The woman had no doubt at all. Lowered her head and said, Then I will continue to stay here and see if there is any other way. As she spoke, the woman limped up the stairs and reappeared with a bag of glucose in her hand. She handed the glucose in her hand to Yi Xian. I can't eat your steamed bun for nothing. This is for you. The road ahead is difficult and dangerous. Glucose can quickly replenish your physical strength. I hope you can find your family as soon as possible. Yi Xian looked at her hand and still had half a bag in her hand. Wondering, you rely on this to survive? The woman nodded. There is still some salt in the kitchen. With sugar and salt. I won't die for the time being. She sighed. I just don't know if my child can successfully reach the base in such an environment. Yi Xian suddenly felt like crying. She was like this in her previous life. She didn't care whether she could survive or not. She thought of her son first. Her son was her hope of survival. Looking at the zombies everywhere outside, she would probably not survive if she stayed here. Close your eyes. I will take you to a place without natural disasters. Yi Xian's voice sounded, and the woman's eyes widened immediately. Is there any place that has not been affected now? Yi Xian nodded. You can go and take a look. If you don't like it, you can come back. The woman nodded and closed her eyes obediently. Why do you have to close your eyes to go to that place? She couldn't figure it out. Looking at Yi Xian's determined expression, she felt at ease in her heart. Yi Xian put his hand on her shoulder. And with a flash of thought, he took her to the space. Open your eyes. This is it. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and was stunned by the scene in front of her. Where is this? There is no heavy snow, no wandering zombies, and no severe cold. There are only large tracts of land planted with various crops. The strawberries under her feet were ripe, hiding in the leaves like little lanterns. Very pretty. Yi Xian stood beside her, speaking slowly and firmly. I am the master here. I have absolute control here. If you like it here, and are willing to surrender to me, you can stay. Otherwise, before Yi Xian finished speaking, the woman suddenly woke up. I know. This is an alien space. An alien space that belongs to you. So you have absolute control over this place. I have to do whatever you tell me to do. And I can't resist at all. Right? Yi Xian was stunned. How did you know? The woman smiled. Before I resigned from the hospital, I knew a patient who had such a space. But this person was thought to be mentally ill, and had to be sent to the hospital for examination. The examination results were all normal. But his family did not dare to take him home, and asked us to keep him in the hospital for observation. No one believed that such a thing would happen. But I believed it. This time it was Yi Xian's turn to stare. You believed it? The woman nodded and said, Yes. I believe him. So he took me to his space. Well, it's not as big as here, nor as beautiful as here, but I can still tell it apart at a glance. Yi Xian stared into her eyes. Aren't you afraid? The woman smiled slightly. What's so scary about this? My understanding is that this is a world in an unknown dimension that matches your magnetic field. Because your magnetic field matches it perfectly. Only you can control it. Sister, my name is Li Mei. I am willing to stay here. But I don't know if it will have a bad effect on you. That person's space couldn't hold on for a while after we entered it. And he had a severe headache. Chapter 90. Yi Xian frowned. It's fine here. As long as you surrender to me, you can stay here forever. You can also leave at any time with my permission. The woman did not hesitate at all. I am willing. I am willing to surrender to you. After that, she said to Yi Xian mysteriously, people who have this kind of space are very lucky. Maybe they can save the world. It's right to follow you. Yi Xian, Yi Xian has already found that a little heart has appeared on her head, which is a sign of surrender. Yi Xian once again thought of the conditions for upgrading this space. 100 space citizens. The 5-star loyalty must reach 80%, which is not easy. Fortunately, the loyalty of this woman named Li Mei is also 5 stars. Yi Xian called Li Tao and Lu Liang, handed Li Mei over to them for placement, and then left the space. She can take care of it. So it's not bad to stay here. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the woman she took in because of her soft heart brought her unexpected effects. Lying on Li Mei's bed, Yi Xian slept for a long time. When she woke up, it was already bright, and zombies were still wandering around on the road. The little white mouse ran over like a flash. Squeak! 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 Yi Xian was speechless for a while. She didn't understand. Yi Xian thought of the saying that was circulated in the previous life. There is a kind of superpower called animal superpower. People with this superpower can talk to all kinds of animals, and control the behavior of animals. However, there are very few people with this superpower, and Yi Xian has only heard of it, but has never seen it. Could it be that Xian and his mother have superpowers? Yi Xian was shocked by her own thoughts. If that was true, it was too early. Yi Xian threw 2 pieces of dried meat to the little white mouse, watched it eat them up, and then said to it, lead the way. Let's catch up with them, as soon as possible. The little white mouse turned and ran out. Yi Xian took out the long knife again, and chased after the little white mouse. Gu family courtyard. Ah! A scream came from the Gu family courtyard, and Gu Qingyu rushed to the backyard with his bodyguards. At this time, the backyard was in a mess. The 3 chefs and 3 vegetable pickers in the kitchen all fell to the ground, with blood gushing out of their necks. A man in black bodyguard clothing was holding another bodyguard and biting him. Half of the bodyguard's face had been bitten off. He smelled the smell of a living person, raised his head, and his bloody mouth left the bodyguard's face. He stood up and pounced on the other bodyguards, who had rushed over. Ah how! A bodyguard shouted and tried to rush out of the crowd, but was pulled by his teammates next to him. It's no use. We must kill them all. The gunshots rang out, and the bodyguard fell to the ground. But the bodyguard named Ahau on the ground stood up and walked towards them. Ahau! He was still trying to wake up his comrade in front of him. But the comrade seemed not to hear him and opened his bloody mouth at him. The bodyguard was pulled away by his companion. And then a bullet was sent into Ahau's head. Poor Ahau didn't bite even one person, and fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. At this time, the 6 zombies in the kitchen all ran towards this side. Gu Qingyu also ran over at the same time. Gu Qingyu looked at the scene in front of him and immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. He took out his pistol and shot at the chef. He shot and retreated while shouting, "What's going on? How did the zombies run into the Gu family compound? Let the bodyguard on duty come over." The 2 men in black behind him quickly ran away, thinking, the bodyguard on duty today is in trouble. How did the zombies get in? After dealing with the zombies in front of him, Gu Qingyu sat in the reception room with a gloomy face. "Tell me, what happened?" A bodyguard thought for a long time, turned back to look at his companion, his eyes clearly saying, "I told you not to listen. Let's see how you explain it now." Another man in black lowered his head, "Mr. Qing." They checked when they came back and found the wound on his body. He said that the man named Meng Jinghan scratched him. Gu Qingyu's eyes stared at him like an eagle, because he is your comrade in arms who has been through life and death with you. Because you have a relationship for more than 10 years. Right? The man in black immediately lowered his head and dared not say another word. Gu Qingyu slowly raised his pistol and shot him in the head. Yi Xian ran away. Meng Jinghan ran away. And they still have the nerve to come back. You, on the other hand, not only opened the door to convenience, but also introduced the zombie virus into the Gu family compound. Damn it! Another man in black stood there trembling, not daring to move. Gu Qingyu waved at her, "Come here. I give you a task to atone for your sins. Otherwise, you will end up like him." The man in black did not dare to resist, took 2 steps forward, bowed his head, and listened to the lecture. After a while, he raised his head, "Master Qing, are you sure you want to do this?" Gu Qingyu tapped the table lightly with his middle finger and sighed, "This is the only way at the moment. Go do it." The man in black took 2 steps back before turning around and leaving. On the 2nd floor, Su Jing's room. Su Jing was fiddling with a statue in front of him out of boredom. This was a jade Guanyin Bodhisattva, which was originally placed in Gu Qingyu's room. Since Su Jing came, Gu Qingyu gave it to Su Jing. Gu Qingyu said that he hoped that the Bodhisattva would bless Su Jing with a peaceful life. Su Jing smiled silently. He was doing a business that was harmful to the world, but he wanted the Bodhisattva to bless him with a peaceful life. Isn't this too difficult for the Bodhisattva? Su's mother stood in front of her, bowing, "Miss, I just heard from Li Chuang that Master Qing sent people to capture Yi Xian again, and also issued an order to kill without mercy." Su Jing's hands trembled, and she knew that her brother would not let Yi Xian go. Even if he could never find those drugs and weapons again, he would kill Yi Xian to vent his anger. Su Ma continued, "Miss, I know you are kind-hearted, and you don't want Yi Xian to die in the hands of Master Qing. But he is your brother." Su Jing sighed, having such a brother. Ah! Su Ma also sighed. If Li Chuang was not forced by life, he would not do this job. If he does this job, he will be struck by lightning. Ah! Su Ma sighed again. "Miss, I heard that Master Qing released the wolfhounds to track her. This time Yi Xian is probably in danger. Do you want to save her?" Su Jing raised her head suddenly. "Do you have a way to save Yi Xian?" "I can't guarantee anything. The eldest lady has to make the decision herself." "Tell me about it." When Su Jing heard that there was a way to save Yi Xian, she immediately became excited. People in Fengcheng have received the news and will come to a city soon. By then, Yi Xian will be safe. The key is how she can hide during this period. Li Chuang and I have a house in the suburbs of a city. If the eldest lady can find Yi Xian earlier than Mr. Qing, hiding her in that house is also good. Su Jing's eyes lit up. "Where is the house?" "Li Chuang knows the place. If the young lady is willing to take the risk, I will talk to him and ask him to take a few days off and follow the young lady to find Yi Xian. There are zombies outside now. I am worried if the young lady goes out alone." Hey! Just think of it as a good deed to atone for his sins. These days, Su Ma has been taking care of Su Jing's daily life. She has a good impression of this kind-looking old man. Li Chuang is his son and also works as a bodyguard in the Gu family compound. If he can really get his help, maybe there is hope to save Yi Xian. Su Jing's heart was moved. In the middle of the night, two black knights quietly sneaked out of the Gu family compound and ran towards the south. Gu Qingyu stood in front of the window and looked at the two figures. With an imperceptible smile on his face, "My good sister. This time it depends on you." Chapter 91. Just when Su Jing secretly ran out of the Gu family compound, Yi Xian was running on the road to the south, still dozens of kilometers away from her hometown. And she didn't know when she could catch up with her father and others. Suddenly, the little white mouse stopped moving. Yi Xian also stopped suddenly, and the zombies behind her smelled the smell and approached Yi Xian. Yi Xian swung the long knife and chopped off the heads of two zombies. The little white mouse paused, turned around and ran to the east, so fast that Yi Xian could hardly catch up. Yi Xian swung his knife again and harvested the life of another zombie. He was slightly stunned. Father and his men went east. The destination was clearly in the south. Why did they go east? Did they encounter any difficulties? Were they forced to change the route? Thinking of this, Yi Xian quickened his pace, and he didn't even have time to cut the zombies. He passed by them quickly and chased after the little white mouse. The little white mouse ran forward quickly for a while, gave up the main road, and went into an abandoned yard next to it. It seemed that this was a village in the city that had not yet been developed. Next to the main road was a junkyard filled with scrap copper and rotten iron. The little white mouse crawled through the scrap copper and iron and headed straight for the two small bungalows next to it. Although the two bungalows were made of red bricks, they were low and dilapidated. There was a collapse in the southeast corner of the house, and it seemed that they had been abandoned for a long time. Yi Xian was shocked. Why were they here? What happened? Thinking of all this, Yi Xian quickly approached and stopped in front of the dilapidated wooden door. Instead of pushing the door open, he called out to the house, "Xian! Dad! Mom!" No one responded. Yi Xian listened attentively. There seemed to be some movement inside, but it didn't seem like the movement of zombies. She then held the long knife in her hand, gently pushed open the door, and then quickly jumped away and hid on the right side of the house. The rustling movement in the room disappeared, and the little white mouse ran in and out, squeaking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stepped into the door carefully. The room was stinking, and the smell of a rotting corpse almost made Yi Xian vomit. When her eyes adjusted to the darkness in the house, Yi Xian found a person curled up in the corner between the table and the wall. It was a man. This person curled up in the corner, secretly looking at Yi Xian with his eyes. He seemed to be surprised when he saw Yi Xian, and then shrank his body tighter. "Who is it? Come out!" Yi Xian pointed her long knife at the man. The man hesitated for a long time before slowly moving out with his hands holding his head. Yi Xian used the long knife to push away the man's hands holding his head, and was stunned. Mo Pengfei? The man in front of him was pale and thin, with sunken cheeks and bulging eyes. His short hair had almost fallen out, revealing a bald forehead. If it weren't for the fact that his face was 80% similar to Mo Pengfei, Yi Xian wouldn't have believed that he was really Mo Pengfei. Weren't the couple captured by Gu Qingyu? Why did they appear here? Yi Xian held a long knife and looked around to prevent the woman from suddenly jumping out and hurting herself. Mo Pengfei begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Miss Yi, we didn't mean it. Sorry. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Yi Xian looked around and didn't see the woman. Suddenly, she thought of the smell of the rotting corpse in the house, and her heart moved. Did his wife die in this house? And he stayed here guarding the corpse? Yi Xian put the long knife on Mo Pengfei's neck. "Tell me, what's going on?" Mo Pengfei's eyes rolled, and Yi Xian sneered. "I know you were taken away by Gu Qingyu. It was you who betrayed me that allowed the drug dealers to find Jingxuan. Don't try to lie. Otherwise." Yi Xian exerted force on her hand, and the blade deeply embedded in his neck. The cold touch and pain made Mo Pengfei sober up immediately. I tell you everything. Don't kill me." Listening to Mo Pengfei's narration, Yi Xian gradually frowned. As expected, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although Gu Qingyu's nest is in the Gu family compound, the Gu family compound is not his only place to live. There is also a training ground about 13 kilometers south of here. That is Gu Qingyu's real nest. His weapons and bodyguards all come from there. There are people who make guns and ammunition, and there are people who train those bodyguards, only after passing the inspection and training again. The retired soldiers are qualified to enter the Gu family compound and become Gu Qingyu's bodyguards. According to Mo Pengfei, he and his wife did not enter the Gu family compound after being arrested, but were directly brought to this place by Gu Qingyu. After he confessed Yi Xian, Gu Qingyu did not kill him, but let him stay there to work, and only gave him 1 meal a day. That's not all. The group of men were staring at his wife. He was afraid of something happening, so he ran out secretly in the dark. There were people chasing him, and they couldn't tell the direction in the dark, so they hid in this shabby little house. His wife died of illness a few days ago, and now Mo Pengfei was the only one left. He planned to escape back to Jinxiu Garden, but after seeing the zombies on the road, he was scared and hid back. These days, he survived by eating mice and snow. If Yi Xian didn't come again, he might starve to death here. After hearing what Mo Pengfei said, Yi Xian calculated her route in her mind, and she found that the training ground was on the way to her grandmother's house. Raising grass and hunting rabbits. Such a good opportunity should be wasted. Let's go! Lead the way. Take me to see. Yi Xian threw a steamed bun to Mo Pengfei. Mo Pengfei's eyes lit up when he saw the food, and he didn't care about the dirt on the ground. He grabbed the steamed bun with both hands and stuffed it into his mouth. The steamed bun was dry and hard, and he stretched his neck to choke. Then he quickly ran to the door to dig a handful of snow, put it directly into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Judging from his skillful movements, he was not lying. He had indeed eaten a lot of snow these days. After he swallowed the steamed bread in his mouth, he shook his head fiercely at Yi Xian. No! You can't go there. There are 200 or 300 of them. If you go there, you will die. Yi Xian seemed not to hear. Lead the way. Under the pressure of the long knife, Mo Pengfei stood up slowly and walked towards the south step by step. Seeing that he was walking slowly, Yi Xian frowned and put the long knife on his neck again. Hurry up. If you try to play tricks, be careful or I feed you to the zombies. The 2 zombies in front were chasing a middle-aged woman. The woman screamed and ran to the east. She slipped and fell to the ground after running a few steps. The zombies rushed over and hugged her face and bit her. Mo Pengfei's scalp numbed. Yi. Miss Yi. There are too many zombies. We can't get through like this. Smelling the smell of living people, the zombies began to run towards them. Yi Xian killed a zombie with a knife and yelled at Mo Pengfei. Hurry up. Another zombie stretched out its claws towards Mo Pengfei, who screamed and ran forward quickly. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It seems that zombies are still useful. She shouted behind him. Don't run in the wrong direction. If you run in the wrong direction, I will not be responsible for driving away the zombies for you. Mo Pengfei ran and shouted. Help! Miss Yi. Hurry! Kill him! Save me! Chapter 92. Looking at Mo Pengfei running fast, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. She followed the zombies slowly, always keeping a distance that could kill the zombies with one knife. Just kidding. Yi Xian didn't want to give up the fat meat in her mouth. Mo Pengfei couldn't die now. Even if he had to die, he had to die under her knife, not in the mouth of a zombie. After running for about 2 kilometers, zombies kept joining the chasing team, and they were all killed by Yi Xian's knife. Seeing that Mo Pengfei really couldn't hold on any longer, Yi Xian killed the zombie with one knife, allowing Mo Pengfei to take a breath first. Mo Pengfei saw the zombie being hacked to death by Yi Xian, and sat on the ground gasping for breath. Yi. Miss Yi. I really can't run anymore. 2 more zombies came from a distance, and Yi Xian killed them one by one. Mo Pengfei breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time thought to himself, is this girl human? She ran for so long without getting red in the face or out of breath, and she could kill a zombie with one knife. If I had her ability, I would not worry about not being able to survive in this apocalypse. Thinking of this, Mo Pengfei suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Xian. Miss Yi. Please accept me as your apprentice? When I am well trained, I will kill zombies for you. Yi Xian. Mo Pengfei refused to give up. We are sorry for you, causing you to be hunted down. But I am sincere now. As long as you teach me how to kill zombies, I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life. Yi Xian looked around, turned around and went behind a big rock on the side of the road, using the big rock to cover her, and took out a big shovel from the space. In Mo Pengfei's eyes, this shovel was found behind a big rock. Yi Xian said to Mo Pengfei, You see clearly. I will only demonstrate it once. Yi Xian said, and shoveled at the zombie that was running close. The zombie's head was split open, and it fell to the ground and couldn't move. Mo Pingfei's eyes widened again. Oh my god. Can a shovel be used like this? Yi Xian threw the shovel with zombie brains to Mo Pingfei. The rest is up to you. Keep going. Mo Pingfei stood up, reached out and grabbed the shovel, and waved it in the air twice. It's a bit heavy. He glanced at Yi Xian, and walked in front with a shovel in his hand. Yi Xian followed behind him, still holding a big knife. Suddenly, Yi Xian discovered there was a little red heart on Mo Pingfei's head. That was a sign only for subjects in the space. That was a sign of belonging. How could it appear on Mo Pingfei's head? Could it be that she could collect subjects without entering the space? Yi Xian sank her consciousness into the space and took a look at the space statistics area. The number of subjects showed 11, which was indeed one more than yesterday. She smiled slightly, not expecting that he was still useful. She followed Mo Pingfei quietly, watching another zombie coming from a distance. Mo Pingfei held the shovel tightly in his hand, his eyes wide open, and smashed it on the zombie's head. However, he failed. The shovel hit the zombie's head, and the zombie just paused for a moment, then continued to grab Mo Pingfei. Mo Pingfei felt his hands numb from the shock, and was secretly surprised. What a hard head. How did Yi Xian kill it with one blow? Mo Pingfei was still in a daze when he saw the zombie in front of him. Yi Xian stepped forward and kicked him hard on the butt. Mo Pingfei couldn't control his body, and stumbled forward a few steps before he suddenly fell on the snow. At this time, Yi Xian just met the zombie face to face. The zombie stretched out its claws, and grabbed Yi Xian fiercely. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Fast speed. Strong force. It is an evolved zombie. The long knife chopped. The zombie's head broke into two halves, and a shiny zombie crystal core rolled out from it, only the size of a glass marble. Yi Xian picked up the crystal core, and put it in his pocket. Mo Pingfei's eyes widened. You. How did you do it? His head is so hard. Yi Xian looked at Mo Pingfei and said coldly, stand up. Just kill a few more. Go. The slower you go, the more zombies there are. After hearing this, Mo Pingfei dared not delay any longer, and quickly got up from the snow and ran forward again. At this time, Su Jing also encountered the first big trouble after leaving the Gu family compound. They were surrounded by zombies. Su Jing suddenly remembered that Yi Xian once said that if she really wanted to be isolated from the world, the mountains near her grandmother's house would be the best choice. She had traveled there with Yi Xian before. The mountain was rich in resources, with many wild fruits and wild animals. Even if there was nothing to eat, they would not starve to death there. She might go there. Su Jing didn't say anything, but her body kept moving towards there. Unfortunately, the Gu family compound was in the city, and it was not easy to walk through the entire city to get there. Su Jing put herself in Yi Xian's shoes and thought about it. Which road should she take if she started from the west of the city? Maybe I can stop her halfway. As she walked, Su Jing suddenly realized that she couldn't move forward. It wasn't that there was no road, but the road ahead was full of zombies. The streets were full of wandering zombies, like ghosts, catching passers-by and chewing them up. This is a commercial district. Maybe many people came out to look for supplies, encountered a zombie outbreak, and then could never go back. Su Jing turned around and ran to the side road. But who knew that 3 more zombies ran on the side road? And these 3 zombies were extremely fast. Su Jing screamed in fear and turned around to run in the opposite direction. At this time, the zombies on the road heard the noise and approached Su Jing. In just a moment, Su Jing and bodyguard Li Chuang were surrounded by zombies. More than a dozen zombies surrounded them, with sharp claws stretched out, bloody faces full of hideousness, and drooling from their open bloody mouths. Su Jing's eyes widened, and the gun in his hand kept aiming, but he never dared to fire a shot. Fortunately, Li Chuang was very calm. He held the gun in his left hand and the knife in his right hand, and opened his hands at the same time, and several zombies fell down immediately. He didn't dare to fight, so he pulled Su Jing out of the gap and ran 2 kilometers in one breath. Seeing that the zombies behind him didn't catch up, he bent down and gasped for breath. Li brotherly, this is not a solution. The place I want to go is quite far. If there are so many zombies along the way, I'm afraid we will become zombies before we get there. Li Chuang smiled bitterly. What should we do? We can't drive on this road. If the car breaks down and is surrounded by zombies, there will be no way to survive. Su Jing also smiled bitterly. Such road conditions are only suitable for sleds. But unfortunately we don't have any. Let alone dogs that can pull sleds. Li Chuang thought to himself. We don't have any. But your good friends have a lot. He saw with his own eyes that she had 2 sleds. Even Lang Xing was willing to help her pull the sled. Lang Xing was his favorite. And he didn't even recognize him when Lang Xing was robbed. Li Chuan was full of hatred for Yi Xian. Robbing my Lang Xing. Damn it! But he couldn't say this. Pointing to the front and said, let's go quickly. We will reach the suburbs after this section of road. There are fewer people and fewer zombies there. Su Jing nodded, forced herself to stand up, and silently said in her heart, Yi Xian. Yi Xian. You must wait for me. You must not die. Li Chuang followed behind, took out the telescope and looked around, and took advantage of Su Jing's inattention to make a gesture behind him. Chapter 93. Under Yi Xian's guidance, Mo Pingfei's ability to kill zombies has become more and more proficient. 2 zombies ran over in front, and Yi Xian stood still, watching Mo Pingfei hit the first zombie with a shovel. But it didn't die. He hit it again. It still didn't die. The third shovel hit the zombie, and it lay on the ground unable to move. Before Mo Pingfei could catch his breath, the second zombie made a ho-ho sound from its mouth and stretched out its claws at Mo Pingfei. Mo Pingfei screamed in fear, dodged the zombie's attack in a panic, and then raised the shovel and chopped the zombie's head. The force was so strong that the zombie fell to the ground. Mo Pingfei leaned on the shovel and panted heavily. Yi. Miss Yi. Let's go quickly. It's still quite far. In the whole morning, they only walked about 5 kilometers while killing zombies. It was too slow. Yi Xian was already hungry, and her stomach was growling. She turned her head to look at the house next to her, and said to Mo Pingfei, take a break before going on and eat something. When he heard that there was something to eat, Mo Pingfei immediately became energetic. He washed his hands with the snow, cleaned off the zombie brains that splashed on his hands, and rubbed his hands while waiting for Yi Xian to get him food. But Yi Xian took out a box of instant noodles, a chicken leg and a braised egg from her backpack, then took out a thermos bucket, poured hot water into the instant noodles, and then threw the chicken leg and the braised egg in. Then he clapped his hands and waited for the instant noodles to be eaten. The instant noodles gave off a strong aroma, which made Mo Pingfei swallow his saliva. But Yi Xian ate the instant noodles in big mouthfuls as if she didn't see it, and finally drank up all the soup. Mo Pingfei was dumbfounded. No, mine. Yi Xian glanced at him, took out 2 steamed breads from her backpack, and threw them into his hands. Since you can kill zombies, these are yours. Mo Pingfei. That's fine. It's better to have food than to be hungry. Besides, Yi Xian taught me how to kill zombies. There's no reason to ask for too much. Watching Mo Pingfei devour the 2 steamed breads, Yi Xian clapped her hands and stood up. Let's go! Get there before dark. Mo Pingfei led her along the path in the fields. There were few zombies, and they found the training ground before it got dark. The scene in front of them stunned them all. Where did so many zombies come from? Many of the workers in this arsenal were residents from nearby villages. They did miscellaneous manual labor or cooked in the kitchen. There were not many people who were really responsible for the technology. There were only a few people who mastered the core technology, plus the soldiers to be trained, plus the instructors who trained them, and the wolfhound trainers. There were about 200 permanent staff here, if the villagers doing odd jobs nearby are included. There are almost 300 people. At this time, the gate of the arsenal was wide open, and there were densely packed zombies wandering inside. At a glance, there were more than 200 zombies. Yi Xian was shocked. Could it be that all these people have turned into zombies? Mo Pingfei shook his head. No. Judging from the clothes of these zombies, most of them should be villagers nearby, and some managers of the arsenal and soldiers who are being trained. What should I do? There are so many zombies. Shall we leave quickly? Yi Xian shook her head. It would be a pity to leave now that we are here. She had already noticed that these zombies were divided into 3 waves, surrounding the water tower in the southeast corner, in front of the factory building in the east, and next to a 3-story building in the north. There are not many zombies in the remaining locations. Where is their arsenal? This is Yi Xian's goal today. Mo Pingfei pointed to a square blue building in the northwest corner. That's it. But the warehouse over there has a big iron door locked. And we can't open it. Yi Xian looked at the zombies around her. Only a dozen of them wandered around the armory. The rest seemed to be attracted by something, and kept working hard towards the small building, as if they wanted to climb to the top of the building. Yi Xian shouted to Mo Pingfei, "Go! Follow me and kill them!" Mo Pingfei looked at the big knife in Yi Xian's hand, and then looked at this woman. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. A pair of blue jeans wrapped around her two straight beautiful legs, and her coffee-colored down jacket was particularly conspicuous in the snow. She stood there alone, heroic and indescribably beautiful. It also makes people feel admiration. Yi Xian was holding a long knife in front, and Mo Pingfei was holding a shovel behind, and the two ran towards the armory. Yi Xian chopped down several zombies along the way, and successfully reached the armory. Mo Pingfei stood behind Yi Xian, always alert to other zombies, and Yi Xian chopped down the door lock with a long knife. The big iron lock fell, and Yi Xian flashed into the armory, and closed the big iron door. Mo Pingfei did not feel strange, but continued to guard the iron door, swinging the shovel to kill a zombie who tried to approach. Maybe Yi Xian is still testing him, and he must withstand this test. Yi Xian entered the armory, and was stunned by the various weapons in front of her. Oh my! They can actually make so many kinds of weapons. She only knows the rocket launchers, sniper rifles, pistols, explosives, etc. here. And there are many weapons that she has never seen, let alone used. But it doesn't matter. Take them away first. Aren't there several professionals in his space? And his father. Let them teach him how to use them when the time comes. Yi Xian started to absorb these things crazily again. These things are valuable. Their value can be exchanged for points. Points can be exchanged for shopping mall supplies. When the time comes, they can be used to reinforce the villa. It's just right. Yi Xian collected them crazily, and the points were also rising crazily. It was already 9 digits, and was approaching 10 digits. It was happy to watch. After collecting this warehouse, Yi Xian opened the door. Mo Pingfei was still guarding the big iron gate. 7 or 8 zombies had fallen in front of him, and Mo Pingfei's hand holding the shovel had begun to tremble slightly. She was satisfied with Mo Pingfei's performance today. Yi Xian turned around and closed the big iron door of the warehouse, and said to Mo Pingfei, "It's getting dark. Let's go!" Zombies rely on smell and hearing to determine their targets, while living people can only rely on their eyes. This alone is not suitable for confronting zombies at night. For such things, Yi Xian never takes risks. She still has parents and children to support, and she cherishes her life very much. Before she walked out of the door, a cry for help came from behind. "Help! Help! Please! Save us!" Yi Xian had noticed that a group of people had gathered on the roof of the 3-story building in the north, and the zombies downstairs were attracted by them. This was also the reason why Yi Xian closed the door after entering the warehouse. It would be bad if others saw her collecting supplies. According to her judgment, there were surviving people above these 3 waves of zombies, and there were quite a few of them. Mo Pingfei also saw these people and said to Yi Xian, "Miss Yi, they are all managers and technical workers in the workshop. They can not only make weapons, but also have high skills. Save or not." Yi Xian glanced at the zombies downstairs and the sky that was about to darken, and said in a deep voice, "No! Let's go!" Several zombies came from the front, and Yi Xian killed them all with 1 knife, and got 3 zombie crystal cores. Yi Xian just bent down and wanted to pick up these zombie crystal cores, and suddenly heard someone behind him shouting, "Yi Xian! I know you are Yi Xian. Save us! I have important news to tell you." Chapter 94. Yi Xian was stunned. How do they know my name? Mo Pingfei. He laughed. This is Gu Qingyu's territory. You must know what I did to him. Right? He hates you so much. Everyone here knows your name. Gu Qingyu once ordered that anyone who saw Yi Xian should be killed without mercy. Yi Xian, If they killed them without mercy, what important information could they have? Escape quickly. Mo Pingfei opened his mouth, but didn't dare to speak, and followed Yi Xian out. Not far from the arsenal is a feed factory, with tall feed towers standing tall, and the 4-story white office building is silent. Yi Xian took Mo Pingfei into the office building, where the 1st and 2nd floors are office areas. And the third floor is an activity area and canteen, with billiard tables, table tennis tables, chess, etc. Further up is the staff dormitory, where employees can rest at noon. When the zombies broke out, the natural disaster had already begun, and no work had started here, so there were not many zombies here. EXIN only encountered 6 zombies along the way, which did not cause any harm to them at all. After checking the office building, EXIN left Mo Pingfei behind and asked him to take a rest, while she went to the feed processing workshop at the back. The workshop was connected to the warehouse. She kept animals in her space, and feed was a good thing. With feed and enough nutrition, maybe her pigs could get pregnant and give birth to a litter of piglets. There were 2 zombies in the warehouse, which EXIN killed one by one and threw outside. In this warehouse of more than 300 square meters, there are all kinds of feed for big pigs, piglets, and pregnant sow feed. In addition, there is chicken feed, all labeled and neatly stacked in rows. Now it's all cheap for EXIN. Throw it all into the space. Here she also found pet feed and dog food. The packages with bones painted on them are so pleasing in EXIN's eyes. Now her little wolf and the wolfhounds in the space have food to eat. Take them all away. When she walked out of the warehouse and climbed up to the staff dormitory on the 4th floor, Mo Pingfei was still awake and staring at the arsenal across the street with wide eyes. Seeing EXIN coming back, he pointed at the arsenal across the street and said, "Miss Yi, can I make a suggestion?" EXIN nodded. Mo Pingfei said, "These people are Gu Qingyu's capable men. If Miss Yi doesn't want to save them, it's best not to keep them. This is the arsenal. Gu Qingyu's weapons are all made here, as are his bodyguards. It can be said that this is Gu Qingyu's foundation in City A. The girl came here today. If they are allowed to live, it will be a big threat to the girl." EXIN also thought of this, but she had not yet decided how to deal with these people. She was alone, and they were not only numerous, but also scattered in 3 different places. If they had weapons in their hands. EXIN shook her head. "I have my own ideas. You should rest." Mo Pingfei went to another room to rest. EXIN locked the door and took out the refrigerator from the space to block the door. Then she took out a telescope from the space and began to observe the survivors in the building opposite. In fact, she had another idea. Throw all these people into the space. Keep the obedient ones, and kill the disobedient ones directly. Some of them are good at training soldiers. Some can make weapons, and some can train dogs, all of which EXIN needs. But how can so many people be thrown in at the same time? EXIN held up the telescope and saw that the people who had just asked for help were already besieged by zombies. Originally, they didn't speak, even though the zombies could smell the smell above. The attack was not crazy. Now they shouted, "Help!" The sound was caught by the zombies, and the zombies on the other 2 sides also felt the breath of living people here, and rushed to surround the small building. EXIN stood in front of the window on the 4th floor, and happened to see the mirror image of the roof on the 3rd floor. The roof of the 3rd floor was surrounded by 2 pieces of iron sheets, and there were more than 20 men holding different weapons inside the iron sheets. They seemed to have run out of bullets, facing the zombies that kept climbing up. They could only use the butts of their guns to knock them down one by one. The zombies were even crazier. Knowing that there were living people up there, they kept climbing up by clinging to the windows and heating pipes. Those who couldn't hold on fell down, and their companions fell to the ground with them. Some zombies climbed up by stepping on their companions. Those who stepped on their companions fell down, and then climbed up and continued to climb. Those whose companions could hold on climbed to the roof and started the final fight with the living people. The instinctive pursuit of food made them tireless and insensitive to pain. There was only the desire for food in their gray eyes. Climb. As long as you climb up, there will be food. More and more zombies climbed to the roof, clinging to the eaves with their dry claws. No matter how hard they hit them, they refused to come down. A man was scratched by a zombie and screamed. The companions had no mercy at all, picked him up and threw him downstairs. The man who fell down knocked down a group of zombies, and was quickly eaten by the zombies that rushed up. The big iron sheet began to make a dong 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 sound. Some zombies have climbed up. They are attacking their last line of defense. This group of iron-blooded men could not help but panic. Hack Gu Qingyu. He usually talks nicely, but he gave up on us at the critical moment. If I can survive, I will definitely kill that bastard. Fuck. Contact him again. Tell him that I'm almost dead. See what he's busy with? At this time, Gu Qingyu was also in a state of panic. After the zombies entered the Gu family compound, no one could cook. The group of black-clad bodyguards were all served by others. So how could they cook? Gu Qingyu ate only one bite of the food and then vomited. Pa! How can this be eaten by humans? Make it again! The man in black stood in front of him with his head down. Master Qing. We have all made it. This is the most delicious. Gu Qingyu, eh? The man in black guarding the gate hurried over. Master Qing. It's bad. We are besieged by zombies. There are many crawling in from the wall. Gu Qingyu stood up suddenly. How could this happen? Where is the power grid? The bodyguard lowered his head. Master Qing. The electric grid on the wall is fully turned on. But after the zombies were electrocuted, they only moved slightly slower. And it couldn't stop them from coming in. Gu Qingyu ran out with a gun. What are you still standing there for? Kill the zombies! Fuck. How come zombies suddenly surrounded us? What did you do? There were constant gunshots outside. And a fat man in black ran to Gu Qingyu. Master Qing. The factory asked for help, saying that the zombies surrounded them and needed our rescue. Gu Qingyu shouted without even turning his head. I still need help here. Let them figure it out. Aubin! Hold the gate. Damn it! Why are there so many zombies? What they didn't know was that on a high floor not far from the Gu family compound, an old man was watching them struggle with a telescope. Haha. Gu Qingyu died at the hands of zombies. You can't blame me. Well done. Chapter 95. The leading man on the roof of the arsenal was called Feng Wei. He jumped up and down with the butt of his gun, poking zombies one after another. Did the Gu family compound reply? What should we do? A man came over. Brother Wei. The call was connected, and they told us to figure it out ourselves. Feng Wei became even more anxious. Hack your mother. Gu Qingyu. While cursing, he took out the intercom. Brothers, Gu Qingyu has given up on us. Brothers, help us kill these bastards, and we will go to the Gu family compound to settle accounts with Gu Qingyu. A loud male voice came from the intercom. Brother Wei. It's not that the brothers don't want to help. Look at those things down there. We die if we go down. Another steady voice said, let's find a way to get through the roof. Do you have any safety ropes over there? Throw a bundle over here. The loud male voice shouted, Brother Yin. Do you want to die? There are zombies all over his side. They were all called over by a shout. You can't get through now. Zhao Yin said in a deep voice, if we continue like this, we will all die. Gu Qingyu has given up on us. What should we do if we don't seek a way to survive? If you are afraid, just stay on the water tower and wait for death. Feng Wei shouted, safety rope. Is there any more safety rope? The man's voice came, Brother Wei. There is one last bundle. Throw it to the opposite building. Brother Wei. Throw it. The safety rope was thrown over, and Zhao Yin tied a heavy object to one end of the safety rope and threw it over again. Amid the zombies' ho-ho sounds, he shouted, find a sturdy place to tie it. Feng Wei smashed a zombie with the butt of his gun and yelled, hold on. The reinforcements are coming soon. As he said that, he tied one end of the safety rope tightly to the chimney, tried it with his own body weight, and shouted to Zhao Yin, it's okay. But this side is too high. Can you slide over? Zhao Yin tied the rope to the windowsill. No. This side is too low. We can't get through. You come over. There is no other way. If you want to survive, you have to leave this roof. Feng Wei roared. Carry your equipment and follow me. We can't defend this place anymore. The pulley was quickly installed on the safety rope. Feng Wei kicked a zombie down and slid to the roof of the workshop in the east from the rooftop. That was the rooftop of the second floor, and this was the rooftop of the third floor. It was not difficult to slide over, but the zombies heard the movement over there and ran over there to start climbing the stairs. The two teams became one team, with a total of 50 or 60 people, and started a new round of fighting against the more than 200 zombies below. Xin saw all this with a telescope, and her heart moved. If the third floor can't hold on, it will be difficult for the second floor to hold on until dawn. If she is lucky, maybe she can really take them in and use them for her own benefit. She put away the telescope, took out a bowl of rice and a bowl of bone soup from the space, ate hurriedly, and laid down on the bed to sleep. Let's wait until dawn. She doesn't want to take risks for these people. Mo Pengfei next door couldn't sleep. He watched the group of people on the roof in the north couldn't stand it anymore and began to move to the east. He also watched the zombies begin to climb onto the roof in the east. A group of people stood back to back in a rectangular formation and desperately drove the zombies down. At dawn, he couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep in bed. When Yi Xian woke up, it was already bright. She looked at the battle situation over there and smiled. It seems that I was right. If we save them now, maybe we can really win their hearts. She put away the refrigerator blocking the door and opened the door. Mo Pengfei was still snoring slightly next door, and it seemed that he hadn't woken up yet. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian released gaseous sleeping pills into his room, letting him sleep a little longer. Then he walked down the small building and walked slowly towards the arsenal. At this time, Fang Wei and Zhao Yin could no longer hold on. More than a dozen of the 50 or 60 people had been killed, and the rest had all climbed onto the water tank on the roof. The water tank, made of 10 centimeters thick iron sheets, was already crowded with people. The zombies had already conquered the roof of the second floor and were attacking the water tank with a ho-ho sound. The water tank was really too small. They could barely stand on it. They wanted to kill zombies here? The people here can push their teammates down with just a push. Just as the zombies were about to attack the water tank, Fang Wei suddenly saw Yi Xian coming back. She walked all the way here, killing a zombie with a long knife. She chopped the zombies as casually as looking at watermelons. And sometimes she didn't even need to look at them. That woman was clearly dressed in ordinary clothes, but she looked so attractive that people couldn't help but want to worship her. Fang Wei shouted again, "Miss Yi Xian, we are willing to abandon Gu Qingyu and follow you. Please help us." Yi Xian stood still, waved her hand, and killed a few more zombies. And a clear voice came, "How can I trust you?" Zhao Yin said, "We asked Gu Qingyu for help last night, but we were rejected. If you don't believe me, I will call him now." Yi Xian shook her head. She didn't want any promises. Fang Wei thought for a moment and shouted, "I also know a place where Gu Qingyu hides treasures. If you are willing to help, I am willing to take you there." Yi Xian heard the shout, looked up at the second floor roof, and shot out a safety rope with a flick of her wrist. She climbed up from the ground like a monkey, and in the blink of an eye she was on the second floor roof. She was seen calmly collecting the safety rope while slashing at the zombies approaching her, and bending down from time to time to pick up something. When she came to the water tank, she looked up at the water tank full of people and said, "Who of you is willing to give up Gu Qingyu and follow me? Come down and kill zombies with me. If you dare to come down to fight, I, Yi Xian, will accept you as my subject and will never treat you unfairly. Maybe I can't give you the prosperity of the past, but it's no problem to fill your stomach and have a relatively safe environment." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "You also know that I am Gu Qingyu's mortal enemy, the kind that will never give up. So I won't force you. If you don't want to, just stay up there. I will kill all the zombies here and give you freedom." The crisp voice came, and this group of passionate men suddenly boiled. "Damn it. We are not as good as a girl. That's right. Gu Qingyu has already abandoned us. Why should we help him? Let's go! Kill the zombies together." Fang Wei and Zhao Yin jumped off the water tank at the same time. Without any tools in their hands, they used the long butt of the gun as a weapon and attacked the zombies with gritted teeth. Some people jumped down immediately, while others stood on the water tank and watched hesitantly. This woman doesn't look strong. Can she really kill all these zombies? It's more likely to be bragging. However, they soon thought differently. Yi Xian took out another pistol from his pocket, holding it in his right hand and the knife in his left hand, attacking the zombies' heads with both hands. The zombies just instinctively wanted to bite. They didn't feel pain, and they were not afraid of pain, so they attacked the people below frantically. Zombies were thrown down one by one, and then they climbed up from the ground. The people on the water tank couldn't help it, and they jumped off the water tank to join the battle. Some of them held long guns and used the butts as weapons, and some held iron bars and smashed the zombies' heads. There were also people holding wooden sticks, which broke in the middle after a few hits. The battle was so brutal that even though they had rolled in a pile of dead bodies, they couldn't help but sweat all over. At this time, a high-pitched male voice came from another direction. Fang Wei and Zhao Yin frowned at the same time. What tricks does this kid want to play? Chapter 96. Yi Xian also heard this voice. The sharp and high-pitched male voice made people feel uncomfortable. He was shouting, "Do you want us to go down and help? We have steel knives here." Yi Xian did not speak, but glanced at Feng Wei. Feng Wei frowned and stabbed a zombie with the butt of his gun. Looking at the zombies in the yard, it was really difficult to kill them without the right tools. He nodded to Yi Xian. His name is Li Xingxue. He is in charge of the steel workshop. He has weapons in his hands. Even if he has any plot, he should kill the zombies first. Yi Xian understood that this group of people were not of the same mind. She shouted, "As long as you are willing to kill zombies together." Yi Xian. Welcome everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a man whistling and climbing down from the water tower. Almost everyone held a steel knife and greeted the zombies. Yi Xian cursed in her heart, hiding with weapons? What a coward. On second thought, maybe they were not cowards, but wanted to see these two people laugh at their jokes. Yi Xian didn't care. The zombies on the ground met another group of people, and their pressure was immediately relieved a lot. There was no one on the water tank anymore, and they all came down to join the battle. Zhao Yin frowned. It would be great if we could let the wolfhounds out. Unfortunately, their cages are locked. Those wolfhounds that have not yet completed their training are hard to change. And if they are not locked up, I'm afraid people will be bitten every day. If they are not locked up, they are also good at killing zombies. But now they are useless. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Where are they locked? Zhao Yin pointed forward. That small room is it. They have been hungry for several days. I don't know how they are doing. Give me the key. Zhao Yin took out the key from his pocket without hesitation and handed it to Yi Xian. Be careful. Those dogs are wild and hard to tame. Don't hurt yourself. Yi Xian nodded, climbed down the roof with the key, and quickly approached the small house. You should have said it earlier. Wolfhounds are better at killing zombies than humans. Besides, she has several trained wolfhounds in her space. After killing 2 zombies, Yi Xian opened the door of this room. There were more than a dozen large iron cages inside, and each cage had a wolfhound. The wolf dog looked at Yi Xian, and there was wildness in its eyes. Yi Xian did not release them all, but threw them into the space with the cage. She released the trained wolf dog from the space again, and then opened the iron cage. The wolf dog out of the cage was like a wild beast returning to the forest, and immediately barked at Yi Xian. She had absolute control in this space. How could she be afraid of a few wild dogs? She used the most severe punishment to discipline them, and then walked out of the space leisurely, waiting for me to train them. After Yi Xian's training, the wolfhounds released had greatly improved in both physique and speed. Facing the zombies coming over with a woo sound, they jumped onto the zombies' shoulders and opened their bloody mouths to bite. With the intervention of the third team and the help of the wolfhounds, the zombies' advantages were obviously reduced a lot. After 2 hours of continuous hacking and killing, there were almost no zombies to be seen here. Yi Xian looked at the men in front of him. I said, I welcome those who are willing to follow me. If you don't want to go with me, go ahead. She stretched out her hand towards the gate, making a gesture to ask them to go back. How could these people not know? There are zombies everywhere now, and Gu Qingyu has given up on them. Where will they go in the future? This girl looks good. Why not follow her? Yi Xian has seen many people with little red hearts on their heads, which is a sign of surrender. But there are still many people who don't have red hearts. Especially the third team that just came down. Among the 20 or so people, only 3 of them have little red hearts on their heads. Feng Wei was the first to step forward. I am willing to follow Miss Yi. Who else is willing to come and stand on my side? Zhao Yin was the second one to step forward, followed by many others. Yi Xian found that almost all of the people who stepped forward had little red hearts on their heads, and it seemed that they were surrendering. That's right. There was also a small group of people with little red hearts on their heads, still hesitating in their place. At this time, a loud male voice sounded. I am also willing to follow Miss Yi. Just give me a full meal. Yi Xian saw his eyes flashing, and then looked at his head, and saw that there was no little red heart. Smiled and said, It doesn't matter if you don't come, but don't force yourself. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. Feng Wei's eyes widened. Li Xingxue, don't think of fishing in troubled waters. Either I or you. Either you or me. Yi Xian glanced at him, and he quickly lowered his head. Miss Yi, this man is not sincere. He is Gu Qingyu's most loyal lackey. You can't trust him. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I am willing to believe this gentleman. It depends on how many brothers you can bring. Li Xingqiu's eyes lit up. There's a way. He glanced at the people behind him. And all the men raised their arms and shouted, "We are willing too. We go wherever the boss goes. And we follow whoever the boss follows." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Then please stand together hand in hand. You must hold each other's hands tightly." Li Xingqiu didn't understand why. So he held hands with them, and stood close together. Yi Xian put her hand on his shoulder. And suddenly these 20 or 30 men disappeared. Li Wei and Zhao Yin were both shocked. What's going on? Before they turned the corner, they felt dizzy. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in a strange place. There was a breeze here, and the crops in the fields were lush and green. There was no heavy snow or zombies everywhere. It was as beautiful as before the end of the world. At the same time, they also found that Li Xingqiu and the group of people were also standing here. From their expressions, they seemed to be as confused as themselves. At this time, Li Tao and Lu Liang came from a distance and bowed slightly to Yi Xian. "Mistress." They were stunned at the same time. "Mistress? Mistress?" "Li Tao. Lu Liang. What's wrong with you?" Li Tao explained the whole thing to everyone. Feng Wei and Zhao Yin looked at each other. No wonder Gu Qingyu couldn't get any good in her hands. Yi Xian separated those who had little red hearts from those who didn't, and handed over those who surrendered sincerely to Li Tao and Lu Liang. Those who want to fish in troubled waters, like Li Xingqiu, all go to work. Her black soil has expanded in times, and many places have not been turned over. They just serve as free labor. Li Tao brought a lot of shovels and picks, put them on the ground, and said with a smile, "Hey, let's get started." Li Xingqiu wanted to lose his temper, but Yi Xian waved her hand gently. "Stop making trouble. Go to work." These people picked up the tools on the ground like puppets, walked not far away, and started turning the soil. Feng Wei and Zhao Yin were even more surprised. It was even possible. Yi Xian handed them over to Li Tao, and told him to check each person carefully, and not leave any wounds on their bodies. After that, Yi Xian walked out of the space and ignored them. The time for sleeping pills was almost up, and Mo Pengfei should come. She didn't want Mo Pengfei to know about the things here. However, as soon as Yi Xian walked out of the space, she felt that the atmosphere around her was wrong. Chapter 97. Yi Xian looked around vigilantly, as if time had stopped, with only the heavy snow still flying. Behind Yi Xian, a zombie in the form of a middle-aged man pounced on her, and the speed was completely beyond Yi Xian's expectation. The zombie was still wearing the trainer's clothes. Half of his cheek had been bitten off, and his flesh and blood were frozen into a lump by the ice and snow, which was red and disgusting. The zombie stared at Yi Xian with lifeless gray eyes, and stretched out sharp claws. As fast as a gust of wind, Yi Xian dodged and saw a level 3 zombie. This was the first time she had seen a level 3 zombie. He had evolved so quickly. The zombie missed the attack, and quickly turned around and rushed towards Yi Xian again. Yi Xian held a long knife in her hand, and chopped down hard on its head. But it didn't move at all. The zombie was stunned for a moment after being attacked, and continued to grab Yi Xian. The sharp claws almost touched Yi Xian's body, and Yi Xian suddenly jumped to the left. It couldn't help but hit the pillar of the pavilion behind him. The sharp claws grabbed the thick wooden pillar, and a large piece of sawdust was immediately grabbed off the pillar. Yi Xian was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. If this claw had grabbed her, she would have died today. The zombie failed to catch it again, and seemed a little angry. It made a ho-ho sound from its mouth, turned around and pounced on Yi Xian again. Yi Xian held a gun in her hand, jumped onto the pavilion like a monkey, and shot the zombie in the head. But her shooting skills were really bad. With her hand shaking from nervousness, she missed the target even though the distance was less than 5 meters. The zombie had already rushed to the pavilion, and jumped up with Yi Xian. When the zombie jumped onto the pavilion, Yi Xian had already jumped onto the corridor next to it, and was walking quickly on the corridor, shooting behind her from time to time. However, she didn't hit a single shot. The last shot only penetrated the zombie's shoulder. For the zombie who had no sense of pain at all, it had no effect at all. It just made his left hand droop, and could no longer be used. Yi Xian jumped forward quickly. Her target was the tallest water tower here. That was where Li Xingqiu and his men were hiding. This place was more than 10 meters above the ground, and one had to climb up the ladder from the roof of the opposite building. Yi Xian fired cold shots while running. But she was unable to stop the zombies from chasing her. When she ran to the water tower, the zombies were only 3 meters away from her. Regardless of fear, Yi Xian put the pistol into space, climbed the ladder embedded in the water tower with both hands, and quickly climbed up the water tower. The zombie grabbed the ladder with one hand and climbed up as well. But it was not easy to move with one hand, so it was much slower than Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly climbed to the top of the water tower and shot at the slowly moving zombie again. This time she did not use a pistol, but took out her AK and followed the method taught by Ye's father, aiming before shooting. The third shot finally hit the zombie's head, and the zombie lost its vitality and fell off the ladder like a wooden stake. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the water tower. It was so damn scary. The heads of level 3 zombies were so hard. So what about level 2 and level 1? Yi Xian thought. If she encountered this kind of zombies now, she could only escape in space. How could she deal with them? She was not sure at all. Yi Xian released Li Tao and the others from the space and ordered, "Cut open the heads of all zombies. I want the zombie crystal cores inside. The top 5 who find the most will be rewarded with braised pork at noon. It is the end of the world now." Not to mention Li Tao and his team. Even those working in the arsenal rarely see the smell of meat. When they heard that there was a reward of braised pork, they cheered and quickly climbed down the water tower and crawled downstairs. When they saw the zombie on the roof, Fang Wei was immediately stunned. Yi? No! Lady, did you kill him? Yi Xian also climbed down from the water tower. Yes. What happened? Fang Wei and Zhao Yan looked at each other, their eyes flashing with horror. Do you know that he is not an ordinary zombie? We saw him chewing other zombies with our own eyes. Chewing at least dozens of them. Yi Xian was also stunned. Dozens of the same kind can feed a third-level zombie. So it would not be difficult for second-level and first-level zombies to appear. Yi Xian nodded. I know. He has evolved, and his head is as hard as iron. Leave it to me. You go down to find the crystal core. Everyone went down to dissect the zombie's head, and Yi Xian was alone circling around this third-level zombie. How to split such a hard head? Her long sword was not enough. It didn't split even after several chops. And the long sword that cost 1,000 points was even bent. The quality is really bad. Yi Xian couldn't help complaining. She immersed her thoughts into the space again. There was a reinforced steel sword in the space mall, which looked similar to her long sword. But the sharpness and hardness were several levels higher. This can only be found in the newly opened system mall after the space upgrade. One sword costs 10,000 points. What a rip-off. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a lot of points, so she exchanged one without hesitation. The steel knife reflected the snow, and the blade shone brightly. Yi Xian waved it in the air. The steel knife was not heavy, and it made a sound of breaking through the air. Yi Xian took it and chopped it at the zombie's head. Suddenly, the zombie's hard head broke into 2 halves, and a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg rolled out from it. Shining. Level 3 crystal core. Great. Yi Xian picked up the crystal core and stuffed it into his pocket. There were already quite a few in it. Hee hee. Yi Xian jumped off the roof. The zombies below had been chopped and killed. Everyone handed in the crystal cores. The person who found the most was Zhao Yan. He held 18 crystal cores in his hand. The others were basically in the single digits. And some were unlucky, and didn't even find one. The 5 people with the most were selected, and each of them had a bowl of braised pork at noon. Yi Xian looked at Fang Wei. Can the things in your workshop be disassembled? Fang Wei immediately understood what she meant. Does the mistress want to move the workshop to that strange space? Yi Xian nodded. We will encounter more difficulties in the future, and weapons are indispensable. If there is a factory that produces weapons, we will not be afraid of insufficient supply of weapons. Fang Wei shook his head and said, It's not easy. Although this place was built by a few of us, it requires a lot of materials and manpower to run it. Yi Xian nodded. I can find a way to get materials and manpower. As long as you say that the equipment in the workshop can be moved in, everything will not be a problem. Fang Wei and Zhao Yan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. We can dismantle it. But how can such heavy equipment be moved in? Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Dismantle it. I find a way to do the rest. Chapter 98. Fang Wei did not object anymore, but led people to the workshop and started to dismantle the equipment. Mo Pengfei had not come yet. Could it be that he had escaped after waking up from the drug? Yi Xian ignored him, and took over this weapons workshop first. She knew that the weapons made here were not advanced. And not all weapons could be made. But these things could still be used to deal with zombies. The zombies had not been around for long. And everyone's sense of crisis was not particularly serious. After a while, when a large number of zombies evolved, everyone began to panic. Ordinary people really can't deal with it. So, only with weapons can you have confidence. When it was almost noon, Fang Wei came over and said, everything was dismantled. What should we do now? Yi Xian walked into the workshop and began to suck these equipment into the space frantically. I saw Yi Xian's hand on the equipment, and she didn't see any movement. A piece of iron weighing several tons just disappeared. Everyone was stunned. My God! Is this a superpower? Fang Wei's eyes flashed. No wonder Gu Qingyu lost so many things inexplicably. How many things can't be moved with this method? It seems that Gu Qingyu has really hit a wall this time. That's good. Let him learn his lesson by suffering a little loss. As he usually looks down on others. Fang Wei raised his lips and showed a cold smile. After Yi Xian collected the equipment, her mind flashed, and all these people entered the space. The system really didn't cheat her. As long as they surrendered sincerely, Yi Xian could control them even in the outside world. Under Li Tao's arrangement, the top 5 were rewarded with braised pork, and the others also made a lot of efforts. 2 vegetarian dishes and 2 stir-fried meats were also indispensable, with the hot big steamed buns and beer. A group of men ate with satisfaction. Someone looked at Li Xingxue, who was still working, and asked, Brother Tao, where are they? They keep working without eating? Li Tao shook his head and looked at his hands, as if thinking of the nightmare days again. He said with a sympathetic expression, it's still early. You wait and see. They will cry one day. After eating, the group followed Li Tao. But they were surprised to find that Li Xingxue and his group had been working from morning to night without stopping. Not to mention eating. They didn't even drink water. It was not until it was completely dark that a steamed bun fell in front of them, along with a bottle of mineral water. This group of people grabbed the steamed buns and ate them like hungry ghosts. After eating, they found that they were not even 3/4 full. But there was nothing left. Someone was so angry that he opened his mouth and cursed. Before he finished a sentence, he immediately closed his mouth and silently picked up the tools to continue turning the soil. He didn't dare to stop even when he had blisters on his hands. Others stared blankly at the cursing companions, looking shocked. This, Li Tu. What's wrong with him? Li Xingxue seemed to understand something. Inside, this is not our world. They are all controlled by that woman, including us. Everyone was even more dumbfounded. What should we do now? Damn. I'm so tired that my whole body hurts. After saying this, he also consciously picked up the tools and started to turn the soil. Other men who wanted to curse quickly covered their mouths with their hands, fearing that if they accidentally cursed, they would also turn the soil day and night. Li Xingxue pointed at the cabin and board house in the distance and said, Let's go! While we are still free, let's go to the house over there to rest. Tomorrow we will ask Li Tao and the others what is going on. When he arrived in front of the cabin, he was even more confused. The cabin was impossible to enter. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move forward. They could only watch the cabin standing there from a distance. They could vaguely see that there were a lot of daily necessities in it. One of them was not full, and his eyes lit up when he saw the carrots on the ground. Li Tu, there is food here. Another man was more sharp-eyed. Boss, there are apple trees over there. The apples on them are ripe. Li Xingxue waved his hand. Let's go. Pick apples. The big red apples hanging on the branches looked particularly tempting in the moonlight. These men didn't care about anything else and just reached out to pick them. Who knew that before the apples were put into their mouths, they heard a woman's voice. If you use other people's things without my permission, you will be punished. As soon as the word punished came out, everyone consciously put the apples in the bamboo basket next to them, picked up the tilling tools, and started working. Li Xingxue cursed fiercely in his heart. What's going on? Why is it like this? If you have the guts, come and fight me head on. How could Yi Xian care what he thought? As long as the work can be done. This group of people worked for most of the night under the moonlight. And when they stopped, they all collapsed on the ground and couldn't move. The newcomers looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw how this group of people were treated. It's so cruel. This will kill people. Li Tao walked out of the room. looking like he was used to seeing life and death. Where are we now? It's still early. Thinking back then. He stretched out his hands again and sighed. Thinking back then, I persisted for 4 days and 3 nights. My hands were worn out. Luckily, I admitted my mistake early. Hee hee. There are people who are even more cruel than me. Lu Liang persisted for 6 days and 5 nights. And when he admitted his mistake, he was tortured beyond recognition. Speaking of Lu Liang, he got excited, gesturing and saying, I don't know what the heroine showed him. He was completely broken down at the time. Crying loudly, LV Liang came silently from behind and said coldly, It's fun to say bad things about others. Right? Li Tao jumped up suddenly. You? When did you come here? LV Liang clenched his fist and glared at Li Tao, who jumped a few steps. Don't think about fighting. Fighting here will be punished. LV Liang was stunned, and seemed to remember this incident, and immediately loosened his fist. I tell you what she showed me. With that, LV Liang turned back to the room, took out the tablet and handed it to Li Tao. Take a look. Look at what we have done all these years. Yi Xian smiled. These people are crazy. If you want to subdue them, you have to use psychological methods. This video is suitable for everyone here. Mo Pengfei followed behind. Miss Yi. It's late. Where are we staying today? This place has arrived in the wilderness, surrounded by crops. Now the crops have dried up and died, leaving only the vast snowfield. Yi Xian pointed to the front. If I remember correctly, there is a town 3 kilometers ahead. Let's find a safer place. Although there were no zombies here, it was impossible to rest in the snow and ice. So they had to find a house to stay for the night. Mo Pengfei walked in front with a shovel, always alert to the surroundings, and the two walked towards the town. The snow seemed to be much lighter, but the north wind whistled across the field, pushing them forward. A building appeared vaguely in front, and the town was here. Mo Pengfei quickened his pace and ran forward. Miss Yi, hurry up. We're here. Yi Xian suddenly shouted, Be careful. Chapter 99. Mo Pengfei didn't know why Yi Xian suddenly shouted like that. He instinctively thought there were zombies ahead. So he grabbed the shovel and looked around. Nothing. Yi Xian walked forward, holding a steel knife and staring at a small forest in front of him. Who is it? Come out. Mo Pengfei immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy, and he became alert again while holding the shovel. It's not a zombie. Zombies will only pounce on people when they see them. And now only people will hide from humans. A furry little head popped out of the woods and looked over here. Then a mother and daughter walked out of the woods. The woman looked to be in her 30s, with a pale face and skinny body. The girl looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, staring at Yi Xian with a pair of big eyes. And her grandmother's childish voice sounded, Auntie, we are passing by here and want to go to the base in the east. Auntie, we really have nothing to eat. Please, let us pass. Yi Xian was stunned. It seems that the mother and daughter were robbed by many people along the way, so they were so nervous when they saw strangers. Mo Pengfei put down the shovel in his hand and tightened the bag on his body. The bag contained the food they found in the canteen of the arsenal, and Mo Pengfei carried it on his shoulders. The little girl looked at Mo Pengfei and ran to him. Uncle, is the road ahead easy? Our food along the way was taken away by others. We are so hungry. Mo Pengfei instinctively had no guard against children. Half squatted down and touched her little head. Uncle has no food either. But there is no one about 5 or 6 miles ahead from here. You can rest assured. Before he finished speaking, a dagger stabbed into Mo Pengfei's chest. The handle of the dagger was still in the little girl's hand. How could her eyes look like a 5 or 6-year-old child? It was so cold that even Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. At this time, the woman also ran towards Yi Xian, and the dagger in her hand flashed. If Yi Xian hadn't dodged quickly, it would have stabbed Yi Xian. Mo Pengfei fell to the ground, watching Yi Xian slash at the woman with a knife, and then picked up the little girl. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He didn't think before he died. How could he be killed by a little girl? And he had just fallen to the ground and was not dead yet. She went around behind him and started to tear the bag on his back. Her purpose was not to ask for directions at all, but she had taken a fancy to his bag from the beginning. She just wanted to get the food on him. The fierce light in the little girl's eyes was also frightening. This was not a child, but a devil, facing a child who was about the same age as Xian. Yi Xian was a little soft-hearted, but watching her tearing the bag and looking at her eyes staring at herself. Yi Xian closed her eyes, swung the steel knife, and the girl lay dead in front of her. She walked to Mo Pingfei and whispered, "How do you feel?" Mo Pingfei shook his head. "No. Take the bag. Go quickly. This road is not peaceful. Don't be kind. I am sorry for you. If there is a next life, I, Mo Pingfei, will definitely forgive you." The voice gradually became low. Su Jing was also on the way to this town at this time, because of the zombies she encountered along the way. Her bullets were about to be exhausted. Li Chuang took her into the arsenal. After entering the door, the ground was in a mess, with zombie corpses and dark red bloodstains. Su Jing couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose in vomit. But Li Chuang stood straight, holding a gun in his hand and looking around vigilantly. Li Xingxue, Zhao Yin. No one paid attention to him. He put the pistol on his chest, pretending to be ready to shoot at any time, and shouted again, "A Wang! Fang Wei!" Still no one paid attention to him. Su Jing grabbed his clothes tightly. "Brotherly, do you know anyone here? What happened here?" How could Li Chuang have the energy to answer her question? He felt a little uneasy. Something must have happened here. He turned around and told Su Jing, "Miss, this is Qinya's base, where they train soldiers and make weapons. It looks like something has happened. Follow me, and don't go too far. Let's go to the front and take a look." Su Jing nodded, carefully avoiding the zombies on the ground, and followed Li Chuang closely. Li Chuang pushed open the door of the dormitory building. It was very clean inside, except for the bloodstains. There were no zombie bodies. He walked upstairs with a gun in hand, still shouting loudly, "Li Xingxue, Zhao Yin." The echo echoed in the corridor, but no one responded. A ho-ho sound came from upstairs, and a zombie with red eyes was banging on the door of the dormitory frantically, trying to rush out to attack Li Chuang and Su Jing. Li Chuang walked upstairs step by step, carefully opened the door, and fired 2 shots at the zombie. This zombie was a Wang. At this time, half of his neck had been bitten off, and the remaining half of his neck was struggling to support his big head, giving people the feeling that his head could fall off at any time. Li Chuang walked into the dormitory, and there was no one inside. He pushed open the doors of several dormitories, and except for killing a few zombies, he didn't see any living people. Did they all become zombies? Or did they run away? Li Chuang felt that he should report this to Gu Qingyu, but he couldn't do anything with Su Jing following behind him. Li Chuang walked towards the warehouse. No matter what, he had to prepare enough bullets first. He didn't know how many bullets he would waste along the way. He was dumbfounded when he arrived at the warehouse. The warehouse was not locked. This is a big taboo. If Master Qi knew about it, he would lose his head. Li Chuang suppressed his shock and pushed open the door of the warehouse. He almost fainted after taking a look at the warehouse. The warehouse was empty. Not a hair was left. It was exactly the same as the armory in the Gu family compound. Could it be that Yi Xian had been here? Who else could have such a skill besides her? Li Chuang turned around and ran out, looking at the zombies all over the ground. He couldn't help but shudder again. Maybe it was a mistake for him to volunteer to come this time. If Yi Xian really has the ability to kill so many zombies, he and Su Jing may be in danger. Li Chuang suppressed his shock and uneasiness and said to Su Jing, "Miss, there are robbers here, and we can't get any bullets." He picked up the steel knife on the ground and handed it to Su Jing. "Miss, take it. We will need it to kill zombies on the way back." Su Jing reached out to take the steel knife and frowned. "It's so heavy." Li Chuang regretted it again. Su Jing looked so weak that she couldn't even lift the steel knife. How could she go on in the future? They walked out of the arsenal, and Li Chuang quietly made a gesture behind him. He kept an eye on his back, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a few men in black entering the arsenal. I hope Mr. Qin can secretly give him some supplies. Otherwise, this mission will be difficult to complete. Su Jing dragged the steel knife forward, and the snow fell less and less, but the ground was still very slippery. As she walked, the steel knife Su Jing dragged became her crutch, and she staggered forward while leaning on the ground. They didn't know that there was a pair of eyes behind them, staring at them closely. Chapter 100. After Mo Pingfei died, Yi Xian took out the little white mouse from the space again and let the little white mouse lead the way. After the little white mouse circled around her twice, it quickened its pace and ran towards the town. Not long after entering the town, it turned and ran to a large iron gate on the side of the road and got in through the crack of the gate. This is a large agricultural machinery supermarket. The entire supermarket is about 5 or 6 acres in size, and 2 large factories occupy 1/3 of it. Yi Xian followed the little white mouse into a factory building opposite the gate. It was full of agricultural tricycles, harvesters, seeders, tractors, etc., which made Yi Xian smile from ear to ear. Great! Yi Xian's space is getting bigger and bigger. If the crops planted on the black soil are harvested manually, I wonder how much manpower is needed. What if the space gets angry, and it rains when harvesting? With these things, whether it is sowing, turning the soil or harvesting, it will be much more convenient. All these machines are taken away. The cabin has limited space, so I have to put it in the garden and let it be exposed to the wind and sun. Yi Xian feels distressed when she sees it. This is a good thing. Even if I want it in the future, there is no place to get it. After collecting, I found out the little white mouse is gone. Yi Xian frowned. It was just here. Where could it go in these few minutes? Yi Xian raised her foot and wanted to walk out of the factory, but suddenly saw Xian appear at the factory door. His originally pink face had turned pale. His eyes turned red, and he threw himself into Yi Xian's arms. Mom! You're back! The little white mouse surrounded Xian. Squeak! Squeak! Yi Xian looked around and saw no trace of Ye's father and mother. Her heart sank immediately. Xian, where are Grandpa and Grandma? Xin. When Ye's mother saw Yi Xian, she ran over and hugged Yi Xian, looking around, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why did you take so long to come here?" From Ye's mother, Yi Xian learned that they had been waiting here for 2 days. Ye's father said that his daughter needed agricultural machinery and would definitely come in to collect it when passing by. So they had been waiting in the warehouse next to them. With the protection of the little wolf and the big tiger, they didn't have to worry about the zombies. But the food was getting less and less. If Yi Xian didn't come again, they would have to set off again. It was getting late, so the family of 4 had to stay in this small warehouse for 1 night. Yi Xian took out steaming braised pork, fried chicken, and 2 plates of green vegetables from the space, plus a pot of steaming dumpling soup. And the family of 4 finally had a hot meal. The little wolf and the big tiger were happily chewing the meat bones, looking at Yi Xian from time to time, making coquettish sounds. Xian touched his belly with satisfaction and smiled. Mom, the little wolf said it's better to follow you. There's meat to eat. Where you go from now on, it will go. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Can you understand what Xiaoling said? Xian nodded. I don't know why. Since the last time I was chased, I can understand it. I can not only understand Xiaolong's words, but also Dahu's words. Isn't that right, Dahu? Dahu said to him. Woof woof. This time Yi Xian also understood. Dahu said, yes. She turned to look at Xiaoling. Xiaoling, say something for me to hear. Xiaoling let go of the meat bone and said to Yi Xian, woof woof woof. Yi Xian, still don't understand. She turned to look at Ye's mother. Mom, can you understand what Little Wolf and Big Tiger said? Ye's mother shook her head. I can only understand Little White Mouse. Little White Mouse found us the day before yesterday and said you asked it to come. We knew you were catching up, so we have been waiting for you here. Yi Xian glanced at Xian. Maybe he really awakened his superpowers? Beast power. The rarest and most awesome superpower. She only knew that in her previous life. Superpowers were protected by the base as pandas. Their food and accommodation were different from those of ordinary people. It seemed that in order to improve their superpower levels, there were also special people to provide them with energy. What kind of energy is it, and where does it come from? As an ordinary person, Yi Xian is not qualified to know. In any case, Xian has awakened his superpowers, which is a good thing. To celebrate, Yi Xian took out another cake from the space, and Xian jumped for joy. Great! How long has it been since he last ate cake? He even forgot it himself. Sweets can easily make people feel satisfied. After eating the cake, Xian fell asleep sweetly leaning on Yi Xian. Yi Xian hugged Xian little body, and secretly made up her mind that this time the family reunited, and they would never be separated again. She took out a small bed from the space, put Xian on it, and covered him with a blanket. Mother Yi sighed. The child is so young. It's not easy. He hasn't slept well these days. He's cold and hungry. And there are zombies everywhere outside. Ah! Yi Xian took out a big bed for Ye's father and mother to sleep on. And she also laid down next to Xian, with Xiaolang and Dahu guarding the night. There is no need to worry about zombies coming to the door in the middle of the night. They all slept very well that night, and got up at dawn. Yi Xian took them into the space to wash. And Ye's father and mother saw Yi Xian's space and were stunned. Xin, has it been upgraded again? Yi Xian shook her head. No. I just had some adventures on the way. I tell you about it later. The four people did not leave the space, but directly set up tables and chairs in the space to eat breakfast. Yi Xian talked about what happened on the way while eating, and heard Ye's mother exclaimed, "No wonder there are so many people here." Ye's father frowned as he looked at the men who were turning the soil, and didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that the progress bar of the space to keep guests had begun to shorten, Yi Xian sighed and moved them out of the space. Why can't they stay here for a long time? Yi Xian left Xiaolang and Dahu in the space to train the wolfhounds, and exchanged 3 reinforced steel knives from the space. Father Yi and Mother Yi each took one, and the 4 of them walked towards the distance. Father Yi was in front. Mother Yi led Xian in the middle, and Yi Xian was behind. Father Yi killed a zombie with 1 knife, and couldn't help but gasp, Xin, this knife is really good. It's not difficult to cut zombies. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Be careful. The 3rd level zombies have already come out. Who knows what we will encounter on the road? Mother Yi comforted the 2 people and said, we are in the countryside now. There are fewer people in the countryside, so it should be much better than the city. Before he finished speaking, Father Yi shouted, be careful. Yi Xian looked up and saw 2 zombies in front of them with sharp claws stretched out, running towards them. Behind these 2 zombies, there was a very thin old woman. No! It was a very thin zombie. This zombie was different from the others. There were almost no scars on her body, and even her hair was tied up neatly. She looked refreshed, but her gray eyes were lifeless, but full of desire for food. This skinny zombie ran very fast. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the other 2 zombies, opened its mouth to reveal 4 sharp fangs, and pounced on Ye's father. Chapter 101. Behind Ye's father were Xian and Ye's mother. He had no way to retreat, so he had to bite the bullet and swing the big knife. The remaining 2 zombies ran towards Ye's mother and Xian. Yi Xian swung the knife to kill a zombie and shouted to Ye's mother, let Xian come. Xian's face was tense. He raised the steel knife handed by Yi Xian above his head, shouted, and chopped at the zombie's head. This was an ordinary zombie, and he was only a teenager when he was alive. Xian could easily reach his head. With the extremely sharp steel knife, Xian chopped the zombie's head in half. Seeing the zombie fall to the ground, Xian was stunned for a second, turned around and said to Yi Xian in surprise, Mom, I can kill zombies too. Mom, hurry up. I want a steel knife like this too. Yi Xian touched his little head and said distressedly, Xian is an awakened beast, so he doesn't need to fight in person. But this skill, you have to learn it even if you don't need it. Yi Xian exchanged another steel knife and handed it to Xian. Take it. Our Xian can also fight in the future. After killing the zombie, Ye's father picked up the shiny crystal core on the ground. Xin, do you think the secret to improving Xian ability is in this? Yi Xian was stunned. Why do you say that? Ye's father shook his head. I can't explain it. It's just a feeling. If you think this thing is useless, why can't it become the universal currency in the future? Yi Xian had never thought about this question. She instinctively believed that killing zombies would give you crystal cores. So crystal cores are a reflection of a person ability. So they will be the universal currency in the future. Could it be true, as Ye's father said, that there is still some secret here? The awakened people in the previous life base seemed to have some secret weapon that could scare zombies. Yi Xian's level was too low, so she didn't know what was going on. The 4 of them continued to move forward, and it took another 2 days to reach the mountain. Sure enough, there was a villa standing alone on the hillside. It was a 3-story building with iron fences around it, exactly the same as in her dream. There was a large board house 50 meters away from the villa. It seemed that it was where the construction workers lived, and even the air conditioner was left on it. At this time, the heavy snow had already covered the steps of the villa, blocking the large iron gate leading into the villa. Yi Xian took out a shovel from the space, and worked with Ye's father and mother to clear the area at the door. After entering the villa, Yi Xian asked Ye's father and mother to go in and clean up first. But he jumped onto the roof and began to observe the surrounding environment. Behind the villa is a dense forest. It is unknown how big the forest is. According to local people, they only dare to move around on the periphery, and few people dare to go deep into the dense forest. It is said that there are wolves in the dense forest, and people in the village can often hear wolf howling. In front of the villa is a small path leading into the mountain, which is only wide enough for one car to enter and exit. It seems that it was just built not long ago. It should be built by the owner of the villa to facilitate the entry of construction vehicles when the villa was built. From here, the whole village can be seen at a glance, and even the few zombies wandering on the street can be seen clearly. And the place where she is standing now is exactly where Xian stood in her dream, looking back at the villa. Although there is a courtyard wall surrounded by iron fences, this kind of fence made of iron sheets is of no use at all, let alone zombies. Even if a beast came out of the forest, it could easily jump over the fence and into their house. This must be improved. There seemed to be a wire mesh in her space, which she bought for 0 yuan. Xian sank her consciousness into the space and took out the wire mesh in the space. The diameter of the wire was 3.0, which should be a better wire mesh on the market. Xian tried the hardness of the wire with her hand, which was not very ideal. She sank her consciousness into the system mall to see if there were any better options there. After browsing for a long time, Xian's eyes lit up. There are not only solid defense materials such as wire mesh and iron plates here, but also customized wire mesh with thorns all over. The diameter of the wire is as high as 6.0. How can this be called wire? It's just a steel bar, and you can customize spikes on the wire mesh, which are also made of wire. The price is different for different wire diameters. The highest configuration can even hang blades on it. As for the iron plate, the price is different for different thicknesses, and it can also be customized with a hollow one. And the middle part is treated with special materials, so that highly corrosive liquids can be added inside. Once someone invades forcefully, highly corrosive liquid will spray out and corrode all objects including steel. These two materials have their own advantages and disadvantages. Xian thought for a long time and finally chose to hang spikes on the wire mesh. Hang up the blades too. Zombies have no sense of pain. Spikes and blades don't have much effect on them. But beasts are afraid. And humans are afraid too. In this Doomsday, the most terrifying thing is not zombies, but humans. Xian did not hesitate at all and chose the highest in wire mesh, which cost as much as 8,000 points per square meter. Xian jumped off the roof, took out the measuring tools, and began to measure the length of the villa. It takes 3,500 meters to encircle the entire villa, calculated at a height of 5 meters. It is 17,500 square meters, which requires 140 million points. Xian felt very distressed. It was too expensive, although she had a lot of points. She couldn't afford such a toss. But this villa will be her home in the future, her safest base, no matter how much money it costs. It must be made into an iron bucket. Grit her teeth and buy it. Father Yi was lighting the fireplace, and Mother Yi was cleaning with Xian. Xian released Li Tao from the space and asked them to help clear the snow around the villa. The weather was too cold, and the snow was as hard as iron. More than 20 men worked for 3 days to clear the snow in the yard. The ground was paved with sand and cement. Fortunately, there was still mud outside the iron railings. Xian and Father Yi spent another 2 days to enclose the villa with wire mesh. Father Yi looked at the cold white light emitted by the wire mesh, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Should this gate be replaced? The original owner's door was made of solid wood. Although it looked luxurious, it could not withstand violent attacks. After measuring the size of the door, Xian pulled out the door in Gu Qingyu's club. Use it. It took Xian a lot of effort to open this door. If a steel wire mesh that can be automatically raised and lowered is added to it, this villa will be like an iron barrel. The front of the villa is a cement floor, and the back is 200 square meters of dirt land. Xian plans to grow vegetables here, so that even if he takes items from the space in the future, he can have a legitimate reason. Ye's father installed air conditioners and solar panels without stopping, and asked Xian to exchange bulletproof glass from the space to replace all the windows of the villa from inside to outside. These things are very expensive, and the points are rapidly decreasing, and only 50 million are left. That night, Xian slept in the warm quilt. listening to the howling of the cold wind outside, and the occasional wolf howls. And she slept very soundly. The little wolf stayed in the villa. Daha took Eru, Sanhu, Sihu, Wuhu and Liuhu to live in the auxiliary room outside the villa, always alert to the movements around them. There are still more than a dozen wolfhounds in the space that have not been trained yet, and the little wolf has to go into the space to train the dogs from time to time. I just had a good sleep and hadn't finished my breakfast when someone came to the mountain. A middle-aged man wrapped in a tattered military coat, followed by a woman wrapped like a dumpling and covered in mud, stood at the door and shouted, "Who's in there? Come out!" Yi Xian frowned and looked up at her mother. This is her mother's hometown, and her mother should be more familiar with the people here. Before Ye's mother stood up, a woman's high and sharp voice came from outside. "Listen, everyone inside. This is my villa. Why do you want to live here? If you don't open the door, I smash it." The woman stretched out her hand, but facing the wire mesh in front of the gate full of spikes and blades. She couldn't find a place to start, so she had to scream again. Ye's mother sighed. Things are getting complicated. Chapter 102. This person is a well-known village bully in the village. The owner of the villa had to build a villa here because she'd bullied him. If you can't afford to offend, you can afford to avoid it. Zhang Yin was about to shout, but she saw Ye's mother open the door and walk out, suddenly seeing an acquaintance. Zhang Yin seemed a little confused. You are Mimi? Why are you here?" Ye's mother said coldly. "Who do you think should be here? Why did Uncle Li build a house here? You don't know, right?" Zhang Yin forced a smile on her face. "Mimi, I heard that your daughter married a good family. Shouldn't you be enjoying life in the city? Why did you come to this godforsaken place?" Yi Xian walked out of the house, and Zhang is too nosy, isn't she? "We bought this house from Uncle Li for 1.2 million. Who gave you the courage to act wild here?" "Hey!" Zhang Yin laughed out of anger and raised her tattered sleeve to wipe the snot that was almost flowing down her mouth. Pointing at Yi Xian, she said to Ye's mother, "Mimi, is this the daughter you raised? You are disrespectful. At least you should call me auntie. Right? Why are you so rude?" She looked at the luxurious door, and then at the steel wire mesh around the villa, which made it look like an iron barrel, and immediately smiled. Xin, have you forgotten? I held you in my arms when you were a child." Yi Xian didn't want to get close to her, so she frowned. "Aunt Zhang, if you have nothing else to do, please go back. We just moved in, and the house is not cleaned yet. Sorry, we don't have time to accompany you." After saying that, Yi Xian pulled Ye's mother and turned away. Zhang Yan's manly Jian stood straight and suddenly said, "You said you bought it with your own money. So you bought it with your own money? Where's the evidence? I want to see the evidence." Yi Xian turned her head suddenly. "What evidence do you want to see? Find Uncle Li to confront you? Are you qualified?" Li Jian's eyes flashed. "If you can't produce evidence, it means you have occupied a private house. We can kick you out." Yi Xian couldn't control her temper anymore. She reached out from her pocket and took out a pistol, pointed it at Li Jian and said, "Say it again." Where had Li Jian ever seen such a scene? His straight body suddenly bent down. His neck shrank, and he hid behind his wife, only sticking out his head. And he shouted unyieldingly, "It's illegal to privately possess a gun. I'm going to sue you. I put you in jail." Bang! Yi Xian fired. Of course, her lousy shooting skills couldn't hit Li Jian, but it scared the couple. This gun is real. She actually dared to shoot. Zhang Yin was really scared. She pushed away her husband, who was holding her tightly, and ran down the mountain. Seeing his wife running away, Li Jian didn't have the heart to argue with Yi Xian. He also chased after her. Yi Xian fired 2 more shots at their backs. Zhang Yin stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling down the mountain. Li Jian exclaimed, "Wife!" Howling without any action. He watched Zhang Yin roll from the mountain road to the roadside, and then fall from the roadside. Zhang Yan's shrill cry startled all the birds in the forest. Yi Xian shook her head. They came to her house on the first day she had just cleaned up. "I'm afraid the days ahead will not be peaceful. It's better to suppress them and let the villagers see that she, Yi Xian, is not easy to mess with. Should we get a few people from Li Jian and others and build a board house for them at the intersection? In this way, if the villagers want to get close to the villa, they will have to go through many difficulties." After thinking for a while, Yi Xian rejected this idea. The more people there are here, the more attention they will attract to the villagers. And the secrets of her own space will be more easily exposed. Anyway, they can only shout a few times outside. So let them do whatever they want. Around the yard, at the intersections and other places, EXIN installed a large number of cameras, connected to the computer in the living room on the first floor. As long as there is any abnormal movement, the computer will sound an alarm. Then, she built a tall observation tower in the southwest corner of the yard, which is dozens of meters high, so that it is convenient to observe the surrounding enemy situation. Not enough building materials? There are some in the system mall. It just needs points. After the observation tower was built, Ye's father suggested that she install a rocket launcher here, which can be used for remote attacks at any time. This is easy. She had seen this thing in Gu Qingyu's arsenal and got two. One was installed on the observation tower, and the other in the attic on the top floor. There are also 2 wells here. It is very convenient to use groundwater, whether it is for infrastructure construction or vegetable planting. The weather was ridiculously cold. Even though EXIN was wearing a thermostatic suit, she still felt frozen all over after staying outside for a long time. She hurried back to the living room and warmed herself by the fireplace for a long time. Before she could catch her breath, the computer sounded an alarm, and a Hu and Air who roared outside the door at the same time. EXIN quickly rushed to the computer. It was the surveillance camera at the intersection that found a suspicious figure. EXIN recognized it at a glance. Su Jing? Why did she come here? There was a man in black following behind her. Did she bring Gu Qingyu's people here on purpose? EXIN's heart sank. But she didn't run away. At this time, Su Jing was so hungry that her face was yellow and her muscles were limp. But she was in good spirits. The skills she had learned from killing zombies along the way had already made her fearless of difficulties. She was a little stunned looking at this villa that looked like an iron barrel. In such a short time, EXIN could make it like this. It was really hard for her. Su Jing shouted loudly, EXIN. EXIN. Are you in there? I am Su Jing. EXIN paused for a moment. And Su Jing shouted again, EXIN. I am here to save you. If you are in there, come out quickly. The intersection alarm screamed again. EXIN glanced at the surveillance inside. Su Jing is not suitable to live in this end times. She opened the door and walked into the yard, stopping 3 meters away from Su Jing. Jing. You can come in. But this person can't. Su Jing looked back at Li Chuang, then turned back and said to EXIN anxiously, Xin. Listen to my explanation. He is my brother's bodyguard. But he came with me to save you. EXIN shook her head. Su Jing was anxious. Xin. Listen to me. My brother sent a large number of people to find you, and brought wolfhounds with him. It's only a matter of time before he finds you. Then why did you come here? Su Jing looked at EXIN's cold face, and her heart sank. EXIN no longer trusted her. What should I do? She explained hurriedly. My uncle has contacted my parents in Fengcheng. My parents will come to a city in the next few days. When they bring my brother back to Fengcheng, you will be safe. But I'm afraid that my brother will find you before my parents arrive. His name is Li Chuang. He has a house in the countryside of a city. We will take you there to hide first. EXIN turned to look at Li Chuang. This man was about 183 centimeters tall. Even though he was wrapped in a thick down jacket, his muscular body could still be seen. If he said that he brought Su Jing here for no purpose, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. At this time, this Li Chuang was staring at her door in a daze, with an unknown light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 103. EXIN looked around and said slowly, Su Jing, look at my small courtyard. Is his old house safer than here? Su Jing was silent immediately. Yes. EXIN built this place into a safe fortress in just a few days. She didn't know what Li Chuang's hometown was like yet. Is it really safer than here? Seeing that Su Jing didn't say anything, EXIN smiled and opened the door. Come in. Both of you. Su Jing was really cold. Seeing EXIN open the door, she hurried in. She looked around the courtyard and rubbed her hands. Great. Seeing that you are so safe here, I feel relieved. Even if my brother comes, you can at least hold on for a few days. It will be easy when my parents come. EXIN let Su Jing enter the house, but stretched out her hand to stop Li Chuang outside. Li Chuang. Right? She looked Li Chuang up and down. Gu Qingyu's lackeys are not welcome here. But there is a place that welcomes. As she said that, she stretched out her hand to grab Li Chuang. And before Li Chuang could react, she threw him into the space. Enjoy the fun of farm work here. Li Xingxua's group has already surrendered, and was thrown into the territory of the people by Yi Xian. Now the only one who can do farm work is Li Chuang. After dealing with Li Chuang, Yi Xian smiled and clapped her hands and walked into the living room. Jingjing. I show you something. You must be surprised. Su Jing didn't doubt him and stretched her head over. What is it? Yi Xian pointed to the surveillance on the computer. See it? This is the surveillance I installed at the intersection. Once an unknown person appears at the intersection, it will sound an alarm. Then he pointed at the picture and said, You know these two people, right? Su Jing froze in place. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Originally there were 5 of them, but now there are only 2 left. Guess where the other 3 went? Su Jing turned her head with a dull look. Xin. I didn't mean it. I really didn't know they were following us. Xin. Believe me. Yi Xian sighed. It's too late to say anything now. I'm afraid your brother will bring a large number of people to flatten this place in 2 days. Jingjing. What do you think I should do? Yi Xian glanced at Yi's father, who immediately understood, turned around and walked out of the room and climbed onto the roof. Su Jing. Don't blame me. I only have this one solution at the moment. Keep you here and make your brother afraid to act rashly. Su Jing nodded fiercely. I am willing to stay. Yi Xian. Tell me. Did you move away my brother's antiques and arsenal? Why did you do this? How did you do it? Yi Xian looked at Su Jing deeply. I can only tell you that I did it. As for how it was done, it's better for you not to know. She bent down and stared into Su Jing's eyes. This is for your own good. Looking at Yi Xian's bright and determined eyes, Su Jing seemed to not know this person for a moment. Xian. Yi Xian walked into the kitchen, brought out a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, and placed it in front of Su Jing. Eat it quickly. Don't ask anything. Don't think about anything. Eat when you should eat. Drink when you should drink. We are friends. I won't hurt you. But please don't cause me trouble. Su Jing, who had been hungry for 2 days, saw this bowl of tomato and egg noodles, as if she saw a delicious delicacy, and picked up the bowl and ate it up. Yi Xian looked at Su Jing's appearance and shook her head. How could a family of drug dealers raise such a young lady who was not interested in worldly things? Gu Qingyu was also cruel, and he was not afraid that his sister would be bitten to death by zombies on the road. After Su Jing ate the noodles, Yi Xian arranged for her to rest in the guest bedroom. Su Jing turned around. Xin. That Li Chuang. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I take care of it. You want to kill him? Yi Xian paused for a moment. Don't worry. He's still alive. He's gone. At this time, 2 gunshots were heard from the roof. The sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer, and it sounded not much louder than the sound of a sewing machine in the room. Yi Xian smiled. It seemed that her father had dealt with the 2 people. Only 3 people ran away. If they were allowed to report to Gu Qingyu, this place would inevitably become a battlefield again, which was something Yi Xian didn't want to see. After settling Su Jing, she went out again fully armed. Xian had already taken the little white mouse, and the little wolf, and the big tiger had already chased out. She must catch up with Xian in time. Although Xian was with 2 dogs, the probability of an accident was very low. But she was still worried. The 2 men in black at the intersection lay motionless on the ground. Yi Xian stripped their clothes, collected their weapons, and threw them under the cliff, walked quickly down the mountain. The villagers who had experienced the heavy rain here had already entered the air raid shelter to avoid it during the extreme cold. There were not many villagers on the street, so there were not many zombies. Only a few people who refused to obey the management secretly ran out of the air raid shelter, intending to find some food. Unexpectedly, they encountered a zombie virus outbreak, and then became zombies wandering on the street. Yi Xian saw several zombies chasing a middle-aged man not far away. The man saw Yi Xian and ran towards Yi Xian, shouting, Help! Help! Save me! Yi Xian could see from a distance that this person was none other than the man who ran to his door with Zhang Yan, named Li Jian. He is a relative of the owner of this villa. Yi Xian naturally ignored him. After just a glance, she took air and turned to run towards the road leading to the city. It was not easy for her to find someone, But it was much easier for a trained wolfhound to find someone. Yi Xian just had to follow behind it. Seeing that Yi Xian was unwilling to help, Li Jian relied on his familiarity with the terrain and blocked Yi Xian's way by bypassing 2 rows of houses. Miss Yi Xian, save me. Yi Xian frowned and watched the zombies pounce on Li Jian. But she still stood there without moving. Ah, save me, please. After watching him being eaten by the zombies, Yi Xian pulled out her steel knife and chopped at the zombies one by one. She unexpectedly found a crystal core. At this time, Li Jian also stood up unsteadily and stretched out his claws towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't even look at him, and the 2 tigers pounced on him and bit off Li Jian's neck. The man and the dog ran towards the city again. After walking 5 or 6 miles, there was still no sign of Xian and the little wolf. And Yi Xian couldn't help but feel anxious. Eru, are you leading the right way? They shouldn't be able to go that far. Eru barked at her twice. But Yi Xian couldn't understand what it wanted to say. Seeing Eru speeding up and running forward, Yi Xian had to follow closely. After running for about 2 miles, Eru suddenly barked twice in front of him. His voice was not loud, and he seemed a little timid. He stopped and no longer moved forward, scratching the snow on the ground with his claws. And his sharp claws dug out a lot of snow. Yi Xian was stunned. There was a row of houses in front of her, and she didn't see anything as far as she could see. Could there be something terrible hidden here? Chapter 104. Yi Xian walked over quietly and gently pushed open the door in front of her. Inside was a large yard, as big as a basketball court. There were a lot of wood piled up, and a few unfinished tables, chairs and benches scattered everywhere. It looked like a furniture factory. Yi Xian looked to the left and was stunned by the scene in front of her. It was Xian. In front of Xian lay the bodies of 2 people. Judging from their clothes, they were 2 of the 3 men in black who had escaped, and they had both turned into zombies. There was a young male zombie next to the 2 men in black. This man was 185 centimeters tall, with legs as thick as pillars and arms thicker than Yi Xian's calves. But half of his arms had been gnawed away, revealing the white bones. He stretched out his sharp claws and pounced on Xian. But there were dense rats surrounding the zombie. These rats were controlled by Xian and swarmed onto the zombie's body. At this time, his face, arms, legs, and chest were all covered with dense rats. Yi Xian's scalp tingled. Xian's face was pale, and he stared at the zombie tightly, shouting to Dahu, "Dahu, go!" Dahu was afraid to move forward, as if there was something about this person that scared him. Even the little wolf was the same, half lying on the ground, making a woohoo sound from his mouth, as if he wanted to pounce on him, but didn't dare to move forward. Xian. Yi Xian carefully walked around the mouse on the ground and shouted to Xian. Xian turned around and saw Yi Xian, and immediately pouted her lips. Tears of grievance rolled in her eyes. Yi Xian walked forward with a steel knife. Under the siege of the rats, the zombies were flying around like headless flies. Yi Xian raised her knife and cut the zombie's head in half, and several rats died. Yi Xian frowned. This thing's head is quite hard. It seems that it should have evolved a crystal core. Xian saw that her mother had solved the zombies, and then she drove away the rats. After the rats were gone, Yi Xian picked up a crystal core the size of a quail egg on the ground. Level 3 zombies. Xian encountered a level 3 zombie the first time he went out alone. Xian pouted, "Mom, these 2 people were bitten by zombies, so we caught up and killed them. Another person ran away, and we didn't catch up. You take Dahu and Eru back. I take Xiaoling to chase them." Unexpectedly, Xian grabbed Yi Xian's clothes. "Mom, Uncle Meng went to chase them." Yi Xian was stunned. "Meng Jinghan?" Xian nodded. "Yeah. We met Uncle Meng here, and he was fighting with them. These 2 people were only thinking about guarding against Uncle Meng, and this zombie suddenly rushed out and bit them. Then Uncle Meng ran after that man. Little Wolf said that this zombie smelled like their natural enemy, so they didn't dare to get close. I had no choice but to call all the rats here. Mom, this is a level 3 zombie, right? Its speed is so fast. Its head is so hard. I chopped it twice, but it didn't move." Yi Xian felt a little scared. If it wasn't for Little Wolf and Big Tiger's desperate protection, if it wasn't for him being able to call the animals, Xian would probably have died today. She reached out and touched Xian hair. comforting him. It's okay. You are still young and not strong enough. Go back and let your grandfather teach you how to use a gun. Yi Xian glanced at the road leading to the city. Although Ming Jinghan had already chased after him, she was still worried. Yi Xian threw Xian and Dahu and Eru into the space, and asked them to train the newly acquired wolfhounds together, while she led the little wolf all the way to the city. The little wolf found a piece of soft snow, buried its nose in the snow for a long time, and then stood up and walked to Yi Xian, leading the way. The white snow dyed the sky, and the earth silvery white. Only a few zombies wandering on the road added a different color to this winter, making the whole environment look more weird. Yi Xian was in no mood to lament about these. In the howling cold wind, Yi Xian followed the little wolf and walked forward against the cold wind. A few more zombies rushed out from the side, and Yi Xian was stunned. So fast! They are all level 4 or 5 zombies, and it is estimated that crystal cores have formed in their heads. How many days have the zombies appeared? How did they evolve so fast? Several armored personnel carriers rolled past in front of Yi Xian, and behind the armored vehicles were 3 transport vehicles, moving as slowly as a snail. Yi Xian knew, the rescue team is here. The people's soldiers are here to save these people in dire straits. Looking at these armored vehicles, Yi Xian was envious. How great it would be if I had one of these too. At least, I wouldn't have to walk in this icy and snowy place. After chasing for 2 hours, Yi Xian saw a black shadow quickly running to the left. Yi Xian had sharp eyes, and saw the iconic outfit at a glance. The man in black. On Yi Xian's left was the arsenal that she had taken over. Yi Xian quickened her pace and chased forward. Only then did she see a man far behind the man in black. The man limped when he walked, and his speed was far behind the man in black. But he kept chasing behind him, and refused to stop. The man in black entered the arsenal, probably to use the terrain he was familiar with to get rid of Ming Jinghan. Yi Xian followed him into the arsenal. The man in black was slightly stunned when he saw Yi Xian, and raised his gun and shot. Yi Xian's shooting skills were not accurate, but she was good at dodging. She jumped to the right, and easily avoided the shot of the man in black. The man in black saw that he missed the shot, so he turned around and ran towards the processing workshop. The terrain there was complicated. Although the equipment had been cleared by Yi Xian, there were still many high and low furnaces, chimneys and other obstructions. In addition, the workshop had 3 doors and countless windows, so it was much easier to escape from here than outside. Yi Xian chased forward, and was suddenly knocked to the ground by a figure. Then, Yi Xian heard a gunshot, and the stove behind her was hit by a bullet, and a lot of dirt and debris burst out. Yi Xian turned around, and saw Ming Jinghan pressing on her. A handsome face like a knife enlarged in front of her, and Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Ming Jinghan's long hair hung down, gently stroking Yi Xian's face. His eyes were anxious, surprised, and hid elements that she couldn't see clearly, hidden behind the long hair. They looked so bright and deep, just like the stars in the night sky that I saw when I was a child. At this time, Ming Jinghan was also stunned. He saw the man in black raised his pistol and instinctively rushed towards Yi Xian, just wanting to keep her away from danger. But he didn't expect that his injured thigh was out of control, and he threw Yi Xian to the ground. He only felt a softness under him, and a white and delicate little face suddenly appeared in front of him, with the distance between lips less than 2 inches. The hot air she exhaled sprayed on his face, and the next second, Ming Jinghan felt that he couldn't breathe, and even his brain stopped thinking. He could only stare blankly at the woman in front of him. She was so beautiful. Such a beautiful and delicate woman should have been hidden at home and loved well. But in this end of the world, she had to take care of a family. Her eyes were so clear and bright, but the light flashing in them was not gentleness, but determination and indomitable. Ming Jinghan was stunned for a moment. The gunshot rang again, and Ming Jinghan suddenly exerted force, hugged Yi Xian tightly in his arms, and rolled to the side. Chapter 105. The bullet hit the ground beside Ming Jinghan, splashing mud and water debris. Cement debris splashed on Ming Jinghan's face, and a blood mark appeared on his handsome face. Yi Xian pushed Ming Jinghan away, jumped onto the earthen stove beside her, hid her body behind the thick chimney, and shot at the place where the man in black was hiding. Of course she couldn't hit him. She didn't think she could hit him. Her purpose was just to force the man in black out, so that he wouldn't shoot from behind in the dark. The man in black heard the gunshot, and quickly jumped out of his hiding place and ran towards the back door. Yi Xian had already replaced her pistol with an AK and carefully aimed at the man in black according to the method taught by her father. However, the man in black had obviously received professional training, and even his escape route was in a zigzag shape. With such a running route, even professional armed personnel would not be sure to kill him with one shot, let alone Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no choice but to fire 3 shots at his back. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots, Yi Xian saw the man in black staggering a few steps, and couldn't help but feel happy. Hey! Blind cats stumbled upon dead mice, and she really hit them. Seeing the man in black limping out, Meng Jinghan also chased after him with a wounded leg. Yi Xian jumped off the earthen stove and quickly chased after him with an AK rifle. He was injured and couldn't run away. Little Wolf, go! In the ice and snow, Little Wolf was much faster than her. The little wolf suddenly pounced forward and bit the man in black's thigh. The man in black screamed, turned around and tried to shoot at Xiaolang with his pistol. Xiaolang didn't give him this chance, and took the opportunity to open his mouth and bite his wrist. The pistol fell to the ground and was picked up by Yi Xian. Yi Xian played with the pistol and whispered, "Guess. Can I shoot you in the head at this distance?" The man in black was indeed well trained. Even though he was knocked to the ground by Xiaolang, he still took out a dagger from his boots and threw it at Yi Xian. Meng Jinghan swung his long sword and knocked the dagger to the ground, pointing the long sword directly at the neck of the man in black. "You can run quite fast. No wonder they chose you to deliver the letter." Yi Xian gave an order, and the man in black became the wolf's food. Yi Xian helped Meng Jinghan walk into the workshop, let him sit on the steps of the earthen stove, and reached out to lift his clothes. Meng Jinghan grabbed her hand. What do you want to do?" Yi Xian was stunned, looking at his face that turned liver-colored, and immediately understood. He was shy. Yi Xian glanced at him calmly. "Help you treat your wound. You are seriously injured. If you delay any longer, your leg will be useless." Meng Jinghan moved his lips. "I can do it myself." These words never came out. Let Yi Xian help him to open his trouser legs, gently peel off the clothes stuck to his skin, and then pour the medicine he didn't recognize on the wound. Yi Xian sighed. "It's a penetrating wound. The bullet is no longer in the body." Fortunately, the aorta was not injured. Meng Jinghan watched her bandage him carefully, her little face full of seriousness and solemnity. It seemed that even the wound didn't hurt that much. After bandaging, Yi Xian took out a pair of cotton pants from her backpack and threw it to Meng Jinghan. "Put on this. I wait for you outside." Meng Jinghan looked at the cotton pants in his hand, and then looked at the thin fleece warmer on his body, and suddenly felt warm in his heart. Looking at Yi Xian's back as she walked out, he smiled. She finally began to accept me. The 3 men in black were all eliminated, so there was no need to worry about Gu Qingyu finding this place for the time being. Yi Xian led Meng Jinghan to the villa. When she came here, she was too anxious and ran very fast. This time, they went back with Meng Jinghan, who was inconvenient to move, so their speed was naturally much slower. When it got dark, they looked for a place to stay and planned to set off again the next morning. The small village was quiet. It was unknown whether the villagers were taken away by the People's Liberation Army or hidden somewhere. Anyway, there was no one on the road, and even the zombies were pitifully few. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. She asked Xiaolang to guard the door. She and Meng Jinghan blocked the windows tightly, and then sat down at the coffee table with peace of mind. Meng Jinghan stared at Yi Xian's backpack. "Is there anything to eat?" As soon as he said this, his stomach was upset. Gurgle. He couldn't help laughing. "I haven't eaten for 3 days. If I don't meet you again, I'm afraid I can't hold on." Yi Xian took out instant noodles, ham, boiled eggs, 2 large pieces of bread and mineral water, and handed them to Meng Jinghan. "Eat quickly. You've worked hard." Meng Jinghan was not polite. Grabbed the bread, tore open the bag and started eating. A large piece of bread, plus a bottle of mineral water. Not even half full. Yi Xian pushed the instant noodles in front of him. "Eat quickly." Meng Jinghan smiled shyly, and took the instant noodles, and wanted to eat them. Before he could eat a mouthful of instant noodles, the little wolf guarding the door suddenly stood up. A woo sound came out of his mouth. "Someone!" Yi Xian suddenly became alert. Meng Jinghan didn't care about eating the instant noodles, and quickly hid it in the drawer on the coffee table. He stood up with EXIN holding the long sword in one hand, wanting to see who was outside. Gudong! A muffled sound. Right outside the door. From the sound, it should be someone fainted at the door. Ming Jinghan pulled EXIN behind him and carefully stuck his head out. Be careful of zombies, EXIN warned. As soon as she said this, she suddenly saw a familiar face, Bai Muron. Taking advantage of the hazy night, EXIN saw clearly that the man in front of her was none other than Bai Muron. This man had an unclear relationship with her in her previous life. She saved him from the zombies, and he taught EXIN the skills to survive. The two depended on each other for more than 2 years. Bai Muron tried his best to save her and Xian several times, until Bai Muron received the rescue mission. He left all the food to EXIN and set off. Before leaving, he asked EXIN to wait for him to come back. However, EXIN never waited for him again. After so many years, seeing this familiar face again, EXIN couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Ming Jinghan wanted to go forward, but was grabbed by EXIN. See if he will turn into a zombie. Although excited, she still had the most basic judgment. Looking at his scars, what if he was scratched by a zombie? She didn't want to let the wolf into the house. After a long time, Bai Muron still fainted on the ground and didn't move. EXIN directed Ming Jinghan to drag him into the room and began to check the scars on his body. This time, EXIN was shocked again. What kind of injury is this? Didn't he come to rescue? Why is there a gunshot wound? He has 2 gunshot wounds and more than a dozen knife wounds. It's hard to imagine how he insisted on walking here. Ming Jinghan looked at EXIN's expression and said in a deep voice, "Do you know him?" EXIN didn't know how to answer. Just nodded. "I guess I know him. Maybe he doesn't recognize me anymore. Hurry up and eat. I take care of it." Before EXIN could do anything, there was a commotion outside the door. Footsteps and shouts came from far away, and the little wolf stood up immediately, staring at the door vigilantly. Chapter 106. The chaotic footsteps were getting closer and closer. Through the window, EXIN saw no less than 20 people running in the distance. The leader was a tall middle-aged man holding a double-barreled shotgun. The people behind him were holding kitchen knives, sticks, and even shovels, and they were noisy and walking towards this side. "Hurry! He can't run away. I saw him running toward Xiao Li's house. Chase him." EXIN signaled Ming Jinghan to stare at the door, and she dragged Bai Muron to the back and hid. EXIN held Bai Muron's arms with both hands and dragged him to the kitchen at the back. When he was out of Ming Jinghan's sight, he threw him into the space. At this time, everyone had come to the door. A young man pointed at the blood on the ground and shouted, "Look here." He must have hidden inside. Dong dong dong. The door was kicked loudly. "Open the door. Open the door. Damn. Why is there the smell of instant noodles in there? Yes. It smells so good." At this time, who still wants instant noodles? Smash it open. Kill that man and steal their food. The frantic crowd began to smash the door. Unexpectedly, the door suddenly opened, and a fat and strong wolfhound jumped out. The wolfhound was extremely ferocious, and it pounced on the man in front and bit him. Everyone exclaimed and retreated. When they saw the wolfhound in front of them clearly, their eyes shone again. "What a fat dog. It's enough for us to have a good meal." EXIN walked out of the room with a steel knife in one hand and an AK rifle in the other. "Who wants to eat my dog?" Hearing this cold female voice, everyone looked forward and saw a young woman standing in front of them. She was wearing a coffee-colored down jacket, a pair of narrow black pants, long hair flowing without wind, and her fair cheeks seemed to be still in the prosperous life. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this Xiao Li's family? Xiao Li has long been a zombie. Who is this? When did Xiao Li's family have such a beautiful woman? This woman is beautiful, but her eyes are completely different from her beautiful appearance. The light in her eyes makes people dare not look directly at her, and even makes people feel cold all over. The leading man relied on his large number of people and pointed his double-barreled shotgun at EXIN. "Hand over that man, and we will let you live." Before he finished speaking, his right hand holding the gun had already fallen to the ground. "Ah!" With a scream, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. This man also had long hair, and his aura was no less than that of the woman. At this time, he was holding a long sword, and blood was sliding down the tip of the sword, and the ground was already red. The man's voice sounded coldly. Whoever dares to disrespect her must pass through my long sword first. The leading man squatted down and screamed. But he lost too much blood and fainted soon after. Everyone looked at each other, took 2 steps back again, and pointed the kitchen knife at Ming Jinghan. We don't want to cause trouble. We just want the man who just ran over. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. We don't care who you are looking for. This is our territory. And we won't allow you to run wild. Girl, that man stole our life-saving food. If you see that man, please hand him over. We will never make things difficult for you. Looking at the postures of Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan, it was clear that these 2 people were not easy to mess with. And the old man's tone was less sharp. We haven't seen any men. He is the only man here. Yi Xian pointed at Ming Jinghan. You said there is no one. Right? We clearly saw the bloodstains on the ground all the way to the front door. We have to go in and search. Bang! Yi Xian's AK rifle fired. At such a close distance. Even if Yi Xian's shooting skills are bad, he will definitely hit. The man fell to the ground. Everyone was in a panic again. In the panic, someone shouted, Why are you afraid of her? There are only 2 of them. And we are more than 20. Go! Kill them! The food is all ours. As soon as this sentence came out, the crowd suddenly lost control and rushed towards Yi Xian like a tide. Yi Xian shot and killed 2 people again. But the gunshots could not stop their determination to rush in. They stepped on the bodies of the dead, faced the angry muzzle of Yi Xian's gun, and rushed to the door. Yi Xian had no choice but to pull Ming Jinghan back and quietly led Xian out of the space. Xian hid in the dark, and no one noticed this small figure. But they suddenly found out, where did all these rats come from? It seemed that all the rats in the vicinity had gathered here, running around in the house densely. Not to mention the floor. Even the roof and walls were full of rats crawling around. The green bean-like small eyes stared at the sudden intruder, which was chilling. The first man who rushed into the room was immediately startled by the scene in front of him, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. But the people behind him didn't know what was going on in the room, and they were still pushing and shoving to get into the room to find the source of the instant noodle aroma. The first man was pushed to the ground and was instantly drowned by rats. The people behind him couldn't stop and fell into the room full of rats. Ah! A miserable voice sounded, and the people behind him realized that something had happened in front of them. Yi Xian sneered, Want to eat dog meat? Pay with your life. When the people behind saw the scene in front of them, they turned around and ran. However, countless hungry rats chased the fleeing crowd into the distance. The people who fell in the room had been eaten by rats, leaving only 2 skeletons, which made people panic. Ming Jinghan couldn't help but gasp. How did you do it? Yi Xian looked at him expressionlessly. Now is the end of the world. You will see more scenes you have never seen in the future. Don't be too surprised. Yi Xian dragged Bai Muron out of the kitchen again. Remove a door panel to make a simple sled, and put Bai Muron on the door panel. Yi Xian said to Ming Jinghan, You are injured. Rest here for 1 night. I have to send him back. He is too seriously injured. It may be too late if it is too late. Ming Jinghan looked at the 2 eerie white bones at the door, and thought of the rats in the house, and couldn't help shuddering. Let's find another place to stay for 1 night before leaving. Yi Xian pulled Bai Muron up and left, saying without looking back, I leave the little wolf to you. Your injury needs rest. For some reason, Yi Xian felt very uneasy, as if something very serious would happen if she didn't go back home, following Su Jing and the man in black all the way. Ming Jinghan hadn't slept well for several days, and he really needed a good rest. Looking at Yi Xian's figure going away, Ming Jinghan shouted, Be careful on the road. Yi Xian waved without looking back and strode away, enduring the feeling of nausea. Ming Jinghan ate the bowl of instant noodles, and took Xiaolang to find a private house again, letting Xiaolang guard the door, while he lay on the bed and lost consciousness. Not far away, Yi Xian found a deserted place, and put Bai Muron into the space again, and quickened her pace to run to the villa halfway up the mountain. The feeling of uneasiness in her heart became stronger and stronger. She must get back as soon as possible. Chapter 107. At this time, a soprano voice sounded outside the door of the villa on the hillside. Jianhua. Mimi! Open the door. Hearing this voice, Yi Jianhua was stunned. Sister-in-law? Why are you here? Standing outside the gate were none other than Yi Jianhua's elder brother Yi Jianhuo and his wife Lu Qin. When Lu Qin saw Yi Jianhua coming out, She smiled and forced out wrinkles on her face. I said I was not mistaken. Right? Brother. You really live here. Ye's mother saw Lu Qin frowning. And she was disgusted with this woman, who usually liked to pretend. Lu Qin smiled. I said I saw a family of 4 coming here at the entrance of the village. And they looked like you. I was right? Hee hee. Ye's mother said, brother. Sister-in-law. The world is not peaceful now. We bought this yard just to keep it safe. Don't say anything when you go out. I wonder what the big brother and sister-in-law are here for this time. Ye's mother has prepared herself mentally. Maybe they are here to borrow food. Unexpectedly. Lu Qin said, it's nothing. We were in the city before the natural disaster and prepared a lot of food. So we were not hungry. Now there are zombies in the city. And we just came to the countryside and met you. So we wanted to come and see you. Are you not here to borrow food? Are you really here to visit them? Ye's mother was a little confused. Brother. Open the door. Don't you welcome your elder brother and sister-in-law? Yi Jianhua smiled and had to open the door. He couldn't refuse his elder brother. Could he? At this moment, a group of men rushed in from the door. Each of them was armed. Judging from their clothes, they were not Gu Qingyu's bodyguards. But they were related to them. The clothes were too similar. Gu Qingyu's bodyguards were all in black suits and leather boots. And these men were all in navy blue suits, trousers, and leather boots. These people pointed weapons at Ye's father and mother. My master wants to see you. Please come with us. Damn it. Why didn't the camera call the police? Yi Jianhua stood up straight and remained calm. You are not Gu Qingyu's people. The group of people did not speak, but strode into the room. After searching for a long time, they did not seem to find what they wanted. Take Su Jing out of the room and take her out together. Mother Yi suddenly broke free from the bodyguard's hands and rushed towards Lu Qin. You bitch. How have we wronged you? Why did you help these people to harm us? Mother Yi was too fast. And Lu Qin was thrown to the ground and slapped hard on the face. The bodyguard quickly stepped forward to pull the two apart, holding Ye's mother's arm and walking out. Yi Jianhua helped Lu Qin up. Hesitating, where is the 3 pounds of rice we agreed on? A bodyguard threw out a cloth bag. Well done. Since it was agreed, you will definitely get some. Lu Qin hugged the bag tightly in his arms, showing a look of joy. 3 tigers, 4 tigers, 5 tigers, 6 tigers and 7 tigers surrounded them, barking and biting them. 2 bodyguards were bitten on the thighs, and 1 was bitten on the arm. Father Yi wanted to resist, but he was pointed at his back with a gun. So he had to yell at the wolfhounds, go back. The bodyguard fired 2 shots at the wolfhounds, and Liuhu was hit. The other wolfhounds quickly retreated after hearing Father Yi's yelling. The bodyguards carried Father Yi and Mother Yi's arms and walked out of the door. Su Jing was not carried away, but followed by 2 bodyguards, watching her walk forward step by step. Before leaving, Yi Jianhua stared at his elder brother and gritted his teeth and said, I now understand why Yi Xian asked us to be careful of you. You are so heartless that you can sell out your brothers for 3 pounds of rice. Yi Jianhua's face turned red. His lips moved a few times, but he still didn't say a word. He watched the men take them away. Yi Xian rushed all night and finally got home at dawn. When she saw the open door, she knew something had happened. It's too late. Look at the body of Liuhu in the yard. It was a gunshot wound. Yi Xian's heart sank. Could it be that Gu Qingyu had tricked him to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Then she looked at the mess in the room. All the food she had left for her parents was gone, and even the half-pack of noodles she had left was taken away. Yi Xian frowned. Gu Qingyu didn't seem to be short of food. Right? How come even the food was taken away? Could it be that it was not Gu Qingyu, but the villagers who came in? She ran to the surveillance camera quickly, but found that the surveillance camera had been destroyed. This was a long time ago. Otherwise the surveillance camera could not have been destroyed so cleanly. Yi Xian sighed and moved Xian and Bai Miran out of the space. Only Xian was in the space, and the space energy was not consumed quickly. But the situation changed after Bai Miran entered. The space energy was consumed quickly, and now there is only a little left. Yi Xian had no choice but to move Xian and Bai Miran out of the space, and put Bai Miran on the big bed in the guest bedroom. Xian, go ask the tigers what happened here. Move Li Mei and Li Tao out of the space, and ask them to help treat Bai Miran's injuries. She has more important things to do. Li Mei is a nurse, and Li Tao is also a trained professional. There is no problem in rescuing by Miron. The most important thing for Yi Xian now is to find out who took her parents away. If they were taken away but not killed, they must have wanted to use her parents' lives to threaten her to do something. In that case, would there be any information left by them at the scene? There must be a special communication symbol between her and Ye's father and mother. If it is not too urgent, I believe I can find some clues. Yi Xian searched carefully around the yard, but there was no clue except the bullet holes on the ground. The door was not damaged at all. It seemed that someone opened the door from the inside and let the wolf in. Who could it be? Su Jing. In Yi Xian's eyes, there was only this one explanation. Who else would open the door to a stranger? Ye's father was always vigilant. With him around, ordinary people couldn't enter this door. Xian came over with a gloomy face. Mom, don't look for it. I know who it is. Yi Xian grabbed Xian's shoulder. Who? Tell Mom. Who tricked the door open? Xian grabbed Yi Xian's hand. Mom, calm down. Grandpa and Grandma should not be in danger for the time being. It was Grandpa and Grandma who asked to open the door. Yi Xian was stunned. No matter what she said, she could not think that this matter would be related to uncle and aunt. Xian told Yi Xian what happened, and she frowned. If those people are not Gu Qingyu's people, who could they be? From Xian's description, they look like Gu Qingyu's bodyguards. But the tiger said that they don't know these people. What's going on? Yi Xian turned back to the room. Li Tao. Li Tao. After listening to Yi Xian's retelling, Li Tao was stunned for a moment. I have been with Master Qing for a short time, and I don't know what kind of people they are. Yi Xian didn't care about resting, and let LV Liang and others out of the space, letting them guard by Miron and this villa. She must go back to her hometown. Xian would naturally not stay. What if these people have other intentions again? Yi Xian took Xian and Hu to the direction of her hometown. The hometown is 20 miles away from this villa. According to Yi Xian's walking speed, it will take half an hour to get there. The familiar gate has been covered by snow for more than half, but the door of the uncle's house next to it is clean. They are indeed at home. Yi Xian was so angry that she was not polite and kicked the door open. Hu, go! Chapter 108. When Hu heard Yi Xian's order, he bent his hind legs and rushed forward. Woof woof woof. The professionally trained wolf dog's advantage soon became apparent. Although Hu barked loudly, he did not bite like a zombie. Instead, he rushed behind her and pounced on her, but Lu Qin had never seen such a scene before. She howled and rushed forward. Yi Jiangwo heard his wife shouts and the dogs barking, and took out a wooden stick from the corner and hit Hu. Hu heard the sound of wind behind him, and without thinking, he turned around, bent his hind legs and jumped up. He opened his bloody mouth and licked Yi Jiangwo's face. Yi Jiangwo was so scared that he quickly stepped back. How could he be in time? The hot dog tongue licked his face, and he was so scared that he squatted on the ground. And he didn't know where the wooden stick in his hand had been thrown. Xian couldn't help laughing. Hu is back. It's okay. Hu jumped up from Yi Jiangwo, ran quickly to Xian, and stuck out his tongue to make faces at Lu Qin. Lu Qin wailed again, and squatted on the ground, unable to get up again. Yi Xian looked at the couple coldly, her voice as cold as the snow on the ground. Without a trace of emotion, tell me, who took my parents away? Lu Qin rolled her eyes, and wanted to deny. Xian, Xin. Why are you here? What did you say? What happened to your parents? What did they take away? Yi Xian frowned and shouted loudly. Hu, who was squatting beside Xian, stood up again, his tall body almost catching up with the height of Lu Qin, who was sitting on the ground. Lu Qin was frightened. Don't. Xian. Listen to me. Yi Xian stared at her coldly. Who took my parents away? Looking at his trembling wife, Yi Jiangwo gritted his teeth and stood up from the snow, protecting his wife behind him. Xian. This is your aunt. How could you let such a beast scare us? Yi Xian looked at the man in front of her, who was only 3 years older than her father, but already had a head full of white hair. His kind face, angry and heartbroken expression, perfectly portrayed an elder who was disappointed with his father. If she didn't know what he did in his previous life, Yi Xian could really be deceived by his heartbroken expression. However, he had gone too far in his previous life. He usually looked like a kind brother, but he cheated them when the rescue vehicle from the base came. At that time, Yi Xian and his parents had already boarded the rescue vehicle, and the vehicle was about to start. He and the woman in front of him hurried over, grabbed his mother's hand, and forcibly pulled her out of the vehicle. In order to protect his mother, his father had to jump off the rescue vehicle. At this time, his uncle and aunt took advantage of them getting off the vehicle and squeezed in. Yi Xian held the young Xian in his arms, squeezed in the dense crowd, and shouted loudly to his parents. But the vehicle could no longer accommodate extra people. The car started, and 2 zombies ran over. Yi Xian saw that Ye's father was fighting with the zombies. At that time, Yi Jiangwo shed a few tears in a hypocritical manner. Now he has the same expression again. But Yi Xian is no longer the same Yi Xian, and will not be fooled by his hypocrisy again. When De Hu heard the word beast, the hair on his back had already stood up, and he was waiting for Yi Xian's order. Yi Xian reached out and pressed De Hu down, and said leisurely, "Uncle? Are you worthy of this title? If you really think of yourself as an uncle, why would you bring drug dealers to trick my parents into opening the door? If you really think of yourself as a big brother, why would you sell out your own brother for 3 pounds of rice?" Yi Jiangwo was stunned. Wasn't the surveillance destroyed long ago? How did she know these things? Don't slander me. How do you prove that we brought them there? Lu Qin stood up suddenly, revealing her shrewish nature. Yi Xian said nothing and rushed into the house with De Hu and Xian. "Look at this rice and flour. Aren't they all from my family?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. "Ha! I'm afraid my parents haven't had time to tell you yet. This bag of corn is what we mixed with rat poison to kill rats." Yi Xian picked up a convenient bag with 2 fingers, and there was about a handful of corn kernels in it. Lu Qin's eyes widened immediately. They had just eaten this corn in the morning, just before Yi Xian came to the door. They had just put down their bowls. They didn't want to touch the other food. Just grabbed a handful of corn kernels, crushed them, and made corn paste. And each of them drank a big bowl. Immediately, Lu Qin and Yi Jiangwo squatted down at the same time, put their fingers into their throats, and dug hard. The result is self-evident. Yi Xian sneered, "Don't dig. It's too late. This is a neurotoxin. It won't kill you immediately. Let me think about it. According to the time, around 10 o'clock, your hands and feet will be numb, and you will be unable to move. Don't worry. You won't die all of a sudden. At most you will starve to death after being unable to move. Of course, you know that this kind of poison is afraid of being accidentally ingested. There is an antidote. You can also go to the street to find someone selling rat poison to get the antidote. As long as you can crawl." Yi Xian took out a paper bag from her pocket and shook it in front of him. "Do you want to tell the truth? Maybe I can be merciful and give you the antidote." Lu Qin was dumbfounded. She knew this kind of rat poison. She even bought it before. It was just as Yi Xian said. Yi Jiangwo saw the paper bag in Yi Xian's hand. His eyes lit up, and he rushed towards her. Who knew that Yi Xian had been prepared for this move? When he rushed over, Yi Xian turned around suddenly and rushed into nothing. Lu Qin sat on the ground. I say. Xin, don't be angry first. We are also forced to do this." From Lu Qin's mouth, Yi Xian learned that 3 men in suits and sunglasses came to the door a few days ago and asked them to provide the current residence of Yi Xian's parents. They have not seen the second brother's family since they came back from the city. How could they know where Ye's father and mother live? But those people harassed them day and night, and used food to lure them, saying that as long as they told them the address, they would keep the matter absolutely confidential. That day, Lu Qin saw a few familiar figures at the entrance of the village. After a closer look, it was his second brother and his family. So he secretly followed them to the villa halfway up the mountain. After watching them put up the barbed wire, he quietly returned home. When those people came again, they had no choice but to tell others about the villa halfway up the mountain. And they got 2 kilograms of food at that time. Unexpectedly, after only 1 day of peace, they came again, saying that the defense there was too good, and they needed to ask them to open the gate. They were unwilling to do so, but they had no choice but to go and knock on the door because they were pointed at a gun. This was half true and half false. Yi Xian didn't care whether they were innocent or not. The most important thing now was to find her parents. Who are they? Where do they live? How did you contact them? Yi Jiangwo stared and said, Xin, niece. It's not that we don't want to tell you, but we don't know where they live. They always come to us on their own initiative. Yi Xian wanted to say something else. De Hu suddenly stood up and made a woohoo sound behind him. Yi Xian turned around suddenly. It's really a pain in the ass to find someone. Chapter 109. Yi Xian turned around suddenly and saw 3 men in suits standing behind her, just as Xian described. They were wearing navy blue suits, sunglasses, and their cold faces showed no expression. They were similar to Gu Qingyu's bodyguards. So what was different? Yi Xian had an indescribable feeling. The man in the middle slowly said, "Are you Yi Xian?" Yi Xian moved the steel knife in his hand slightly forward and took a defensive posture. "Who are you? What did you do to my parents?" The man raised his lips and barely smiled. "Don't worry, Miss Yi. Your parents are just visiting. My host has no ill intentions. He just wants to ask Miss Yi for something." The man looked at De Hu, his eyes flickering with unknown factors. De Hu bent his hind legs and made defensive movements at all times. "What do you want?" The man didn't embarrass her. Miss Yi should still remember the safe that was moved from Gu Qingyu's bedroom. "Right? Gold, silver, jade, antiques and weapons. We don't want any of them. We only want the safe." He took off his sunglasses, revealing a face full of scars. "Is this request not too much?" "Miss Yi." Yi Xian was stunned. "Are you Gu Qingyu's people?" The man put on his sunglasses again and handed over a note. "Miss Yi, you can take a look at this." After that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian opened the note, and there was a line of words written on it. At 9 o'clock in the morning on November 28th. Halfway up the West Mountain. One hand will hand over something, and the other hand will hand over a person. The signature was an eagle symbol, and Yi Xian didn't understand what this symbol meant. He had never seen this sign at Gu Qingyu's place. What was so special about that safe? Yi Xian remembered. It was the safe that was empty after it was opened. At that time, she was planning to find her father and then study it. But she didn't expect that her father disappeared before they had time. Yi Xian raised her foot and walked out. Her thigh was hugged tightly. And Lu Qin cried, "Xin, I'm sorry for you. Please forgive us for being confused for a moment." Yi Xian frowned and instinctively wanted to kick her away. But she was hugged tighter. "Xin, don't go. I am willing to return everything to you. Just give me the antidote." So that's how it is. Yi Xian wanted to kill him with a knife. But after thinking about it, he is my father's elder brother after all. So I decided to let my father deal with it personally. Now saving people is the most important thing. Yi Xian opened the paper bag and sprinkled the powder on the snow little by little. "Want the antidote? Go get it yourself." Lu Qin suddenly let go of Yi Xian, knelt on his knees, and licked the ground fiercely. At the same time, he turned around and shouted to Yi Jiangwo, "Jiangwo, hurry!" Yi Xian's mouth twitched. In fact, the bag of corn was not poisonous at all. She just didn't want to waste time talking to them and trick them. Yi Xian took Xian and De Hu to the villa. Today is the 26th, and the 28th is the day after tomorrow. Xishan is 30 miles away from her villa. She must prepare in advance. Knowing yourself, and the enemy can win every battle. One more thing. What is in the empty safe? Why do these people not even want antique weapons, but want this safe? Yi Xian's pace to go home was getting faster and faster. She still had a lot of things to do, and couldn't waste a minute. At the entrance of the villa halfway up the mountain, Meng Jinghan was confronting Li Tao. The little wolf lay prone beside Meng Jinghan, and made a woo-woo-woo sound to Li Tao. But Li Tao didn't understand what the little wolf wanted to say at all. He only recognized one reason. The mistress asked me to guard by Muron and this villa. Except for the mistress, no one else is allowed to step into the villa. Meng Jinghan woke up in the middle of the night, because he was worried that Yi Xian was not safe alone. He took the little wolf with him and traveled all night, and arrived at the villa in the middle of the day. Yi Xian had already left. Meng Jinghan saw this hedgehog-like villa, and the muscles on his face twitched a few times, and he shouted loudly, Yi Xian, I'm back. Open the door." Unexpectedly, Yi Xian did not come out, but Li Tao came out with 2 men. Each of them had a weapon in his hand and beat Meng Jinghan. Fortunately, Meng Jinghan was good at fighting. Otherwise he would have died here. Meng Jinghan was also stunned when he saw Li Tao. "Why are you here? Where is Yi Xian?" Hearing the word Yi Xian, Li Tao beat him up again. Can you call the name of the heroine casually? Are you asking for a fight? Meng Jinghan was dumbfounded. Did the little wolf take the wrong way? Yi Xian was not found but met Gu Qingyu's people. The little wolf rubbed his legs and made a woo sound from his mouth, as if to say that he did not take the wrong way. Seeing that he could not communicate with Li Tao, Meng Jinghan had to settle for the next best thing under the strong firepower attack and went around to the back of the villa, trying to jump in with Qigong. But the wolf bit his trouser leg and refused to let go. Seeing that Meng Jinghan would not listen to his advice, the wolf pounced into the woods behind the mountain, caught a hair from it, and threw it at the wall. Meng Jinghan was stunned again. The hair was immediately burnt after it hit the wall. It turned out that this hedgehog-like wall not only had spikes and blades, but was also electrified by Yi Xian. If the wolf hadn't pulled him, he would have become a pile of barbecue like the rabbit. Meng Jinghan shuddered. Then, how did Gu Qingyu's people get in? He was puzzled. He had to go to the front door again and try to find out Yi Xian's whereabouts from them. Seeing that Li Tao was unreasonable, Meng Jinghan had to find a way to attack. Looking at the woods behind him, he came up with a plan. Is there any bamboo here? If there is, can he use the elasticity of the bamboo to jump in without touching the wall? He was confident that he could do it before his leg was injured. Now there was no other way, so he had to take a risk and try. Watching Meng Jinghan go into the woods, Li Tao knew that he would not leave like this. So he arranged for the remaining 2 people to go into the room to take care of by Muron, while he waited in the yard with his arms folded. I want to see what this person is capable of. So this scene appeared. Meng Jinghan was holding a big bamboo, and every time he jumped, Li Tao shot him with a gun. Every time he hit the bamboo was hit by the bullet and could not support Meng Jinghan's weight. So Meng Jinghan lost his support in the air and was thrown to the ground fiercely. Li Tao also knew that this man had saved the mistress several times, and the mistress would not want his life. It would be fine as long as he could not get in. In this way, Meng Jinghan kept changing bamboos and changing positions. But Li Tao broke the bamboos and fell into the cold snow. This was what Yi Xian saw when she came back. Meng Jinghan was still jumping around, while Li Tao calmly broke the bamboos, watched Meng Jinghan fall, and then went into the woods to cut bamboos. The little wolf lay at the gate, covering his eyes with his front paws, looking like he couldn't bear to look. Chapter 110. When Meng Jinghan turned around and wanted to walk into the woods again, he suddenly heard a grandmother voice, Uncle Meng. Xian stood beside Yi Xian and shouted to Meng Jinghan, Uncle Meng, I take you in. You can't beat him. He has a gun. Seeing Yi Xian and Xian, Meng Jinghan finally put his heart at ease. I hope she's okay. Li Tao stood up straight when he saw Yi Xian. Ms. Lady. Li Tao led his subordinates to guard the villa, and the mission was over. No one was allowed to enter the villa. As he said this, he squinted at Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan's face turned pale. If he had known that Yi Xian had asked him to guard the villa, he would not have fought so hard. He thought something happened to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. Come with me. I have something to ask you. Meng Jinghan and Li Tao followed Yi Xian into the living room. By the way, how is that man? Li Tao shook his head. He hasn't woken up yet. This man has a very strong vitality. If it were an ordinary person, this kind of injury would have been beyond saving. But he is just unconscious. Yi Xian nodded, pointed at the safe in front of her and asked, Do you recognize this? Li Tao looked at it for a long time, shook his head and said, Isn't this just a safe? Yi Xian opened the safe, but Li Tao was stunned. The space inside is so small. What is it used for? Yi Xian was speechless for a while. This was exactly the question she wanted to ask Li Tao. This was found in Gu Qingyu's bedroom. It was like this when I opened it. There was nothing inside. Do you know what this thing is used for? Li Tao shook his head without thinking. LV Liang and I were the last to follow Gu Qingyu, and he won't tell us many of his secrets. My lady, why are you so interested in a safe? Yi Xian pouted. I don't want to be interested in it, but my parents' disappearance has something to do with it. Then, Yi Xian told the whole story, hoping that Li Tao could provide her with some useful clues. Unexpectedly, Li Tao still shook his head. I really don't know. So, I ask other people. Some of them have been with Gu Qingyu for a long time. And see if I can get some clues from him. Yi Xian nodded, watching Li Tao walk out of the room. And then Yi Xian moved him into the space. Meng Jinghan didn't see all this. The less people know about the space, the less danger there is. Meng Jinghan said, we will trade in Shishan the day after tomorrow. Yi Xian. Shishan is quite far from here. We need to leave in advance. Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan. Do you want to follow? Meng Jinghan nodded firmly. Of course. We are allies. Your parents are my parents. He looked at his injured leg and smiled. It doesn't matter. It will be healed soon after changing the medicine again. I don't believe you. Yi Xian rolled her eyes at him. And the wound was still bleeding. She was probably hit hard. Yi Xian is back. And those guarding the villa must leave. Yi Xian doesn't like unfamiliar people around her, especially in her private space. Watching those people walk out of the villa and go to the board house not far away to settle down, Meng Jinghan knew that it was time for him to leave. You live in the board house over there. And if you have any problems, let Xiaolang call me. Yi Xian smiled silently, quite self-conscious. After giving the medicine and bandages to Meng Jinghan, she sent him away. After sending Meng Jinghan away, Yi Xian finally relaxed. Her parents were not in danger for the time being. All she had to do was to wake up by Miron, and then go to Shishan to check the location in advance. It would be good if Meng Jinghan followed. At least the two of them would have someone to take care of them. But if Meng Jinghan followed, what would happen to the safe? It would be very difficult to carry it over like this. It was so heavy. It was much heavier than an ordinary safe. Forget about that. Just fill your stomach first. She hadn't eaten properly since yesterday, and her stomach had already started to protest. Even Xian said that she was too hungry to walk. Without outsiders, Yi Xian took out the big bones and stewed them in a pressure cooker, and made a hot and sour potato shreds and rolled hand-rolled noodles. When all this was done, the big bones were also stewed, poured into the iron pot over high heat to collect the juice, and the meat aroma was overflowing. She and Xian were eating happily. And suddenly a voice came. You saved me? Ah! The food is good? Bai Muron woke up and actually got out of bed by himself. Yi Xian stuffed the last bite of meat into his mouth. You woke up? I thought you couldn't be saved. Bai Muron found a seat and sat down. My name is Bai Muron, a Special Forces soldier, now working as a stability maintenance personnel at the A701 base. I encountered an accident while participating in the rescue this time. Thank you for saving me. Yi Xian wiped his mouth. Hey! Just like in the previous life. The first sentence after waking up was to introduce myself. Yi Xian looked at him with interest. Bai Muron, a Special Forces soldier, a stability maintenance personnel at the largest base. How could he be chased all over the street by a group of people, and got injured all over? Uh-huh. That's right. Those people chased after you, and said you stole their life-saving food. So they chased you desperately. Bai Muron stood up suddenly, and the wound on his body was pulled painfully, and he grimaced for a while. No! It's not like that. As he said, Bai Muron looked around and found a weak plant on the windowsill. It was a pot of leek sprouts that were only 5 centimeters long, and they had just emerged from the soil not long ago. Bai Muron walked over, held a pot of plants in his hand, raised his right hand in front of Yi Xian, and gently stroked the plants. Then, Yi Xian was stunned. The chives were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon they became about 8 centimeters. A Wood-type superpower awakened her. Did he have one in the previous life? No. In the previous life, he was just an ordinary person, and he definitely didn't awaken any superpowers. In this life, Bai Muron actually awakened superpowers. The chives grew 3 centimeters, and Bai Muron seemed very tired and sat in the same position again. I'm injured, and my ability is limited. Otherwise it can grow faster. You said, I have such ability. Why would I still be short of food? Why should I rob them of their food? Yi Xian looked at him without saying a word. Bai Muron covered his cheeks with his hands and rubbed his skin hard. We are here to rescue, but there are not enough vehicles. Another comrade and I were left behind to wait for the next rescue vehicle. The people are so miserable. They were concentrated in the air raid shelter, and the food had been eaten up long ago. There was only a foam box with potatoes planted in it. Yi Xian curled her lips. She knew what was going on. I couldn't bear to see those people starve to death. So I used my awakened wood ability to help potatoes grow. And then I was regarded as a monster by the villagers. Yi Xian's mouth twitched again. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a monster. Right? They are attracted by your ability, and want to take it for themselves. Otherwise, They wouldn't tell me that you stole their life-saving food. Bymuron smiled bitterly. I know. But the order I received was to protect these people. So I couldn't kill people. So I could only run away. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be a pile of dry bones. Yi Xian, he is still so kind. And he can't kill people at this time. It's really speechless. You show your ability in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I will have bad intentions? Yi Xian narrowed her eyes and stared at Bymuron. Chapter 111. Bymuron suddenly laughed, pointed at the big bones on her table and said, if I hadn't seen you eating these, I wouldn't dare to show off in front of you. How could someone who can even eat bones be interested in my little skill? Yi Xian looked at him playfully and said, what if I said that I really liked it? Bymuron suddenly became serious, his eyes full of vigilance. Yi Xian stopped teasing him and asked in a different tone, I saved you. What are you going to do to repay me? Bymuron's eyes turned. What do you want me to do? Miss Yi Xian? Yi Xian turned back suddenly. Her eyes became sharp. How do you know my name? What did you hear just now? Bymuron nodded, to be honest. Miss, I have been conscious for a long time. But I just can't move. I am a wood-type ability awakener. And the wood-type ability has the ability to quickly repair, including my own body. So, I knew it when you just came in. I think I should be able to open this safe. Bymuron pointed to the safe next to him, and said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Bymuron suddenly, with a look of vigilance and a hint of trust. Please open it. Miss Yi Xian, I will help you crack the password of the safe, and help you rescue your parents to offset the grace of saving your life. Okay? Yi Xian glanced at his injuries, and was half believing and half doubting. After opening the safe, she looked at Bymuron. With your injuries, it may be too late to help me save people. But I am really curious about what is inside. Bymuron leaned in to take a closer look, pointed to a gap on the right that was thinner than a hair, and said, see? The things in this safe are just a trick. The things in this interlayer are what it really wants to save. Interlayer? You mean the safe has an interlayer? The things in this interlayer are what they want. Bymuron nodded. According to my understanding of drug dealers, if there is something more important than weapons, it must be something that can be used to make more powerful weapons. Bymuron fumbled around on the safe while speaking, trying to find a way to open the interlayer. This should be a one-time safe. Once the interlayer is opened, it can never be restored. Yi Xian, are you sure you want to open it? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. If they found that the safe had been tampered with, would their parents be in danger? If she didn't open the safe, what if there were important weapons inside? If they used these weapons to harm people, wouldn't she, Yi Xian, be suspected of aiding and abetting the evil? Although she has a perverse personality, she still doesn't want to hurt anyone who doesn't offend her. Bymuron fumbled for a long time, and suddenly his arm stopped moving. I found the switch. Turn it on? Yi Xian couldn't make up her mind for a moment. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. Bymuron retracted his arm, and a sneer appeared on his knife-like face. In fact, you don't have to worry about it. With their cruelty, even if you get the safe, the chances of you saving your parents are very slim. They won't be so kind. Bymuron lifted his clothes to look at the wounds on his body, and shook his head helplessly. Miss Yi Xian, I have another unwelcome request. I wonder if Miss Yi Xian is willing to help. Yi Xian looked up at him. Tell me. Bymuron sighed. Even if I recover quickly, my activities will be limited now. I would like to ask Miss Yi Xian to come with me to rescue my comrade. The comrade who stayed with you? Bymuron nodded. He is a water-type awakened superpower. I thought our superpowers could help the victims, but I didn't expect that I almost lost my life because of it. Now that I think about it, his situation might not be very good. Water-type awakened people? Yi Xian couldn't help but think about it. In her previous life, she knew that awakened people were treasures of the base. Not only were they well-fed, but occasionally with their help, artificially created people with abilities would appear. She didn't know how it was done, but she knew that abilities could indeed be artificially created. It just needed the help of awakened people with abilities. Okay, but I have a condition. Bymuron's eyes lit up. What conditions? As long as I can do it, give me some of your superpowers. After hearing this, Bymuron pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. This is still a secret in the A701 base. Not only in the A701 base, but also in the entire country. How did she know? It's not that Bymuron doesn't want to help, But to artificially create superpowers, they need to separate a strand of silk from their superpower core, as a seed, and plant it in the recipient's heart. This strand of silk will not only consume a lot of the original owner's energy, but also make the recipient suffer. If this strand of silk can successfully take root in the recipient's heart, this person will become a person with awakened superpowers. If this strand of silk cannot successfully take root, not only will the recipient's body be damaged, but even the original owner will be backfired by the energy and be seriously injured. At the same time, the strand of silk that the recipient feeds is a sub-silk. If the original owner dies, this strand of silk will automatically disappear, and the recipient will also lose his superpowers. This is a very risky thing. So the base that developed this method is all kept secret, except for those who have awakened their special powers. Outsiders cannot know about it. How did Yi Xian know about this? Seeing Bai Muron not speaking, Yi Xian sneered, "If you are reluctant, forget it. Just pretend I never mentioned it. Since you have woken up, you can leave. The order to expel has been issued." And the little wolf is not polite at all. He ran to Bai Muron and started to grin, driving Bai Muron out. Bai Muron raised his head. "Do you know what price you need to pay to become an artificial superpower?" Yi Xian was stunned. She really didn't know. After listening to Bai Muron's introduction of this operation, Yi Xian couldn't help but take a breath. Such a high price may not last long. It's really not worth it. Bai Muron promised her that as long as she was willing to help rescue her comrades, he was willing to give her a strand of silk. Yi Xian was silent for a while, nodded and agreed. "Okay. We set off tonight." Gurgle. Bai Muron's stomach growled. He looked at the bowl of hand-rolled noodles, and a small plate of potato shreds left on the table, and couldn't help swallowing. Yi Xian turned around. "Eat. Those are all yours. Since we are comrades for the time being, we can't let our comrades fight on an empty stomach. Eat well and have a good rest. And set off when it gets dark." Bai Muron smiled so much that his whole handsome face stretched out, and he immediately stood up and saluted. Yes. There was not only a bowl of noodles and a small plate of potato shreds on the table, but also 2 big bones that hadn't been chewed. Bai Muron was very satisfied with the meal. He had not eaten such a good meal since the end of the world, but he didn't know that the 2 pieces of meat bones were reserved for the little wolf's lunch. Now that Bai Muron ate them, the little wolf was so angry that it bared its teeth around him. Bai Muron threw the bones he had gnawed to the little wolf. The little wolf didn't even look at them and turned out of the room. Before Bai Muron finished eating, the little wolf rushed in with Dahu, Eru, Sanhu, a group of dogs. Bai Muron was shocked. "What's going on?" Xian bent down with laughter. "You ate its lunch. It's protesting against you. Hurry up and coax it. Otherwise you can't think of leaving this yard safely." Bai Muron was dumbfounded. Now that people have no food to eat, she actually gave meat bones to the dog. It's too much. Chapter 112. Yi Xian brought a large basin of meat bones from the kitchen and placed it on the ground, and shouted to the little wolf, "Little wolf, big tiger." Smelling the fragrance of the meat bones, several wolfhounds no longer cared about Bai Muron, turned around and ran to the big basin, and began to chew and swallow the meat bones. The little wolf looked at Bai Muron from time to time, as if to say, "I let you steal my rations. I treat you better than you." Bai Muron was speechless. Is it really good to be so extravagant? Yi Xian glanced at him. "How can we move when it gets dark if we don't rest?" Bai Muron stood up again. "Yes." For some reason, when Yi Xian issued an order, he always wanted to stand up unconsciously. Yi Xian didn't care, and turned back to the room to rest. This sleep lasted until the sky was slightly dark, and Yi Xian woke up slowly. After washing his face, he went into the kitchen to cook 2 dishes, and ate and drank enough with Xian. He asked Xiaolang to watch Xian, and followed Bai Muron to the village where Bai Muron was found. The population of Lijia village was not large, and many people were drowned during the flood disaster, leaving only more than 300 villagers gathered in the air raid shelter. The food they brought was soon eaten up, and there was nothing to eat in the village. They occasionally caught a few flying birds, and barely survived by eating snow. The young and strong dared to go out and fight, but the old, weak, women and children were afraid of encountering zombies, and they didn't even dare to go out of the air raid shelter. A child died of illness a few days ago, and this group of people didn't even leave him bones. This is also one of the reasons why Bai Muron couldn't help using the wood ability. Bai Muron told Yi Xian that his comrade was called Li Yinwu, who was just 23 years old this year, and was young and competitive. He didn't know if he had offended the villagers because of his own affairs. Looking at Bai Muron's brisk steps, it was hard to imagine that he had just gotten up from the hospital bed today. The repairability of the Wood-type superpower should not be underestimated. Yi Xian secretly remembered this point. If she encounters an enemy with Wood-type superpowers in the future, she must be careful and not leave any chance for him to survive. Few people come out at night, but there are no fewer zombies. Zombies that have been hungry for several days smell the smell of living people and rush towards them with a howl. Yi Xian rushed forward, raised his knife, and knocked a zombie to the ground. He chopped 5 or 6 zombies in a row and got 3 zombie crystal cores. Bai Muron was stunned. No wonder she could save him. This skill is so good, even if they have received professional training. Many people can't catch up with Yi Xian's cleanness. And she also knows how to pick up zombie crystal cores. It seems that this woman knows more than he thought. Yi Xian turned around. Let's go! What are you standing there for? Bai Muron finally reacted, hiding the shock in his eyes, and followed Yi Xian step by step to the air raid shelter. When they arrived, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Most of the villagers had fallen asleep. Only 4 people were on guard, 2 at each end of the air raid shelter. Yi Xian signaled Bai Muron to wait until he had dealt with the 4 people, and then they changed into their clothes and went into the air raid shelter. But Bai Muron grabbed his arm and said, "Try not to harm their lives. They are ordinary people who are just trying to survive." Yi Xian glanced at Bai Muron. His sense of mission as a soldier made him accustomed to protecting others. But such a personality was really not suitable for surviving in the end times. It was the same in his previous life, until he was almost killed by someone he saved. And then he realized it. Yi Xian broke free from Bai Muron's hand. "I know what's going on." Seeing Yi Xian's anger, Bai Muron didn't dare to force her and let go of Yi Xian's arm. Yi Xian sneaked towards the night watchman with a steel knife and knocked a man unconscious with the back of the knife. Bai Muron breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't harm the man's life. When he looked forward, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. Another night watchman was raising the kitchen knife in his hand and slashing at Yi Xian's back. Yi Xian didn't even turn her head back. The steel knife slid smoothly, and the man's body hit the steel knife and fell to the ground like a cloth bag. Bai Muron couldn't help but frown. But he still started killing. Bai Muron didn't dare to let her do it again. And he personally dealt with the other 2 night watchmen, stripped off their clothes and put them on, and then tiptoed to the air raid shelter. Not long after walking, Bai Muron saw Li Yinwu hanging on a street lamp in the air raid shelter. From his drooping head, it can be seen that even if he is still alive, he is almost dead. Bai Muron made a gesture to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian understood. She was responsible for observing the enemy situation, and Bai Muron was responsible for saving people. Who knew that before they approached Li Yinwu, they heard the voice of a middle-aged man. "Heisey, why don't you stay outside and guard? It's not time for the shift change yet." As soon as he said this, he saw the Heisey he mentioned suddenly rush towards him, and before he could even call for help, he was knocked to the ground by Yi Xian. "Quick! Don't untie it! Cut the rope!" Unfortunately, the rope that tied Li Yinwu was thick and strong, and Bai Muron's weapon was not good enough, so he couldn't cut it even after 3 cuts. Yi Xian was anxious. Someone was coming over there again. If they were discovered, none of them would be able to leave today. Yi Xian pulled Bai Muron away and chopped the rope with a steel knife. The steel knife was so sharp that it could chop the zombie's head like a watermelon, so it was no problem to cut the rope. Crack! The rope broke with a sound. The 2 men coming from the front noticed the movement here and shouted, "Hurry up! That person has been rescued." Hearing the man shout, many people gathered from all directions. Yi Xian had no choice but to carry Li Yinwu on his back and ran quickly towards the entrance of the air raid shelter. The villagers behind him were chasing him closely, and several people in front of him ran over to block his way. Yi Xian was anxious and shouted, "Shoot! Do you want to die?" Bai Muron fired a shot at the front, but his shooting was not accurate, and he didn't hit anyone. But the people were frightened by the gunshot. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and threw Li Yinwu on Bai Muron's back. "Carry him!" Bai Muron was injured, and he couldn't run fast with a big man on his back, so he was soon caught up by the people behind him. Yi Xian followed behind him, firing her gun non-stop, but never hitting anyone. Bai Miran's mouth curled up. It seems she is also very kind. I thought she would throw the people to me and start a massacre here. How could he know that with EXIN shooting skills? It would be a miracle if she could hit anyone in the dark air raid shelter. Someone came up from the front again. And this time, they all held torches in their hands. And the bright firelight illuminated Bai Miran's face. A man shouted, "It's that monster! Catch him!" EXIN turned to Bai Miran and swung the steel knife. The man was dead instantly. The other man saw EXIN as if he saw a monster. He wailed, threw away the torch in his hand, and fled madly. He stumbled in the dark, but he didn't care about the pain. He got up and continued to run, shouting, "It's her! She's coming! Run!" Chapter 113. The people in front heard the man shout, dropped their torches, and quickly fled to the inner cave. The people behind still didn't know why they were running away, and angrily took the sticks and shovels and smashed them at the person on Bai Miran's back. If this shovel hits, Li Yinwu will definitely die on the spot. EXIN didn't care whether Bai Miran could bear it, and kicked him on the buttocks. Bai Miran, who was sprinting forward, fell forward suddenly. At the same time, the steel knife in EXIN's hand rose and fell, and the man holding the shovel flew far away and landed in the crowd. The man wailed and shouted, "The soldier killed people." EXIN frowned. He was clearly here to save people. But you forced him into this state. Now you want to frame others for murder? EXIN will not tolerate his bad habits. EXIN snatched the torch from someone and poked it in front of the man. Look carefully. I am not a soldier. This time it didn't matter. The man saw EXIN's face clearly, and was so scared that he fell to the ground. You are that witch. The witch who attracts rats? Ah. Run. The witch is here again. The two bodies that were gnawed into bones by rats were still clearly imprinted in their minds. Seeing EXIN coming again, they naturally ran away desperately. What if they were gnawed by rats again? It would be better to be bitten to death by zombies. As he said this, he got up from the ground, pushed away the people behind him, and ran towards the depths of the air raid shelter, just like the person who blocked the road in front. The difference was that that person failed to cause a chain reaction. But the shouts of this person were heard by most of the people. Under the terrible chain reaction, everyone turned around and ran back. Some people were tripped, some were stepped on, and some were pressed on others. Before they could get up, they were pressed to the ground again by the people behind them. Bai Miran was stunned. What happened? Don't worry about what happened. Just run. Bai Miran didn't know where he got the strength from, and he carried Li Yinwu on his back and ran 5 or 6 miles in one breath. In order to protect him, EXIN killed zombies along the way, until Bai Miran stopped, put Li Yinwu on the side of the road, and gasped for breath. EXIN stood beside him with a half smile, and said with a smile, "You recovered quickly? You actually ran so far." Bai Miran was panting so hard that he couldn't speak, and he didn't forget to look back. They didn't catch up. Did they? EXIN shook her head. Don't worry. They don't dare to follow. Bai Miran sat down on the ground. That's good. While taking a break, Bai Miran began to check Li Yinwu's injuries. There were not many external injuries, and the reason for his coma was probably hunger. It seemed that he didn't expose too much in front of others. EXIN, do you have any water? EXIN took out a thermos from her backpack, poured out half a cup of warm water, and handed it to Bai Miran. Watching Bai Miran carefully feed the water into Li Yinwu's mouth. Not bad. He can still swallow. It was a little after 2 in the morning. The moon was hanging obliquely in the sky, reflecting the light of the snow, and zombies could be seen wandering in the distance. EXIN sensitively felt that the wind didn't seem so biting anymore. Could it be that the extreme cold was about to pass? If EXIN remembered correctly, the temperature rose very slowly. But when the extreme cold was about to pass, a large wave of zombies would come, and almost everyone who stayed in the village or the city at that time was not spared. No. We have to go home quickly. Strengthen her defense. EXIN carried Li Yinwu on her back, looked at Bai Miran and asked, "Are you okay? If you can still hold on, let's continue on our way. It will be troublesome if we are caught up later." After hearing this, Bai Miran jumped up. Go! Go! EXIN couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for Bai Miran, she could throw this person into the space. But now it's impossible. She can only carry him forward. After resting for a while, Bymuron felt sticky all over and in great pain. He knew the wound had broken open again, but they had to hold on to the villa. So he held a knife in his hand and waved it back and forth at the approaching zombies to protect EXIN. Seeing EXIN walking briskly with a big man on her back, Bymuron felt a special feeling in his heart. This woman looked so weak, but I didn't expect her to be so resilient. A woman with a child and getting involved with drug dealers. I really don't know how she persisted. If possible, he hopes to bring her back to the base so that he can take care of her more at ordinary times. Not far from the foot of the West Mountain, there is a 2-story building. Su Jing was sitting on the sofa and was angry. Mom, I've said it before. That's my best friend. How can I live with myself after you do this? This middle-aged woman has long black and shiny hair, which hangs softly on her shoulders, looking gentle and noble. Her face is slightly plump, but it just highlights her charm and mature beauty. A pair of clear big eyes sparkle with wisdom. Her nose is high, and the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, always showing a confident and mysterious smile. At this moment, she was smiling and staring at Su Jing. Good boy. You know, your father and your brother's affairs are all big things. We can't be willful. Mom, then I go find my dad. Su Jing stood up and walked out, but was pulled by the woman. Jing, calm down. Look at the heavy snow outside. Look at the zombies outside. This is not normal. This is the end of the world. Without us, how many days do you think you can live? The woman's tone changed from gentle to fierce. If your friend really regarded you as a friend, how could she steal so many things from your brother? How could you steal your brother's weapon? And even, she looked back and lowered her voice. You even stole the secret weapon that our family relies on for survival. Su Jing wanted to refute, but was interrupted by the woman. From today on, you will stay here with me, and the rest will be left to your father and your brother. We can promise you not to kill her, which is the greatest gift to her. If you dare to come up with any tricks, be careful that we will go back on our word. Su Jing sat dejectedly on the sofa. Mom, the woman continued to brainwash her. You still consider her a friend. But what about her? Does she really consider you a friend? Have I told you the secrets of her? I tell you, if your father plan succeeds, the mysterious space in her body will be ours. Then we won't have to be afraid of anything. Su Jing couldn't stand it any longer. Mom, what mysterious space? Have you read too many novels? The woman stroked Su Jing's hair with a smile, and said gently, my silly daughter, it's all our fault that we protected you too well, and didn't let you see the horror of this world. Whether there is such a mysterious space or not, whether that person is a friend or not, you will know in 2 days. Then I will take you there, and let you see the true face of your friend with your own eyes. Chapter 114. EXIN and Bymuron took turns carrying Li Yanwu to the villa halfway up the mountain. EXIN handed Li Yanwu to Bymuron. I have rescued the person for you. Whether you can survive depends on your ability. EXIN didn't like having other people in her family. Moreover, Bymuron was too soft-hearted now. He might get into trouble at any time. EXIN didn't want to keep cleaning up for him. Bymuron understood what she meant and carried Li Yanwu to the board house not far away. There is a large forest behind. If he can still starve to death here, his 10 years of Special Forces service will be in vain. However, he looked at Li Yanwu on his back, took out 3 zombie crystal cores from his pocket, and said to EXIN, Miss EXIN, do you think this will work? I will use 3 zombie crystal cores to exchange for some millet from you. EXIN turned around, looked at the shiny zombie crystal cores in his hand, smiled and nodded, okay. But 3 crystal cores can only be exchanged for 1 kilogram. Bymuron had no choice but to nod and agree. But he was secretly sad in his heart. It's so dark. In the base, 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 1 kilogram. But he only dared to think about it in his heart. EXIN returned home and did nothing. She quickly entered the space to check how many system points she had. She remembered that there was a defense enhancement package in the system mall. It was time to use it for the base. The last time she upgraded, she was given a primary defense enhancement package, which can increase the defense enhancement by 20%. EXIN used it without hesitation. The system automatically prompted, each enhancement package can only be used once within 3 months. Are you sure to use it? You can use one of each. The primary defense enhancement package can increase the defense level by 20%. The intermediate can increase by 50%. And the advanced can increase by 100%. If 3 are used together, The defense system can be directly increased by 170%. It can be used again after 3 months, which is not bad. After using the primary defense enhancement package, EXIN obviously felt that its wire mesh became thicker, and the spikes and blades on it were sharper. There seemed to be some changes on her head, but after careful observation, she found nothing. EXIN shook her head. Maybe it's an illusion. I can't care so much. After strengthening the defense, we have to set off to Shishan. EXIN once again immersed his thoughts into the space and found the defense enhancement package in the mall. Here is a more detailed introduction. The defense enhancement package is a special weapon for base defense. It can change the defense area as the base increases. In other words, at the current location, its coverage range is only this villa and the board house not far away. If EXIN turns the surrounding areas into his own territory, then the defense package can automatically become larger and include EXIN's newly developed territory. Of course, as the base area becomes larger, the defense performance will also be weakened. EXIN was delighted. This function is really good. However, she did not plan to use this defense package to protect a large area, as long as it could protect her small villa. As for the weakening of defense when attacked, it doesn't matter. She can use a round of defense enhancement package every 3 months. But after seeing the price of the defense enhancement package, EXIN couldn't laugh. It's too expensive. The primary defense enhancement package requires 100,000 points. The intermediate one requires 500,000. And the advanced one requires 1 million. Because she found a lot of good stuff from Guqingyu. Her points once reached 9 figures. But she had already spent a lot on the basic defense of the base. And now she only had 2.68 million points. After buying the defense package, there were only 1.18 million points left. She spent another 1.1 million points to exchange for an armored vehicle from the system mall, which was better than the one she met on the road. Not only can it go on mountain roads and fire shells, but the cockpit can also be raised and opened at any time. And it is equipped with aiming equipment. For people like EXIN, who have never been accurate in shooting, it is simply a blessing. However, the points were completely gone. No, she had to find a way to get points. The intermediate defense package and the advanced defense package were used together, and the effect was immediate. The spikes and blades on the wire mesh began to emit a cold white light. Even if you didn't touch them, you could tell at a glance that they were extremely sharp. And the sky did change. Just like the barrier in the fairy movie, there was a layer of transparent light protecting the top of the head. EXIN took out the rocket launcher, stood outside the villa, and fired a rocket launcher at the board house not far away. The huge fireball exploded above the board house and turned into fireworks that scattered everywhere. But it didn't hurt the board house or the people inside at all. EXIN was stunned. Too awesome. Bai Muron and Meng Jinghan heard the sound of the rocket launcher and rushed out of the board house. They were also stunned after seeing this scene. What is EXIN doing? Bombing the board house with a rocket launcher? Does she want to kill us all? What's wrong with the sky? Why is the ammunition blocked? EXIN threw the rocket launcher back to the villa, looked at the two stupid people, clapped her hands and smiled. I have a new gadget. Try the effect. Bai Muron, Meng Jinghan, She was also the first person to use a rocket launcher to attack her own nest. Bai Muron looked at the transparent light in the sky in a daze. It could even let the wind in. So how could it defend against the attack of the rocket launcher? EXIN ignored their strange looks and turned back home. She wanted to have a good sleep, and then set off for Shishan. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when she woke up. She moved Li Tao out of the space again, and asked him to help guard the villa. EXIN moved the safe onto the armored vehicle, took Xianxian with her, and picked up Meng Jinghan. The 3 of them went to Shishan together. In order not to alert the enemy, they stopped the armored vehicle when they were still 3 miles away from Shishan, pulled over the straw to hide the armored vehicle, and walked away. Xianxian had already released the little white mouse and asked it to go find the whereabouts of Ye's father and mother. It would be better if they could rescue them in advance. Before EXIN and Meng Jinghan finished surveying the terrain of Shishan, the little white mouse came back. Mom, this time it might be a bit difficult. After listening to the little white mouse's description, Xianxian showed an incredible expression on his face. How could this happen? EXIN looked around and saw no one. So she took Xianxian's hand and asked, What happened? Mom? The little white mouse didn't find Grandpa and Grandma, but found Aunt Su Jing. The little white mouse said that they lived not far from the foot of the mountain. And there are terrible people everywhere. Compared with the bodyguards of the Gu family compound, they are not on the same level at all. It accidentally exposed itself and was almost beaten to death. It also said that Aunt Su Jing called that woman mom and the male owner their dad. Yi Xian suddenly understood that Su Jing's parents were here. Su Jing said that when her parents came, they would take Gu Qingyu away, and she would be safe then. But she didn't expect that her parents were even more cruel than Gu Qingyu. The little white mouse couldn't find the trace of his parents. What does this mean? It means that his parents may not be here at all. This is a big trap. Quickly retreat. Chapter 115. Not good. Tell the little white mouse to find Uncle Ming. Let's go! Yi Xian understood immediately. Ming Jinghan was surveying the terrain around him, and only the little white mouse could find him in the shortest time. In order to save time, Yi Xian looked around and saw that there was no one around, and quickly threw Xian into the space. His legs were too short to run fast. At this time, on a tall building not far away, two women were looking at this side with telescopes. How is it? Am I right? The middle-aged woman was still elegant and calm, but the young woman was trembling all over. Mom. She really has space. Xian can even talk to the little mouse. This young woman is obviously Su Jing. Hee. No wonder a little white mouse suddenly came to our house. So this is what happened. Hubby. They have an awakened beast ability. The place we chose doesn't seem to be very good. This middle-aged man looks 70% similar to Gu Qingyu, but the viciousness in his eyes is more than 10 times that of Gu Qingyu. The man threw away the cigar in his hand and crushed it with his foot. Ask if they found the safe over there, and start the action according to the plan. After saying this, the man turned and walked downstairs, leaving Su Jing and her mother still standing in front of the window. Yi Xian followed the little white mouse all the way to the middle of the mountain. Ming Jinghan was standing on the pavilion looking down. Seeing Yi Xian, he jumped down from the pavilion. Are you ready over there? Yi Xian shook her head. It's too late to explain. This may be a trap. Let's go! Hearing this, Ming Jinghan was stunned for a moment. Turned around and pulled Yi Xian. Don't go that way. Run up. Why? Before these 3 words came out, bullets hit them like hail. Ming Jinghan was quick-witted and grabbed Yi Xian, and quickly slid down from the edge of the cliff. The snow on the mountain was very thick. The ground was very slippery, and the cliff was almost 90 degrees. So the 2 people fell down like falling off a cliff. Ming Jinghan held Yi Xian with one hand and used the other hand to force the long sword into the cliff. At the same time, Yi Xian's wrist flipped, and a steel wire shot out from the watch. The expansion screw at the top of the steel wire shot deep into the snow, hanging the 2 people in the air. Ming Jinghan looked down and saw strange rocks everywhere. If he fell down, the chance of survival would be slim. If he kept hanging like this, the group of people above would definitely follow him soon, and then the 2 people would become their living targets. Damn it! He had clearly noticed someone here just now, but he thought it was the disaster victims from the mountain who came up to find food. If he had been alert earlier, it would have been better. According to the position of that person, there might be ambushes from here to the bottom of the mountain. Their only way is to climb up, cross the mountain, and then rush down from the other side. He told Yi Xian all his thoughts. Yi Xian looked down and saw a lot of rocks below. Looking at the steep mountain above, he said firmly, No, we can't go up like this, and they won't allow us to go up. Are you ready? Let's go down first. Ming Jinghan nodded, drew his sword, and the bodyguards followed and beat them up again. In front of the window not far away, Su Jing held her mother hand tightly. Mom, they jumped off the cliff. They will die. The woman gently stroked Su Jing's hand and comforted her. Don't worry. Your father and your brother are gone, and you will definitely see her today. You can ask her in person when the time comes. I also want to know how she will answer when the time comes. No. Su Jing suddenly broke free from her mother's hand. I can't let her die. After saying that, Su Jing quickly ran downstairs. 2 bodyguards blocked her way. The woman walked to Su Jing gracefully and gently embraced her daughter's waist. My daughter is still so kind. But it's a pity that this is the end of the world. That's our enemy. No. Su Jing took advantage of the bodyguard's inattention, suddenly broke free from her mother's hand, and ran downstairs again. The bodyguard wanted to chase her out, but was stopped by the woman. The woman waved her hand, let her go. What an ignorant person! Su Jing ran downstairs, and ran all the way to where Yi Xian fell. She knew that her brother was lying in ambush there. What if Yi Xian fell into her brother's hands? Thinking of the girls in the Gu family compound, she couldn't help but shudder. At this time, Yi Xian was not doing well either. Someone was shooting from above. In order not to be a live target, she suddenly pulled off the rope on her wrist, and let her body slide down freely again. Hold me tight, she yelled at Ming Jinghan. Ming Jinghan hugged Yi Xian's waist tightly. This thing of hers was more useful than a long sword. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The long sword thrust out, fixing the two people's bodies on the cliff again. There are people below. Gu Qingyu led a dozen men in black to guard the bottom of the cliff. He smoked a cigar leisurely, looked at the two people falling down from above his head, and smiled. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to hell, but you insist on rushing down. He put the cigar into his mouth, flipped the switch on the pistol with his right hand, and said to himself, "Today I will let you see how powerful your Qingye is." A dozen men in black laughed wildly at them. "Come down. Mr. Qing has been waiting for you here for a long time." "Yes. Come down quickly. We haven't seen such a beautiful girl for a long time. TSK. In this end of the world, she can still maintain such fair skin and beautiful appearance. It's really rare." These words were clearly heard by Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan. Ming Jinghan looked down at the woman in his arms. Her face was calm, but her eyes revealed a trace of panic. Her beautiful cheeks seemed whiter than snow and more transparent than jade. He narrowed his eyes. Can't let her fall into the hands of these people. Gu Qingyu stared at Yi Xian coldly. My arsenal. My arsenal. Yi Xian, when you stole all my belongings in City A, did you ever think that this day would come? There are pursuers on the mountain. Ambushes at the foot of the mountain. And the two are still hanging halfway up the mountain. Yi Xian closed her eyes. It's over. A bad start. Take Ming Jinghan into the space? This trick doesn't work either. If the space energy runs out, they will appear on the cliff again. Imagine disappearing in front of these people, and then reappearing in front of them. If Xian hadn't been thrown into space, maybe he could have summoned the wild beasts on the mountain to help. Now the two of them were isolated and helpless. Ming Jinghan lowered his head and whispered in her ear, I can't hold on any longer. Use your rope. Yi Xian flipped her wrist, and the steel wire shot out again, firmly grasping the cliff. Ming Jinghan smiled at her and whispered, Take care. After that, the long sword was pulled out from the mountain, and at the same time, he let go of Yi Xian's hand and let his body fall to the ground. Yi Xian didn't expect him to do this, and was stunned for a moment. Ming Jinghan. Chapter 116. Ming Jinghan didn't intend to die. He had his plan. With his super lightness skill, he landed smoothly and didn't stand up to attack the enemy immediately, but rolled on the ground for a few times and quickly hid behind a big rock. As expected, as soon as he hid, bullets hit the big rock like a meteor. He had no choice but to shrink behind the big rock and stay still, trying to catch Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu was very cunning. He didn't stand on the ground like the others, but stood on a big rock more than one person tall next to him, commanding the men in black to besiege Ming Jinghan from a high position. The men in black looked at each other. 3 of them went to the left, and the other 3 went to the right. Ming Jinghan listened carefully to their footsteps and understood immediately. They wanted to get behind him and besiege him. If this happened, he would never be able to escape with just his long sword. Ming Jinghan quietly reached into his leather boots, where there were 3 flying knives hidden. They were Ming Jinghan's last life-saving weapon. Ming Jinghan raised his hand, and 3 flying knives flashed with cold light and flew out. The 3 men in black on the right fell to the ground in response. With unparalleled accuracy, the gunshots rang out again. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and fell to the ground. Like Ming Jinghan, she rolled on the ground and hid behind a big rock. Although Yi Xian's shooting skills were poor, she knew how to shoot. Bang bang. 2 gunshots were fired, and a man in black was shot in the abdomen. Yi Xian grinned, not bad luck. So, relying on the cover of the big rock, she took out the AK and tried to aim at Gu Qingyu. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. The first 2 shots were fired by Yi Xian. The last 3 shots were fired by the man in black who found Yi Xian's gun and fired 3 shots at Yi Xion's hiding place. Yi Xion's AK was immediately shot off. Damn it! How did they practice their marksmanship? Yi Xion threw away the AK and took out a pistol again, which was better than a steel knife. Seeing that Yi Xion attracted all the firepower, Meng Jinghan suddenly jumped out and stabbed with his long sword, and a man in black fell to the ground. Meng Jinghan rushed towards Gu Qingyu like a cheetah. Suddenly, gunshots rang out densely, all directed at Meng Jinghan. Under pressure, he had to look for a hiding place again. 2 people with cold weapons, facing a group of drug dealers with rich combat experience. The outcome is almost certain. Gu Qingyu sneered and threw the remaining cigar on the ground, crushed it with his foot, and ordered, "Go! Kill the men, and catch the women alive. Bah! If you go against me, today I will show you how many eyes the Horse King has." Before he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the front, and a huge armored vehicle rushed over here. Yi Xion was sharp-eyed and shouted, "I'm here!" All the guns were aimed at the armored vehicle, with its strong body and bulletproof glass. These bullets could do nothing to it. Bai Miran, who was in the driver's seat, saw Yi Xion and suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right. The huge armored vehicle knocked down a man in black and drove towards Yi Xion with a boom. Bai Miran held the steering wheel with one hand and opened the car door with the other hand, and stretched out his hand to Yi Xion. "Quick! Get up!" Yi Xion rushed onto the armored vehicle under the hail of bullets and pointed to the north and shouted, 40 degrees northwest. Meng Jinghan is there. Bai Miran turned the car around again and drove towards Meng Jinghan. After Meng Jinghan got on the car smoothly, the armored vehicle drove towards the main road like a giant elephant, ignoring anyone's obstruction. A woman appeared on the main road and shouted to the armored vehicle, "Yi Xion! Yi Xion!" Yi Xion turned around and saw Su Jing. Su Jing was wearing a light blue down jacket, and her hair was meticulous. It seemed that she was living a good life. Bai Miran glanced at Yi Xion and saw that Yi Xion did not show any expression. He drove the armored vehicle past Su Jing, and the snow blew all over Su Jing's head and face. The zombies on the road heard the sound and ran after the armored vehicle. Yi Xion's heart moved. Since they are ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. This time, they took so much trouble. If I don't give them some gifts in return, wouldn't it be that she, Yi Xion, doesn't know etiquette? According to the description of the little white mouse, Yi Xion roughly confirmed the location where Su Jing's parents lived, pointing to a 2-story building in the right front. Yi Xion sneered and gave an order, "Drive over." Bai Miran was shocked. When I came here, I observed that there were at least 40 or 50 professionally trained people there. Not only were there people guarding inside, but there were also many secret sentries outside. It's too dangerous for us to approach like this. Yi Xion nodded. "Approach. I have my own ideas. If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman." She, Yi Xion, is narrow-minded and will take revenge. Bai Miran said nothing more, but drove the armored vehicle towards the 2-story building. Yi Xion set up a crossbow and kept aiming outward. Bai Miran smiled. 60 degrees to the right front. There are 2 people on the tree. Aim. Bang. The crossbow flew to the treetop, and a bodyguard in a suit fell from the tree. Bang. Another bodyguard also fell down. The smell of blood deeply stimulated the zombies following the armored vehicle, and the zombies rushed forward. Ah! The 2 bodyguards only shouted and were drowned by the zombie wave. 45 degrees to the left front. The big tree above the courtyard wall. After Bai Miran's reminder, Yi Xion's crossbow arrow was aimed at the 2 people on the tree again. Yi Xion clearly saw one of them took out a whistle, and the sharp sound of the whistle sounded, and the man also fell off the treetop. At the whistle, more than 20 bodyguards in suits and leather shoes rushed out of the courtyard. The man standing in the middle of the bodyguards looked about 60 years old, with a square face, white face and no beard, short legs, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his face was quite similar to Gu Qingyu. Yi Xion knew that this man was Gu Qingyu's father, and also Su Jing's father, and the mastermind who wanted her life this time. Gu Xinan, nicknamed Gu Chengjing. Yi Xion aimed her crossbow at the man, and he grabbed a bodyguard beside him to block himself like a prophet. The crossbow arrow hit the bodyguard. Gu Xinan pushed the bodyguard away, stepped back a few steps, and let more bodyguards cover him. Other bodyguards slowly approached the armored vehicle. "This is a demon. He didn't even blink when he used others to block the arrow. Seeing that he couldn't kill him, Yi Xian had to knock down a few more bodyguards. The zombies smelled of fresh blood and rushed up with a roar. The bodyguard didn't care about Yi Xian's armored vehicle and turned around to fight the zombies. Quick! Throw these two people out. Seeing the zombies rushing over with their big, smelly mouths, Gu Xinan ordered the bodyguards to throw out the injured people. However, although these people were injured, they were not dead. They were also afraid of death. Looking at the howling zombies, they kept retreating, all the way to Gu Changjing. Gu Xinan gritted his teeth and took out his pistol, shooting the two bodyguards dead. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over him. And more zombies followed the smell and ran over howling. Su Jing saw this scene from a distance and exclaimed, "Dad!" Chapter 117. Yi Xian's crossbow was already aimed at him. Seeing Su Jing, she silently put down the crossbow in her hand. "Let's just say goodbye to our friendship. Just this once." The bodyguards around the man were all well trained. They immediately surrounded him and shot the zombies' heads one by one. The man pointed at Su Jing and shouted to the bodyguards, "Quick! Protect the young lady home first." As he said that, he raised his gun, blew off the head of a zombie, and dodged back. Bai Muran glanced at Yi Xian and drove the armored vehicle past Su Jing. Su Jing shouted at the armored vehicle, "Yi Xian! I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it." Yi Xian closed her eyes. It was too late to say this now. Where were Mom and Dad hidden by them? This was what Yi Xian cared about the most. Bai Muran drove the car with full concentration. The zombies also howled and surrounded him. Bai Muran did not slow down at all, but ran over the zombies. "Where's the safe? Didn't they steal it?" Yi Xian shook her head. "I hid it. The things in the car are fake." Meng Jinghan suddenly exclaimed, "It's broken. Stop the car." Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? The armored vehicle slowly slowed down, and Meng Jinghan reached out to open the door. Xian. We left Xian behind." Yi Xian stopped his hand. "Don't worry. Xian went back by himself a long time ago." The vehicle slowed down for less than a minute, and the zombies behind had caught up and started to climb onto the roof of the car. Howling, Bai Muran accelerated suddenly and shook off several zombies. One of the zombies, a middle-aged woman, clung to the roof and looked down. Her cheek, which was missing half of her face, was tightly pressed against the roof. Her sharp claws scratched the bulletproof glass, making a numbing sound. Yi Xian shuddered all over, stretched out her hand, and pressed the red button on the left. The roof was quickly bounced up. She wanted to use the elastic force to bounce the zombie out, but she didn't expect that she was still clinging to it tightly. It didn't bounce out immediately, but instead allowed her to take the opportunity to put a hand into the car. The hand was as thin as a stick, and not only the hand, but also the arm had turned into a lifeless purple color. It just kept grabbing at the top of Meng Jinghan's head. Even though Meng Jinghan was used to big scenes, he was still shocked when he suddenly faced a zombie right above his head. He didn't even think about it, and swung his long sword. The claw fell into the car, and Meng Jinghan jumped onto his seat in fear. The zombie who lost one hand was bounced out by Yi Xian, fell to the ground and rolled twice, and turned again to chase closely. "Eat! I want to eat! So hungry!" Yi Xian looked at the zombies behind her in the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling. The zombie's arm that fell into the car was still moving. "Don't touch her." Meng Jinghan timidly stretched out his hand, and wanted to throw the half of his arm away, but was yelled at by Bai Muran. He immediately retracted his arm, and looked at Bai Muran in confusion. "Find him a piece of cloth. Wrap it up and throw it out. Don't touch it." Bai Muran turned around and said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also stunned. Can it be contagious even without a wound? Bai Muran thought for a moment and nodded. Not necessarily. One of my comrades was touched by a zombie. He was not scratched at the time, but he turned into a zombie half a day later. Yi Xian, shocked. Meng Jinghan widened his eyes. Shocked? Can it be like this? Bai Muran shook his head. Who knows? Maybe he already had a wound on his body. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Yi Xian bent down and picked up a coal tongs from under her feet. To be safe. You should use this. Meng Jinghan took great pains to throw the half-broken arm out of the window. The broken arm fell in the snow, still wriggling. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Muran. Why are you here? Who will take care of Li Yanwu? Bai Muran grinned. Thanks to your Xiaomi. He woke up last night. I promised to help you rescue your parents, and you helped me rescue people. I can't break my promise. See if anything is missing? When I found this car, 3 or 4 drug dealers were looking for something on it. I beat them all away. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Nothing is missing. There was nothing on it anyway. You seem to be quite ruthless when you kill drug dealers. You are totally different from last night. Bai Muron showed his big white teeth again. It's different. Those people are ordinary people who need our protection. And these people deserve to die. If you ask me, your shooting skills are too bad. I will teach you when we get back. Yi Xian thought of the last life again. He said the same thing to her and really taught her how to use a gun. Unfortunately, he left not long after. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Bai Muron looked at Meng Jinghan. Do you want to practice too? In this end times, no matter how sharp a sword is, it can't kill all the zombies. But good marksmanship is fed by bullets. Do you have so many bullets? Yi Xian smiled slightly. You just need to discipline her. And leave the rest to me. Bai Muron didn't say anything. This woman is not simple. He knew it since he saw her fortifications. He was even more shocked when he saw the defense line in the sky yesterday. But she refused to say it. So he naturally wouldn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. And he chose to respect them. Suddenly, Bai Muron opened a car window and reached out to the trees and weeds on the roadside. A green light flashed, and the trees and weeds grew rapidly, spreading quickly toward the road. The huge branches, like vines with thoughts, blocked the zombies' path tightly, and even entangled some zombies in the middle. Unfortunately, the zombies ran too fast, and even with Bai Muron's supernatural power, many zombies still avoided the obstacles and ran after the car. Bai Muron repeated the same method 5 or 6 times, and finally cleared the zombies behind the car. The other zombies on the road also wanted to chase the car, but the car was going too fast, and they had no time to gather together. They dispersed after chasing for a while. Seeing that they were getting closer to the villa halfway up the mountain, he slowly said, "This is the only way up the mountain. It would be better if you added a gate here." Yi Xian had this idea a long time ago. But things happened one after another. Before she could spare the time, her parents were kidnapped by them. Seeing that there were more and more zombies on the road, this matter must be put on the agenda. The hollow iron door in the space is great. Whoever dares to hit it will be killed. Yi Xian sighed. But unfortunately, her points were not enough to redeem the iron door. Meng Jinghan saw Bai Muron's ability and opened his eyes wide in surprise. After a long time, he asked stumblingly, Is this magic? Bai Muron smiled and said, "Just think of it as magic." Before the car arrived in front of the villa, Yi Xian saw a large group of people gathered at the door of her house. It was people, not zombies. She also heard faint gunshots. Chapter 118. Yi Xian's heart suddenly tightened. Something happened. She took out her pistol and fired into the air. The crisp sound of the gunshot made the people surrounding the villa turn their heads suddenly. "She's here. It's her. Look and see if it's her?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. The armored vehicle rumbled and stopped at the door of the villa. The villagers automatically made way. There was a man lying behind the villagers. The man's figure was blocked by the villagers. Yi Xian couldn't see his face for a while. Yi Xian held a steel knife and pushed open the car door. Seeing Yi Xian approaching, the villagers automatically stepped back again, exposing the man in front of them to Yi Xian. The man was covered in scars, and his cotton coat was torn to reveal the cotton, which was stained with blood. Looking at his face, there were only dirt and scratches, some of which were already scarred, and his original appearance could not be seen at all. Bai Muron and Meng Jinghan stood behind Yi Xian, Bai Muron holding a gun in his hand and pointing it at the man lying on the ground, and Meng Jinghan holding a long sword ready at any time. Yi Xian approached the man cautiously and stood about 3 steps away from him. "What's going on?" A man in his 50s said, "Girl, this man said he is your good friend and that you will give us food if we send him up." Yi Xian looked at the man again. His face was so colorful that she couldn't recognize him at all. Only his eyes seemed familiar. The man saw Yi Xian and struggled to get up from the ground. He tried several times but failed. "Yi Xian, it's me. Bai Bing." The man climbed to the corner of the wall, where the snow was softer. He held the snow in his hands and rubbed it hard on his face. After a while, Yi Xian recognized it. It was really Bai Bing. By Bing? It was really you. Didn't you go to the base? How come you are here? By Bing was almost exhausted. He grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth again. His mouth was numb from the cold. And he swallowed the snow. It's hard to explain. My mother and grandmother are both dead. On the way, I heard that a woman came to the mountain here. After listening to their description, I guessed it was you. So I came to you. Yi Xian. We are neighbors. You know me. I can do anything. As long as I have food to eat. As he said, Bai Bing took out 4 zombie crystal cores from his pocket and held them in his hand. I saw many people collecting these on the road, saying that they can be used as money. Can I use them to exchange for the qualification to stay? After speaking, Bai Bing lowered his head. My food was stolen. And I can't enter the base. I can only beg you. Yi Xian had a good impression of Bai Bing, since he came to her door with so much difficulty. She couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Not to mention that these zombie crystal cores could indeed be exchanged for food. Yi Xian took Bai Bing's crystal core and threw it into the space. Unexpectedly, the space system immediately displayed 4 zombie crystal cores were found. Each crystal core is 10 points. Do you want to exchange? 1 crystal core is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Great. Are you still worried that you don't have points? There are plenty of zombies outside. Exchange. Points increased by 40. She had never thrown a zombie crystal core in before. This was the first time. And the system gave her a big surprise. Yi Xian was so happy that she said to Bai Bing, I can take you in. Provide you with food and protection. But if you want to be a member of the mid-mountain base, you need to obey my orders and pay taxes every day. Bai Bing was stunned. Private base? Pay taxes every day? Too shady. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Don't worry. Listen to me and finish the rules here. Here, you can freely cultivate wasteland. She provides seeds, and half of the income from farming is handed over. Yi Xian can guarantee the safety of the base's residents. Of course, the residents have to hand in 3 zombie crystal cores every day as rent and protection fees, and pay them every half a month, in order to give residents time to recuperate. The first 3 days are tax-free. If you kill enough zombie crystal cores, the extra crystal cores can be exchanged for points. And then the points can be exchanged for living supplies, food, vegetables, and even meat and weapons from Lord Yi Xian. The Lord will also issue tasks from time to time. You can get rewards and tax exemption opportunities by taking the tasks. Bai Bing listened stupidly. Isn't this the condition of a private small base? He has heard about such bases a lot along the way. Before he left, Yi Xian had reminded him that if he wanted to enter, he should enter a large base, and never enter a small base. Now she has actually built a base by herself and asked him to be a citizen of the base. Yi Xian looked at Bai Bing, without a trace of emotion on her face. What do you think of this condition? No. No entrance fee. Yi Xian shook her head. 3 zombie crystal cores are the entrance fee. You have already paid it. There is 1 more that can be exchanged for living supplies. However, once you enter my base, you are my subject. Yi Xian, you must be absolutely loyal to me. Once I find any betrayal, I guarantee that you will die miserably. Bai Bing was stunned for more than 10 seconds before digesting Yi Xian's words, and nodded fiercely. I am willing. Please take me in. Lord. A message appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Congratulations on receiving the first base subject, and reward a base gift package. Do you want to receive it? Receive. A reward of 1 advanced body strengthening pill, which increases the body speed by 100%, strength by 100%, resistance to blows by 100%, and healing of trauma by 100%. A reward of 1 intermediate base defense strengthening package, which increases the base defense by 50% after use, and can be used once every 3 months. A reward of 1 bottle of trauma medicine. Even if the bones are broken, they can be restored within half an hour after use. A reward of 1 central nervous system anesthetic, which will not feel pain even if the whole body is comminuted fractured after use, and the effect lasts for 24 hours. The reward is a set of constant temperature combat uniforms, which can withstand temperatures of 70 degrees and minus 70 degrees. Yi Xian was stunned. This is too awesome. Much more awesome than when the civilian base appeared in the space. There is another line of words below. The Banshan base is currently a primary base model. Please upgrade the base as soon as possible to get more rewards. Upgrade conditions. 50 civilians in the base. 50 people. Her small wooden houses will definitely not be enough for her. Solve the current problems first. And these troubles will be dealt with later. Yi Xian came back to her senses and turned back to tell Ming Jinghan. Help him up and find a place to stay and heal his wounds. Pay attention to his condition. If he turns into a corpse, don't show mercy. Bai Muron nodded secretly. Yi Xian took out a pound of millet from her backpack and handed it to Ming Jinghan. Make porridge for her. The villagers' eyes lit up when they saw the food. The man walked to Yi Xian and spoke again. Lord, please take us in too. We have all been doing farm work all our lives. We are experts in farming. After saying this, the dozen men behind him nodded. Yes, that's right. Take us in. We can do anything. We will never betray you. Yi Xian looked at these villagers. And then at the board house not far away. These people may have reached their limit. Seeing that Yi Xian refused to nod, the middle-aged man was a little anxious. Lord, we don't have crystal cores now. But we have lived in this village for generations. We will replenish the zombie crystal cores within 3 days. If you don't believe us, we can take you to my house and mortgage the house to you. Also, we all have farmland. When the snow melts, we can continue to farm there. The fields there are fertile fields that we have worked hard to cultivate for decades. Yi Xian's eyes lit up after hearing this, and an idea flashed in her mind. Chapter 119. Yi Xian thought for a while and nodded. Okay. I will send someone to take over your house and land. Now you should follow his arrangement and settle there first. Bai Muron nodded. Leave it to me. Watching these people leave with Bai Muron, Li Tao opened the door of the villa. My lady. Yi Xian glanced at him. Well done. Now there is another task for you. Yi Xian released Xian from the space and said to Li Tao, take a few people to confiscate the houses and fields of the people. Remember? Investigate carefully. Li Tao left with 3 days' worth of food for his subjects, distributing it after collecting properties and fields. After fighting zombies all the way, even though Yi Xian's body had been strengthened, she still felt exhausted. Xian obediently brought Yi Xian a cup of warm water. Mom, what if Grandpa and Grandma can't be found? Or, should I release the mice again? Yi Xian shook her head. The mice have been found by them, and the chances of success will be even smaller if we release them again. Let's think of other ways. Li Mei brought out dinner from the kitchen. A tomato and egg soup, a plate of spicy fried chicken, and a plate of braised carp, which looked delicious. Yi Xian looked at her approvingly. Your cooking skills are good. Li Mei grinned. To be honest, I'm the one who cooks in my little shop. I've been doing it for so many years, and I've already mastered it. Don't cook if you have something to do in the future. I take care of this. That's great. Although Yi Xian likes food, she really doesn't want to cook. She felt it was too boring to waste so much time on washing and rinsing. She used to be a full-time mother, and Xian needed her to match his nutrition. So she had to cook carefully. Now someone is replacing her, and she is naturally happy. Yi Xian picked up a piece of spicy chicken and stuffed it into her mouth, nodded and said, not bad. I will leave this job to you in the future. Li Mei smiled and lowered her head. My lady, I have another thing to ask you. Yi Xian took a big sip of tomato and egg soup, stuffed a big piece of chicken into it, and said vaguely, you say? Li Mei rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands in embarrassment. Her face flushed, and her ears were all red. Yi Xian was even more curious. What was the secret that made her so embarrassed to speak? Could it be? Yi Xian stopped eating, put down her chopsticks and stared at her. What? Don't want to talk? Then go back. Li Mei was startled and quickly waved her hands. No! No! My lady, I'm telling you. I'm pregnant. What? Yi Xian almost jumped up. Whose child is it? Which bastard bullied you? Tell me. I will tear him into pieces. Li Mei hurriedly trembled her hands to comfort Yi Xian. Don't. Madam, I volunteered. Yi Xian, Who is it? Lu Liang. Yi Xian, Lu Liang left a deep impression on her. He is a man of affection and righteousness. Li Mei will not be wronged if she follows him. What do you want me to do? Madam, you don't need to do anything. I want you to allow me to hold a wedding with Lu Liang there. I want to marry him. What's wrong with that? Since her space began to accept subjects, although the production work has been going smoothly, and even the arsenal has seen its first prototype. There has never been anything exciting. This happy event came at the right time. Yi Xian waved her hand. It's approved. Not only was it approved, but she also gave them a wedding bed last time. Anyway, Gu Qingyu's big bed is still unused in this space. You guys get ready first. And when Li Tao comes back after finishing his work, I let him host your wedding. Li Mei was flattered, with a smile in her eyes, and she was indescribably charming. At this time, Li Tao led the crowd to walk down the mountain in a mighty manner. Li Mei saw the scene outside through the glass door, was stunned, and ran quickly to the door. Yi Xian immediately became alert. What's wrong? Li Mei looked for a long time, turned back, and said to Yi Xian, do you remember that I once said that there was a patient who had a space on him and was sent to the hospital by his family because of misunderstanding? Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. She seemed to have said that she had entered that person's space. Li Mei pointed at the crowd outside the door. My lady, that person is here. How could he fall to such a state if he had space? Yi Xian understood immediately. Li Mei suspected that this person had ulterior motives. Xian. Yi Xian turned around and called her son, who had just finished his meal. Xian nodded and took out the little white mouse. Little white mouse. Little white mouse. It's time for you to make achievements again. Go. Keep an eye on that person for us. Yes. The man in a navy blue ragged cotton jacket. Keep an eye on him and tell me everything he does. The little white mouse nodded and disappeared in a flash. Don't worry. Mom, didn't we have a space in the last life? Didn't we still join the base? It's useless to have a space but no ability. Yi Xian agreed with this statement. But she still had to be careful. If someone dared to set his sights on her, she would never sit idly by. Li Tao came back soon. And so did the group of people. After settling down, Li Tao returned to the space and muttered, it's still more comfortable here. It's freezing outside. Yi Xian ignored him. She was concentrating on listening to the conversation between the white mouse and Xian. The white mouse's squeak sounded the same tone. But Xian frowned. What's going on? Xian looked back at Yi Xian. Mom, this man's purpose is indeed unknown. The white mouse found him stealing things. It turned out that when Li Tao led the villagers to collect real estate and land, he took a fancy to a villager's iron plow, which was the thing unloaded from the tractor for turning the soil. While no one was paying attention, he secretly put the iron plow into the space. Later, Li Tao wanted to pull the iron plow back to the base, but found that it was inexplicably missing. He had a hard time looking for it with the villagers. But in the end, the man didn't take out the iron plow. Yi Xian narrowed her eyes slightly. This thing is used to turn the soil. He can't take out the stolen things and use them in public. What on earth does he want to do? There is only one explanation. He didn't want to stay here for a long time. He just wanted to get away after playing here. It would be fine if he didn't find out. But since Yi Xian had already found out, how could she watch others take away her supplies? Little wolf. Go. Call Meng Jinghan over to me. This kind of person can't be kept. So let him play his final role. This time, Meng Jinghan went with them to confiscate the villagers' properties. He knew the cause and effect of this incident better than anyone else. He understood as soon as Yi Xian said the beginning. This person can't be kept. Meng Jinghan's handsome face was full of frost. Leave this matter to me. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Remember, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Meng Jinghan nodded. Don't worry. Lord, I have more experience in this kind of thing than you. Haha. He changed his words too. From your name. Do you plan to stay here? Yi Xian stared at him with a smile. Meng Jinghan's face suddenly turned red. I am more useful than them. Right? As for the zombie crystal cores I owe you, I will find a way to make up for it. Yi Xian tapped the table lightly with his right hand. Looking calm, if you handle this matter well, the previous crystal cores will be waived. But you have a new task. Help me keep an eye on those people. Meng Jinghan grinned. Yes. My lord. See how I deal with that guy. Hee hee. Chapter 120. The villagers, tired from a day's work, finally drank the fragrant rice porridge. They were stroking their half-full bellies and preparing to rest when they suddenly heard the sound of a gong outside the door. This was what Meng Jinghan had agreed with them. As long as this sound appeared, it meant that there was something important that needed to be gathered. They didn't care about resting. They immediately got up from the bed and ran to the open space at the door to gather. 28 people stood in 2 rows. And even Bing came out despite his illness. The yard was brightly lit. It turned out that EP81 had pulled out the electricity in the villa. 2 high-wattage bulbs were hung at both ends of the yard, illuminating everything in the yard clearly. Meng Jinghan held a long sword, his face full of frost, which made people shudder. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu stood on both sides of the team with guns, staring at the 28 newcomers. Meng Jinghan spoke, and his voice was full of majesty that they had never seen before, which made people want to kneel down inexplicably. Meng Jinghan's eyes were like lightning, slowly sweeping across the crowd, and his thin lips slightly opened. Today, the Lord said, what is the first condition for entering the mid-mountain base? Everyone didn't know what happened, and they all kept silent and didn't dare to say a word. Meng Jinghan pointed his sword forward and said to a man in his 30s, what do you think is the first condition? The man answered tremblingly, yes. It is to pay 3 zombie crystal cores. And loyalty. Meng Jinghan nodded, yes. The Lord of the 3 zombie crystal cores has given you a grace period. But can loyalty be discounted? The voice was like a bell, with endless majesty. EP81 walked out of the villa slowly, and looked at the scene in front of him indifferently, as expected of the 3rd prince of another world. This momentum and majesty are really good. Everyone shuddered and lowered their heads in fear, not daring to say a word. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu couldn't help but look at him twice more. Li Qi, Meng Jinghan suddenly shouted. A middle-aged man stood out from the team, his whole body trembling. Meng, Leader Meng. Meng Jinghan stared at him with his eagle eyes. Tell me, where did the iron plow go today? Everyone knew about this matter, and suddenly heard Meng Jinghan ask this, and couldn't help whispering. No way. Did he take it away? How is it possible? How could such a big thing be taken away in front of everyone? What does Chief Meng mean? I don't know. Let's wait and see. Li Qi's eyes rolled around. Chief Meng. I really don't know. We have always been together. The iron plow is so big. Even if I want to take it away, I don't have the ability to do so. Seeing the villagers nodding one after another, Li Qi straightened his back a little. Meng Jinghan sneered. Very good. You won't admit it. Right? The Lord has already noticed your little trick. Do you think you can get away with it by refusing to admit it? Meng Jinghan suddenly shouted, Bai Muron. Bai Muron stretched out a hand, and a green light flashed in the palm of his hand. The big tree next to him seemed to come alive, and the branches rolled towards Li Qi like vines. Before Li Qi could react, he was lifted off the ground and hung in the air. Everyone exclaimed, Ah! What is that? Magic? No! That's a superpower. I've heard of it. It's a superpower. Li Qi struggled hard. Let me go. You let me go! You can't frame me at will. If you have the guts, show me the evidence. No matter how he struggled, the branches still tightly wrapped around him, and there were signs that they were getting tighter and tighter. EP81's voice slowly sounded. Want evidence? Don't worry. I will give you the evidence. But I'm afraid you won't be able to see it. Li Ji, that iron plow belongs to your family. If it appears in front of you, do you recognize it? A middle-aged man in his 40s came out. My lord. I know him. Meng Jinghan nodded and looked around the room again. That's good. Today we see if the Lord has wronged him. As he spoke, he thrust his sword straight into Li Qi's heart. Ah! Li Qi's screams rang out on the spot, shaking all the subjects. They really dared to kill people. Meng Jinghan did not draw his sword, but stared at Li Qi's eyes. This is your last chance. Take it out yourself, or let it fall out automatically. He glanced at Bai Muron, and stared at Li Qi again. I tell you another secret. Wood-type superpowers can not only control flowers and trees, but also make people recover quickly. Even if you have a heart injury, he can heal you, as long as you take it out. Li Qi's face was pale, but he still said stubbornly, I don't know what you are talking about. Meng Jinghan shook his head. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Then you can enjoy your time. As he said that, the long sword turned around in his stomach, and then pulled out violently. Ah! Li Qi's screams rang out again. Now it was too late for him to regret. His heart was broken, and he lost his breath in a short while. Then a shocking scene appeared. Many things fell from Li Qi. Half a bag of rice, a bag of millet, an electric fan, a pile of clothes, tables, chairs, benches, pots and pans, etc. Finally, an iron plow suddenly appeared and fell to the ground, smashing a big hole in the snow on the ground. Li Ji's eyes widened, pointing at the iron plow and shouting, "Yes! That's my iron plow." When things stopped falling from the sky, Li Ji ran forward, pointed at the gap on the far right of the iron plow and shouted, "Sister Zhang, do you remember? This was broken when I was plowing the land for your family, and I didn't have time to replace it." A woman nodded. "That's right. This was broken when Brother Li helped my family plow the land before the natural disaster. This is Brother Li's iron plow. What happened? How could it fall from the sky?" Yi Xian slowly said, "This is also a kind of supernatural power. He only needs to put his hand on the object he wants to take it away and hide it in a place where we can't see it. But he can take it out and use it at any time." Ming Jing'an's eyes swept across the whole scene again. Li Ji violated the first rule of the base and wanted to take the things of the base for himself, which is considered disloyalty. Li Ji, as Li Qi's eldest brother, faces the eldest brother who raised him since he was a child. But he does not think about giving back, but only wants to steal, which is considered unjust. His slightly low, yet majestic voice spread throughout the audience. "Such a disloyal and unjust person shall be put to death." Eagle eyes swept the audience again. "I hope you will learn from this and not break the law again. From now on, if you find someone around you doing something that violates the base regulations, you can report it to me. If it is true, I will reward you handsomely. Those who violate the base regulations will be punished together with their families. The lighter ones will be expelled from the base, and the heavier ones." Li Qi is an example. Everyone looked at Li Qi hanging in the air, and their hearts were suddenly filled with awe. Ming Jinghan pointed at the two young men and said, "Throw him into the back mountain to feed the wolves." Bai Muron waved his hand, and Li Qi fell from the air like a cloth bag, falling to the ground without making any sound. Watching the young men drag Li Qi away, the howling of wolves echoed around the base for a long time that night, and everyone couldn't sleep. Chapter 121. Yi Xian couldn't sleep that night. She was worried about her parents' safety. Where did Gu Qingyu and his son take them? If the guinea pig couldn't be used, how could he get news about Gu Qingyu? Xian slept soundly and got up early the next day. He slipped out of the villa without Yi Xian's attention and didn't even have breakfast. Bai Muron taught Yi Xian to shoot. He stood behind Yi Xian and put his hands on Yi Xian's shoulders. "Pull your shoulders back." "Yes." "A little further back. Like this." Yi Xian's arms were shaking a little. Bai Muron put his arms around her body and held her elbows. "Yes. Just like that. Hold steady. Lean forward a little. Bend your elbows a little more. Yes. Just like that. Shoot. Be careful of the recoil." Yi Xian fired a shot and hit the bull's eye. She looked up at Bai Muron in surprise, with a smile in her eyes. Bai Muron looked down at Yi Xian, and what caught his eye was a pair of enlarged beautiful eyes, looking at him with a smile. Her fair and smooth cheeks were a little red due to excitement, and her chest was slightly up and down. Rubbing his arm intentionally or unintentionally, this scene made him stunned. So beautiful. After living for 28 years, this was the first time he saw a girl so closely, and he felt his heart pounding. No! This is not a place to stay for a long time. Yi Xian can't go to the base with him, and he can't stay. He can't let this feeling grow at his heart. Bai Muron took 2 steps back and said seriously, "Don't be complacent. You are still far from it. Practice according to the requirements just now." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian found that he actually blushed. She couldn't help but laugh secretly. Xian came back at lunchtime, holding a magpie in his hand. He said to Yi Xian mysteriously, "Mom, I sent my secret weapon to find Grandpa and Grandma." Yi Xian knew that he could already control the bird. Since the mouse couldn't be used, it would be a good idea to let the bird try, because she couldn't think of a better way for a while. This old Gu was much more difficult to deal with than the young Gu. Xian went into the room with the bird in his hand and didn't come out again. Yi Xian practiced shooting for the rest of the time, and Bai Muron tried to avoid physical contact with her when he instructed her again. The sound of gunfire echoed in the forest, making the people outside feel more at ease. Ming Jinghan was very busy these days. Residents from the mountain kept coming to surrender, and he kept collecting entrance fees, houses and fields from the villagers. He also had to lead people to dig stones and build houses to accommodate the villagers who came to surrender. The weather gradually returned to normal. The people digging stones had taken off their cotton jackets. And even the trees began to sprout. There was still no news of Ye's father and mother. Xian came to Yi Xian holding the bird in his hand. Mom, can you tell that this bird is different? Yi Xian looked at the bird carefully. It was an ordinary magpie, with black and white feathers and bright eyes. No. It seems that there is something different in its eyes. Yi Xian looked at Xian. What did you do to it? Xian smiled. Uncle Bai and I did it together. We put a micro camera in its brain, which can be transmitted through its eyes. Mom, quickly connect to the computer, so that we can always know its situation. I plan to release it, and let it go to find Grandpa and Grandma. Bai Muron actually has this ability? Yi Xian couldn't help but think about it. Yi Xian quickly connected the camera on the magpie to the computer. And suddenly, a strange picture appeared on the computer. This picture is exactly what the magpie sees in her living room. Coffee table. Sofa. She and Xian can clearly see. Yi Xian was delighted. With this, she can better understand the outside world, including Gu Xinan's nest. However, the backup power supply and signal booster on the magpie could not last too long. At most 64 hours. But it was enough. Xian opened the door and released the magpie. And the picture on Yi Xian's computer immediately turned into mountains and forests. As the magpie flew away, she also saw the streets of Zhangjiazhuang, where zombies were still wandering. And there seemed to be more than a few days ago. Not only were there rescue armored vehicles passing by on the road, but there were even private cars that could still be driven behind the armored vehicles, fleeing from the city. Behind each car was a group of zombies. They seemed to be extremely hungry. They stretched out their sharp claws and chased after the cars while roaring. A private car could not control itself and slipped on the snow, accidentally overturned on the side of the road. And the group of zombies, woo-woo, surrounded it and slapped the car windows vigorously. Soldiers jumped off the armored vehicle in front, holding an engineer shovel in their hands, and beat all the zombies to death one by one on the side of the road. The blood and brains were all over the car windows. The soldiers then smashed the car windows, dragged the people out, moved them to the armored vehicle, and took them away. The smell of blood attracted zombies not far away again, but the armored vehicle ignored them and roared away. The magpie continued to fly northwest, and there were more and more zombies on the road, except for a few private cars running out. Most of the city residents dragged their families, and the elderly, and children towards the armored vehicles. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies on the road, and most people became zombies before they could walk far. At this time, a young couple on the road caught Yi Xian's attention. The couple was about 30 years old. Both the man and the woman were holding shovels and walking side by side. The zombies rushed towards them with a howl. The man was agile and shoveled the zombies' heads in half. He would occasionally bend down to pick up the zombies' crystal cores. The woman was not to be outdone. When the zombies came to her, she raised the shovel in her hand and chopped the zombies' heads. The two people followed the armored vehicle all the way. The vehicle in front overturned, for zombies desperately slapped the car windows, trying to get into the car and eat the delicious food inside. The couple looked at each other, quickly approached the car, and quickly dealt with the zombies, then opened the car door. Just when Yi Xian thought they would save people, an unexpected scene happened. The man smashed the car window, opened the lock button inside, pulled the unconscious man and woman out of the car, and looted all the supplies on them. He threw them on the side of the road, lifted up the car that was lying on the side of the road, and drove away. Such a strong force? Under normal circumstances, two people would never be able to lift a car. But this man and woman seemed to lift the car without any effort. Could it be that they are people with awakened powers? Or did a pair awaken at once? Yi Xian immediately felt that she should reevaluate the current situation. If there are people with awakened powers around Gu Xinan, maybe even this magpie is not safe. No! The safety of parents cannot rely on just one bird. She must find other ways to sneak into Gu Xinan's side. Chapter 122. Watching the magpie continue to fly northwest, Yi Xian left the computer. She couldn't just wait like this. Let Xiaoyang find Bai Muron and Li Yinwu. She wanted to copy their abilities. Bai Muron had promised to give them. Li Yinwu had heard of this condition a long time ago and was not surprised by it. However, Bai Muron was unwilling. Copy two at a time? No! You will die. Yi Xian said firmly. Do as I say. There is no time. I must improve my abilities as soon as possible. Li Yanwu also agreed with Bai Miran's statement. That's right. Sister, it's not that we don't want to give it to you, but it's too dangerous. There is a person in our base who only copied one superpower and was in a coma for 3 days. He didn't wake up when we went on a mission. Copying 2 at a time will really be fatal. But her parents can't wait. She can't hesitate. Try it. You go and get ready. We start tomorrow. Seeing that they couldn't persuade them, they had to give up. Then Yi Xian took out a large wooden box from the space and asked Xiaolang to call Meng Jinghan over. Yi Xian handed Meng Jinghan a bone-shaped iron plate with 7 words engraved on it, Mid-Mountain Base 005, and a lion engraved on it. Meng Jinghan looked at the iron plate with a smile on his handsome face, which was a rhythm of complete acceptance. In addition to Yi Xian's family of 4, he was the 5th, which was not only Yi Xian's recognition of him, but also represented Yi Xian's appreciation of him. Then, Yi Xian pushed the big box to him. This is for those people outside. You are responsible for all the things in the base these days. Meng Jinghan raised his head suddenly. You want to go out? Yi Xian nodded. I have to go out to find my parents. Li Tao is responsible for the safety here. You are responsible for the matters of the people outside. Be sure to check carefully, and don't let the zombies in. Meng Jinghan shook his head. No. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I go with you. Speaking of tracking, I'm better than you. Yi Xian shook her head and said firmly, the base is equally important. If we all go out and the old nest is destroyed, our efforts will be wasted. I believe in your ability. There will be no problem leaving the base to you. Meng Jinghan, you won't let me down, will you? Looking at those bright eyes, he suddenly couldn't say anything to refute, so he could only nod and agree. Wait! Meng Jinghan dragged the big box out, and Yi Xian suddenly called him. Meng Jinghan's eyes lit up. He regretted it. Yi Xian said, give me your iron plate. I forgot to teach you how to use it. Yi Xian took the palm-sized iron plate, pressed the lion's right eye hard, and a soft knife more than 1 meter long popped out from it. The soft knife was more than 1 meter long, and it was shining with cold light. The blade was thin and sharp, and it looked sharper than the long sword he regarded as his life. Meng Jinghan took the steel knife and looked at it carefully. He found that this soft knife could be bent like a soft sword, and the bone-like iron plate was just its handle. Yi Xian said to him, press the lion's left eye. Meng Jinghan did as he was told, and saw the steel knife retracted into the iron plate with a swoosh sound, and the steel knife turned into the shape of an iron plate again. Meng Jinghan opened his eyes wide and waited for Yi Xian. How did you do this? Yi Xian smiled. This is not ordinary steel, but it has been tempered and forged with special materials. You can try its sharpness and hardness. Meng Jinghan looked around and walked into the courtyard. There were 4 stone blocks, which were placed in front of the round table by Yi Xian. He swung his knife at the stone blocks. Before Yi Xian could stop him, the stone blocks had already broken into 2 halves like tofu. Yi Xian, there are so many stones outside. Don't use them. Use my stone bench to test the knife. Meng Jinghan didn't care about the stone pillar at all. According to his habit, the stone table should be hit. This is the result of his restraint. Meng Jinghan was holding a steel knife with a happy face. 1 such weapon for each person. Yi Xian nodded. It is a benefit from me, the Lord, to my subjects. From now on, this is the token of our mid-mountain base. No matter where you are, if you see this token, you are one of us, and we must take care of each other. Meng Jinghan nodded fiercely. Okay. Great. In fact, a huge wave of shock had already been set off in his heart. This steel knife, that was so easy to carry, was no less sharp and hard than his Fengming Jiuxiu. And his Fengming Jiuxiu was a sword passed down from his grandfather family. And there was only one in the world. The same thing. This steel knife was obviously more concealed. And Yi Xian actually took out dozens of them at once. He gently stroked his token. Number 005. Second only to her own relatives. This trust alone could make him fight for the mid-mountain base. Will Bai Miran and Li Yan would give it to you. Yi Xian smiled and said, tell them the meaning of this thing, and ask them if they want it. If she could keep these 2 awakened people, Yi Xian would be happy. But she was afraid that she couldn't keep them. She knew Bai Miran too well. The sense of honor of a soldier has never disappeared in his heart. He has always regarded carrying out missions and protecting the people as his unshirkable responsibility. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been injured so badly last time. After preparing all this, she once again checked the defense system of the entire base. The next morning, Bai Muron and Li Yanwu came. Bai Muron said seriously, "Have you really thought about it? This is very dangerous. If something happens to you, what will happen to this villa halfway up the mountain?" Yi Xian nodded again. "Let's start." Bai Muron and Li Yanwu looked at each other and shook their heads. Bai Muron asked her to sit cross-legged on the mat, and then watched Li Yanwu sit cross-legged opposite Yi Xian, gathering the energy core in his palm with difficulty. The white light in the palm seemed to be alive, twisting and struggling, as if trying to break free from Li Yanwu's control. Bai Muron sat beside them, gathering wood elements in his hands, ready to help the two heal their wounds at any time. At the same time, he also had a thought. If Yi Xian couldn't accept Li Yanwu's ability, he would wait a few days before copying his ability. Li Yanwu's forehead began to sweat. The mental power controlled the power core in the palm of his hand, slowly peeling off a strand of silk bit by bit. Seeing that the strand was about to be completely peeled off, looking at Li Yanwu again, it seemed that his patience had reached its limit. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was holding an egg-sized superpower core in his hand. But the muscles on his arm were bulging, as if the object in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. Bai Muron didn't dare to blink, for fear that Li Yanwu would be abnormal. There was such a case in the base. A superpower user failed halfway when peeling off the superpower core. Not only did he fail to keep his superpower, but he was also paralyzed. The superpower core was peeled off bit by bit, and finally the whole thread was completely peeled off. The next step was to inject it into Yi Xian's body. This step is difficult and the most dangerous. If you are not careful, both of them may be attacked by the superpower. Chapter 123. Li Yanwu took back the supernatural core, then held the strand of silk in his right hand, aimed it at Yi Xian's heart, and slowly put it into her heart. As the strand of silk went deeper, Yi Xian suddenly felt a strong force rushing towards her, and the pain was like her soul being torn apart, making her want to scream. She knew the most critical moment had come, and she gritted her teeth tightly to prevent herself from making a sound. The sweat on her forehead slid down her cheeks and dripped onto her legs, but she could not feel it at all. When she felt that her patience had reached its limit, she suddenly felt a different force flowing through her body, as if all the tendons in her body were broken. This time she couldn't bear it anymore. Ah! The long howl startled the birds in the forest and also startled Ming Jinghan. The sound coming from the villa was Yi Xian. Something happened. He ran quickly towards the villa, but was stopped by Xian Xian and Xiaolang. They had received a strict order from Yi Xian. No one could get close. No one could disturb. Ming Jinghan was so anxious that he turned around. Okay. I won't go in. Xian Xian. Be good. Go and see what happened to your mother. Xian Xian shook his head. Mom told me that no one can get close unless she comes out. Don't worry. Uncle Ming, Uncle Bai and Uncle Li are in there. Mom will be fine. Ming Jinghan. It was because they were in there that he was worried. Just when Yi Xian couldn't help but fall down, a gentle force rushed over her, and she felt as if she was surrounded by a hot spring, warm and comfortable, and even the pain in her body was relieved a lot. The body strengthened by the advanced body strengthening pill is indeed extraordinary. Before Li Yanwu recovered, Yi Xian had already sat up. Although her face was pale, she could already gather glass-sized water droplets in her palm. Li Yanwu lay weakly on the mat, his eyes wide open. Isn't it said that the recipient is more uncomfortable than him? How come Yi Xian is fine so quickly? This woman is really not simple. Bai Muron was silent too. It seems that her insistence is reasonable, but he still persuaded. Why don't we come again tomorrow? Have a good rest today. Superpowers need to be maintained. Don't be greedy. Yi Xian felt that all the tendons in her body were broken, and she didn't want to move at all in pain. So she nodded. Come back at this time tomorrow. Li Yanwu widened his eyes again. Can you still do it? Yi Xian nodded despite the pain, and Li Yanwu gave her a thumbs up. I admire you. You are the boss. Li Yanwu was carried away by Bai Muron, while Yi Xian stood up by herself and walked out of the door unsteadily. Xian Xian, you can come in now. Ming Jinghan was relieved when he saw Yi Xian walk out of the room. He knew that Yi Xian was copying their abilities. He looked at Li Yanwu, then at Yi Xian, and gave a thumbs up. Awesome! Yi Xian didn't want to tease him. She had to lie back on the bed to recover. Li Mei brought a bowl of nourishing porridge. After Yi Xian drank it, she fell asleep. Yi Xian woke up slowly after sleeping until it was completely dark. She felt relaxed, and had no more discomfort during the day. Li Mei prepared a table full of rich meals, including nourishing beef soup, light fried yam, refreshing pickled cucumbers, delicious braised carp, and stewed pork ribs. Yi Xian had a big appetite. Xian only ate one bowl of the whole pot of beef soup, and she finished the rest. Most of the stewed pork ribs and braised carp went into her stomach. Xian stared at her. Mom, did you get your ability wrong? My ability is water-related, and your ability is food-related. Yi Xian waved her hand. Get out, little bastard. Be careful, or I beat you up. Xian stuck out her tongue and ran away. With today's experience, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. Even though she had just woken up, she still went to bed early to rest. The next morning, Bai Muron came. Are you okay? How about we delay for a few more days? Li Yinwu almost tortured him to death yesterday. He was too weak to chew food, so Bai Muron had to cook millet porridge for him, and then used his wood-type ability to protect him for most of the night. If he hadn't copied the ability to Yi Xian today, he would have taken care of him all night. Even so, Li Yinwu hasn't woken up yet. Seeing Yi Xian's ruddy face and bright spirit early in the morning, Bai Muron couldn't help but be shocked. This woman, what a pervert! After receiving Bai Muron's ability, Yi Xian felt the heart-wrenching pain again. Maybe it was because of the wood ability. She didn't feel as bad as yesterday. Bai Muron was much better than Li Yinwu. With the help of Meng Jinghan, he could barely walk back to his room. Yi Xian was worried about her parents' safety, so she took Xian and Xiaoling out early the next morning, leaving the villa to Li Tao and Dahu. The armored vehicle rumbled down the mountain, and Yi Xian sensitively felt something strange on the street. There were more zombies. Moreover, the zombies' activity speed has obviously increased a lot. When they heard the sound of the armored vehicle, they all ran towards it. Suddenly, the armored vehicle was surrounded by zombies in front and behind. Yi Xian's armored vehicle was not afraid of zombies. The wide tracks rolled over the zombies' bodies, as if they were walking on flat ground. There were too many zombies. Yi Xian did not dare to drive fast. Otherwise, there would be more zombies gathering around. This would not work. Yi Xian had to drive at full speed and crush the zombies crazily. Countless zombies were knocked down, and many zombies climbed onto the armored vehicle by stepping on their companions' bodies. Yi Xian had no choice but to use the bullet plate on the roof to bounce them off. The armored vehicle sped all the way, finally leaving the zombies behind, and gradually approached the two-story villa at the foot of the West Mountain. With the experience of the last time, Yi Xian knew that there were secret sentries within a few kilometers. So when they were still 2 miles away from the last parking place, Yi Xian threw the armored vehicle and the little wolf into the space and hid them. Then she put makeup on Xian, using foundation to cover his pink little face, making it look pale, and then drawing a few strokes under his eyelids, and panda-like dark circles appeared. At first glance, she looked like most people in this apocalypse, with pale skin and huge dark circles under her eyes. Even pandas would feel inferior to her. Then she made herself look like this, put on the most tattered clothes, and held a dog-beating stick in her hand, making herself look like a pair of exiled mother and son. Yi Xian was confident that even if Su Jing stood in front of her, she would not recognize her. The two of them walked towards the two-story building at the foot of the West Mountain. At the same time, the little white mouse set off ahead of them. This time, she must find a clue. The zombies on the road soon discovered this delicious food and rushed towards Yi Xian and her son with a woo-woo cry. Yi Xian sensitively felt that there were fewer zombies here, not to mention compared to the base. Even compared to when they escaped a few days ago, there were more than a little less. The farther west they went, the fewer zombies there were, and Yi Xian's heart gradually sank. Something seemed wrong. Chapter 124. Yi Xian took out a tablet computer, and the screen on it showed the current location of the magpie, which was flying towards this side. Unlike the previous 2 days when she could occasionally see a few living people, now Yi Xian only saw zombies on the road and animals running quickly, but not a single living person. The magpie landed on Xian's shoulder and chirped, and Xian's face sank. Mom, there are zombies there. Very scary zombies. We can't go there. Yi Xian was stunned. Not only did she not stop, but she quickened her pace and moved towards the two-story building. While running, He told Xian, summon the little white mouse, and see what happened there. Quick! Yi Xian was secretly worried. What if my parents were there? Would they be killed now? Yi Xian ran to the small building in one breath. The door was open, and there were bloodstains on the ground. But it was very quiet inside. Not to mention living people. Not even a zombie was seen. The magpie had warned that there were very powerful zombies here. So Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. She let the little wolf out of the space, held a gun in one hand and a steel knife in the other, and carefully pushed open the first door. This should be the living room. The luxurious leather sofa, the grand chandelier, and the exquisite coffee table were not touched at all. It seemed that the people here were still calm when they left. Then Yi Xian pushed open the second door, and the scene here was completely different from the first room. Everywhere he looked was a dark red bloodstain. The furniture and teacups fell to the ground and were smashed to pieces. There were also several dark red blood footprints on the ground. Judging from the direction of the footprints, they went outwards. It was unknown whether they were left by zombies or living people. It was so quiet here that Yi Xian didn't dare to make any sound. The third and fourth rooms were also in such a mess. After checking downstairs, she found no trace of Ye's father and mother. So Yi Xian walked up to the second floor. At this time, Xian arrived. He grabbed Yi Xian's arm and whispered, "Mom, don't go up." The magpie said that the zombie is hiding upstairs. The little white mouse jumped onto Xian's shoulder. Squeak, squeak. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless, so she had to stand there waiting for news from the little white mouse. But Xian's face became paler and paler. "Mom, go!" Before he finished speaking, he heard a bang from upstairs, and then a zombie rushed over like lightning. Before Yi Xian could react, the zombie had already rushed downstairs. There was a hole the size of a bowl in the zombie's abdomen, almost penetrating from front to back, and the intestines were still bloody and exposed. The right half of the face had been eaten away, revealing the white bones. Due to the cold weather, the blood froze and solidified on the face. The eyeballs drooped outside the eye sockets, swaying left and right as the zombie moved, which was very scary. The right half of the face had not been bitten, showing a lifeless blue-gray color, which formed a sharp contrast with the bloody left cheek, making Yi Xian want to vomit. It was also because of the intact half of the cheek that Yi Xian recognized Gu Qingyu. This zombie turned out to be Gu Qingyu. When Gu Qingyu pounced on Yi Xian, the little wolf reacted faster than Yi Xian, pushing the ground with its hind paws and pounced forward. However, its action only stopped the zombie for a moment. Gu Qingyu. Oh! No! The zombie seemed to have no interest in the little wolf. Its sharp claws grabbed the skin on the back of the little wolf and threw it far away. The little wolf hit the wall, let out a wail, and then stood up and pounced on the zombie again. Yi Xian nimbly dodged the zombie's attack and shouted to Xian, "Quick! Climb the tree." There were two big trees in the southeast of the yard, which was where the secret sentry stayed last time. There was another big tree in the northwest. Yi Xian turned around and ran towards the big tree in the northwest, trying to keep a distance from Xian. Xian was as agile as a monkey. He quickly climbed up a tree in the southeast corner and began to call nearby animals to help. Yi Xian ran and shot at the zombies, but her shooting skills were poor, and she couldn't hurt the zombies at all. The gunshots only attracted the zombies to run towards her. Ho ho! Ho ho! The zombies made meaningless sounds, which made people's scalps numb. As soon as Yi Xian got under the tree, the zombies had already pounced on her. Ho ho! It stretched out its sharp claws towards Yi Xian, and its mouth was full of blood. Yi Xian suddenly jumped behind it, and the zombie couldn't stop and grabbed the tree trunk with one claw, and immediately grabbed a large piece of bark. Unlike ordinary zombies, he didn't stop at all after the attack, and didn't even look for it. It was as if he had eyes on his back, and he quickly turned around and pounced on Yi Xian again. As fast as lightning, Yi Xian couldn't dodge it, so she had to lie on the ground quickly to avoid the zombie's attack. Before the zombie had time to bend down, she rolled on the ground and hid behind the little wolf. The little wolf pounced on the zombie again. The zombie, who had just bent down, was pounced on by the little wolf before he could stand up. Good job, little wolf. Yi Xian couldn't help but praise. Neck. Grab its neck. Yi Xian silently helped the little wolf in her heart. However, the zombie had not stood up yet, and the little wolf had already pounced on his shoulder, and his neck was well hidden. The sharp dog claws left 4 marks on the zombie's face, and the little wolf opened its big mouth to bite the zombie's head. Bad things. EXIN's heart sank when she saw the little wolf's action. Before he could stop it, the little wolf's sharp fangs had already bitten the zombie's head, and the little wolf suddenly felt like he was biting a piece of iron. Hard. Incredibly hard. The fangs were almost broken, but the zombie didn't feel anything at all. The zombie reached out again and grabbed the little wolf, throwing it far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, EXIN had already rushed to the roof of the 2nd floor, put the pistol in his hand into the space, and replaced it with the AK rifle. Aim. Shoot. Bang. With a sound, the bullet hit the zombie's chest, but it couldn't stop his action at all. As if it had foreseen the future, the zombie nimbly dodged other bullets and ran towards the 2nd floor where EXIN was again. The breath of a living person. Delicious food. Eat. I want to eat. The instinctive desire for food made it climb up the heating pipes on the 1st floor, and its movements were surprisingly fast. EXIN fired again, and in a panic, he hit the zombie's right shoulder again, and the damage to it was almost negligible. Ho ho! Ho ho! The zombies have climbed to the 2nd floor. Damn! Gu Qingyu was not very powerful when he was alive, but he turned into a zombie and became so powerful. Much more powerful than the 3rd-level zombie she met in the arsenal. EXIN immediately reacted. A 2nd-level zombie. He has evolved into a 2nd-level zombie. No wonder there are no zombies here. It turns out that they were all eaten by this guy. The zombies climbed to the 2nd floor, so she had to jump down from the 2nd floor. EXIN rolled on the ground after jumping down, crushing several mice to death. She was happy. Help is here. Chapter 125. East of the city. Gu family compound. Gu Xinan's face was gloomy. Did they come? The bodyguard stood in front of Gu Xinan and dared not breathe. Yes. From the surveillance we left behind, the young master has already fought with them. How did they win? The bodyguard shook his head. We don't know yet. The woman has been running away except for firing 2 shots. Gu Xinan closed his eyes tiredly and waved to the bodyguard. Go down. Tell me the result. The bodyguard bowed and left. But Gu Xinan opened his eyes. Aegean. A bodyguard dressed differently pushed the door open. Master. Have the couple been settled? Aegean nodded. They have been settled. That is Master Qingyu's place. Everyone who knows that place is dead. Master. Don't worry. She will never find it. Gu Xinan didn't dare to be careless at all. That woman was a space-powered awakener. How could he use the word absolutely to deal with her? Don't take it lightly. Send more people to guard. Yes. I arrange it right away. Aegean walked out without saying a word. Gu Xinan held a teacup in his hand and murmured, It's not that father is cruel. It's just that you are unlucky. If father had anti-zombie virus serum, he would never give up on you. It's a pity that father can't get that thing now. And you were bitten by a zombie. Don't let father down. I took great pains to get that thing for you to eat, and fed you so many living people and so many zombies, so that you finally evolved into a 2nd-level zombie. You must kill that woman. Don't worry. Even if that woman dies, father will definitely avenge you and find the safe for you. The things in it cannot be lost. At this time, EXIN was still fighting a final desperate battle with Gu Qingyu. After EXIN rolled over and killed several mice, she immediately understood this was the reinforcements Xian had found. She dodged Gu Qingyu's attack again, and looked up to see countless mice pouring in from the door and the courtyard wall, as dense as a tide. These rats passed by EXIN and all ran towards Gu Qingyu. Just like the scene she saw for the first time, countless rats instantly overwhelmed the zombie, gnawing frantically at his flesh, internal organs, cartilage, and everything that could be eaten. The zombie was blocked by the rats, and its movements suddenly slowed down, but it still ran towards EXIN by instinct. EXIN's scalp was numb. Get out of the way! Must get out of the way! A zombie covered with rats is more disgusting than a zombie with half of its face bitten off, and he must not be allowed to get close to him. EXIN quickly climbed up the tree, and when the zombie rushed under the tree, EXIN suddenly jumped behind the zombie and chopped the zombie's head with a steel knife. She only had one feeling: hard. Really hard. Although the zombie's head had been chopped open by her, EXIN's hands were also numb from the shock. Boom! Gu Qingyu fell to the ground with rats all over his body. And Yi Xian quickly jumped more than 3 meters away. The little wolf made a defensive posture towards the zombie. Xian sat on the tree branch to disperse the rats. The rats dispersed. Gu Qingyu's original appearance could no longer be seen. The muscles on his face had all been gnawed away. And there was little left of his chest and abdomen. Only his legs still had some muscles. And the white bones were exposed, which made people shudder. Next to his head was a crystal core that was shining brightly. It was the size of a pigeon egg. And you could faintly see different colors flowing in the crystal core. The initial state of the second-level zombie crystal core. In the previous life, Yi Xian had seen a real second-level zombie crystal core, which should be colorful, like a gem. This zombie crystal core only has some color inside, which cannot be seen without careful observation. It is still in the process of evolving to the second level. Even in the last life, the second-level zombie crystal core was a scarce thing. A second-level zombie crystal core can be exchanged for a person food for half a year at the base. What secrets are hidden in it? Yi Xian is determined to find out. Since this kind of zombie crystal core is so valuable, it must have unknown secrets. Xian climbed down from the tree. Mom, the bird said that the owner here went to the city. Should we chase him? The direction of the city? Gu family compound? Didn't they say that Gu family compound has been conquered by zombies? Running to the city at this time. Are you sure you are not going to die? What tricks does this Gu Xinong want to play? Xian, how far can this magpie's monitoring be controlled? Xian thought for a while. Uncle Bai said that this is a camera with the latest technology. If there is a network, there will be no problem within 100 kilometers. But now there is no network, and it only relies on the signal booster on it. I am afraid that it will lose contact with our computer after 50 kilometers. Send him to the Gu family compound to check. Let's follow him. Maybe Grandpa and Grandma are in the Gu family compound. No wonder we didn't find anyone here last time. Xian pouted his chubby little mouth and uttered a few syllables that Yi Xian couldn't understand. Soon the magpie flew over and landed on Xian's shoulder. Xian gave it some instructions and poked Yi Xian's tablet a few times. And the magpie flew away immediately. Let's go! Let's go upstairs and see if we can find any traces of Grandpa and Grandma. If Yi's father and mother had been here, they would definitely find ways to leave some clues for themselves. Little wolf, follow me. Pushing open the second door on the second floor. This is a boudoir. Judging from the bedding and decoration, it should be Su Jing's room. There is no mess here. Not even a lot of dust. As if the owner just went out to play and will be back soon. The second room is a mess. Judging from the decoration in the room, it should be Gu Qingyu's room. And there is still nothing. Yi Xian was about to leave when she saw the little wolf rushing forward frantically and barking at the head of the bed. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Yi Xian was stunned. Xian hugged the dog's head. Little wolf. What's wrong? What did you find? Mom. The little wolf said there is the smell of Grandpa and Grandma in here. There must be a secret door here. Find out where the switch is. Quick. No wonder the little white mouse couldn't find it at that time. It turned out to be hidden. The head of the bed was carved with mahogany. And Yi Xian couldn't find any mechanism after searching for a long time. Knocking the wall with the knife handle in hand. It made a hollow sound. Xian lay on the ground searching, but still couldn't find the mechanism to open the door. The table lamp on the bedside cabinet was very advanced. Yi Xian picked it up and studied it for a long time. But it was not the mechanism to open the door. She raised her head and looked at the room again. At this time, a mural on the wall caught Yi Xian's attention. This mural should be a few horses running against the wind. The lines of the body and the manes flying in the wind seemed to be alive. Yi Xian reached out to pick up the mural, but it didn't move at all. She didn't use brute force, but tried to shake it back and forth. She had searched the room thoroughly, but didn't find any mechanism to open the door. Only this mural was the biggest possibility. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless, and tried to control her strength and gently move the mural. It still didn't work. Turn it gently. Left. No. Right. It seems to be able to twist. Yi Xian exerted force on her hand, and the mural rotated 90 degrees. Strangely, the horses on the mural disappeared. Instead, there was a landscape painting. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and her hands trembled. The mural suddenly pressed inward. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly heard a slight click sound, as if something was connected together. Then, a small door appeared on the left side of the bed, just enough for one person to enter. Found it. Chapter 126. Yi Xian jumped off the bed and walked towards the small door. There was only about 6 square meters of space inside the small door. No windows. Only a 1-foot square ventilation hole at the top. It was difficult for a child to climb out of the ventilation hole, let alone an adult. There were 2 wooden stools inside, which were now crooked and one had fallen to the ground. There were also 2 untied ropes on the ground. It seemed the people had evacuated, and they left in a hurry. Yi Xian walked over and carefully checked the ground and the 2 stools. Suddenly, he found a symbol on the stool that fell to the ground. This symbol was very special. It was 2 isosceles triangles nested together, with an oblique curve at the bottom corner of the outer triangle and a circle at the top corner. This was the code agreed upon by Yi Xian and his father and mother to prevent getting lost in this apocalypse. They could represent directions, time, and current conditions. However, the symbol of Ye's father is very simple. It seems that he was in a hurry and was taken away after drawing it in a hurry. The 2 overlapping isosceles triangles represent that Ye's father and Ye's mother are together. Everything is fine at present. The curved line at the bottom corner tells Yi Xian that they have to move, and this location may not be the place they think of directly, but they don't know where they are going. The circle above tells Yi Xian not to worry and stay calm. They are not in danger for the time being. Seeing this symbol, Yi Xian relaxed a lot. She finally saw the message her parents left for her. Even though there was a lot of comfort in it, she felt at ease. At least her parents were safe now. The zigzag line told Yi Xian that they probably didn't go to the Gu family compound. So, where else could they go? Fengcheng? That was Gu Sinan's old nest. But it was thousands of miles away from City A. It might not be easy to go back. Besides, the news from the bird was that they were heading towards the city. If they were going to Fengcheng, they wouldn't risk going to the city. Wouldn't it be better to fly back directly by helicopter? The last time Yi Xian came to Xishan, she found 2 helicopters parked behind this 2-story building. They probably came to City A by helicopter. Now the helicopters are still there, but the people are gone. This could only mean one thing: it was too urgent at the time. So much so that they didn't even have time to get on the helicopter. What happened here? Did the zombies suddenly break out? So much so that the zombies surrounded the helicopters, making it impossible for them to take off, and had to give up? Yi Xian put the 2 helicopters into the space and said to Xian, "Why don't you go to the space too?" "I drive to the city?" Xian shook his head. "Mom, I can protect you now. Don't always treat me like a child." "Okay. The road to the city must be difficult. Let's not talk about the zombies on the road. There may be human disasters. I can help a little here." Yi Xian stroked Xian hair. "Good boy. You have grown up." After struggling for a long time, the 2 of them had no food or drink. At this time, the mother and son were already starving. They ran to Su Jing's room, took out the mutton soup and sesame cakes that had been prepared long ago from the space, soaked the sesame cakes in the mutton soup, and the 2 of them, hulu, they each ate a big bowl. Yi Xian took out the armored vehicle. Xian sat next to Yi Xian holding a tablet computer, and Yi Xian drove the armored vehicle towards the Gu family compound in the east of the city. Although Ye's father had reminded them that they were probably not in the Gu family compound, it was the only place that Yi Xian could think of that was closely related to Gu Qingyu. As for the arsenal, just go in and take a look. It had been emptied by Yi Xian, and they probably wouldn't go there. Even if Ye's father and mother were not in the Gu family compound, it would be good to let the little animals go to find out the news, which was better than her looking for a needle in a haystack. The tablet showed the flight path of the magpie. Zombies and living people were playing a game of chasing each other along the way. The road was full of flowing blood and ho-ho roars, which made people's scalps numb. The armored vehicle just drove onto the road, and Bai Muron was seen running towards this side from a distance, followed by Li Yanwu. Yi Xian stopped the car and rolled down the window. "Why are you here? Have you recovered?" The first sentence was asked to Bai Muron, and the second sentence was asked to Li Yanwu. The 2 men chopped down 2 zombies with their hands and got into the armored vehicle. "We are fine. I promised you that I would help you rescue your parents, and I will never break my promise." Bai Muron looked at Yi Xian driving the armored vehicle. His eyes narrowed slightly, I didn't expect that this woman could drive such a big thing. A group of zombies rushed over in front, and Yi Xian ran into them without thinking. The zombies were crushed to the ground by the armored vehicle, making a creepy sound of bones breaking. A group of refugees appeared in front, carrying the elderly and children towards the base. They all wore thick cotton masks, trying to use the masks to block their breath. However, the zombies wandering on the roadside still smelled the scent of living people and rushed over with a woo-ah cry. An old lady who looked to be in her 60s suddenly stuffed her grandson into her son's hands, pulled off the mask on her face, and shouted while running, "Watch the child. Go!" The man looked at his mother running in the opposite direction and couldn't control his tears. The mother was going to use her life to leave them a way out. He didn't stop him, but pulled his wife and ran forward quickly with the child in one hand. The zombies heard the old man shout, gave up chasing the family of 3, and turned to chase the old lady. Yi Xian saw her about 200 meters away from them. Bai Muron opened the car window. Click. With a bullet loaded, he fired 2 shots at the zombies. 2 zombies fell to the ground, and only 1 zombie was still desperately chasing. Hee hee. Hee hee. The fishy breath sprayed on the back of the old lady's neck. The old woman gritted her teeth and ran desperately. Even if she ran one more step, the children could be 1 step away from the zombies. The sudden gunshot startled her. The road was too slippery, and the old woman accidentally fell to the ground. The zombie pounced on her and bit her neck. By the time Bai Muron reacted, the old woman had been bitten and there was no way back. He aimed at the chewing zombie. Bang! The zombie's head exploded and its body fell down. However, not long after, the old woman stood up again and turned into a new zombie. Bai Muron aimed his gun at the old woman, but he was unable to pull the trigger. Yi Xian glanced at him and saw something sparkling in his eyes. Yi Xian knew what it was. The armored vehicle drove past the old lady. When the old lady heard the movement of the armored vehicle, she rushed towards the armored vehicle. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. The armored vehicle knocked her to the ground. The wide tracks rolled over her body, and blood splattered. Bai Muron glanced at Yi Xian and said nothing, but the warmth in his eyes was no longer there. Chapter 127. Li Yanwu patted his shoulder. Muron, calm down. Bai Muron suddenly woke up. The armored vehicle was parked outside the city, camouflaged with dead branches and rotten leaves. Xian took a last look at the position of the magpie. Mom, the magpie has entered the Gu family compound, but I haven't heard any useful news. Yi Xian nodded. The magpie can only be outside the house. It is normal that it can't get any news. It's better to let the little white mouse run again. Yi Xian put the tablet into the backpack, holding Xian in one hand and holding the steel knife in the other hand, and walked into the city. This once familiar city has completely changed. The streets are covered with dark red bloodstains, and the zombies on the roadside are wandering aimlessly with their mouths half open. Once they smell the scent of a living person, they will rush over regardless of everything. Bai Muron took out a bottle of transparent liquid, poured a little on the palm of his hand, and then smeared it on all the exposed skin. Li Yanwu did the same. Finally, Bai Muron handed the small bottle to Yi Xian. This is the latest product developed by the base. Applying it on the body can temporarily cover the smell of living people. It is effective for 4 hours. You and Xian should apply some. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Li Yanwu saw Yi Xian's expression and smiled. Haha. This is not something that everyone has. Only people who have awakened their superpowers can get such a bottle every 6 months. If it weren't too dangerous here, I really wouldn't be willing to take it out. Yi Xian first applied it to Xian, then applied it to her own exposed skin, and returned the remaining half bottle of liquid to Bai Muron. It's really a good thing. It would be great if I knew how it was extracted. Li Yanwu smiled. It is said to be the essence extracted from the zombie crystal core, but it cannot be used for a long time. There are side effects. Bai Muron looked forward and saw many zombies still wandering in front. He said lightly, "We only have 4 hours. Hurry up." Li Yanwu took the small bottle handed over by Bai Muron. You will get a rash after using it once. If you use it again in a short period of time, it will not only not work again, but also cause skin ulcers. Go back and take a good bath. Especially children. Hee hee. But compared to losing your life, a rash doesn't seem to be a big deal. Right? Sister? That makes sense. Life is the most important thing at any time, let alone just a rash. This liquid really works. When they walked to the zombies didn't find their traces, but ran towards a family of 4 farther away. It seemed that they also escaped from the city. A couple with 2 children. All of them were starving and skinny, with their clothes hanging loosely on their bodies, as if a gust of wind could blow them down. The man was holding a shovel. The woman was holding a baseball bat. One of the teenage boys was holding a kitchen knife, and the younger one was a girl, holding her mother's hand tightly. Trembling, the man saw the zombies running towards him, and the zombie dodged him with a shovel. EXIN narrowed her eyes. Evolved zombies. There must be zombie crystal cores. But her goal now was to save people, and there was no time to waste. EXIN pulled Xian forward, but Bai Muron silently took out a pistol, and the pistol with a silencer made a slight sound, and the zombie fell to the ground after being shot in the head. He glanced at the other zombies, picked up the zombie core, and strode towards EXIN. The others were ordinary zombies. If they couldn't even deal with these things, they would never be able to reach the base. The man looked at Bai Muron with gratitude, waved his shovel to chop down a zombie, and continued to move forward with his family. EXIN glanced at Bai Muron and shook her head. She could understand, but she couldn't agree with his approach. Bai Muron was the same in his previous life. His military duties made him unable to turn a blind eye, but he ignored the fact that in this end of the world, he couldn't handle such things. When they were 3 blocks away from the Gu family compound, a man in black with a scar on his face blocked their way. EXIN held the steel knife in her hand horizontally. What do you want to do? The man in black turned around. Miss, he is really a noble person who forgets things easily. EXIN was confused. That night you went out with 2 wolfhounds. EXIN remembered. On the night she rescued Su Jing. She was caught by Gu Qingyu. After many twists and turns, she took over Gu Qingyu's arsenal and walked out of the gate with Ye's father, Xiaolang and Dahu. It was this man. At that time, they were stopped by another man in black. It was this man who said that it would be okay to take Lang Xing with him. EXIN learned the name Lang Xing from him. The scar on his right cheek from the center of his eyebrows to his chin had also left an impression on EXIN. But she had forgotten it over time. EXIN frowned. What do you want to say? The man ignored EXIN and said to Bai Muron, Special Forces Unit 208. Comrade Bai Muron. Nickname Chasing the Wind. Bai Muron was stunned. Do you know me? The man stroked the scar on his face with his right hand. Haha. It seems that it's all his fault. Juefeng has forgotten his old comrade? I am the Snow Wolf. When this was said, not only Bai Muron, but also Li Yinwu was shocked. They looked at the man in front of them carefully from top to bottom, and Bai Muron opened his thin lips and said something that EXIN couldn't understand. Everything is wind. The man laughed immediately and continued, The wind moves me but I don't. Bai Muron suddenly opened his eyes wide. Is it really you? Didn't you die in that battle? Xuelong smiled bitterly. Now you should have guessed it. Now Gu Qingyu is dead. My mission is completed. But I can't find the organization anymore. He turned to look at EXIN. Miss Yi, you can't go to the Gu family compound. The Gu family compound is completely different now, and the defense is several levels stricter. EXIN was about to speak, and the man continued, I know what you want to say. Your parents are not in the Gu family compound. There is no need to go there to die. I don't know where they are exactly. I only know that Gu Sinan hid them in a secret base of Gu Qingyu. Now everyone who knows about this base is dead. EXIN, Bai Muron stared at Xuelong for a long time. How can I believe you? Xuelong lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Believe it or not, I have been dead for many years, and I live and earn every day in this Doomsday. After saying that, he strode towards the east and waved his hand behind him. I have said all. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. By the way, Xuelong turned around. Let me remind you again. Gu Sinan is not so easy to deal with. He seems to be able to predict the future. Do you know what anti-zombie virus serum is? Bai Muron and Li Yinwu looked at each other. What is anti-zombie virus serum? As awakened people with special abilities, they can access the most advanced drugs and weapons in the base. But they have never heard of this thing. EXIN's eyes suddenly shrank after hearing this. Chapter 128. Anti-zombie virus serum. This term appeared in the 6th year of the apocalypse. At that time, it was said that the base had developed something that could fight against the zombie virus, which was this anti-zombie virus serum. It is said that injecting this serum in advance can resist minor zombie scratches, and those with good physique can even resist a minor zombie bite. It is only the second year of the apocalypse. How did Gu Xinan know about this thing? Is he also a reborn person? Gu Qingyu's secret base? Everyone who knew about this place is dead? Then who moved Ye's father and mother there? There must be someone in the Gu family compound who knows about it. Now Yi Xian's only solution is to let Shike and Xiao Baishu keep a close eye on the Gu family compound to see if they will send someone to the secret base. And then just follow them. Yi Xian looked at Bai Miran. I plan to find a place to stay and wait for news from Xiao Baishu. Otherwise, you go back first? Bai Miran and Li Yanwu looked at each other. No. Gu Xinan doesn't know us. So we should hide near the Gu family compound. If there is any emergency, we can deal with it in time. Li Yanwu nodded and said, Sister, you don't know that the Snow Wolf just now is also our comrade in arms. He once went on a mission with Miran and was said to have died. No one knew that he was lurking next to Gu Qingyu. After a pause, he continued to ask, Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian nodded. She understood. What Li Yanwu meant was that there might be an undercover agent next to Gu Xinan. If we can contact this person, things will be easier. Yi Xian took out 3 walkie-talkies from her backpack. One for each person. Watching Bai Miran and Li Yanwu walking further and further away, she turned back to collect the armored vehicle, and then took Xian to the city. Yi Xian chose to set up camp 1 kilometer away from the Gu family compound. This is a residential building. It may be that the residents have moved away after the zombie outbreak. The whole community is unusually quiet, except for a few zombies wandering on the road. No one can be seen. Yi Xian pushed open the modeled unit door and deliberately made a lot of noise, wanting to see if there were any zombies inside. After waiting for a long time, there was no zombie. Yi Xian had no choice but to take Xian upstairs. The security door of 701 was open. Yi Xian walked in carefully and saw that the house was almost burned out. The sofa should be made of solid wood, but it had been split and burned long ago, leaving only the sofa cushions on the ground. And even the bed in the bedroom was gone. Looking at the blackened house, Yi Xian shook his head. It seems that they were not prepared in the extreme cold, so they had to burn furniture to keep warm. Fortunately, no bodies were found here. They should have left after the base was built. Yi Xian was not picky. She took a look at the security door and found it was still in good condition. So she decided to stay here temporarily. She cleaned up with Xian and moved the big bed out of the space. Xian had a rash on his body, so Yi Xian quickly took him to the space to take a shower. Halfway through the shower, Yi Xian heard the system prompt sound. She went in and saw that it showed unknown substance factors were found and are being analyzed. After a while, the system showed zombie essence ingredients were found. Please pay attention to whether there are zombies mixed in the space. Yi Xian was shocked. This is impossible. How could there be zombies in his space? Quickly call Lu Liang and ask him to strictly check everyone in the space. When Yi Xian came out of the shower, Lu Liang reported no abnormalities were found. Yi Xian checked it with consciousness, but still no abnormalities. What is going on? Suddenly, Yi Xian remembered the transparent liquid applied on Xian body. Could it be that the system detected that thing? She asked on the system message board, Excuse me, what is the composition of zombie essence? Is it something that we have contaminated? The message board quickly received a reply. Zombie essence is a chemical substance that can be identified as the same type by zombies, and can be extracted from zombie crystal cores. It is a volatile substance. The zombie essence detected so far is not pure, and the duration is about 4 hours. Sure enough. Can you provide an extraction method? Yi Xian asked again. The system immediately replied, Please upgrade the space to level 6. The level 6 system mall has equipment and methods for extracting zombie essence. Yi Xian, The space upgrade requires 100 subjects, and the 5-star loyalty must reach 80%. Now she only has 93 subjects, although the 5-star loyalty can meet the standard. Where can she get 7 subjects now? Ming Jinghan may be able to do it, but he is far away in the base. And Yi Xian has another idea. The space is her secret base, and the subjects here are her secret weapons. The secret weapon must be unexpected, and she doesn't want people without special skills. At present, the best way is to recapture Gu Xinan's bodyguard. Do it as soon as you think of it. This is Yi Xian's usual style. Yi Xian did not leave the space, but had a meal with Xian Xian in the space, leaving Xian Xian in the space, and appeared in the living room. She was going to the Gu family compound. This time she didn't want to steal things. She wanted to steal people. Yi Xian tidied her clothes and went out with a dagger in her hand. Before turning around an intersection, she saw 3 men in black walking in front of her, who seemed to be the bodyguards of the Gu family compound. Yi Xian did not dodge, but stood in the middle of the road, watching the 3 men in black walking towards her. One of them kept complaining, "It's so late. Why do you want us to come out to find women? There are zombies everywhere. Where can we find women?" Another man in black saw Yi Xian standing there in a snow-white down jacket, and reached out to pat the man who was still complaining. "Hey, we are lucky. Look." The man looked up and saw Yi Xian, and his eyes lit up. The woman is about 165 centimeters tall, with measurements of 90, 60, 90 centimeters, and skin so white that it looks like you can squeeze water out of it. Not to mention in this end times, even in the prosperous times, she is a rare beauty. The man rubbed his eyes hard. It was not an illusion. It was real. Damn. If I don't try such a beautiful woman, wouldn't I be too sorry for myself? As he said that, the man strode forward. "Where are you going, beautiful lady? It's not safe after dark. Brother, can I escort you?" Yi Xian narrowed her eyes and thought in her heart, what would it be like if she entered the Gu family compound as a prey? Another man in black pulled him away. "Are you going to die? You dare to touch Brother Long's people? Brother Long will naturally reward us after he has enjoyed them. Go. Take them away." He grabbed Yi Xian. Yi Xian tried hard to resist the urge to throw them into space, struggled casually for a few times, and let the man cover her head with a cloth bag and lead her forward. Yi Xian counted in her heart. Turn right in front. Then turn left. Turn left. That's right. Indeed. She entered the Gu family compound. 2 men in black pushed her into a room, and a flattering voice sounded, "Brother Long, guess what surprise I brought you today?" A lustful voice sounded, "You found it so quickly? You are getting more and more promising. This girl has a good figure." I took off her hood. I hope she won't let me down. Yi Xian felt a man in black walking towards her, saying as he walked, "Brother Long, don't worry. Her skin is so tender. TSK, you can even squeeze out water. Such a beauty is considered top-notch even before the end of the world. Please go." Chapter 129. As he took off the black hood on Yi Xian's head, Yi Xian's eyes were flashed by the light in the room, and she instinctively raised her hand to block the light. The lustful voice in front of him sounded again, "Hey, not bad. In such a doomsday, how can there be such a well-maintained woman? Isn't she someone else's pet?" The 3 men in black looked at each other, and no one dared to guarantee. Nowadays, many capable people are indeed raising pets, and the younger and more beautiful women are, the more popular they are. But pets generally don't run out by themselves, but they pick them up on the street. Hee hee. Brother Long laughed lewdly. "Who cares whose pet she is? I play with her first. You all go out. I reward you later." Yi Xian's whole body tensed up. The man in front of her was too disgusting. He was less than 170 centimeters tall, bald, with dark yellow cheeks and bumps like toad skin. At this moment, he was staring at her with a pair of triangular eyes and drooling. Yi Xian frowned slightly, planning to throw him into the space when he got closer. But the man in black behind him turned around and said, "Hey, enjoy it. Brother Long is not only good at that, but also a famous fighter. Don't think about resisting. 8 of you are no match for me." Brother Long laughed even more happily after hearing this. "Go away. Don't scare the beauty." Before he finished speaking, another man in black came out of the door. "Brother Long, Master Gu wants to see you, saying that there is something urgent." The dwarf stopped immediately and yelled with a curse, "Long air. Come back. It's so fucking boring. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night?" The 3 men in black who had just walked out turned back to the room. "You 3 keep an eye on her. I be back soon," the dwarf said as he ran away on his short legs, leaving the 3 men in black in the room. One of the men in black closed the door and walked over quietly. "Hey, Brother Long is gone. How about playing with me?" Yi Xian frowned slightly, pointed at the other 2, and said timidly, "How about you 2 come together? I'm afraid." "Hey!" After hearing this, The three men in black immediately became alert. The girl said she was afraid, but she specifically asked the three of them to come together. Interesting. The three men surrounded Yi Xian and were about to touch her, but Yi Xian's hands passed over them like lightning. Suddenly, the three were dumbfounded. Where is this? This is not the Gu family compound. Nor is it the ice and snow they are familiar with. There are not even zombies here. There is only a gentle breeze. There is still light rain in the sky. But the weather is not cold at all. There is a residential area not far away. Just when they were at a loss, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of them with a smile on her lips. How is it? It's much better than your apocalypse full of zombies. Right? The three men in black were well trained and immediately understood. It was this woman who did it. The three stood back to back, taking a defensive posture. Yi Xian smiled slightly. There's no need to do this. It's useless. I introduce you to some friends. As he said that, Lu Liang ran over from a distance. Mistress? What do you want? He didn't even look at the three men. The three men's eyes suddenly shrank when they saw Lu Liang. The young master's people. Why is he here? What do you call this woman? Mistress? Damn. This woman is not simple. No wonder she can maintain so well in this Doomsday. I thought she was easy to deal with, but I didn't expect to run into a tough guy. It's really like catching an eagle and being pecked blind by the eagle. Yi Xian waved her hand. Your former colleagues. Introduce them to this place. If they are willing to surrender, they can be taken away directly. If they are not willing. Yi Xian tapped her right palm with a stick in her hand. If you don't want to. What are the rules we set? You know what to do. Right? Lu Liang nodded. Yes. Ms. Lady. Hee hee. Lu Liang smiled evilly. There is still land left to be turned over. Enough for them to experience life. Yi Xian ignored them and turned to leave the space. Less than 2 minutes after coming out, she heard noisy footsteps outside, followed by the dwarf's angry shout. Get up. Get up. Don't sleep. Everyone. Get up. Damn it. Why come at any other time? Why come at this time? Everyone. Get up. 2 suspicious people appeared nearby. Get up and go on a mission. I catch them and make soup for them. Damn it. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Bad things. Bai Muran and the others were discovered. Yi Xian woke Xian up and asked him to tell Xiao Baishu to report to Bai Muran. Gu Xinan had too many people, and Yi Xian was afraid that they couldn't hold on. As soon as the little white mouse was released from the window, the dwarf pushed the door open and looked at Yi Xian with a look of reluctance. The beauty is waiting for me here. Eh? Where are those 3 guys? Damn. They ran away in such a short time. I settle accounts with them later. As he said this, he tucked 2 pistols into his body, picked up 2 grenades and hung them on his waist, and hurried out the door. At this time, in a private house less than a mile away from the Gu family compound, Bai Muran was eating cold compressed biscuits with Li Yanwu. Li Yanwu opened his hands, and a stream of clear water flowed out of his hands. He filled a cup of water and handed it to Bai Muran, and then filled his own cup. As soon as he drank a cup of water, before he had time to eat, he saw the little white mouse rushing over. The little white mouse held its 2 front paws and said to Bai Muran, Squeak! Squeak! Bai Muran was stunned. Little white mouse? Xian little white mouse? Is something wrong with Yi Xian? The little white mouse shook its head and climbed directly onto Bai Muran, then climbed up his body to his shoulder, stretched out its front paws and grabbed Bai Muran's ears. Squeak! 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 Li Yanwu frowned. It seems that Yi Xian is not in trouble. Is it warning us? The little white mouse immediately ran to Li Yanwu, holding its 2 front paws together, and nodded anxiously. Squeak! 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 Li Yanwu and Bai Muran looked at each other and immediately blew out the candles beside them. The 2 were immediately surrounded by darkness. They hid in the darkness and rolled on the ground towards the window. At this moment, gunshots rang out, and the bullets flew and hit the place where they had just sat. Bai Muran and Li Yanwu were immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Go! He whispered a word to Li Yanwu, pushed open the window, and turned around and jumped down without caring that it was the 5th floor. Bai Muran landed smoothly on the balcony on the 4th floor, then hugged the heating pipe and slid downstairs, moving as agilely as a monkey. At this time, Li Yanwu also jumped down from another window and slid downstairs along the heating pipe. The two looked at each other. We were discovered. Run! There were gunshots from upstairs. And they were shot at their figures. And the splashed snow hit their faces painfully. It sounded like there were still a lot of people. We can't stay here anymore. We must retreat quickly. Chapter 130. While Bai Miran and Li Yanwu were trying to escape, Yi Xian was not idle either. She pushed open the door, and saw two bodyguards standing at the door. When the bodyguard saw Yi Xian, he immediately raised his gun. Go back. Yi Xian was stunned, looked around, and softened her voice. Two big brothers. I'm thirsty. Can you give me a glass of water? The two bodyguards looked at each other, and Brother Long said to watch her carefully, but did not say that he would not give her food and drink. One of them went to the next room and came in with a teapot. Girl, drink first. There is not much left. I have asked the kitchen to send some more boiled water. He put the teapot on the table. Yi Xian reached out and touched him. And then the man disappeared out of thin air. Yi Xian asked Lu Liang to find a shorter man, took off his clothes and put them on himself, and then walked out of the room leisurely with the teapot. Another bodyguard shouted, Where are you going? Didn't she drink? Huh? Why does he seem to be shorter and thinner? There was no one around. Yi Xian turned around suddenly, reached out and grabbed his wrist, and threw him into space. 5. Two more. Yi Xian wore bodyguard's clothes and approached the bodyguard's dormitory in a place with few people. Today, there were few people in the bodyguard's dormitory, which was convenient for Yi Xian to move. A bodyguard hurriedly came from the direction of the small building, shouting as he ran, Is there anyone else inside? Get up and join the roundup mission. Quick! Gather in front. Seeing Yi Xian still walking towards the dormitory, he shouted, Didn't you hear that everyone is going on a mission? Gather in the square in front. Yi Xian stopped and turned to walk towards the small building. She knew that the square this person was talking about was the location in front of the small building, where Gu Qingyu had surrounded her. Yi Xian took out a mask and put it on her face, then pulled the brim of her hat down low, standing in the most inconspicuous position in the team. No one noticed that an alien had mixed into their team. Gu Xinan looked gentle and refined with gold-rimmed glasses, and walked out with his hands behind his back. We found suspicious people nearby tonight. One of the two men is Yi Xian's man. He stomped a few steps in front of the group of bodyguards, his eyes flashing. Now they are surrounded by our people, but they have kung fu and are awakened superpowers, so they are not easy to deal with. Go to support quickly under the leadership of Ah Ming. We must catch these two people tonight. Yes! The loud voice broke through the sky, startling a flock of birds in the dark night. Yi Xian followed the team out, trying to stay at the back of the team to avoid contact and communication with others. This Ah Ming is worthy of his name. He is more than 2 meters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. Even if he is wearing a thick cotton coat, the muscles hidden under the clothes can be vaguely distinguished. At this time, Bai Miran and Li Yanwu have been surrounded. They huddled beside an abandoned warehouse, and as soon as they showed their heads, they would be bombarded with bullets. But Bai Miran and Li Yanwu both had special abilities, so it was not easy for the bodyguards to get close to them, and the battle was always stalemate. Ah Ming ran over with a dozen people. You, and you. Flank from the left. You, and you. Flank from the right. They are behind that warehouse. 4 of you go to the roof. The rest follow me. Yi Xian was arranged to follow 2 of the bodyguards to flank from the right. After turning a corner, there were only 3 of them left. Yi Xian quickly threw the 2 bodyguards into the space, and then quickly ran behind Bai Miran. Bai Miran suddenly saw a man in black, and the gun in his hand was just raised. And Yi Xian grabbed it. It's me. Follow me. Bai Miran's eyes shrank. Why are you here? It's too dangerous here. Let's go! Yi Xian fired into the sky, signaling him on to flank on the right. Then he pulled Bai Miran up. No time to explain. Let's go! I cover you. Watching the woman jump onto the roof, the steel knife flashing in her hand. 2 men in black were bleeding, and the other 2 disappeared in an instant. Bai Miran was stunned, and only retreated quickly after being pulled by Li Yanwu. Yi Xian's side continued to fire gunfire, all of which were aimed at the men in black. The men in black thought they were still in the same place, and this time they couldn't escape, and they didn't expect that there was a traitor among them. A Ming's figure appeared from the front, and Yi Xian ran towards them. Ah Ming saw his companion and immediately shouted, Which group are you from? What's going on? Yi Xian naturally didn't answer, but she took out her steel knife and immediately killed the two men in black beside Ah Ming, and at the same time raised her gun and shot at Ah Ming. She had a strong feeling that this person must know the whereabouts of her parents. He must be caught. Ah Ming saw this person killed his companion. His eyes suddenly shrank, and he turned to hide to the side. Although he is fat, his body is very flexible. Yi Xian was not a good shooter to begin with, so all her bullets missed, and the pistol made a caca sound. Ah Ming's ears were sharp, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Haha. No bullets? Then let's taste the power of your Uncle Ming. As Ah Ming raised his pistol, Yi Xian suddenly fell to the ground, and a steel knife appeared in her hand again. The steel knife was thrown out of her hand and hit her thigh. As Ah Ming's bullets all missed, Yi Xian also rolled to his side. Before he could react, he felt a pair of soft little hands grabbing his ankles. And then the world spun around, and he came to a strange place. Ah Ming turned around and looked around. There were 8 or 9 of his colleagues here, and they were all turning the soil. Ah Ming had never thought that these guys could actually do farm work. Lu Sheng, Ah Hui. Although they were only a dozen steps away, they turned a deaf ear to his shouts, as if they only saw the black soil in front of them, turning it over very seriously one after another. Ah Ming followed Gu Xinan and had seen a lot, and he immediately felt that something was wrong here. He saw a woman appear not far away, smiling at him. Ah Ming immediately became alert. Who are you? Why am I here? What is this place? What's wrong with him? Yi Xian shook her head and made a tis-tsk sound. Gu Xinan's confidant. Ah Ming. You don't even know me? Ah Ming's eyes shrank again. He recognized it. Yi Xian? Why are you wearing our clothes? Yi Xian sneered. I'm afraid you already know that I am a space power awakener. And this is my space. Yi Xian clapped her hands and smiled again. How is it? Not bad. Right? As for them, stop working and come over. As Yi Xian's voice sounded, the men in black dropped their tools one after another, looking confused. Tell your boss what's going on here. The men in black reported the situation to Ah Ming in a flurry, with many dissatisfactions and insults towards Yi Xian in their voices. Seeing that they had almost finished talking, Yi Xian frowned. How dare you say bad things about me in my territory? It seems that Lu Liang didn't explain it to you clearly. As he said that, Yi Xian didn't take action, and saw several men in black flying out sideways. Then one side of their cheeks swelled up, and saliva mixed with blood splashed out with a few teeth. Ah Ming was stunned. Chapter 131. Ah Ming wiped his eyes. That's right. All these people fell to the ground and struggled to get up, with blood on their lips. However, he didn't see the woman take action. Even at this moment, she was still smiling at them, looking harmless. Ah Ming narrowed his eyes. What do you want? Yi Xian clapped her hands, looking calm and calm. This is my world. They say bad things about me in my territory. Do you think they should be taught a lesson? Ah Ming was silent. You have 2 choices now. 1. Tell me where my parents are. Then be absolutely loyal to me and spend the rest of your life in this place without natural disasters and zombies. 2. Do the same as them and turn the soil until you die of exhaustion. Yi Xian looked at the black-clad men around him. Okay. If you are willing to be loyal to me, I, Yi Xian, can also forgive you. The 9 black-clad men spontaneously stood in a row and looked at each other. Surrender? Or resist? It's just a little woman, and it should be no problem for the 10 of us to deal with her. Thinking together, several men in black looked at each other and attacked Yi Xian at the same time. As fast as lightning, Ah Ming raised his mouth. Women are women. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of you alone? I didn't expect that I could get such a reward from the mission today. However, he was too happy too early. Before his raised mouth formed a complete arc, he was dumbfounded again. The black-clad men who pounced on Yi Xian not only failed to get close, but also fell backwards in the middle of the road. Then all of them were lifted up high into the air, as if they were being strangled by the neck. All of them moved in unison, with both hands strangling their necks, as if trying to break free. Looking at Yi Xian again, I saw this woman raising a small white hand and strangling her neck in the air, with a smile on her face. 2 minutes later, just when these people were about to suffocate, Yi Xian gently lowered her arms, and 9 black-clad men fell from the air one after another, coughing non-stop while holding their necks. Yi Xian turned her head and looked at Ah Ming. How is it? Do you want to try this? Ah Ming took 2 steps back. Impossible. Although spatial abilities are rare, he has seen them before. Most of them use them as mobile storage spaces and have never seen spatial abilities like hers. She can not only plant here, but also control the people inside. How is it? Have you chosen? Yi Xian clapped her hands and conjured a chicken leg out of thin air to chew on. Before Ah Ming could speak, 9 men in black struggled to get up and shouted one after another. I do. I do. I do too. Lu Liang stood aside and was stunned. The mistress's ability seemed to have increased again. Yi Xian looked at the 9 people, narrowed her clear eyes, pointed at 5 of them in black and said, You, and you too. Stand over here. The 5 men in black didn't know why, so they stood out of the queue. Yi Xian said to Lu Liang, the sincerity of these 5 people needs to be observed. According to our regulations, from now on, they are under your care. When they obey wholeheartedly, they will be treated as subjects. I will accept the rest with reluctance. After Yi Xian finished speaking, the remaining 4 men in black suddenly felt that Yi Xian was taller and radiated a sacred light from head to toe, making them unconsciously want to worship her. Lady Mistress? As soon as Yi Xian spoke, not only Ah Ming, but also the 5 men in black were shocked. How could she know our thoughts? These 5 men in black did not surrender wholeheartedly, but just came up with a stopgap measure. Their loyalty was only 3 hearts. Of the remaining 4 men in black, 3 had 5 hearts and 1 had 4. As for this Mr. Ah Ming, Yi Xian turned her head and looked at him, then experience life first and think about it. After saying this, Ah Ming picked up the shovel on the ground and started to turn the soil. Watching the 9 men in black look at each other in surprise, it was exactly the same as their previous state. Gu family courtyard. Gu Sinan was almost mad. This time, a total of more than 30 people were dispatched, and it was obvious that they could have successfully rounded up and captured them. But they didn't expect that they would not only injure 7 or 8 people, but also lose 5 people. Even his trusted confidant Ah Ming was missing. After investigation, someone reported that Brother Long had brought a woman with him, but later the woman disappeared inexplicably, most likely mixed in with the dispatch team. Someone from the kitchen reported that Brother Long's subordinates had come to the kitchen to ask for boiled water, but when he delivered it to Brother Long's room, there was no one inside. Even the bodyguard, who asked for water, was gone. Gu Sinan immediately sent someone to gather all the bodyguards in the Gu family compound. It didn't matter if he counted them. He was furious again. In addition to the 5 people who were on the mission, there were 5 more missing in his Gu family compound. Among them were the 3 bodyguards, who went out to find women for Brother Long. Brother Long was so scared that he shrank his neck and dared not say a word. How could Gu Sinan easily forgive him? Gu Sinan waved his hand behind him, sent Brother Long away. With the highest courtesy, the dwarf named Brother Long collapsed on the ground, shouting incoherently in fear, Master Gu, please forgive me. Considering that I have been with you for more than 10 years, I will never dare to do it again. Never again. Gu Sinan ignored his wailing and let the 2 men in black take him away. Then, a scream came from the east wall of the Gu family compound. The desperate voice made people shudder. Everyone knows the end of Brother Long. He was fed to the dogs. The wolfhounds in the Gu family compound are all fed with human flesh, so they are particularly fierce. Gu Sinan swept his eyes over everyone present. Remember this lesson. That woman is not only an awakened space power, she may also have a high-level space power. Ahau. Li Fu. You go and guard the couple in person, and kill the woman if you see her. Ameng is the insider. We must not let them get there first. 2 men in black stood up from behind. Yes. Master Gu. We do it now. Gu Sinan nodded. If you really can't resist, use the second plan. Remember that the couple must be kept. Ahau and Li Fu walked out of the Gu family compound and disappeared in the night in an instant. At this time, Yi Xian found a relatively safe place and was immersed in her own space. After the 9 men in black surrendered, there were 102 citizens in the space base, most of whom had a loyalty of 5 hearts. The system has been upgraded. System notification. Congratulations on upgrading to the 6th level space. And the 6th level exchange mall has been opened. Do you want to receive the upgrade reward? Receive. Chapter 132. Rewards. 1 Advanced Body Strengthening Pill, which can increase the body's reaction speed by 100%. Increase strength by 100%. Increase the ability to resist attacks by 100%. And speed up the healing of external injuries by 100%. 1 Intermediate Base Protection Bag, which increases the base protection by 50% and can be used once every 3 months. 1 Bottle of External Injury Healing Medicine, which can reduce inflammation and accelerate wound healing. 1 Set of Combat Uniforms, which cannot be cut by knives. Please choose the size. EXIN chose the size that suits her. This combat uniform is really good. After receiving the reward, she immersed her thoughts into the system mall. Her goal was the equipment that could make zombie essence. There is indeed one in the mall, and it is called a multifunctional zombie essence extractor. EXIN carefully read the instructions for use. It can not only extract zombie essence, but also extract anti-zombie virus essence. According to the system, applying zombie essence on the body can temporarily confuse zombies, making them think that this person is of the same kind and thus not attacking. This essence has no side effects, lasts for 6 hours, and can only be used once a day. Ordinary zombie crystal cores can be extracted. Anti-zombie virus essence, injected within 5 minutes after being infected with the zombie virus, provided that the person has not transformed into a zombie within 5 minutes, can effectively prevent zombie transformation, with an efficiency of up to 99%. It actually has the same effect as the anti-zombie virus serum. It is said that the anti-zombie virus serum developed in the 6th year of the apocalypse has a success rate of less than 40% after injection. EXIN, shocked. It's awesome. However, this anti-zombie virus essence can only be extracted from zombie crystal cores of level 2 and above. EXIN currently only has 1 level 2 zombie crystal core, which was taken from Guchingu, and is at the primary level of level 2. It's not known whether it can be used. Looking at the points required for the exchange of this equipment, EXIN curled her lips. It's too expensive. It actually requires 2 million points. And now after she exchanged all the zombie crystal cores for points, she only has less than 40,000 points, which is still a lot short. A zombie crystal core is worth 10 points. So she needs 200,000 zombie crystal cores. 10,000 yuan can be exchanged for 10 points. So she needs 2 billion yuan in assets. The apocalypse has already begun for a long time. Where can she get so many valuable things? Unless... EXIN thought again. When she left the space, the battlefield was empty. Suddenly, a message flashed through her mind. Congratulations. Your base has 50 people. Upgraded to a first-level base. And you are rewarded with a base upgrade gift package. Do you want to receive it? The base upgrade was successful? Where did Meng Jinghan collect his subjects? The things given by the system should not be wasted. EXIN did not hesitate. Receive it. Reward. The base defense is enhanced by 100%. The land production capacity of the base is increased by 100%. The physical fitness of the base's subjects is increased by 100%. The fertility of female subjects of the base is increased by 100%. EXIN, What kind of reward is this? Where is the generous reward? Defense enhancement counts. Land production capacity counts. But what the hell is a 100% increase in fertility? Who dares to have children in this apocalypse? EXIN thought again. No! It is precisely because this is the apocalypse. The population is decreasing rapidly, and no one is willing to have children. Perhaps this reward has a deeper meaning that she cannot understand. Ah Hao and Li Fu were walking on the dark street. The zombies smelled their scent and rushed over. Whoa! Ah Hao raised his gun to shoot, but Li Fu held his wrist. Wait! There are people around. While he was stunned, the zombies had already rushed in front of him, and Ah Hao had to chop the zombies on the forehead with a short knife, as expected of a rigorously trained fighter. Just when the zombie was about to touch his body, the dagger had already chopped down, and the zombie fell to the ground. Li Fu did not deal with the zombie, but quickly ran to the left, and before turning around, he shouted to Ah Hao, "Be careful behind you." Ah Hao was not an ordinary person either. He jumped over the zombie in front of him, and turned around suddenly. He saw a bullet passing through the place where he had just stood, and instantly penetrated a zombie's chest. The zombie rushed towards Ah Hao with a broken body, screaming "Whoa!" The shadow in front flashed and disappeared in the night. Ah Hao slashed a zombie to death with his knife. and didn't even have time to pick up the zombie's crystal core, chasing the shadow all the way. Yi Xian, dressed in bodyguard clothing, walked out from the side, picked up the zombie crystal core on the ground, and smiled at the direction where Ah Hao disappeared. Fang Wei stood in front of him, also dressed in bodyguard clothing. Madam, let's go now. Bai Muron and the others can't delay for too long. Yi Xian nodded and released the armored vehicle. Go! Fang Wei drove the armored vehicle all the way west. This place became more and more familiar. Wasn't this the neighborhood where she and Ming Jinghan had hidden? Could it be that Gu Qingyu's secret base was here? No wonder they had no bullets at the time. But they quickly replenished them. Fang Wei shook her head. The place Ah Ming said is still ahead. If I'm not mistaken, it's the place I've been to. The armored vehicle passed through the neighborhood and headed for a factory building not far away. The armored vehicle stopped outside the factory building, and Fang Wei jumped out of the car. Ms. Heroine. It's true. Gu Qingyu's secret treasure house is here. I was lucky enough to follow him here once. If that place is Qingyu's secret base, and everyone who knows it is dead, it is very likely here. You follow behind me and take precautions. The factory building is in ruins, and a piece of the roof is exposed in the southeast corner. From here, you can see the gray-blue sky. The cement floor is bumpy, and Yi Xian almost tripped over a piece of wood lying on the ground. The factory building is full of unfinished furniture. It seems that it should have been a furniture factory before the end of the world. There is no one here now, let alone Yi's father and mother. Yi Xian paid attention to the surrounding environment, wanting to see if Yi's father had left anything for her here. However, she found nothing. Could it be that Fang Wei's guess was wrong? Fang Wei walked towards the east wall cautiously, shouting as he walked, "Brothers, is anyone here?" There was only an empty echo. No one responded. Fang Wei picked up the cigarette butt on the ground, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. Someone has been here, and it wasn't long since he left. It seems we are late again, he said, as he moved the rusty iron pole by the wall. I hope the things haven't been moved yet. The iron pole was as thick as an arm, and it looked more like a stake standing by the wall. It was covered with rust. Fang Wei put his hand on it and twisted it hard, and the rust got on his hand. Fang Wei stopped, looked at the iron pole, and then looked at the cigarette butt on the ground, and said to himself, did I make a mistake? This pole has obviously not been moved by anyone. But what's the matter with this cigarette butt? He exerted force again, and the iron pillar made a click sound. Then, a door more than one person high on the wall opened upwards, and the soil fell to the ground. All this showed that no one had ever entered this secret room. Fang Wei glanced at Yi Xian, motioned her to follow, and then used a lighter to light the torch that had been prepared long ago and led the way inside. The tunnel was very long, and the flames of the torches burned very vigorously and were slightly tilted, indicating that the ventilation here was good and there was no lack of oxygen. Yi Xian turned on a powerful flashlight to observe the wall. The wall was made of stones, which were neat, smooth and finely crafted. Even the gaps between the stones were very small, and even a piece of paper could hardly be stuffed in. After walking about 100 meters in this tunnel, a black thing suddenly jumped out in front of him and rushed towards Fang Wei before Yi Xian could see clearly. Be careful! Before Fang Wei's shout landed, another black thing rushed towards Yi Xian quickly. Chapter 133. Yi Xian instinctively dodged to the side, and the black thing instantly passed in front of Yi Xian, and there was no sound when it landed. At the same time, Fang Wei also dodged to the side, and Yi Xian was less than 2 meters behind Fang Wei. After Fang Wei dodged, the black thing rushed towards Yi Xian again. Yi Xian had no way to avoid it, and swung the long knife in her hand. But this knife seemed to cut on cotton, and the black thing ran away from her. Shine a powerful flashlight over there. How can you see any shadow? Did you see what it is? Fang Wei shook his head. No. It seems to have hair. I touched its hair. It's soft. Yi Xian looked down and saw it. Sure enough, there was a mass of black and yellow hair scattered on the ground. It looked like dog hair, or cat hair. Yi Xian shook her head. Dog? A dog's body is not that flexible. Cat? Then this cat is too big. She just stood up, and the shadow rushed towards her again. This time she saw it clearly. It was a big cat. It was as big as a wolfhound. Its fur was black and yellow, and it had a pair of big green eyes staring in the dark, which looked very scary. The cat knew that Yi Xian had a weapon in her hand, so it stopped 2 meters away from Yi Xian, staring at her without blinking, while the other cat pounced on Feng Wei. Feng Wei was only concerned with observing the cat in front of him, and was grabbed by it without paying attention, and blood immediately flowed from his hand. The cat hit the target without stopping, but turned around and attacked Yi Xian again. Then, the big cat squatting in front also launched an attack, sandwiching Yi Xian in the middle. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless, holding the knife in both hands and looking at the two big cats. The big cat could not hurt Yi Xian, and did not stop, and quickly disappeared in the dark tunnel. Feng Wei grabbed his injured arm with one hand, and the injured hand was still holding a torch. Lady Mistress, be careful. This thing is intelligent. Be careful of its sneak attack. As soon as the words fell, a rustling sound came from the surroundings, and Yi Xian was stunned. She was too familiar with this sound. This was the sound of a large number of rats running. Xian had used it more than once. If you are surrounded by rats, let alone whether you can survive, you will be sick to death. Yi Xian quickly released Xian from the space. Quick! Son! We were attacked by 2 cats, and now there are rats. Xian's face was tense, and a strange sound came out of his mouth. Suddenly, the rustling sound stopped, as if a tape was cut off at once, and there was no sound at all. Xian pulled Yi Xian. Mom, the mice here seem to be controlled by something. I can only make them stop attacking, but I can't control them again. Let's move quickly and leave here. Yi Xian glanced at Feng Wei. How far is it? Feng Wei took off his clothes and bandaged his arm, pointing to the front and said, Go about 100 meters ahead. Then turn right, and you will arrive. But I don't know if there is another exit here. I have only been here once. Yi Xian nodded. Enough. Let's speed up and see what happens ahead. If there is no harvest, we will quit right here. Xian, are you still okay? Xian nodded. Mom, hurry up. I can still hold on for 20 minutes. Yi Xian no longer cared to observe the stone wall and rushed forward quickly. There are scary big cats and so many mice here. If Ye's father and mother were really here, would they be okay? Yi Xian was anxious and ran forward quickly, but ignored the fact that there were 2 dangerous species hiding in the darkness. Before Yi Xian could turn the corner, 2 big cats pounced on her again. This time, unlike the previous 2 attempts, they directly grabbed Yi Xian's eyes. If they grabbed her, her eyes would be useless. Yi Xian swung the steel knife again, but this time the big cat did not evade at all, but turned halfway and grabbed Yi Xian's neck. At the same time, another big cat attacked Yi Xian's lower body. Hey! They cooperated well. Is it a spirit? Yi Xian had no way to avoid it. She was ready to take this claw and then give it a fatal blow. At this moment, Xian suddenly made a strange cry, like a cuckoo, but also like a hoarse voice. The sound was gentle but rhythmic. Hearing this sound, the 2 big cats stopped halfway, and their whole bodies seemed to be stiff. In the light of the powerful flashlight, Yi Xian found that they were shaking. No! To be more precise, they were struggling. They seemed to want to get rid of Xian control, and were struggling desperately. Yi Xian glanced at Feng Wei. You stay here to guard Xian. I go to the front to take a look. After saying that, he rushed forward like a gust of wind, leaving Xian with his eyes slightly closed, sweat oozing from his forehead. And it seemed that he was not relaxed either. Feng Wei stood in front of Xian with a steel knife in his hand, ready to fight with this big cat at any time. Yi Xian turned the corner and walked forward about 20 meters. On the right was a cave that looked as big as 2 houses, and it was dark inside. Shine a powerful flashlight over there. And Yi Xian was stunned. No wonder Gu Qingyu only cared about the safe and didn't even care about your antique collection. It turns out that this is where his real treasure is hidden. The closest thing to the door is a porcelain bottle, which is more than 1 person tall, facing the light of the flashlight. It is as thin as paper, and it seems that it can't even block the light. It is blue all over, a color that Yi Xian has never seen before, which reminds her of a sentence by Song Renzong. After the rain, the sky is clear and the clouds are broken. This color will be the future. This is the sky blue. It is so much better than the sky blue she saw in the museum. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a breathless feeling, for fear that if she breathed too hard, she would blow the porcelain bottle down and break it into a pile of porcelain pieces. Looking further inside, there are more than one such porcelain bottles. The red one is like a burning fire. The blue one is like a crystal emitting a long light. And the pink one is as delicate as a petal, as if a gust of wind can blow it down. In addition, there are bronzeware, jade guanine statues, jade ruby, corals, etc. Yi Xian didn't care to appreciate these, and her bare hands gently brushed over them. And all these things entered the space. She only felt that the message board was sent one by one, and she didn't have time to carefully identify it. She quickly turned around and rushed out the door to explore deeper. At this time, Xian closed his eyes slightly and said to Feng Wei, "Uncle Feng, try to touch the two big cats. Be careful. If they resist, come back immediately. Don't force it." Feng Wei nodded solemnly. Kidding. The wound on his hand was still bleeding. He certainly didn't dare to stroke the tiger's beard forcibly. He walked over gently and stretched out his hand carefully. The cat didn't resist at all, and it seemed that even the trembling was much lighter. Yi Xian found another cave about 50 meters away from the first cave. This cave was slightly smaller. There was no treasure inside. Only a stone bench placed horizontally in the center of the cave. Yi Xian approached the stone bench and his eyes suddenly shrank. Chapter 134. There are two overlapping triangles here again, left by Ye's father. They had indeed been here before. But Yi Xian was late again. From the information left by Ye's father, it can be seen that Ye's father told her three pieces of information. First, there are very dangerous animals here. If she can find them, be careful. Second, he said that he and Ye's mother are fine for the time being, so she should not worry. What Gu Sinan wants is a safe, but this safe must not be given to him. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Third, this time the person who led them to the transfer was no longer a bodyguard in a suit, but a strange man with a mask on his head so his face could not be seen clearly. However, his voice was not like that of a normal person, just like the voice of a robot, cold and without any emotion. The third meaning should be like this, but Yi Xian was not quite sure. It was hard for Yi Xian to imagine what it felt like for a man to make a machine voice broadcast. She ran forward for more than 200 meters again, and there was a room full of guns and ammunition. Yi Xian did not let go of it either, and took them all away. There were only 2 empty rooms left. Yi Xian turned around and walked back, meeting Xian and Feng Wei on the way. Behind Xian were 2 big cats. The fierce cats were no longer aggressive. They were completely docile and obedient like domestic cats. Without seeing Xian move, the 2 big cats suddenly rushed to Yi Xian, rubbing their fat faces against her legs, with a flattering look on their faces. Yi Xian shivered with fear, resisting the urge to kick them away, and pointed at them and asked, You subdued them? Xian smiled brightly. Yes. I also know their origins. Mom, do you believe that cats really have 99 lives? Yi Xian widened her eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Wouldn't that make them spirits? Xian shook her head. These 2 cats have lived for nearly 100 years, and have died many times in the middle. They are the treasures that Gu Qingyu brought back from his hometown in Fengcheng. Yi Xian frowned. Can cats live that long? The 2 cats said to Yi Xian, Meow meow meow. Yi Xian seemed to understand. They were saying, yes. They are good examples. From Xian, Yi Xian learned that the 2 cats were brought here after being brought to City A. No one fed them, and they usually relied on catching small animals in the wild to fill their stomachs. However, they did not eat mice, but they could control mice. The big cat also said, the person who took away Ye's father and mother had never appeared here before. When he took away Ye's father and mother, he appeared here for the first time, and he had no human smell. Even their extremely sensitive sense of smell could not track the man's footprints based on the smell. The clue was broken again. Ah Hao and Li Fu chased for a long time, but they could not catch up with the 2 shadows in front of them. They had to return to the original place in disappointment, and set off towards the destination again. Feng Wei had just closed the door of the secret room when he heard footsteps and complaints from outside. It's really a ghost. How come I didn't see any brothers along the way? Li Fu pondered. Don't complain. Be careful. I think someone has been here. Go to that exit and see if there is something wrong with the hostage inside. Ah Hao turned around and left, and Li Fu entered the factory alone with a gun. Yi Xian put Xian and the 2 big cats into the space, and hid in the dark with Feng Wei to observe the people coming. Yi Xian had seen this person before. When she led the zombies to Gu Xinan. This person stepped forward to block Gu Xinan. He should be Gu Xinan's confidant. But the people have been moved. Why is he still here? Or did he not know that the hostages had been moved? Gu Xinan no longer believes him? Or does Gu Xinan not even know about the transfer of hostages? Yi Xian had a bad feeling in her heart. Maybe she couldn't get any useful clues from Ah Ming. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed inwardly. Gu Xinan is really an old fox. Much harder to deal with than Gu Qingyu. Li Fu walked to the iron pillar and was stunned. Someone has been here. The iron pillar has been moved. He quickly twisted the iron pillar. And the hidden door opened again. Li Fu rushed into the tunnel quickly. Yi Xian and Fan Wei looked at each other. And she got the same answer from each other's eyes. Li Fu also didn't know that Ye's father and mother had been transferred. They were all said by Gu Xinan. But he didn't know? This is intriguing. After a while, Li Fu came out of the tunnel and shouted with the intercom, "Ahow! Ahow! How is your side? The hostage is gone. Did he escape from over there?" Ahow's voice came from the intercom. "The exit here has been moved. And the footprints are very messy. It is likely that he ran from this side. Go and report to Master Gu." Li Fu didn't stop for a moment. Ran out of the factory quickly. And ran towards the Gu family compound in the east of the city. The loss of the hostages means that the safe cannot be obtained. And the safe cannot be obtained. He couldn't help but shudder. Mr. Gu is not joking when he gets angry. Yi Xian got a shocking tip at this time. Zombies are besieging the city. Her base is surrounded by zombies. The one who sent the message was Li Tao. Li Tao was responsible for guarding the villa. Since he was a resident of the base. He had been in contact with Yi Xian. Everything was normal a few days ago. But just now, Li Tao sent a message. 2 men and 2 women attracted countless zombies. Now the zombies have surrounded the base in the middle of the mountain. 2 men and 2 women attracted countless zombies? Who is so wicked? Yi Xian gritted her teeth in anger. Took out the intercom. Bai Muran. Bai Muran? Where are you? No one responded. Li Yanwu. Li Yanwu. Please reply if you receive it. Still no one responded. She released Xian Xian from the space. And kept Feng Wei by his side to protect him. And said to him, Xian Xian, you and Xiao Baishu stay to find Uncle Bai and the others. I'm going home first. Something happened at home. Xian Xian nodded. We go back after we find Uncle Bai. Big me and little me will be left to Mom for self-defense. The 2 big cats nodded at Yi Xian. Meow meow meow. Xian Xian explained. They said you can ignore them. No matter how far away they are. They can feel your breath. Once you are in danger, they will arrive in time. Yi Xian didn't have time to marvel. But released the armored vehicle. Jumped on the armored vehicle and rushed back. Only Li Tao and Ming Jinghan have decent combat power in the base. Now that the zombies are besieging the city, the hard work of these days may be wasted. She had to go back to save the situation now. Yi Xian drove the armored vehicle very fast. And the tracks made a crunch. Crunch sound when they rolled over the ice and snow. Countless zombies followed the car desperately. And more zombies were crushed under her wheels. But this did not stop Yi Xian's steps. The armored vehicle drove past quickly. And Bai Muran in the distance slapped Li Yanwu. It's Yi Xian. She ran so fast. Something must have happened. Let's go. Chase her. Li Yanwu dragged his injured leg and smiled bitterly. With us like this, what can we use to chase her? Bai Muran lowered his head. And he was also shot in the thigh. Fortunately, he was an awakened with type superpower. So he recovered quickly. 2 wounded people wanted to chase an armored vehicle moving at full speed? It was nothing but a pipe dream. A man in black came not far away. And Bai Muran had to pull Li Yanwu to hide in the dark. Ahao and Li Fu. They came back so soon? He dragged Li Yanwu to the dark. You stay here for a while. I go see what these 2 people are doing. Before Li Yanwu could speak, he dragged his injured leg and disappeared into the vast night. Chapter 135. Half Mountain Base. Yi Xian didn't have enough points. So the iron gate on the mountain trail had been delayed again and again. And it hadn't been completed yet. Ming Jinghan asked someone to cut down trees and temporarily built a wooden gate to block the mountain trail. Normally, the zombies were fine. But now the zombies attacked in waves. And the wooden gate soon became shaky and could not resist. At this time, Ming Jinghan and Li Tao were leading people to guard the mountain trail and the cliffs near the board house. On the mountain trail, next to the wooden gate. Li Tao held a pistol in each hand and attacked the zombies frantically. However, the zombies had no fear at all. When their companions fell, they stepped on their corpses to climb up. Ho ho! Ho ho! There is food inside. There is delicious human flesh inside. Attack! Attack! The instinctive desire for food made them crazy. The thin wooden door was supported by dozens of men and was still shaky under the attack of the zombies. It was about to be smashed. Li Tao rushed out of the door with several strong men, trying to use their bodies to lead away the zombies blocking the door. However, there were too many zombies. If they hadn't run fast, they would have been eaten by the zombies. Li Tao fired frantically while shouting, "Hold on a little longer. The Lord will be back soon." She must have a way. The wolfhounds left at home also charged forward, killing a zombie with one claw. Meng Jinghan led his men to guard the mountain wall near the board house. It was a cliff more than 30 meters high with a slope of almost 90 degrees. But the zombies climbed up by climbing on rocks and vines. Meng Jinghan led his men to throw rocks down. The zombies fell down like sandbags, and then climbed up again. Ho ho! Ho ho! The creepy cry echoed throughout the valley. Oil! Give me the oil! Meng Jinghan took the diesel oil handed over by others, poured it on the vines below the mountain wall, threw the lit torch down, and the valley suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The zombies stretched out their sharp claws to grab the rocks. Ho ho! Come on! We are not afraid of pain. We are not afraid of burning. We are only afraid of having no food. The vines were burned off, which immediately stopped many zombies. Then Meng Jinghan found that there were still zombies struggling to climb up in the sea of fire. Encountering such a situation for the first time, Meng Jinghan couldn't help but think of Yi Xian. If she were here, would she have any good ideas? She is smart and wise. There must be a way. At this time, Yi Xian also calmed down. The zombie siege must be attracted by the breath of the living people inside. Zombies can't be killed. The only way is, make them unable to sense the presence of living people inside. Without the breath of living people, the zombies will naturally dissipate. Yi Xian parked the armored vehicle on the side of the road, sank his consciousness into the space, collected that wave of antiques. Not only the space has increased a lot, but also the points have reached nearly 10 million. She spent 2 million points without hesitation to exchange for the multifunctional zombie essence extractor. She still had a lot of zombie crystal cores, some of which were looted from Brother Long's room in the Gu family compound. First, make zombie essence liquid, throwing in 500 or 600 zombie crystal cores. She got about 50 milliliters of zombie essence liquid. Don't worry about whether it's enough. Just deal with it first. Yi Xian put the essence liquid in a glass bottle and drove the armored vehicle to the base again. I hope Meng Jinghan and Li Tao can hold on. And those dogs. They worked hard. The armored vehicle drove fast. And before entering the base halfway up the mountain, she saw the pile of zombies on the path leading into the mountain. As the gunshots rang out, some zombies fell to the ground, and more zombies stepped on the bodies of their companions and slammed the wooden door frantically. The wooden door made a squeaking sound, and the roars of the men behind the wooden door could be heard faintly. Hold on. You must hold on. If you can't hold on, we all be dead. Yi Xian smeared the zombie essence on herself and rushed over in the armored vehicle. Yi Xian's voice rang out from the announcer on the armored vehicle. I am Yi Xian. Everyone has worked hard. Please hold on for another quarter of an hour. When Li Tao saw the armored vehicle, his eyes lit up. The heroine is back. We are finally saved. Quick! Hold on. The heroine is back. The heroine is back. The men behind the wooden door roared again. Hold on. Hold on. The Lord said. Hold on for another quarter of an hour. She must have a way to deal with the zombies. Yi Xian's armored vehicle stopped 100 meters away from the zombies. The announcer was no longer Yi Xian shouting, but cheerful music. Yi Xian ran towards the zombies with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Li Tao was dumbfounded. Ms. Lady. Stop. You can't deal with them by yourself. Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to his shouting, and the pistol in his right hand fired. A zombie fell to the ground after being shot in the head. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. Hey! My shooting skills have finally improved. The steel knife in his hand swung out and harvested another zombie. At this time, Yi Xian was less than 30 meters away from the zombie group, and Li Tao was anxious. He jumped on the shoulders of the men who were pushing the door. jumped out from above the wooden door, rolled twice on the ground to avoid the attack of the zombies, and ran towards EXIN. Lady Heroine. Hurry up. You can't deal with it. Huh? Why don't these zombies attack the Lady Heroine? After EXIN attracted a group of zombies with the sound of gunfire, she put the pistol into the space. At this time, she held a steel knife in each hand and chopped the zombies' heads fiercely. Just like chopping watermelons. However, the zombies ignored EXIN and ran past her, all running towards the armored vehicle. EXIN chopped the zombies all the way to the wooden door, and not a single zombie stretched out its claws towards her. EXIN saw Li Tao being besieged by several zombies, jumped over and handed him a glass bottle, 1 drop per person. Apply it on exposed skin. Quickly. Don't waste it. Li Tao took the zombie essence and poured a drop on his hand first, and it felt like vegetable oil in his hand. He quickly smeared the liquid on his bare arms. Sure enough, after he killed all the zombies around him, the zombies no longer attacked him. Instead, they ran towards the wooden door and the armored vehicle. Li Tao gritted his teeth, stepped on the bodies of the zombies, and jumped into the wooden door, and handed the glass bottle to the man who was blocking the door. Quick! 1 drop per person. Smear on the exposed skin. Move quickly. Don't waste it. In half a minute, all the people who were blocking the entrance to the mountain had finished smearing, and Li Tao signaled them not to make a sound. Sure enough, the sound of the zombies attacking outside the door became smaller and smaller, and they actually ran towards the singing armored vehicle. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Li Tao quickly ran up the mountain with a glass bottle. Meng Jinghan was still under great pressure, so he quickly said such good things to them. At this time, Meng Jinghan was already at the end of his strength. He gritted his teeth and took out his waist badge, released the soft sword hidden inside, and slashed at the zombies that climbed up. More than a dozen men all held the waist badges tightly in their hands and waved them vigorously, trying to drive all the zombies that climbed up off the cliff. Hold on. I heard the voice of the Lord. The Lord is back. Hold on. Hold on. They roared to cheer each other up. But the zombies heard the roar and climbed faster. Chapter 136. Just when Meng Jinghan was filled with despair, Li Tao ran over quickly and stuffed a glass bottle into his hand, 1 drop per person. Apply it on the exposed skin. Remember not to waste it. This is the treasure that the heroine got. Meng Jinghan did not doubt it at all, poured a drop on his hand, and quickly applied it on his body. Then he passed the glass bottle one by one. Under Li Tao's command, they all kept silent, just waving their soft swords, harvesting the lives of the zombies that crawled up. Before long, there were fewer and fewer zombies climbing up the mountain. Some even stopped halfway, holding onto rocks, looking at a loss. Meng Jinghan's eyes flickered. Oh! This woman. She can really surprise him every time. EXIN pushed open the wooden door and walked into the base. A dozen men stood in a row. Lord. EXIN motioned for them to check each other in case someone on their side was injured without knowing it. After the inspection, except for the 5 people bitten to death by zombies, no one else had any scars on their bodies. EXIN heaved a sigh of relief. What you just applied was zombie essence, which can temporarily confuse the zombies and stop them from attacking you. It lasts for 6 hours. EXIN opened the wooden door. Now, it's time for you to show your skills. Go! Kill the zombies, collect the crystal cores, and give you a snack in the evening. Braised pork. Okay. Before the sound came out, EXIN made a gesture to silence them. Although the zombies can't recognize you, they can still recognize the sound. The less sound you make, the safer you are. Remember, those who are scratched by zombies should stay outside. EXIN, will take care of your family members. The men nodded heavily. The Lord didn't need to order this matter. Chief Meng had said countless times that once they were scratched by zombies, they would never return to the base, because their families were here. And this was the last line of defense. This was also the reason why they had to defend this wooden door at all costs today. Behind it was their home, and they had no way to retreat. The men looked at each other and rushed towards the zombies. The situation suddenly reversed. EXIN released the wolfhounds, such as Little Wolf and Big Tiger, locked into space, closed the wooden door, and walked towards the mountain to see how Meng Jinghan was doing. Not long after walking, he met Meng Jinghan and a dozen men rushing over. EXIN, are you okay? Yi Xian smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Now it's time for us to fight back. Go! The zombie essence on your body can prevent the zombies from attacking you for 6 hours. Kill the zombies. Take the crystal core. And give everyone a snack in the evening. Braised pork. Okay. The men cheered. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat. They ran out holding their badges. Yi Xian narrowed her eyes and grabbed Meng Jinghan. Don't go. I have something to ask you. Li Tao followed them into the villa. Yi Xian took off her coat, and Li Tao took it and hung it up for her. What's going on? What do you mean by 2 men and 2 women? Yi Xian glanced at them, and Meng Jinghan looked unnatural. It's Gu Nan. Who? Wasn't Gu Nan dragged away? If the group didn't kill him, it would be almost the same. Right? Why did he come here? Where are the remaining 3 people? Meng Jinghan shook his head. I don't know the remaining 3. I only heard Gu Nan call her mom. It should be the older woman. Li Tao also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know these people. But he clearly described the scene of these 4 people coming. They went up the mountain and said they wanted to surrender, saying that they heard that this place accepted people, and they were willing to be loyal to the mid-mountain base. Before Li Tao made a decision, Meng Jinghan arrived. Gu Nan was obviously stunned when he saw Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan said coldly, Mr. Gu, do you think Yi Xian will accept you? If you are a man, leave quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Unexpectedly, Gu Nan did not leave and put on a road look. We are all her relatives. Who do you think you are? Come on. Come on. Everyone come and judge. The shouting not only attracted many people, but also many zombies. After Meng Jinghan and Li Tao dealt with the zombies, they disappeared in a blink of an eye. I thought they had run away, but I didn't expect them to come again. This time they were not so tough, and they desperately slammed the wooden door for help, because there were many zombies following them. Meng Jinghan was so angry that he kicked Gu Nan into the zombie group, but he didn't expect that he waved the big knife in his hand to drive away the zombies, and ran all the way down the mountain. The noisy sound attracted more zombies, and Meng Jinghan had to call in his people to fight. As the number of zombies increased, Li Tao asked Yi Xian for help. Yi Xian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Damn it! This bastard! Don't let me catch him! I will feed him to the zombies if I catch him. Before she finished speaking, Xian's voice came from outside the door. Mom! We are back. Then came by Muron's voice. Yi Xian. Look who I brought here. They said they are all your relatives. Yi Xian looked up. Who else could it be but Gu Nan? Beside Gu Nan was her good mother-in-law. The other 2 people turned out to be my uncle and aunt. Needless to say, it must be Gu Nan who found them. And they volunteered to bring Gu Nan here. Xin. Gu Nan burst into tears before he could finish his words, and strode towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian pointed with her bare hands. This zombie siege is all thanks to him. Throw him out and feed the zombies. Gu Nan was stunned. Xin. Listen to me. Shut his mouth. Throw him out. Meng Jinghan waved his hand, and 2 tall men came in from outside, stretched out their hands to clamp Gu Nan, and did not forget to cover Gu Nan's mouth with the other hand. While dragging him out, he muttered to himself, Damn it! You attracted so many zombies, and the base was almost destroyed by you. And you still want to get close to the Lord? Who gave you the face? Pa! A slap came over, and Gu Nan was silent immediately. Yi Xian, you are a heartless thing. Have you forgotten who has been supporting you and your son all these years? Yi Xian frowned and couldn't help cursing. Damn it! You old woman. If it weren't for me, Yi Xian, who served you day and night for 4 or 5 years, you wouldn't even be able to find your bones now. What qualifications do you have to shout in front of me? Throw her out. Let her go with her son. Meng Jinghan was stunned and did not do anything. Li Tao did not hesitate. Dare to scold a heroine? Let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. Li Tao slapped the old lady, and she fell to the ground. She was dragged away like a dead dog and fed to the zombies. Yi Jiangwo and Lu Qin were trembling with fear. Xin. They forced us to bring him here. Seeing these 2 people, Yi Xian became even angrier. Yes, father and mother have not been found until now. All thanks to these 2 people. She waved her hand. Let's deal with them together. Save them from suffering in this apocalypse. After Li Tao dragged the 2 away, Bai Muron's face changed. Yi Xian, they are all your elders. One of them is your husband and mother-in-law. Yi Xian glanced at him, and was so angry that she blurted out one word. Get out. Don't force me to throw you out too. Chapter 137. Bai Murong was stunned. What's wrong with this woman? It can be seen from the past few days that she is not an unkind person. What happened today? She killed 4 people without blinking an eye. Meng Jinghan grabbed his arm. After seeing his eyes, Bai Murong followed Meng Jinghan and quietly left the room. Li Yanwu followed closely. Chief Meng. What's going on? We rescued these 4 people with great difficulty. Meng Jinghan shook his head. You guys. I'm afraid you are doing bad things with good intentions. Seeing Bai Murong and Li Yanwu looking confused, he told them all about the bad things that happened in Yi Xian's family. And Bai Murong fell silent. That man is a piece of shit. He deserves it. Yi Xian was violent. And Li Tao came over trembling with the remaining zombie essence in his hand. Madam Lady. Yi Xian took a look and saw that there was about 10 milliliters left. Li Tao carefully placed the zombie essence on the table next to Yi Xian. Madam Lady. All the men, women, old and young in the base have been dispatched. Now the entire Zhangjiazhuang belongs to us. There are a lot of people. I have an idea. Yi Xian glanced at him. Li Tao knew that Yi Xian was in a bad mood. But he still said boldly, if the mistress still has this good thing, can it be packaged into small packages and given to the people in the base as rewards? In this way, we won't be afraid of zombies. Hey! Some people still use 2 drops today. What a waste! Yi Xian understood. And Li Tao felt distressed. Such a good thing obviously only needs 1 drop. But some people use 1 more drop to ensure the effect. At the critical moment, 1 drop can save a life. Yi Xian rubbed her temples, which were still throbbing from the anger of Gu Nan and his mother. She waved her hand to let Li Tao go out first. As she needed to be quiet, Yi Xian immersed her thoughts in the space. Whenever she was in a bad mood, she would go to the space to take a look. Seeing the space full of supplies, she would feel much safer, and her mood would naturally improve. This time, she was stunned after entering the space. At that time was tight, and she didn't have time to pay attention to the changes in the space. Now it is completely different from before the upgrade. Not only has the black soil area increased a lot, but even the houses in the civilian area have been upgraded. The small wooden houses they originally built with their own materials have all been turned into stone houses, which are spacious and bright. The original small wooden building has also been turned into a small villa with red bricks and green tiles. And even the road surface has been automatically hardened. The whole space is much more beautiful than before. Yi Xian opened the system notification, and lines of text appeared in front of her. A Song Dynasty porcelain bottle was found, and the reward was 2,200 square meters of black soil area, 300 square meters of villa space, and 500 square meters of civilian territory. Found a golden jar and glass bottle, rewarded with 800 square meters of black land, 50 square meters of villa space, and 100 square meters of civilian territory. Found. Total value 5 billion. Reward points 5 million. Yi Xian, shock. Fuck Gu Qingyu. Where did he get so many antiques? It's a pity that he died before he could enjoy them all. So now all of them are cheap for Yi Xian. The multifunctional zombie essence extractor cost 2 million points. And she still has 3 million points. Let's first settle the big iron door. If there is another zombie siege in the future, the iron door is much better than the wooden door. Then again, this time it was also thanks to Meng Jing'an's foresight. If it weren't for the big wooden door, her people would have been reduced by at least half. Rewards for merit and punishments for faults. This is Yi Xian's principle. After she exchanged for a big iron door, she also exchanged for a set of combat uniforms for Meng Jing'an. The kind that can't be cut by a knife, which can be called his ancient gold silk soft armor. But it is much more comfortable than gold silk soft armor, and can also be used as a constant temperature clothing. Li Tao also contributed a lot, and was also rewarded with a set of combat uniforms. After leaving the space, Yi Xian was in a much better mood. Li Mei had already served today's dinner on the table. A large pot of braised pork ribs, a plate of steamed fish, 2 plates of vegetables, and a pot of soup. Yi Xian and Xian ate with satisfaction. Li Tao came in and reported, Madam, the zombies in front of the door have been cleared. But the essence is still effective. Some people are reluctant to waste time, and want to go out to kill zombies, and find crystal cores. Yi Xian frowned. It's almost dark. It would be dangerous if the essence expires early. Let them eat first. Eat well and have a good rest. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill zombies in the future. It has been almost 5 hours now, and the essence will expire in another hour. Let alone how many zombies can be killed in this hour. It may be difficult to persist with physical strength, but the spirit of the people is commendable, and EXIN is very satisfied with it. She divided the remaining zombie essence into 2 milliliters bottles. A total of 5 bottles. The top 3 people who found the most crystal cores will each get 1 bottle, and then give 1 bottle to Meng Jinghan and 1 bottle to Li Tao. In the future, the subjects who have made great contributions to the base will be rewarded with zombie essence. In addition, tonight, all the subjects of Ban Shan will have a bowl of braised pork. When this news was released, the subjects were immediately excited. The Lord is mighty. In this end times, it is a luxury to have a full meal. How dare you dream of braised pork? They are very proud to enjoy such treatment in this Ban Shan base. This experience is enough for them to brag for a lifetime. Especially the first 3 men who got the zombie essence. Holding the essence in their hands, they bowed several times in the direction of the villa. In this end times where zombies are rampant. This is fate. Meng Jinghan did not disappoint EXIN. He took this opportunity to hold another mobilization meeting. The enthusiasm of the people in the Ban Shan base was unprecedentedly high. Who dares to say anything bad about EXIN? EXIN doesn't need to do anything. These people will never let them go. Bai Bing held a bottle of zombie essence in his hand. His lips tightly pursed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu looked at each other. Their faces full of shock. It's so fast. Our essence can only last for 4 hours, and has side effects. How did she make an essence without side effects, and last for 6 hours? They were very sure that when they took out the essence, EXIN had no idea that such a thing existed. The chosen one. There was only one explanation. Li Tao walked in. My lady. These are all the zombie crystal cores harvested today. Here is the list and the specific number. EXIN took it and glanced at it. First place, Bai Bing. 102. Second place, Li Qingfu. 89. Third place, Shen Fudong. 88. Fourth place. Remembering the names of the top 3, EXIN shifted his gaze to the bottom. Totaling, 1892. Including 156 third-level zombie crystal cores, and 1 second-level zombie crystal core. Level 2 zombie crystal core. EXIN was stunned. Li Tao took out the 3 colorful crystal cores. The first one was found by Bai Bing. EXIN nodded. Bai Bing knew Kung Fu, so it was not surprising that he could beat a level 2 zombie. After handing the combat uniform to Li Tao, EXIN let him enter the space. Now the space was preparing for the wedding of LV Liang and Li Mei, and they were still busy. As for Meng Jinghan's combat uniform, EXIN looked at the dark night and the revelers outside, and decided to talk about it tomorrow. She counted her assets. This time, she got 1,892 zombie crystal cores from the zombie siege, plus 318 people handed in 3 crystal cores every day. A total of 4,770. She currently has 6,662 zombie crystal cores. Except for the second-level zombie crystal core. She threw all the rest into the multifunctional zombie essence extractor and got about 600 milliliters of zombie essence. It was packaged into 2 milliliters bottles. A total of 300 bottles. They were neatly stacked in the space. EXIN smiled. Almost everyone can have a bottle. Not bad. But these things can only be used at critical moments, or distributed to people who have made significant contributions to the base. EXIN still understands the principle of gratitude for a little and hatred for a big. Unexpectedly, Meng Jinghan came to EXIN early the next morning before she finished breakfast. He hurried over and frowned at EXIN. Oh no! Bai Bing is missing. Chapter 138. EXIN put down the fried dough sticks and tea eggs in her hand. What's going on? From Meng Jinghan, she learned that the base is now in the initial stage of construction. According to Meng Jinghan's arrangement, the people of the base work together for 2 hours every morning, and then have free time. Every day was normal before. But this morning Meng Jinghan found that everyone else was there. But Bai Bing was the only one missing. Remembering that Bai Bing was the one who harvested the most zombie crystal cores yesterday, and also got a bottle of zombie essence, Meng Jinghan was afraid that he would do something that was not good for the base. So he immediately came to report to EXIN. Yi Xian remembered that Bai Bing had asked her about Ye's father and mother yesterday, and shook her head and said to Meng Jinghan, "Don't worry about him for now. Go and do your work." Meng Jinghan turned around and left. "Wait!" Yi Xian suddenly called Meng Jinghan. "Took out the combat uniform. You did a good job yesterday, and I rewarded you." Meng Jinghan took the thin combat uniform and looked confused. "What is it for?" Yi Xian smiled. "It's very useful. Just like the constant temperature clothes you are wearing. Wearing it will not be cold in winter and hot in summer. And it is very convenient for combat. And it can't be cut by a knife." Meng Jinghan's eyes widened immediately. "Golden silk soft armor? This doesn't look like it." Yi Xian smiled, knowing that he would think of golden silk soft armor. "But this thing is much more useful than golden silk soft armor." Meng Jinghan sighed as he held the combat uniform. Yi Xian walked into the bedroom, took out a jade pendant, and handed it to him. "Do you know this thing?" He found this in the treasure house of Lu Ying's mistress. He originally planned to give it to Meng Jinghan when he saw him, but he didn't expect that one thing after another happened, and Yi Xian forgot about it. Bai Bing ran away today. She had a hunch. This guy went to Gu's compound to find Su Jing. So she thought of Meng Jinghan's partner again. Meng Jinghan saw the jade pendant, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Where did it come from? Yi Xian knew she was right by looking at his appearance. This jade pendant was indeed Meng Liang's. Yi Xian put her hand on his shoulder. "Don't get excited. I found this thing from a gang leader, and I thought it was a bit similar to your jade pendant. So I wanted to keep it for you to see." Meng Jinghan suddenly raised his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "Thank you very much. I didn't expect that I could find Meng Liang's jade pendant after all these years. Thank you very much." Yi Xian patted his shoulder. "Okay. Keep it as a souvenir." Meng Jinghan sat down on the chair and refused to leave. "Yi Xian, there is something else I need to tell you." Yi Xian stared at him with blinking eyes. "We have more and more people, and we can't accommodate them here anymore. Since all the villagers of Zhangjiazhuang are here, I have discussed with Bai Miran whether we can let them return to Zhangjiazhuang to live. It's just..." Yi Xian stared at him without saying anything, wanting to hear his thoughts. This man was once a prince of a country. He was no worse than Yi Xian in terms of strategy and plans. His ideas were sometimes very constructive. It's just that Zhangjiazhuang is too big. If the villagers go home, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control and protect them. Do you know? The protective shield you put above this base is very useful. If it weren't for that protective shield, I'm afraid the zombie siege would have collapsed long ago." Yi Xian nodded. She felt that although the base upgrade had strengthened the defense here, the base's protective shield was still much weaker. It could barely protect the board houses and villas, but it couldn't even protect the path into the mountain. If she forced the protective shield to protect that area, it would only make the function of the protective shield weaker, which was the main reason why the battle on the path into the mountain was particularly fierce. If the base residents are not within the protective shield, it will be difficult to prevent sneak attacks from zombies and other humans. Yi Xian nodded. "What do you think?" Meng Jinghan touched his head. "I have the same idea as Bai Miran, Li Yinwu and others. The subjects can return to Zhangjiazhuang, but they cannot go back to their homes. Let them all gather at the south end of the village, near the base, and then slowly expand to the surrounding areas. This will make it much more convenient for us to patrol. If the Lord has no different opinions, we will start to arrange the patrol personnel." Yi Xian smiled. "That's it. Your idea is great." Yi Xian didn't say anything more. She could also send out more powerful weapons to patrol above the base. After sending Meng Jinghan away, Yi Xian sank his thoughts into space again. He remembered that there was another drone in the system mall. As long as it is given a good route, it can patrol above the base by itself. Whether it encounters zombies or enemy attacks, it will sound an alarm. As long as Yi Xian issues an order, it can carry out precise strikes in the air. You can also set a direct strike, as long as someone helps it refill its ammunition. How many points are needed? She forgot. It took a long time to find it. 500,000 points are enough. Yi Xian exchanged one without hesitation. At this time, points were an urgent need again. Money really can't be spent. The drone flew low in the living room, and a robot voice came from it. "Please connect to the computer. Set the patrol route and strike target." The voice was awkward and emotionless. Yi Xian suddenly remembered the message left by Ye's father. Could it be that Ye's father also heard this voice? So, The person who took his father and mother away was not a human at all? No wonder even Demi and Xiaomi said that they could not smell a trace of human on him. If he was not a human at all, how could he smell human? Yi Xian was shocked. Could it be that the robot was not controlled by Gu Xinan? There was someone else who wanted to control Yi's father and mother? Xian Xian! Xian Xian! Yi Xian shouted. Quick! Let Shi Ke and Xiao Bai Shu go and check the situation in Gu's compound. Yi Xian was indeed a little panicked. It was impossible not to panic when her parents disappeared without knowing who the opponent was. Besides Gu Xinan, who else wants to control herself through Ye's father and mother? She was puzzled. At this time, Bai Bing was struggling on the road leading to the city. He had to go to the Gu family compound. He once wanted to go there to rescue Su Jing. But he learned that Su Jing was the eldest daughter there. He still couldn't believe it. How could such a kind Su Jing be the biological sister of a drug dealer? Now that Yi Xian's parents were taken away, it was also related to this matter. He must find Su Jing to ask for clarification. Ho ho! Roar! The zombies rushed towards Bai Bing with their fangs and claws. He did not use the essence, but pulled out the soft sword hidden in his waist badge and chopped at the zombies. Yi Xian once said that this thing only lasts for 6 hours and can only be used once a day. He must use it at the most critical moment. He had no idea that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him in the dark. People from the mid-mountain base? Robbery? Nonsense! What are you doing here? What is the mid-mountain base? Bai Bing had no idea that he had been secretly watched by someone. Chapter 139. Half-Mountain Base. Yi Xian is leading people to seal the road into the mountain with a large iron gate. The large iron gate made of cast iron weighs 8 tons. After the system is strengthened, it is difficult to crash into it even with a tank. So there is no need to be afraid of zombies outside. In addition to sending magpies and mice to the Gu family compound, Yi Xian also sent a lot of animals and people to help her survey the terrain and investigate the surrounding situation. Now is the end of the world. Although zombies are scary, they are not the scariest. The scariest thing is always the human heart. As a weak woman, she blatantly established a base here. It was hard to guarantee that no one would target her. In the previous life, a story was circulated in the base where Yi Xian was. There was a Haoyue base that was established by 3 women. Less than a year after its establishment, it was targeted by others. Not only was the base destroyed, but the 3 women also died miserably. Now that the apocalypse has just begun, many small bases have not been established or are still in their infancy. She has to prepare for the rainy day. If there is a threat to her nearby, she must take the initiative to avoid the same fate as the Haoyue base. Now her only advantage is that she can make zombie essence. And if the raw materials are sufficient, she can also make anti-zombie virus essence. If these 2 things are used well, the base can grow rapidly and become strong. If they are not used well, her base in the middle of the mountain will become the target of countless bases. At this time, Bai Bing has reached the edge of the city. 3 large trucks for transportation drove on the road, and the back of the truck was filled with people like sardines in a can. And there was also a bus following behind. It seemed that the residents were gathering together and moving to the base together. The roar of the vehicle attracted countless zombies, who surrounded the vehicle and tried desperately to climb up. Ho ho! What a delicious smell! Ho ho! Climb! As long as you can climb up, you can eat delicious food. The zombies opened their mouths wide, and a meaningless roar came out of their throats. Climbing up the wheels and grabbing the frame, the wheels crushed them under the car, which also hindered the speed of the car, and more zombies rushed over. They stepped on the corpses of their companions, dragged their broken bodies, and continued to climb up with their mouths full of blood. Ha ha! Ha ha! The people in the truck bed trembled, and the young and strong squeezed on the edge, protecting the old, weak, women and children in the middle, holding shovels, baseball bats, and all other weapons they could use, desperately smashing down the zombies. However, soon the front vehicle broke down. The vehicle skidded on the ice, causing countless people to exclaim. And finally the car fell to the side of the road. The residents in the truck bed tried desperately to get out, and the zombies outside tried desperately to get in. There were cries everywhere, and the scene was chaotic and horrible. The second car had no time to dodge and crashed into the first car head-on. The third car and the bus followed. The 4 cars blocked the road tightly, and the zombies and humans engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, producing more zombies. Bai Bing had to stop and could not go through, so he had to take a detour. However, there was a large pond not far to the left of this road, and an industrial park on the right. If he wanted to take a detour, he could only choose to pass through this industrial park. Who knows what the situation is in this industrial park? Bai Bing gritted his teeth, took out the bottle of essence from his body, carefully dripped it on the palm of his hand, and then gently applied it on the exposed skin on his body. Rush over. He must find Su Jing today. He walked through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. Bai Bing passed by the zombies, and the zombies seemed to have not seen him. This scene shocked the stalker behind him. What happened? What did he apply on his body just now? No wonder the zombie siege could not break through the mid-mountain base. It turns out they have a secret weapon. Big secret. Let's go! Go back and tell the boss. On the south side of Suiping Mountain. Through Suiping Mountain, about 30 kilometers away from the mid-mountain base, there is a small base on the hillside, with a sign at the door with 3 blood-red characters on it. Zishwing Hall. Entering the door is a 2-story villa. The living room is luxuriously decorated, and a dark-faced, thin man about 170 centimeters tall is leaning on the sofa. Are you sure you saw it clearly? What did he put on his body? The 2 men nodded. Brother. We are definitely not mistaken. We followed him all the way and wanted to rob him. But we didn't dare to act rashly when we saw that he was quite skilled in killing zombies. We originally planned to wait until we got to the city and kill him when there were many zombies. But we didn't expect to see the scene. Yiming, what do you think of this? The man looked at a white-faced, beardless man wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Li Yiming reached out and touched his smooth chin. I've heard of this thing. There is this thing in the A701 base east of City A. It is said to be extracted from the crystal core of zombies. However, even in the A701 base, this thing is only supplied to the awakened people who go out to do missions. Does that person have superpowers? The 2 men shook their heads. I didn't see any superpower fluctuations in him. Nor did I see him use superpowers to deal with zombies. Li Yiming shook his head. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Brother, send someone to inquire. Maybe the things he has are stolen from others. Zhang Minglang nodded. Yiming's words make sense. Send a few more people to investigate the situation of the Banshan base. How capable can a woman be? If she was really capable, her parents wouldn't have been kidnapped by drug dealers, and their whereabouts have not been found yet. Yiming, after taking down the Banshan base, you should prepare to go there to take charge. It's really not easy to manage across this mountain. Li Yiming smiled and didn't comment. The third brother Zhang Mingshan couldn't hold back his temper. Brother, I think you are too cautious. I have inquired about the base in the middle of the mountain. The owner is a young woman who is divorced and has a child. Hee. She is said to be very beautiful. If he doesn't want to go, I will. The base in the middle of the mountain is just a bunch of mud legs. I will take it down for you in half a day. Zhang Minglang frowned. Old 3. Zhang Mingshan saw the expression of his eldest brother, sighed and said nothing, turned around and walked away. Old 3. What are you going to do? Zhang Mingshan turned his head. I'm going to take a shit. Brother, you are just a coward. Just let others laugh at you. Zhang Minglang shook his head and winked at the little guy beside him. Go and keep an eye on Lao San. Don't let him mess around. Banshan base. Yi Xian's patrol drone took off. After upgrading, the drone can return to its position to recharge, and can return to the camp to replenish weapons and ammunition. It can strike accurately as long as it locates successfully. Yi Xian closed his eyes and felt the operation of the drone in his mind. He found 2 zombies and eliminated them automatically. Found 3 patrol personnel in the base, and they were in normal condition. 2 strangers were found. Do we need to attack them? Scan this person's face. Immediately, 2 figures appeared in Yi Xian's mind. A man and a woman. The man had a red and black face, and obvious traces of wind and sun. But his body was straight, and he didn't look like a simple farmer. The woman was carrying a bag. Her face was pale and thin. Her lips were almost cracked, and she followed the man weakly. Don't attack yet. Call the nearby base personnel, and let them deal with it. The drone began to call. Chapter 140. Gu Family Courtyard. Gu Sinan sat in the living room. Bai Bing stood opposite him. Gu Sinan smiled harmlessly. You are the Bai Bing Jingjing mentioned. Well, You are a very energetic young man. Ah. Sit down. Sit down. You are welcome. Jingjing will be here soon. Bai Bing looked at the man in front of her. He had a square face, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses under his thick black eyebrows. He looked more like a refined teacher. He could not be associated with a drug dealer. But he knew that the more such people are good at disguising themselves, the more dangerous they are. Who knows what sinister things are hidden behind these gold-rimmed glasses? Young man, I heard that you came from the mid-mountain base. Is everything okay there? Bai Bing lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. If she said something wrong, she might reveal Yi Xian's secret. This is Yi Xian's mortal enemy. Su Jing stepped into the living room. Bai Bing? Why are you here? There are so many zombies on the road. Are you okay? Looking at Su Jing's still tender eyes, Bai Bing smiled and glanced at Gu Xinan. Gu Xinan waved his hand. You guys chat. I go out for a walk. Li Fu followed him out of the small building. Master Gu, I've asked around. The Banshan base was besieged by zombies the day before yesterday. And that woman showed up in time to save the situation. She had zombie essence on her body. And she gave it to 3 people after the siege was resolved. This Bai Bing should also have a bottle on her body. Should we? Gu Xinan waved his hand. This essence is not a rare item. It can be obtained at the A701 base in the east. Now send someone to watch the eldest lady, and see what this person says to her. Get rid of him when necessary. Li Fu took the order and left. But Gu Xinan frowned. Who kidnapped Yi Xian's parents? Brother? No. He won't intervene in this matter. Maybe he doesn't know the secret of the safe. But who else could it be besides him? Gu Xinan was puzzled. But there was one thing he was very sure of. The person who could make his people disappear secretly, and take away 2 people quietly must not be underestimated. A magpie flapped its wings and flew away. Half-mountain base. A man and a woman stood in front of Yi Xian. The man stared at Yi Xian's eyes. Lord, we are the people of Qi County opposite Suaping Mountain. We heard that there is a base here. So we came to seek refuge. Please accept us. Lord. Yi Xian looked at the man. Name, occupation, age, and specialties. The man was stunned. Li Yuankai. 45 years old. 3 generations of ancestors have been farmers in Zhujiazhuang, Qi County, and do foundry in their spare time. If we talk about special skills, does this count? As he spoke, Li Yuankai stretched out his hand, and a small shining ball gradually gathered in his palm. The man threw the ball out, and it accurately fell into a stone hole about 100 meters away. Then there was an explosion in the hole, and a hare jumped out and ran into the forest. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Awakener of the lightning ability. Li Yuankai lowered his head. I don't know what this is, but I suddenly found that I can do this a few days ago. And I can accurately aim at any target at a distance of about 100 meters. Meng Jinghan glanced at him, pointed at a football-sized stone 100 meters away, and said, try throwing it over there. Li Yuankai didn't even think about it, and once again condensed a lightning ball in his palm and threw it at the stone, hitting it just right. And the explosion broke the stone into pieces. Yi Xian nodded and said to Meng Jinghan, I leave it to you. Li Yuankai and his wife bowed to Yi Xian, and followed Meng Jinghan to the board house next door. Yi Xian saw that he and his wife also had a small red heart on their heads, which was a sign of surrender. That's right. Yi Xian returned to the villa and flashed into the space. At this time, the space was decorated with joy, preparing to hold a wedding for LV Liang and Li Mei, waiting for Yi Xian to come and preside over the wedding. The first couple in the space got married, so she, the host, naturally had to be present. The mistress is here. The mistress is here. More than 100 people at the scene were silent, all looking up at Yi Xian. LV Liang is so lucky. Not only did he marry such a beautiful wife, but even the mistress came to attend his wedding. I'm so envious. Who said it wasn't? This kid is so lucky. Li Tao waved his hand. The mistress said that there will be many women in the future. As long as you work hard, you can all get married. Really? That's great. Long live the mistress. Long live. I will always be loyal to the mistress. When she came out of the space, Meng Jinghan was waiting outside the gate. There were 2 men behind Meng Jinghan. Both of them were wiping tears. Xian saw Yi Xian coming back, and then he opened the door to let them in. I heard from Xian that you are not feeling well. Are you okay? Meng Jinghan's concern was evident. Yi Xian smiled and shook her head. It's okay. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. What's the matter? Before Meng Jinghan could speak, the two men, thump, knelt down in front of Yi Xian, which scared Yi Xian. Lord, please, save my sister? Yes, Lord, and my sister. They have been captured by others. Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan told her that Li Shanta's sister worked at a seed station before the end of the world. She said there might be seeds there, and wanted to take her brother with her. The man was afraid that the two siblings were not safe, so he reported the matter to Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan immediately decided to let them take 2 more people with them. So the 2 pairs of siblings got together, who knew that the seeds were snatched away as soon as they got them. Not only were the seeds snatched away, but the 2 women were also stuffed into the car and taken away. The 2 men chased for a long distance on foot. If they hadn't met Meng Jinghan, who knows what would have happened? Yi Xian's face turned cold. Who is so arrogant? Li Shanta said, Lord, I know one of them. He is from the village opposite Suiping Mountain. His name is Sun Jiang. He usually bullies men and women in the village. Everyone in the surrounding villages knows him. Opposite Suiping Mountain is Zujiazhuang in Qi County. Li Yuankai should be familiar with him. Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan, who nodded and said, I asked Li Yuankai. This man named Sun Jiang has a good relationship with Zhang Mingyuan. It is said that Zhang Mingyuan has 3 brothers. He is the second oldest. The eldest is Zhang Mingling, and the third is Zhang Mingshan. All of them are well-known hooligans in the surrounding villages. Now the eldest and the third have built a base on Suiping Mountain. But the second brother thinks his brother is too strict and refuses to join. He is a unique person in the village. He has done a lot of immoral things with his nickname, and has also robbed many women for his pleasure. The 2 men kept nodding. Yes, Ms. Mistress. You must make a decision for us. If my sister falls into their hands, I'm afraid. They didn't say the rest, but Yi Xian understood it very well. She had heard people in the Gu family compound say that some people specifically rob women as pets and trade them to people in need as if they were goods. This Zhang Mingyuan might be such a human trafficker. Yi Xian waved her hand and said, Call Li Yuankai over. The reason they dare to blatantly rob women must be that they have made full preparations. We can't act rashly. Call Bai Muran and Li Yanmu over too. Let's discuss a way to save people together. Meng Jinghan turned around and walked away, but ran into Bai Muran, who was walking towards him. Yi Xian. We caught 2 suspicious people who wanted to sneak into the base. They were sneaky, and we caught them while they were climbing up the back mountain. We also found this on them. Looking at the 2 badges handed over by Bai Muran, Yi Xian was stunned. Chapter 141. This is exactly the waist badge of her mid-mountain base. Come and see if this is something from your sister. The waist badges of the mid-mountain base have special numbers and chips, and they are all registered. It is not easy to fish in troubled waters. The 2 men took the waist badge and took a look at it, and suddenly jumped up. Lord, this is exactly my sister's waist badge. This? Yi Xian stopped them from saying the rest, and asked Bai Muran to find Li Yuankai and Meng Jinghan to interrogate the 2 men. It seems that this matter is not as simple as robbing a woman. Meng Jinghan has many tricks, and will not be soft-hearted. It is more appropriate to interrogate these 2 people than Bai Muran. Bai Muran almost became stupid after being a soldier. He only regards protecting the people as his responsibility, and is soft-hearted. If it weren't for the fact that his father and mother have not been found, he would have returned to the A701 base long ago. After a while, the complete action plan was ready. Yi Xian tied the 2 men to the armored vehicle and set off with Meng Jinghan, Bai Muran, Li Yanwu, Li Yuankai, Xian Xian and Xiaolang Dahu. Bai Muran drove the armored vehicle. Yi Xian. This map is very sloppy, and it's getting dark. Should we go explore the way first? Bai Muran drove the armored vehicle to the entrance of the village, and Yi Xian asked Xian Xian to release the little mouse and go to the village to explore the truth first. They sat in the armored vehicle and waited for the little mouse to send the final news. The 2 men made a woohoo sound from their mouths, as if they had something to say. Meng Jinghan reached out and pulled out the cloth ball in his mouth. His face as cold as frost. Speak. Think about it first. Be careful with your tongue. The man suddenly shrank back and reached out to touch the ear he had lost. This man is so scary. Cut off the ear if he says so. The man stammered. I'm telling the truth. Don't go now. Now is the time when they have the most people. And you few people will die if you go. After saying that, he glanced at Ming Jinghan with his eyes slanted, and was relieved when he saw that Ming Jinghan did not react. Really? I dare not lie to you. At this time, not only the second master's people are there, but even the first master's people will go there to party. You can't go. Really can't go. In fact, there is one thing he didn't say. If he goes now, he will be discovered by Zhang Minglang. He will not complete the mission and bring the enemy to besiege his nest. With Zhang Minglang's viciousness, not only will they not survive, but even their families left in the village will not be spared. Yi Xian did not comment. When the little mouse came back, everything would be clear. They might lie, but the little mouse would never lie in front of Xian. Bai Muron glanced at his lost ear, then at Ming Jinghan. His dissatisfaction was obvious. Although they deserved to die, it was too cruel to cut off people's ears at will. Ming Jinghan felt Bai Muron's gaze, stared outside the car, and ignored him. Suddenly, Ming Jinghan pointed to the front and said, "Look! My God! How can there be so many zombies?" Less than 100 meters away from Yi Xian, no less than dozens of zombies staggered towards this side. Quick! Essence! This operation is mainly about surprise. If we meet the zombies now, the noise will be huge. It will be hard to avoid being discovered. Essence was not saved. Even the two captives were smeared with it. The two men were surprised to find that the zombies suddenly stopped less than 30 meters away from the armored vehicle and scattered as if they had lost their target. The man's eyes condensed. No wonder the boss is thinking about this base halfway up the mountain. This woman really has something good. However, it seems that the second master is going to suffer a big loss tonight. Yi Xian looked at the faces of the two men and laughed in her heart. These zombies are their secret weapons. Right? With these zombies guarding the village entrance, who can enter the village silently? This group of people is not simple. Half an hour later, the little mouse came back and got into Xian's hand. Squeak, squeak. After a long time, Xian said to Yi Xian, "Mom, these two people are not lying. There are nearly 40 or 50 people in a large courtyard at the east end of the village. There are many men and many naked women." Yi Xian waved her hand. "Get off the car. Bai Muron. Li Yanwu. Let Li Yuankai lead the way for you. Go over there and occupy the advantageous terrain first. Ming Jinghan. Come with me. Let's kill him in one fell swoop." Ming Jinghan stuffed the cloth strips into their mouths again. And with a glance, the two men got off the car obediently and walked in front to lead the way. Ming Jinghan walked behind the two men with a long sword in his hand. Yi Xian held Xian's hand, and the little mouse walked beside Xian. Yi Xian left Xiaolang and Dahu to guard the armored vehicle. Not long after walking, the little mouse seemed a little flustered. Squeak! 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 Xian squatted down and held it in her hands. The more she listened, the more serious her expression became. "Mom," the little mouse said, "there is danger nearby. These two people are leading us to their patrol circle. There are many of their people around." Ming Jinghan was stunned and shouted in a low voice, "Stop!" The two men were not willing to stop, but ran forward quickly. Ming Jinghan was even faster. He swung his long sword, and the two men fell to the ground and didn't move. At this time, a man's voice came from not far away. "Who is there?" Ming Jinghan whispered, "It's me." The person on the other side was obviously stunned. "Who are you? Tell me your name." "The subordinate of that master?" As he said, Yi Xian saw a man walking towards them with a rifle in his hand, and Yi Xian was about to be exposed to the other party's gun. Without any words, Ming Jinghan swung out the long sword in his hand, and the man was immediately stabbed through the heart, and fell to the ground silently, without even a cry for help. Yi Xian gave Ming Jinghan a thumbs up. "Awesome." Ming Jinghan smiled. "Let's go. Let the little mouse lead the way." The little white mouse led them through many twists and turns, and when they arrived in front of the yard, Yi Xian found that there were also many zombies here. It was obvious that these zombies were specially attracted by them to guard the gate. It was almost impossible to enter the yard smoothly without the zombies. Then the question was, how did they get in? Or did they also have zombie essence? Xian told her, "There is a tunnel behind this yard." According to the little white mouse, it saw someone going in and out from there. Sure enough, cutting! Yi Xian was more careful. Xian called the big cat and the little cat and told them a few words. The two big cats rushed into the yard like lightning. Suddenly, a shocking sound came from the brightly lit house. The screams of women, the shouts of men, and the sounds of tables, chairs and benches being kicked down were mixed together. Xian quietly walked away with the little white mouse. Meng Jinghan blocked the secret passage behind the house and killed all the men who ran out. Soon, a fire broke out in the southeast corner of the yard. Xian succeeded. Then, there was a cry for help. It's on fire! It's on fire! Come and put out the fire! The people in the main house were in a panic. Some ran out of the tunnel. Some rushed out of the house to put out the fire. And more people huddled together in the house. What is that? Why is it so fast? Cats! There are 2 cats! How can there be such big cats? Help! The zombies outside the door heard the sound and began to bang on the door frantically. Ho ho! Food! There is food inside! Delicious food! Ho ho! Chapter 142. Yi Xian quietly opened the door, let the zombies in, quickly ran into the house, and then closed the door. The women screamed and huddled in the corner, not daring to move. Occasionally, a bold woman ran to the tunnel behind the house, but was pulled back by the panicking men. Get out of the way! Don't get in my way! The women had no choice but to huddle together and hug each other, as if this would make them safer. When Yi Xian entered the house, except for 2 or 3 men who quickly ran out, there were only 7 or 8 women left, naked and huddled in the corner. Suddenly, a woman recognized Yi Xian and screamed, Lord! It's the Lord! The Lord is here to save us! Another woman covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. There are bad guys outside. Don't cause trouble for the Lord. The woman was silent. Other women saw Yi Xian standing in front of the door with a long knife in her hand, and 2 big cats guarding her. They shouted, Save us! Please save us! Goddess! Please save us! These 2 big cats listen to you. You must be very powerful and capable. We are willing to follow you and be loyal to you for life. Yes! You are the most powerful person I have ever seen. Except for the person who can control countless robots. Save us! Save us! Goddess! Yi Xian was originally only thinking about rescuing the people in her base. When she heard the woman say that she had seen someone who could control countless robots, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the message her father left her. You said you saw someone who could control countless robots? Is it true? Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but it made people feel at ease. The woman nodded, yes. A few days ago, I was sold to Qi County by human traffickers. There I saw a man. There was no one in the whole villa. He lived alone with countless robots. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Outside the door, Bai Miran and Lianwu occupied a favorable position and shot at the people who came to put out the fire from a high position. Just kidding. Although Bai Miran was kind-hearted, these people were not innocent people. They were human traffickers. It is the cancer in the Doomsday world. Bai Miran and Lianwu opened fire, and suddenly there was a wailing in the yard. Gunshots, men's roars, and the sound of zombies biting human bodies. Yi Xian walked into the inner room, took out the women's clothes, and took out 7 steel knives from the space, and distributed them to 7 women, my base. Yi Xian never keeps idle people. If you want to follow me, take the knife and kill me. The women were stunned. The woman who said she had seen the robot put on her clothes first, then picked up the steel knife and nodded firmly. Yes. Follow the Lord and kill. If we can't protect ourselves, how can we expect others to protect us? Yi Xian nodded approvingly and said, Those who can hold on to the destination can enter my mountain gate. If you enter my mountain gate, you will be my Yi Xian's people. If you run out of energy halfway. Yi Xian didn't finish her words, but everyone understood what she meant. They grabbed their clothes and put them on, since there is a chance to survive. Let's kill them. Opening the door, the slaughter outside was directly exposed in front of them, and the women couldn't help but tremble all over. Only the 2 women from the mid-mountain base followed closely behind Yi Xian, raising their knives and slashing at the zombies that were attacking. Yi Xian smiled with relief. It seemed that Meng Jinghan did a good job, and the constant training day and night was not in vain. The remaining women were dazed for a moment, and then followed suit to join the ranks of slashing zombies. Oh my god! Their heads are so hard. Huh? I finally killed a zombie. I can kill zombies too. The women fought more and more bravely. and some even raised their knives and slashed at the kidnappers who kidnapped them, which scared the man. He raised his knife and was about to attack the woman, but was killed by Muron with a shot. After fighting their way out of the gate, the woman shouted, "Lord, seeds! Our seeds were taken away by them. It's in that room." Yi Xian took a look and found that most of the enemies in the yard were dead, with only 2 people still fighting the zombies. Meng Jinghan ran over from behind the house, all solved. Yi Xian handed the women to Meng Jinghan and went to the house where the seeds were stored, kicking the door open. Yi Xian was stunned. So much food. I don't know if the woven bag contains wheat or corn. Or maybe both. Anyway, the room is already piled to the roof, full of food. Yi Xian was not polite at all, and put all the food into the space, and walked out of the door with only 2 bags of seeds in her hand. Xian, set the fire. The little figure nodded, and Li Yanwu jumped down from the roof. I help you. You guys go. Muron nodded. One ran away. It's very likely that he went to the mountain to report the news. Go. Yi Xian and his group ran out of the village. Li Yuankai ran to Yi Xian and said, "Lord, if we just kill their people and set fire to their houses, I'm afraid we won't let this go." He thought for a moment and continued. The boss Jiang Minglang is a ruthless person, but he is usually very friendly in the village, if he uses this to his advantage. Yi Xian immediately understood that if he used this to his advantage, Yi Xian might become an enemy of the entire Zhujiazhuang people, although they were all native farmers and could not do anything to Yi Xian. They had lived here for generations. If they were allowed to do something bad, it would be disgusting enough to kill people. Yi Xian glanced at Meng Jinghan, who said, "You go back first. I go to the mountain to check the situation." Li Yuankai grabbed his arm. "No! The road leading into the mountain is full of their sentries. You may not be able to reach the mountain by yourself." So, as he spoke, Li Yuankai made a gesture of wiping his neck. Meng Jinghan frowned. "What do you think we should do?" Li Yuankai looked at Yi Xian. "If the Lord trusts me, I can't guarantee that Jiang Minglang won't cause trouble for us, but I can convince the villagers not to get involved with him." Looking at the little red heart on his head, Yi Xian nodded, took out 3 days of food and gave it to him. "Go. Don't worry. Your wife will be taken care of by us." This sentence is a double entendre, and Li Yuankai naturally understood it. Yi Xian first used food to win people's hearts, and then used his wife to restrain his actions. Yi Xian used this skill of giving a sweet date after a slap in the face to perfection. Watching Li Yuankai disappear into the darkness, Meng Jinghan suddenly asked, "Is he reliable?" Yi Xian nodded. "At present, he is reliable. We have no choice." She pointed forward. "If I'm lucky, I might be able to find out the whereabouts of my parents from them. Then I will have to go on a long journey." Little Wolf ran over to greet them. But Yi Xian was worried. With these 7 women, her armored vehicle could not accommodate them at all. This place is dozens of kilometers away from Zhangjiazhuang. If they were asked to walk there on their own 2 legs, it would be impossible. Muron and Li Yanwu looked at each other and took 2 steps back. "Let's go back and let them get in the car." Meng Jinghan was about to speak when Muron grabbed his wrist and said in a deep voice, "You follow us." He whispered something in Meng Jinghan's ear. Meng Jinghan was stunned and looked at Muron with a look that clearly asked, "Really?" Muron nodded and patted Meng Jinghan's shoulder vigorously. "It's up to you." Chapter 143. 2 men died. Li Yuankai left, and Muron and Li Yanwu were removed. 7 women squeezed into the place of 5 big men, and the armored vehicle was packed. Meng Jinghan's eyes drifted to the woman at the edge from time to time. Muron said that she had supernatural fluctuations. How could a person with awakened supernatural powers fall to such a place? Be sure to clarify this matter before entering the base. Yi Xian drove the armored vehicle steadily. When she encountered zombies rushing over, she ran over them without even looking. They arrived at the foot of the mountain base smoothly. As soon as the group got off the car, Meng Jinghan hadn't made any move yet. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out a steel knife and put it on a woman's neck. Her voice was colder than the extremely cold weather. "What's your name?" The woman was stunned and said tremblingly, "Li Mengyao." "Where do you live?" "Qixin County. Age 16 years old this year." "Why did you come here?" "I was sold here." "Who sold it?" My father." The woman gritted her teeth when she mentioned her father. "Why didn't you run away?" Yi Xian had a frozen face. Not moved at all. I, I'm scared. Yi Xian exerted force on her hands, and the woman cried out in pain. It was obvious that her white neck must have been cut by the steel knife, and blood was left. Are you scared? Tell me. Why do you have supernatural fluctuations? Ming Jinghan was stunned. She actually discovered it too. In fact, this woman had been hiding in the innermost part, and Yi Xian really didn't notice anything unusual about her at first. It was only when Ming Jinghan kept looking at her in the car that Yi Xian took a look in the rearview mirror. It didn't matter if she looked at it, but she actually found that she had supernatural fluctuations. Yi Xian's mouth curled up a smile. Want to play tricks on me? Huh? However, Ming Jinghan seemed to know it. So how did he see it? No. Bai Muron said something to him before getting in the car. And it must have been Bai Muron who saw it. Only people with supernatural powers can see the supernatural fluctuations in others. Yi Xian stared at Li Mingyao. It's not too late to regret now. If you don't say it now, I'm afraid you won't even have time to regret it. Li Mingyao shrank and stretched out a hand. In an instant, a ball of fire gathered in her palm. Are you talking about this? Sure enough, there is a supernatural power. Yi Xian immediately became alert. I have been able to do this since the extreme cold. Grandma said I am abnormal and a monster. I don't know what's going on. What's the use of it? I only used it to make fire. Yi Xian, You were sold to human traffickers by your biological father. Didn't you ever think of burning them to death with your fire, and then running away? The one who asked this question was Ming Jinghan. Li Mingyao seemed very afraid of Ming Jinghan, and shrank again. It's so small. It can't hurt anyone at all. Yi Xian was speechless again. Ming Jinghan couldn't see it, but Yi Xian could see it clearly. There was a small red heart flashing above Li Mingyao's head. It was a sign of surrender. No mistake. It seems that the girl did not lie. Maybe it was just like what she said. Even she herself did not know that it was a fire power. She was only 16 years old, and her biological father sold her to human traffickers. Really? Yi Xian could not help but grit her teeth. She was usually a decent person, but after the end of the world, human nature really could not stand the test. Yi Xian rubbed his forehead, put her and Li Min in the same room. Li Min was the base resident who worked at the seed station. She and her brother were the earliest batch of base residents, and their loyalty could be trusted. Let her keep an eye on Li Mingyao. Yi Xian can feel more at ease. The little red heart on her head is still there. She can't just be kicked out of the base like this. Right? Ming Jinghan glanced at Yi Xian and said nothing. The staff on duty saw Yi Xian coming back, opened the big iron gate, and let them go home after a careful inspection. The 5 girls watched the big iron gate slowly close behind them, and suddenly felt at ease from the bottom of their hearts. Finally home. No need to worry about being bullied by those stinky men anymore. The Lord is so great. No. The Lord is both beautiful and great. The Lord gave us our lives. They must practice their skills well and follow the Lord in the future. I will beat whoever the Lord tells me to beat. And I will never beat a dog if he tells me to beat a chicken. A group of girls chattered and expressed their determination. And suddenly, woof woof woof. The little wolf shouted at them. Still want to beat a dog? In this base halfway up the mountain, the Lord's dog has a higher status than anyone else. Don't believe it? Go to Zhangjiazhuang when you have nothing to do. The patrol team will praise us when they see us. Without us patrolling together, they will be exhausted just by killing zombies. Back at the villa, Li Mei had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Madam, take a shower and have a meal. You must be hungry after all the night. Yi Xian looked at her big belly and smiled. You should sit down and take a rest. You are very tired after the advanced period. I will find someone to replace you tomorrow. You can go back to the space and wait for the birth. Li Mei was stunned. No. Madam, are you tired of the food I cook? I can still study and cook a lot of food. In Yi Xian's base, whether inside or outside the space, there is no idleness. Everyone must participate in labor to have food. Yi Xian has already set up a points system. There is a small chip on their waist badges, which not only stores their personal information, but also stores their tax payment and points. Each person has 3 zombie crystal cores per day. If they don't have any, they can use food instead. 3 pounds of food cannot be less. Now the people have nothing to eat. They rely on killing zombies, exchanging zombie crystal cores for points. and then use the points to exchange for living supplies from EXIN. One zombie crystal core is 1 point. A second-level zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 3 points. And a first-level zombie crystal core is 5 points. EXIN has not seen a zombie crystal core higher than level 2 yet. Corn, potatoes, and other coarse grains can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of grain with points. Wheat, rice, millet and others require 2 points to exchange for 1 kilogram of grain. The same exchange rate as the A701 base whereby Muron is located. In addition to food, which is a necessary living material, vegetables are more expensive, ranging from 2 points to 5 points. Clothes, shoes and socks are more expensive. A brand new piece of clothing or shoes costs at least 30 points. In this way, EXIN can not only guarantee the basic living needs of the people, but also make sure that they don't have too many extra points, so that they can keep working. Therefore, when Li Mei heard EXIN say that she didn't need to cook, she immediately thought that she had lost her value. Seeing her panic, EXIN sighed. LV Liang is very capable. He can support you. You don't have to work so hard. Li Mei waved her hand. No. No. My lady. He is him. And I am me. Please don't dislike me. Mistress. EXIN had no choice but to pick up the chopsticks in her hand, pick up a piece of steamed fish, and put it in her mouth. It tasted good. Let's talk about this later. In the last month of the due date, you can enjoy paid leave and no longer have to work. Let's talk about it after the baby is born. Li Mei lowered her head, and tears filled her eyes. Thinking back to the past, her husband didn't treat her so well when she gave birth. The mistress is so kind. She even gave her a holiday. Woo woo woo. She was so moved. This excitement didn't matter. Her stomach suddenly hurt, and she immediately squatted down with a pale face. Chapter 144. EXIN saw her face and stood up suddenly. What's wrong with you? Li Mei bit her lip and shook her head, forcing herself to say, It's okay. Don't worry. Mistress. EXIN saw her face getting paler and paler, and she immediately realized that something was wrong as she had experienced in childbirth. She grabbed Li Mei's hand. You are also a nurse. You should know the dangers of premature birth. Tell me, what's going on? Li Mei had to say at this time that she had been with Lu Liang not long after she arrived in the space. But she had another menstrual period later, and the amount was relatively small, so she had always thought she was not pregnant. In fact, she was already pregnant at that time. The reason why the menstrual flow was small was that it was a sign of miscarriage in the early stages of pregnancy. So, the month EXIN knew was more than a month smaller than the actual month. After careful calculation, Li Mei is now in the last month of pregnancy. Now there are sudden signs of labor. Although it is premature, it is not impossible. After hearing her words, EXIN did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly threw her into the space. The environment in the space is much better than outside. The girl she rescued today seems to have medical staff, so she can only let them provide temporary relief. Xian, Hiralu. After drinking a bowl of dumpling soup, he wiped his mouth and ran out. Meng Jinghan learned about the situation, found the 2 girls who studied medicine, and asked them to follow Xian to the villa. EXIN took them into the bedroom and said to them seriously, Blindfold your eyes. I will take you to a place where a woman is giving birth prematurely, and you need to help her get through the difficult times. If the task is completed well, 1 month's tax will be exempted. The girls did not object and let EXIN blindfold them, and then led them around the yard twice, as if they were sitting in an armored vehicle again. After a while, they felt dizzy. EXIN helped them get off the armored vehicle and untied the cloth strips on their eyes. In front of them was a hospital. Although the hospital was small, it had complete facilities. Strangely, there was no medical staff here. There was only a woman lying on a snow-white bed, groaning. It seemed that she was the praetorian that the Lord had mentioned. EXIN asked a man next to him to leave the ward, then explained to them and left the ward himself. The woman on the bed was not panicking, and seemed to be very experienced. She could still direct them what to do at this time. EXIN stood outside the ward and controlled everything in the ward with her mind. She must give birth smoothly. After an unknown amount of time, EXIN heard a loud cry, and the baby was born. The incubator was ready, but the baby didn't seem to need it. The cry was loud, and all the physical indicators were normal. 2 women came out of the ward. Lord, everything went well. It's a boy. 5.8 Gene. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in EXIN's mind. Congratulations to the host. The first space baby is born. The space ability is improved. And the 5-star reward is given to all the space subjects to awaken their special abilities. EXIN, shock. She now has more than 100 subjects in the space. If all of them awaken their special abilities, it will definitely be a force that cannot be ignored. At the same time, EXIN felt that her head was hot. And suddenly, she felt that her brain was much clearer than before. And even every corner of the space could appear clearly in her mind. Not only that, she was in space at this time, but she could monitor the situation of her base. And even the base personnel patrolling on the streets of Zhangjiazhuang could clearly appear in her mind. What is this? This is a psychic ability. EXIN almost jumped up with joy. Great. Originally, she could only use cameras and computers to observe the base. But now she actually has psychic abilities, and can check the situation of the base and space at any time. This is great. At this moment, LV Liang, who was standing behind EXIN, was also stunned. He felt that something in his body broke out of the cocoon. And then a cluster of flames appeared in his palm. A fire-type awakener. Li Mei was no exception at this time. She awakened with power. Even this baby was born with power, and was a dual power carrier of earth and thunder. In addition to them, everyone in the space with a 5-star loyalty level awakened different powers at this time. There was a spring next to EXIN's cabin. The spring water flowed out slowly, and all flowed into the soil to nourish this world. EXIN instinctively felt that the spring that appeared at this time was not simple. He took out a water cup, took a small half cup of spring water, and drank it in small sips. After running around all night, my originally very tired body suddenly felt like it was restarted. And I felt full of infinite power. Spiritual spring? EXIN quickly went to the system inquiry board to send a message. Excuse me. What is this spring? Please introduce it in detail. The reply came soon. You can call it a spiritual spring. From now on, this land will be nourished by it, and the energy will never run out. After drinking the spring water, people can strengthen their bodies, quickly replenish their physical strength, and make them more sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. In addition, the production of anti-zombie virus essence requires spiritual spring water as raw material, and can only be produced under the energy blessing of 2nd level and above zombie crystal cores. So that's it. It turns out that only the 2nd level zombie crystal core is not enough. It also needs spiritual spring water. She is one step closer to being able to produce anti-zombie virus essence. EXIN blindfolded the two women, then moved out of the space, exempted them from taxes for a month, and rewarded each of them with 2 kilograms of food. The girls left happily. Xian had fallen asleep long ago. But EXIN, who had drunk the spiritual spring water, was in an excited state and planned to continue practicing her supernatural powers. She continued to exert her strength on the pot of chives, and the wood-type superpowers gathered in her palms, gradually growing larger and larger. The chives grew rapidly, and in a blink of an eye they grew to about 20 centimeters. EXIN stopped abruptly. What's going on? Ever since she got by Muron's wood-type superpowers, she has been practicing whenever she can, emptying her superpowers every time and letting them recover on their own. EXIN clearly found that every time she emptied her superpowers would grow a little after they recovered on their own. Therefore, EXIN practiced more diligently. I didn't expect that she would suddenly become so powerful today. Could it be related to the spiritual spring water she drank? This is the only explanation. So, EXIN reached out her hand again and condensed the water power in her palm. Originally, she could only form a water ball the size of an egg. But now, she could easily control the water like a waterfall. EXIN was stunned again. It turns out that this is the best way to improve the power. If she hadn't been soft-hearted and put Li Mei into the space. If Li Mei hadn't accidentally given birth to a child, how would she know that the space had such a hidden function? She just accepted Li Mei. Not only did she get a superpower, but also a superpower army. The most important thing is that her own superpower has increased so much. It's really a big profit. When Xian wakes up, I will definitely give Xian some spiritual spring water. EXIN's spirit radiated, and the people patrolling in Zhangjiazhuang appeared clearly in her mind. Even Dahu, Eru and others could be seen clearly. When EXIN focused her mental power on the iron gate of the mountain path, she was suddenly stunned. She opened the door and rushed out quickly. Chapter 145. Bai Muran and Li Yanwu are back. But they are both seriously injured. At this moment, Bai Muran is supporting Li Yanwu and walking towards the big iron gate into the mountain step by step. Meng Jinghan! Meng Jinghan! Yi Xian shouted Meng Jinghan while running. Meng Jinghan jumped up from the bed when he heard Yi Xian's voice. Something happened. He didn't even have time to put on his coat and rushed to the door of the villa. At this time, Yi Xian had already run down the mountain, and Meng Jinghan followed closely behind. Bai Muran was coated with essence, so their injuries were not caused by zombies. So who could have caused them? There was only one explanation. Zhang Minglang's men caught up with them. Bai Muran and Li Yanwu were no match for 4 punches, so they ran desperately towards this side after being injured. Yi Xian radiated her mental power while running, gradually covering the entire base. Suddenly, she found that a dozen men, led by a tall and mighty man, were running quickly towards Zhangjiazhuang and running towards the base halfway up the mountain. It was obvious that these people were chasing Bai Muran and his men. The night watchman saw Yi Xian and stood up quickly. Lord! Yi Xian waved his hand. Open the door. The man opened the door quickly without hesitation. At this time, Bai Muran was still more than 100 meters away from the big iron gate, and he was struggling to support Li Yanwu in the hazy night. When Meng Jinghan saw Bai Muran, he understood why Yi Xian ran out in a panic. He ran forward quickly, helped Li Yanwu over, and asked Bai Muran, "What's going on? Is your injury so serious?" Bai Muran gritted his teeth. "Damn it. We're ambushed. Let's go!" Yi Xian supported Bai Muran and sent him inside the big iron gate, then turned back outside the iron gate. Bai Muran stopped suddenly. Yi Xian, come back quickly. There are many of them, and they have guns. Danger! Yi Xian had already seen that only 3 of the dozen men had guns, and the rest were all holding cold weapons. As long as she arranged properly, these people would not be a problem at all. Yi Xian waved at Meng Jinghan. Take them back to treat their injuries. I know what to do. Meng Jinghan wanted to say something, but he saw Yi Xian quickly jump off the cliff by the road and disappear into the night. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After Yi Xian jumped off the cliff, she landed on a stone platform about 3 meters above the ground. She reached inside and found a mechanism there, which she and Ye's father designed when they first moved in. This mechanism is usually invisible, but after moving this switch, a trap about 8 meters long will appear on the road into the mountain. The trap covers the entire road surface, and only a thin layer of stone slabs is paved on it. This layer of stone slab can bear the weight of a dog. If an adult steps on it, he will not feel anything at the first step. When he reaches the middle of the trap, the stone slab will reach its limit and will collapse quickly. The trap is full of steel nails and blades, just like the walls around Yi Xian's villa. Once a person falls in, it is impossible not to get hurt. After the trap is used, just replace the stone slab again. There is usually a road paved with large stones above the stone slab. As long as the mechanism is not opened, it is no problem to drive a car, and it will not be discovered. This trap has never been used since it was built. Let it taste blood today. Zhang Minglang has already made a grudge. No matter how much he explains, they will not let him go. He might as well go all out. What is their base called? It seems to be called Zishuang Hall. Yi Xian jumped onto the platform and watched the large stone road in front of him gradually move to both sides, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. A moment later, a dozen men appeared in front of Yi Xian and stood still more than 10 meters away. The leading man was 185 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and a big waist. His voice was like a bell. Hey, girl. Who are you? Tell your lord to come out and see me. Yi Xian frowned and responded crisply. Who are you? How can our lord meet someone casually? The man's voice came again. Tell your lord. My name is Zhang Mingshan. Today your lord brought people to kill my second brother. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will bring my brothers to flatten your mountain. Yi Xian lowered her head and sneered. Really? Then let's try it. She took 2 steps back and patted the big iron door behind her. The iron door opened and Yi Xian quickly entered the iron door. The iron door slowly closed, and Zhang Mingshan and his group stood there with steel knives. Wait! Their most capable general was injured by us. That woman must surrender today. Damn it! I heard that the lord is a great beauty. I haven't had sex with her for a long time. Hey, Don't tell me. That woman just now seemed pretty. Ha ha. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, the woman did not come out again. And no one opened the iron door again. The entire base in the middle of the mountain was dead silent. As if they did not exist. Zhang Mingshan could not stay still. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Let's go and take a look. At this time, Meng Jinghan said by Miran to the room and came down again. He saw Zhang Mingshan trying to break in. He drew his sword and was about to kill, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Meng Jinghan looked at Yi Xian's determined expression and had to stand beside Yi Xian and watch the scene outside. Zhang Mingshan stood there without moving, but waved his hand and asked the followers behind him to knock on the door. And then he followed slowly at the end, as if he was determined to win this base. Meng Jinghan gritted his teeth. This kind of coward. He could send him to the west with one sword. However, Yi Xian did not move, so he could only endure it. The man outside the door walked forward less than 10 meters and suddenly found something wrong under his feet. He stopped suddenly. Third master. This is not. Before he could utter the word right, his companions behind him had already caught up with him and even pushed him. Why don't you move on? Just a woman. You are so scared. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his feet empty, and he couldn't control himself from falling down. Ah! A scream startled the birds in the forest, and the birds flew away with a flutter. Zhang Mingshan stood at the end, just at the edge of the trap. If he took another step forward, he would be caught. At this moment, he suddenly found that all his companions in front of him had fallen into the trap. He quickly jumped back a few steps. His body was as agile as a monkey, and he didn't look like a reckless man of 1.8 meters. But all the minions he brought with him fell into the trap. Some were injured, some died, and the wailing was horrible. Yi Xian opened the big iron door and said with a smile, "It's a pity that Zhang Laosan didn't fall into the trap." She winked behind her, and Meng Jinghan got the order and quickly stepped on the edge of the trap and ran towards Zhang Mingshan. Seeing Meng Jinghan's skills, Zhang Mingshan didn't dare to be arrogant. He raised the gun in his hand and shot Meng Jinghan 3 times. Bang! 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 The bullet flew by Meng Jinghan's hair. Zhang Mingshan shot and retreated at the same time, while Meng Jinghan was dodging the bullets. He ran down the mountain quickly. Meng Jinghan wanted to continue chasing, but Yi Xian stopped him. Don't chase the desperate enemy. It's dark. If there is an ambush halfway, it will be more trouble than gain. Meng Jinghan glanced at the fleeing Zhang Mingshan, jumped over the trap again, and ran towards Yi Xian. He pointed at the people in the trap under his feet. What are you going to do with these people? Yi Xian didn't even think about it, and waved her hand. Find a few people and get rid of them all. Drag them into the forest to feed the wolves. Xian is now trying to communicate with the wolves, and wants to control the larger beasts. It's not a bad idea to give the wolf friends a little sweetness now. Zhang Minglang's Zishuang Hall is separated from her mid-mountain base by this forest in a straight line. If the wild wolves can help her guard this forest, she can save a lot of trouble. Chapter 146. Yi Xian did not go back to the villa to sleep after returning to the base, but went to see Bai Miran and Li Yanwu. After all, the 2 brothers were injured because of her. At this time, their wounds had been treated. In addition to the gunshot wounds, there were several knife wounds on their bodies, which should have been cut by them during the fight. Bai Miran had wood-related abilities, and his condition was much better than Li Yanwu. At this time, Li Yanwu was already in a semi-comatose state. When he saw Yi Xian, he just opened his eyes and looked at her, then closed his eyes again and remained motionless. According to Bai Miran, not long after Yi Xian left, 17 or 8 people chased after them. Only one of them had a gun, and the shot failed to hit them. The enemy was numerous, and we were few. So Bai Miran and Li Yanwu did not want to confront them head-on, but turned around and ran. Who knew that they had ambushed on the way home in advance? And they were greeted by a volley of bullets not long after they ran. Fortunately, both of them were very skilled, and they rolled on the ground when the first gunshot sounded, avoiding the fatal shooting behind them. After many hardships, he finally returned to the base halfway up the mountain, and met Yi Xian standing at the gate to greet him. Yi Xian, you have to be mentally prepared. We killed so many of his people today, and this hatred is considered to be made. The combat effectiveness of our base is still too weak. Yi Xian turned around and poured him a glass of water, and quietly mixed a little spiritual spring water into it. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu must not die. If they die, Yi Xian's wood and water abilities will be gone. Bai Muron did not doubt him, and took it and drank it all. Yi Xian helped Li Yanwu up again, fed him another cup of water, and then used her wood ability to heal Li Yanwu. Seeing Yi Xian's wood ability, Bai Muron was stunned. He looked at Yi Xian with more admiration. She actually improved so fast. How did you do it? Yi Xian smiled. Every day. Empty your skills. Let it grow back slowly. And you can get different gains every time. Bai Muron watched Yi Xian heal Li Yanwu. Stretched out his palm, and a ball of green mist rose from the palm of his hand. Judging from Yi Xian's appearance, her current ability is not worse than his own, and even stronger. Since her method works, why not try it yourself? So Bai Muron walked over and released the wood-type supernatural power to Li Yanwu together. Yi Xian smiled and retracted her supernatural power. It seemed that Bai Muron listened to her. That's good. When his supernatural power increases significantly, he won't doubt other things. At dawn, Yi Xian returned to the villa. Xian was still asleep. She released the wood-type supernatural power to the potted vegetable she planted again. Yi Xian didn't stop until Meng Jinghan brought the girl to find her. The girl was about 23 years old, with a pale face and skinny body, with only a pair of big eyes that kept turning around at Yi Xian. What's your name? The girl answered straightforwardly. My name is Ma Yuhan, from Qi County, and I'm 23 years old this year. Tell me about the person you met who can control countless robots. Yi Xian didn't even turn her head. Ma Yuhan lowered his head and thought for a moment. I was sold there by human traffickers, and there were 3 other girls sold there with me. But it's just that they were all killed by that man. Yi Xian's heart moved. Explain it clearly. The girl rolled up her sleeves. Her skinny arms were covered with bruises and even burn marks. Her skin was wrinkled and shrunken, and it looked like it had healed. We all call that man Mr. Liu. As for his specific name, I don't know. He is cruel and brutal. Every time he makes us serve him, it makes our lives worse than death. The 3 girls were tortured to death by him. Yi Xian frowned, and Ma Yuhan continued. Later, I secretly took his honey and smeared it on my body. I was allergic to honey, so my body was red and swollen. And then I deliberately let them fester, and told him that I might have contracted a disease. And then he sold me to the Zhang brothers in Zujiazhuang. When I was there, I saw him controlling many robots with my own eyes. Even cooking, cleaning, and delivering meals to us were all done by those robots. Even when he went out to do things, those robots were doing it. And Mr. Liu just hid in the room to study his things. What is he researching? The girl shook her head. I don't know. In addition to staying in front of a big computer, he also hides in the laboratory to fiddle with his bottles and jars. He didn't tell us what he was researching, and we didn't dare to ask. Lord, why are you interested in this person? Yi Xian didn't answer, but asked her, if I ask you to lead the way, can you find his home? The girl nodded. I can. I stayed there for 3 months. Except for not being able to go out. He didn't restrict our activities. Yi Xian nodded and said, you go back first. I will find you when I need you. After the girl left, Meng Jinghan said, what are you doubting? Could it be? Yi Xian nodded. I saw the mark my father left for me in the tunnel. My father meaning should be that they were taken away by a robot that looked like a real person. Meng Jinghan lowered his head and thought, don't go yet. Give me Xian. I will take Xian and the girl with me. Is the little white mouse back? With the help of the white mice, we should be able to get accurate information, now that Zishuang Hall is at odds with us. If you go out, I'm afraid this base in the middle of the mountain will be destroyed. Yi Xian shook her head. No. This person may be more difficult to deal with than Gu Xinan. If you alert him, it will be difficult to rescue your parents. I just can't figure out why he took my parents away. Xian rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the bedroom. Mom, have you found Grandpa and Grandma? Yi Xian glanced at Xian. Xian was so mature at such a young age that she couldn't help but feel distressed. She sighed and stroked Xian's little head. It's okay. Go wash up first. I tell you after dinner. After Xian left, Yi Xian told Meng Jinghan, don't tell Xian about this yet. This kid has a lot of ideas. What if? She said halfway and looked towards the bathroom quietly. She didn't see Xian, so she felt relieved. She only has this one son, so she can be a little bit hard. But the child must not get into trouble. Ming Jinghan saw Yi Xian's expression and understood her worries. He nodded and promised that he would never tell Xian a word. Yi Xian added the spiritual spring water to the hot water and gave it to Xian as the first glass of water after getting up. After the two had breakfast, Xian ran to the woods as usual. Who knew that when it was noon, Xian did not come back for dinner? Yi Xian ran to the woods to find Xian, but found that he was not there at all. It's bad. Yi Xian jumped up suddenly. Ming Jinghan! Ming Jinghan! Quick! Find Ma Yuhan for me. Ming Jinghan ran over quickly. It's bad. Ma Yuhan is missing. According to the gatekeeper, she took Xian down the mountain. Chapter 147. Yi Xian jumped up and rushed down the mountain. Ming Jinghan followed closely behind, grabbed Yi Xian's arm and said, Yi Xian, calm down. They have been walking for a long time. You don't know the direction. Where are you going to chase them? Yi Xian stood still suddenly. Ming Jinghan was right. Qi County is not small. She ran around without a purpose. Not only could she not catch up with Xian, but it might also bring danger to herself and Xian. What's more, the base is not peaceful now. If she sets out like this, she may lose the base and not find her son. Bai Muran ran out of the room with a grin on his face. What happened? Who took Xian away? The movement was too violent and affected the wound. Bai Muran asked while covering the wound and running over here. Li Yanwu was already awake and also walked out holding the door frame. Sister, what happened? Ming Jinghan told the whole story. Bai Muran was silent for a moment and said, give me the armored vehicle and the little white mouse. I go. Afraid that Yi Xian would not agree, he stretched out his hand to release the wood power and said, the method you taught me is very effective. When I woke up this morning, I found that my power has increased a lot. Give me another half a day, and I can recover 60%. I'm going to. Li Yanwu also stretched out his hand, and a stream of water gushed out like a high-pressure water gun. I don't know why. This time the injury not only did not reduce the level of supernatural power, but also increased a lot. With Lao Bai's wood-based supernatural power to help me recover, I promise not to be a drag after arriving in Qi County. Looking at Li Yanwu, who was struggling to stand, Bai Muran glared at him fiercely. You stay and guard the house. Don't let Zishuangtang touch our nest is the key. Yi Xian quickly drove the armored vehicle out of the villa and waved to Ming Jinghan. Get in the car. They can't walk fast. I hope we can stop them on the road. Bai Muran wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, the armored vehicle roared, rolled up the remaining snow on the ground, and drove quickly down the mountain. From a distance, Yi Xian shouted, the house is in your hands. Someone will ask you to cooperate in a while. Bai Muran watched Yi Xian's armored vehicle disappear on the mountain road. After a while, a dozen young and strong men came down the mountain. One of the young men walked up to Bai Muran. My name is Li Tao. The mistress ordered that you and I will be responsible for the security of the base when she is away. Bai Muran pursed his lips and said nothing. He had an impression of this person. He often appeared in the base, but he was nowhere to be found. He had searched the entire base, but didn't know where this person lived. Looking at the dozen young men behind Li Tao, Bai Muran was stunned. They all had superpower fluctuations, and they were all professionally trained soldiers. Where did Yi Xian get so many superpowers? He knew that this was Yi Xian's secret. He couldn't ask, so he could only hide his doubts in his heart. Bai Muran nodded and stretched out his hand to Li Tao. Bai Muran. What ability? He pointed at Li Yanwu and said, my comrade? Li Yanwu. Water ability. Li Tao nodded to Li Yanwu. As a greeting. Nodding, I am very happy to fight side by side with excellent special forces. I have thunder ability. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Under Bai Muran's eyes, Li Tao commanded a dozen men to quietly ambush in various important places of the mid-mountain base. Bai Muran looked at their hiding place and narrowed his eyes. Very professional. Very cautious. They didn't even let go of the woods behind the mountain, and ambushed many sentries in secret. At this time, Yi Xian's armored vehicle was driving quickly on the road leading to Qi County. It was 150 kilometers away from Qi County, and it would normally take more than an hour to drive there. It was just that the extremely cold weather had not passed yet, and the snow on the road was very slippery. She didn't dare to drive too fast. It would take at least 3 or 4 hours to reach Qi County. Of course, Xian couldn't walk faster on his 2 legs. So she was looking forward to meeting Xian halfway. However, she didn't see Xian until she reached Qi County. Meng Jinghan frowned. No! Xian is still a child. He can't walk so fast with his 2 legs. Yi Xian. Will we miss him? Or Xian didn't come here at all? Yi Xian had the same feeling. Xian 2 short legs couldn't walk so fast. There's only one road leading to Qi County. And it is also the shortest road. If he doesn't take this road, he will have to take a long detour. Xian will definitely not do this. So, what exactly is the problem? Yi Xian released the little white mouse. Go find Xian. Hurry! At the same time, Yi Xian turned the car around and walked away back again. No one expected that Xian brought Ma Yuhan just to confuse people. His real purpose was not in Qi County, but in the Zishuangtang base. At this time, Xian was taking Ma Yuhan to make a scene in Zishuangtang. Xian held a glass bottle in his hand and handed it to Ma Yuhan. Sister, take it. If you meet someone coming, throw it over. Ma Yuhan didn't know what he was going to do, and kept looking behind him. Why hasn't the Lord come yet? This kid is too difficult to deal with. She didn't want to come, but the kid threatened her with a group of rats. So she had to follow him here. Who knew that the rats were not only not reduced, but there were signs of increasing. Help! Ma Yuhan trembled with the glass bottle in his hand. The gray-black rats were densely packed, running up the mountain in groups. And the secret sentry halfway up the mountain soon discovered something unusual. He grabbed the intercom at hand. Brother! Brother! There are so many rats! There are so many rats running up the mountain! Quick! Come and see! The voice was trembling, as if he was frightened. It was not known whether it was his voice that attracted the attention of the rats, or their smell that attracted the rats. The rats began to climb the tree, staring at the secret sentry on the tree with a pair of small green bean-sized eyes. Ah! A miserable cry sounded, and a rat somehow got into the man's crotch. The man fell from the tree and was instantly drowned by the surging rats. The end of the world is coming, and there is not enough food for humans. So the rats are hungry too. They can't find anything else to eat except the bark of the tree. Once they are summoned, they will want to eat humans just like bloodthirsty devils. The miserable cry fell into the rat group. And then, there was no sound. Only a human-shaped bulge on the ground was left, covered with rats. After a while, the white bones were exposed. The secret sentry on the tree saw this scene, and then saw countless rats starting to climb the tree. And suddenly, he could no longer care about hiding his body. They used rifle butts, sticks, hands, teeth, and everything else they could to frantically drive down this group of terrible demons. But the rats seemed to be endless. After one was killed, the remaining rats smelled the blood and rushed to the tree even more frantically. Ah! Another scream. Another sentry fell into the rat group and was soon drowned by the rat group. Bang! A gunshot. Chapter 148. A secret sentry fell from the tree without a sound, and most of his head was blown off. It is better to shoot yourself than to be eaten by these devils. This is what many secret guards think now. If there is one, there will be two. Bang! Bang! 2 more secret guards shot themselves to death, and their bodies fell from the tree and were instantly submerged by the rats. Ma Yuhan trembled and grabbed Xian tightly. Ugh! She couldn't help feeling a little nauseous. Xian glanced at her. Sister, are you scared? Ma Yuhan resisted the nausea and shook her head. It's okay. I'm fine. How can it be okay? This kid is simply a demon. How can he control so many mice? But she didn't dare to say this. Why hasn't the Lord come yet? Please! Come quickly. How could she know that Yi Xian was driving on the road leading to this side from Qi County? And she was also looking for Xian. Meng Jinghan held the telescope in his hand. Yi Xian. Slow down. Yi Xian braked. Squeak. The armored vehicle slid forward for more than 20 meters on the ice before it stopped. What's wrong? Did you see Xian? Meng Jinghan shook his head. It's not Xian. But the people in front seemed to be wrong. Yi Xian picked up another telescope and was stunned when she saw it. Something is wrong. These people were all men, and they were holding weapons in their hands. Some had guns, and some had steel sticks. They were originally heading north, but for some reason, they turned around and ran back. Yi Xian's first reaction was that there was something scary in front of him. But after careful observation, nothing was found. Ming Jinghan narrowed his eyes. They are from Zishuang Hall. Looking at their path, they originally wanted to go to our base, but for some reason, they started running back. Yi Xian's eyes were sharp. Do you see if the person behind is holding a walkie-talkie? Not good. Xian didn't go to Qi County. Xian went to Zishuang Hall. In just 1 second, Yi Xian made a judgment. With a step on the accelerator, the armored vehicle rushed towards the running crowd like an arrow. Ming Jinghan drew his sword and stared closely at the group of people in front of him. There were more than 20 strong men. If there was any movement, he would immediately go forward to finish them off. The group of people seemed not to see Yi Xian's armored vehicle and continued to run madly towards the direction of Zishuang Hall, until the armored vehicle hit one of them. The rest of them shot at Yi Xian. While shooting, they shouted, "It's her! The hostess of the mid-mountain base. Catch her! Whoever catches her will be the fourth in command of Zishuang Hall." Damn it! I didn't make it to the Banshan base, but I didn't expect to meet this woman here. Come on! The armored vehicle roared over them, and the rest of the people climbed onto the big rocks on the side of the road and shot at Yi Xian with guns. Unfortunately, the armored vehicles were bulletproof, and their bullets couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the car door and said to Ming Jinghan, "Go catch someone alive and ask her." Ming Jinghan did not hesitate at all, jumped out of the car, and rolled on the ground to a man who had just shouted, "Catch Yi Xian and take the 4th seat in Zishuang Hall." The man saw Ming Jinghan rolling to his side, raised his gun and wanted to shoot. But Ming Jinghan turned his wrist with a sword, and the gun fell to the ground. Ming Jinghan jumped up suddenly, like a tiger, slapped him unconscious, and took him to the armored vehicle. Bullets were fired crazily. Ming Jinghan turned around suddenly, exposing the man under his armpit to the outside, and he got into the armored vehicle. Bang! A bullet hit the man's buttocks. The man, who had been unconscious, suddenly woke up and struggled desperately to get rid of Ming Jinghan's restraints. Pa! Ah! Ming Jinghan slapped the man's buttocks, just hitting the wound caused by the bullet. How could the man withstand such stimulation? He screamed and almost fainted again. Be honest, Ming Jinghan's words were as cold as the air outside. The man couldn't help but shiver, and suddenly felt a chill on his neck. A dagger was already against his neck. Tell me, what are you going to do? We want to go home. Pa! Another slap. I ask again? What were you going to do just now? Why did you suddenly turn around and run back? The man hesitated. Ming Jinghan raised his hand again, and he immediately became cowardly. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I say! The man glanced at Yi Xian. We were originally ordered by the boss to go to the base halfway up the mountain. Now we suddenly received a notice from the boss saying that the mountain was surrounded by rats and wolves, and asked us to go back quickly to support. I'm telling the truth. Yi Xian looked at the man who couldn't stand or sit, and the blood on his butt kept flowing, and it would soon flow onto her armored vehicle. Open the door and kick him off. Once the blood flows onto the armored vehicle, the smell of blood will attract more zombies, which will affect her speed. Rats and wolves? Humph! That brat really went to Zishuang Hall. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle quickly turned around and sped towards Zishuang Hall on the hillside. Zishuang Hall. The eldest brother Zhang Minglang held a gun in both hands, and stood back to back with the second and third brothers, staring at the wolf pack in front of them. Damn it! We haven't bothered her yet, but she's bothering me first. More than 20 of our brothers can't die in vain. And the life of the second brother, I remember it on Yi Xian in the mountain base today. While Zhang Minglang was talking, the wolf pack began to attack. A large wolf with gray hair pounced on Zhang Minglang. The bright red tongue and sharp teeth were right in front of Zhang Minglang. He didn't care about the 2 people behind him, and suddenly bent down and raised his hand. Bang! 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 He fired 3 shots in a row, but didn't even touch a wolf hair. The wolf seemed to know his movements. When he raised his hand, it turned directly in the air and bit Li Yiming. The second one. Li Yiming was dealing with another wolf that pounced on him. When he saw the wolf adjust its direction, it was too late to return to defend. Swish! With a sound, the thick cotton coat was scratched by the wolf's claws, and the skin began to bleed. The smell of blood stimulated the sense of smell of more wolves, and they gathered towards the 3 people here. Zhang Minglang saw this scene and got angry. Second brother, You are fucking injured. Bandage it quickly. Don't let it bleed. These wolves can't be stimulated. Li Yiming knew this truth very well. Bit the pistol in his mouth. Bent down and took out a dagger from his leather boots. And stabbed his collar. The clothes tied the wound tightly. And the bleeding stopped temporarily. He looked at the increasing number of wolves around him. Turned back and said, "Brother. Third brother. This is not a solution. We can't beat these wolves with patience and hunger tolerance. We have to think of other ways." The third brother Zhang Mingshan pointed forward. "Kid. There is a kid over there. Catch him. Use him." Before he finished speaking, the kid put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. Chapter 149. Hearing the whistle, the wolves all took 2 steps back as if they had received an order, and then lay prone on the ground without moving. The wolf eyes stared at the 3 people in front of them with resentment, letting them breathe heavily. Zhang Mingshan held the gun with trembling hands and asked with gritted teeth, "Hey, kid, who are you?" The child peeled off the candy wrapper, then stuffed the candy into his mouth and ate it with relish. The most annoying thing is that he played with the candy wrapper for a long time, and then said slowly, "Are you asking me?" Zhang Mingshan was furious. "Who else should I ask if not you? Is there another child here?" Xian curled his lips, as if he was about to cry. A short sound came out of his mouth, like sobbing, but also like laughing. The gray wolf squatting in front of Zhang Mingshan suddenly jumped up, and before anyone could react, it bit Zhang Mingshan's arm. Zila. A large piece of meat was torn off, and the weapon in Zhang Mingshan's hand fell to the ground. "Ah!" A scream startled the crowd outside who were holding firewood to make a fire to block the rats. The wolf retreated immediately without any lingering feelings. It opened its bloody mouth and bared its bright red fangs as it roared at Zhang Mingshan. Xian frowned. "Your scream is too ugly. Sister, bring the rope over." Xian looked back. A woman appeared from behind Xian. She bent over and held a bunch of ropes. She threw them in front of Zhang Mingshan. "Big Gray. Ask him to tie up the 2 people around him." As soon as the words fell, the big gray wolf that had bitten off a big piece of meat from Zhang Mingshan jumped up again, put its claws on Zhang Mingshan's shoulders, and spit out its bright red tongue at him. Zhang Minglang raised his pistol and aimed at Dahui. At this moment, the wolf squatting beside him suddenly pounced. It bit his wrist. "Ah!" With a sound, Zhang Minglang's pistol also fell to the ground. Xian simply ordered again, "You 2 brothers, tie up all these people together." One of the gray wolves stood up, picked up a rope from the rope pile, threw it in front of Zhang Minglang, and bared his teeth at him. Zhang Minglang and Zhang Mingshan were motionless. Xian stood in the wolf pack and frowned again. "Let them hurry up." The 2 wolves bared their sharp teeth at Zhang Minglang and his brother, as if they had received an order, as if they would bite them if they did not move. "Oh my! Is this still a wild wolf? Is this still a child? This is too scary." Zhang Mingshan surrendered. "I tie you up. I tie you up." Hearing this, the gray wolf put down its claws on his shoulders and watched Zhang Mingshan bend down, still baring its teeth at him. It did not stop roaring until Zhang Mingshan picked up the rope. Zhang Mingshan tied up Li Yiming tightly. Xian came over, and the wolves made way for him. He carefully checked the rope on Li Yiming and nodded. "Well, it would be better if it was tighter. Tie him up for me too. Remember? Tie him tighter." Zhang Mingshan walked towards Zhang Minglang with the rope, and a raging fire ignited behind him. The fire isolated more than 20 people outside and directly faced countless rats. The people in the fire breathed a sigh of relief. "Look how these rats got in. As long as we deal with this pack of wolves, a child won't be a threat anymore." The man who was fighting the rats turned back and cursed, "You bastards. We fought bloody battles, but you cut off our retreat. Zhang Minglang, I hack your 8 generations of ancestors. You will die a miserable death." Those people didn't care about dealing with the rats, and turned around to rush through the flames and escape to a safe area. However, the fire was too big. There were rats in front of them, and a big fire behind them, so they had no way to retreat. Someone shouted, "Young master, we are willing to help tie up these bandits. Please spare us." As soon as these words came out, more than 20 men responded, "Yes. We are willing to surrender. We will follow you from now on. Kill these bastards. Help me kill these bastards. Kill them." Xian didn't make any moves. The rats suddenly stopped attacking and just stayed there without moving. Time seemed to stand still, and only the fire was still burning. There was a rumbling sound at the foot of the mountain. Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan arrived. What Yi Xian saw was such a strange scene. Countless rats surrounded a group of men. These men were holding steel knives, shovels, and wooden sticks. They all stood quietly like rats. No one moved, and no one made a sound. The fire was burning behind them, making a crackling sound. You could faintly see Xianxian's small figure standing behind the fire. The scene was extremely strange. Xianxian's grandmother voice sounded, "Since you surrender, why don't you put out the fire quickly? Kidnap people." The 20 or so men took off their clothes and beat the fire. Yi Xian opened the car door, waved her hand, and a wall of water gushed out, and the fire dragon disappeared instantly. Xianxian turned around, pouted her mouth, and said aggrievedly, "Mom, why did you come so late?" Yi Xian looked at the 20 or so men in front of her, all of whom had traces of wind and sun on their faces. They seemed to be villagers from the mountain. "Since you want to surrender, why don't you do it now?" A clear voice sounded, and Zhang Minglang immediately understood. "Yi Xian. You are Yi Xian from the Banshan base." Yi Xian walked to Xianxian and looked at the two people who were tied up like dumplings. "You are the head of Zishuang Hall." Zhang Minglang. "Right?" Zhang Minglang did not answer. She walked to Zhang Mingshan again, and nodded, "Yes. I have seen you. It was you who escaped from the door last time." Zhang Mingshan. "The third head of Zishuang Hall." "Right?" Zhang Mingshan looked at the woman in front of him, and the group of wolves. How could he dare to resist? He nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Zhang Minglang narrowed his eyes. "Water-type superpowers. The level is not low. Ha ha. It's my fault that I didn't understand it fully. It's not unfair to lose this time." Looking at the scene of the chaos, Zhang Minglang sighed, "Old third. Surrender? I hope Miss He can leave you a way out." "Brother!" Zhang Mingshan roared. Zhang Minglang sighed and said, "As the boss of Zishuang Hall, I must live and die with Zishuang Hall." Yi Xian ignored him, and decided to end the fight first. The wolf pack and the 20 or so men started to attack the remaining people in Zishuang Hall. Before the raised shovel fell, the thief had already raised the steel knife in his hand. It seemed that both sides would be injured. The wolves guarding around suddenly jumped up, and the thief was thrown to the ground and tied up by the newcomers. Yi Xian watched all this in surprise. The cooperation between the man and the wolf was so tacit. It seemed that the cup of spiritual spring water worked. Xianxian could control the wolf pack so quickly. After Ming Jinghan joined the battle was over in less than half an hour. Many people were driven out of the back room by the rats, shouting, "We surrender. We are willing to surrender. Please accept us, Lord of the Mid-Mountain Base." Xianxian waved his hand, and the rats quickly retreated, and the wolves also disappeared into the jungle, like a group of ghosts. Some brave people stepped on the ladder to take down the plaque of Zishuang Hall and sent it to Yi Xian. "Lord, from today on, there will be no more Zishuang Hall, and this will be the territory of Mid-Mountain Base in the future. Yes, this will be the territory of Mid-Mountain Base in the future. We are all villagers from the mountain, and we are willing to surrender to Lord, just like the villagers of Zhangjiazhuang. Please accept us, Lord." At this time, Zhang Mingshan quietly picked up the steel knife on the ground and chopped at Yi Xian. Chapter 150. Zhang Mingshan's eyes were filled with hatred. "Go to hell. This woman killed my second brother, and is going to kill my eldest brother in Zishuangtang. Kill her, and my eldest brother will be saved. Zishuangtang will be saved." Before the steel knife fell, a flash of blood flashed, and Zhang Mingshan fell straight to the ground. "Mingshan!" Third brother. Ming Jing'an's long sword was still dripping with blood, and his hawk-like eyes stared at Zhang Mingshan, who was lying on the ground and twitching constantly. "Want to touch Yi Xian? Don't you see if you have the ability?" Zhang Minglang closed his eyes in despair. "It's over. The only hope is gone." No. His people also went to the Mid-Mountain Base. Since Yi Xian came here, the Mid-Mountain Base is empty. Could it be that they have succeeded over there? Mid-Mountain Base. Bai Muron and Li Tao were not idle either. Not long after Yi Xian left, the people from Zishuang Hall came up. Bai Muron dragged his injured leg to command his subordinates to climb to the commanding heights, while he himself lay on the slightly higher ground of the Iron Gate and set up a machine gun. There were not many people on the way up the mountain. and more than a dozen men were trying to rush in with guns and ammunition in their hands. With the lesson learned last night, they dispersed, and the distance between two people was at least 3 meters. They escaped the trap, and at the same time, they became by Muron's live targets. There were also people breaking into the back mountain, because Xian called away the wild wolves in the forest. This group of people had a smooth journey over the mountains and rivers. But when they were about to see the villa, a few rounds of bullets caught them off guard. Li Tao's sentry buried in the jungle is no pushover. Every shot hits the target, without wasting a single bullet. In front of the main hall of Zishuang Hall, looking at Zhang Minglang's flickering eyes, Yi Xian didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. With a wave of her hand, kill those who resist stubbornly, and the rest stay where they are. She took Xian to Zishuang Hall. Collect supplies. The main hall of Zishuang Hall is a 2-story villa surrounded by iron fences. Behind the villa are 3 rows, each with 5 rooms, and 2 rows of side rooms on the east and west sides, each with 4 rooms. There are 23 rooms in the entire Zishuang Hall, not counting this small villa. The conditions are much better than Yi Xian's place. There is food in the east wing. A lot of food. It seems that Zhang Minglang plundered the villagers when the natural disaster began. The 4 east wing rooms are all full, from the ground to the roof. Yi Xian finally understood. No wonder there are so many people in Zishuang Hall. They also support that whorehouse at the foot of the mountain. It turns out that they don't lack food at all. All these things are now cheap for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's space was full of food alone, filling up the 2 small wooden buildings. The villa was Zhang Mingshan's territory. When she pushed open the first door, Yi Xian was stunned. 3 girls huddled in the corner, trembling all over. They were naked, scars all over their bodies, traces of whips, traces of cigarette burns, and there was hardly a piece of good meat on their bodies. When they saw Yi Xian coming in, the girls' eyes suddenly lit up, and they rushed over as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, and all knelt in front of Yi Xian. Sister, sister, take us away. Please. We can do anything. Sister, we just saw your style. We are willing to serve you. We can do anything. One of the girls nodded. Yes. We can do anything. We also know Zhang Minglang's secret. Sister, take us in. We will tell you everything. Yi Xian narrowed her eyes. What secret? Tell me. The girl stood up and folded her hands in front of her chest. Last time Zhang Minglang asked me to serve him, I heard him tell his minions that he was going to send someone to the Hope Base. From what he said, it seems that the lord of this Hope Base is very powerful. This Zishuang Hall is protected by the Hope Base. Every month, they have to pay tribute to the Hope Base. Sometimes it is beautiful women, sometimes it is food, and sometimes it is zombie crystal cores. Sister, you destroyed the Zishuang Hall. You must be careful of the Hope Base. Yi Xian was relieved. No wonder the 3 brothers Zhang Minglang are not very capable. But they can dominate the mountain here. It turns out that there are people behind them to support them. Now that she knows the name of the Hope Base, she will pay attention to this base in the future, so as not to be unaware of what will happen when someone destroys her nest. Yi Xian found clothes from the next room and threw them to the 3 women. Put on your clothes and follow me. As long as you don't give up, no one will dare to bully you in my base. Watching the women file out, Yi Xian continued to search the villa, thinking that this was her territory. Zhang Minglang was very greedy. There were not many guns and ammunition in this villa, but the most were gold, silver, treasures, antiques, calligraphy and paintings. He was not afraid that he could not protect these treasures. Yi Xian put them into the space, and then pushed open another door, and suddenly felt blushing. This big pervert. This room is full of tools for playing with women. No wonder those women are covered in wounds. Naturally, Yi Xian would not keep these things. She smashed them all and asked someone to take them out to be used as firewood. After taking over Zishuang Hall, Yi Xian made a lot of money again, and her points soared to 8 figures again. She was in a good mood and rubbed Xian hair. Why didn't you tell me when you came out? You also blamed me for being late. If I hadn't met that group of people at the foot of the mountain, I wouldn't have known you were here. Xian curled his lips. Mom, you wronged me. I clearly left a note for Mom. Yi Xian stopped abruptly. Note? Where is it? It's on the dining table. You see it when you go to eat? Asshole. Yi Xian was furious. What mother would still be in the mood to eat if the child is missing? She didn't even see the note. Ming Jinghan was very efficient. When Yi Xian finished collecting the supplies from Zishuang Hall, he had already cleaned up the outside. In Yi Xian's eyes, the remaining ones were all subjects with little red hearts on their heads. Ming Jinghan was busy dragging corpses into the jungle. The wild wolves helped a lot today, and these are their food. After inserting the sign of the mid-mountain base on the land, a voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Congratulations to the host for opening up a new territory. And a base gift package is awarded. Do you want to receive it? Countdown 24 hours. Receive it. System reward. New base defense is enhanced by 100%. The original base defense is enhanced by 100%. A small wooden building that is permanently preserved. Yi Xian, shocked. Her space has just been used up. And now the small wooden building is awarded, which is simply a pillow for a sleepy person. Especially her base defense has been strengthened. Even the base defense reinforcement package is no longer needed. This is so thoughtful. After leaving enough food and daily necessities, Yi Xian insisted on leaving Ming Jinghan and Li Yuankai here to guard the new base despite Ming Jinghan's strong opposition. Ming Jinghan said with a sad face, "You can let Bai Muran come." Yi Xian, The reason why Bai Muran stayed in the Banshan base was because Ye's father and mother had not been rescued yet. And he just wanted to fulfill his promise. Based on her understanding of Bai Muran, once Ye's father and mother were rescued, Bai Muran and Li Yanwu would immediately return to the A701 base. Ming Jinghan didn't think so. Every time he saw Bai Muran looking at Yi Xian, he couldn't control his anger and wanted to beat him up. The armored vehicle was driving on the road open between the two mountains, and the howling of wolves in the mountains continued. Almost half of the people in Zishuang Hall were thrown into the mountains by her to feed the wild wolves. Today, the wolf friends should have eaten their fill. Suddenly, Xian stared at Yi Xian. "Mom, stop the car. The little white mouse is coming." Yi Xian slammed the brakes, and the armored vehicle made a loud noise and slid forward 3 meters before stopping. "Where is it?" Xian opened the car door and stood on the snow, facing south without moving, with different colors in his eyes. The little white mouse quickly ran into Xian's arms. Squeak! Squeak! "Mom!" The little white mouse said that it found Grandpa and Grandma. Chapter 151. Yi Xian was stunned. Really? What did the little white mouse say? Yi Xian learned from Xian, retelling that the little white mouse ran almost all over Qi County that day, but did not find Xian, but unexpectedly smelled the scent of Ye's father and mother. At this time, Ye's father and mother were in a large villa east of Qi County. This villa is different from other places. There is only one living person in it. The rest are all robots. Ye's father and mother were locked up in a guest room on the top floor by that person. And the little white mouse had communicated with Ye's mother. Father Yi asked the little white mouse to tell him, "Be careful when you go to that place, because those robots are killing tools. Try not to disturb the owner of this villa unless it is absolutely necessary." Anything else? Xian shook his head. "No," the little white mouse said. "That's all." And then Grandma was taken away by a robot. Taken away? Where did she take her? What did that person want to do? Xian still shook his head. The little white mouse said it didn't know. It only saw Grandma being taken into a completely sealed room. It couldn't get in, and couldn't see what was inside. Ma Yuhan suddenly said, Lord, I seem to know that house. It should be where Mr. Liu does research. No one can get close to it. There are more than 10 robots guarding it. If Lord wants to go, I can lead the way for you." Yi Xian's brain was spinning rapidly. Now Ming Jinghan stayed at the new base. Bai Muran and Li Yanwu were injured. And this person was so mysterious. If she couldn't hit him in one shot, she couldn't take risks. Ye's father and mother were still in their hands. What if he got angry and hurt them? She was afraid of the consequences. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator and returned to the base first. Mid-mountain base. Seeing Yi Xian coming back, Bai Muran and Li Tao hurried out to greet her. "Lord, here are 17 captives from the Purple Thrust Hall. They said they are willing to surrender to you. Please make the decision." Yi Xian looked at the 17 men tied up not far away. More than half of them had little red hearts on their heads after seeing Yi Xian. And the remaining few all lowered their heads and said nothing. Yi Xian waved her hand and separated those who surrendered sincerely from those who did not, and handed them over to Bai Muran to be detained first. "Bring Li Tao into the villa. I give you another task. Zishuangtang has been annexed by us now. Ming Jinghan is guarding there. You take a few people to take over. Ming Jinghan will tell you what to do. Li Tao was stunned. Did the mistress go to fight Zishuangtang alone? Yi Xian walked to the dining table. And sure enough, there was a note on the table. Looking at the crooked handwriting, you can tell that this note was written by Xian. Yi Xian was speechless for a while. She picked up the note. It's not that I went alone. But Xian went to fight Zishuangtang alone. Don't worry about it. Just pack up and go. I leave the things over there to you in the future. Then he moved Li Tao into the space. 2 girls brought out food from the kitchen. Lord. It was Li Tao, the leader, who asked us to prepare food for you in advance, saying that you would need to eat when you come back. One was Li Mingyao, a girl with fire ability, but who didn't know how to use it. And she left a deep impression on Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't know the name of the other girl yet. Yi Xian only glanced at her. And the girl immediately introduced herself. Lord. My name is Yuan Qing. 25 years old. From Zujiazhuang, Qi County. All my family members died. And I was robbed by the Zhang brothers. I learned a little cooking before the end of the world. I hope my cooking skills will satisfy the Lord. Take a look at the food on the table. A plate of sweet and sour carp is made in a posture of looking up at the sky. And it is decorated with a small flower carved from radish. It is not only beautiful, but also very appetizing. The other is a large bowl of pickled cabbage and pork ribs. I don't know how she processed the pickled cabbage, but it looks greener than normal. And the ribs are fragrant. Finally, there is a bowl of ordinary tomato and egg soup. The color of tomatoes and the golden eggs look very appetizing. Even the steamed buns were made in 2 different ways. One was a regular flour roll, and the other was made into cartoon piglets. The Snow White piglet had 2 black eyes. Only the nose was dyed pink, and the cute little tail was curled up. So cute. Xian couldn't resist the temptation and immediately laid down in front of the dining table. Wow! This piglet is so cute. Sister Qingqing, can I eat it? After getting a positive answer, he regretted it again. Oh! I can't bear to eat such a cute piglet. As she spoke, she took a bite and exclaimed in surprise. Wow! It's filled with red bean paste. It's delicious. Yi Xian looked at Xian with a smile and waved to the 2 women. It's very good. You've worked hard. Go back. After the 2 women walked out of the villa, Yi Xian sat down to eat. Yuan Qing's cooking skills are indeed good. More than 1 level better than Li Mei. The child was found. Zishuangtang was recovered. And the parents were settled. Yi Xian felt as refreshed as if she had taken a gas pill. Yi Xian ate a lot, and was very satisfied. After eating and drinking, he moved Li Tao out of the space. And then took out the Hummer from the space. This car is for you. It seems that the extreme cold weather is about to pass. With this car, you can move more conveniently. My lady. I went there. What should I do here? Yi Xian looked at him. Do you have anyone to recommend? Li Tao thought for a moment. Lu Liang. Now that he is married and has children, he is more grateful to the lady. With him, the lady can rest assured even if she is not at the base. It coincides with what Yi Xian thought. Watching Li Tao drive away, Yi Xian moved LV Liang out of the space and asked for his opinion. LV Liang's opinion was the same as Li Tao's. But LV Liang also said something that Yi Xian didn't expect. Many people in the space base want to come out to perform tasks, because they heard that several beautiful women came to our base. Yi Xian, This is because they envy LV Liang's life. And the idea of getting married and having children begins to emerge. But this is not impossible. The subjects of the space base are under Yi Xian's absolute control no matter where they are. In terms of sincerity, they are the best choice. It would be nice to have them come out to help. So, Yi Xian moved out 3 more residents from the base and asked them to help LV Liang take root here. After arranging all this, Yi Xian walked out of the villa gate and headed towards Bai Muron's board house. Although Li Yanwu's injury had not healed yet, with the help of Bai Muron's wood ability, he had recovered a lot. Bai Muron's own injury healed faster, and he was excited to see Yi Xian. What's going on? I used to let my ability go and let it recover on its own, but it never had such an obvious effect. Look! Bai Muron stretched out a hand, and the green light in the palm of his hand became dark green. I am now at level 5. Yi Xian, tell me, Is this mid-mountain base more suitable for me than the A701 base? How could this be? Looking at Bymuron's excited face, EXIN smiled without saying a word. You seem to have recovered quickly. You have found the whereabouts of my parents. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise? Lianwu raised his head suddenly. Sister. I'm going too. EXIN took out a glass bottle from her pocket. The situation there is a bit complicated. I'm afraid it's difficult to deal with. Then she threw the small bottle to Bymuron. This trauma medicine. The wound will recover in half an hour after use. Hurry up and rest. And follow me after dawn. Bymuron looked at the glass bottle in his hand. And then looked at EXIN with a strange look. Chapter 152. How could he know that EXIN was very distressed when she took out this bottle of medicine? This bottle of medicine was a system reward when the base was first built. And it is currently nowhere to be found in the system mall. In other words, apart from the system reward, she has no place to get this bottle of medicine. This time, in order to rescue Ye's father and mother, she kept half of it for herself and gave the rest to Bymuron. They must meet this challenge in the best condition. They can only succeed, not fail. EXIN didn't know that besides her, Gu Xinan also took his bodyguards to Qi County day and night. 5 off-road vehicles, braving the severe cold, crushing the ice and snow, and speeding towards Qi County. The zombies on the road were attracted by the sound of the vehicles and surrounded them with woo-ah. They were hit into the night sky by the huge impact of the car, roaring at the people in the car with their teeth and claws, and then fell to the ground, climbed up, and continued to chase. Gu Xinan held the micro-submachine gun and couldn't help swearing, "Damn it! Why are there so many zombies? Can you drive faster?" The bodyguard was concentrating on driving and shook his head and said, "Master Gu, the road is too slippery. The car has reached its limit." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran into another zombie head-on. This zombie was not knocked away by the car, but lay on the windshield holding the wiper. The pale cheek was ulcerated beyond recognition. He opened his deep mouth with 2 missing front teeth and made a creepy ho-ho sound from his throat. Gu Xinan raised his gun and wanted to shoot, but the bodyguard held the gun muzzle. "Master Gu, think twice." He turned the steering wheel sharply, trying to shake off the zombies on the windshield. But he didn't expect the car to spin like a top on the ice. He failed to shake off the zombies, and the car fell into the roadside gutter, broken down. The zombies seemed to have experience. When they saw the overturned car, they quickly surrounded it and stretched out their claws to grab the inside of the car. How could they know that the people inside were completely different from the people they usually met? Gu Xinan kicked the car window open, raised the microcharger, and hit the approaching zombies. The car behind stopped not far away, and 3 bodyguards got out of the car and ran towards Gu Xinan. "Master Gu, please get in the car." Gu Xinan walked towards the car behind under the protection of the bodyguards. The bodyguard trapped in the car screamed, "Save me!" He acted as if he didn't hear it. The zombie heard the sound in the car and rushed over. Woo-ah! Then came the miserable cry of the bodyguard, "Ah! Help!" The zombies crawled in through the broken glass window, and the man's voice gradually became lower. Gu Xinan got into the car behind him and continued to move towards Qi County. He grabbed the intercom. "Be careful. If anyone swerves the steering wheel again, I shoot him." He was no longer as gentle and elegant as before. The bodyguard driving this time was Li Fu. He dared not breathe a word. Everyone knew that Gu Ye's beloved baby was missing, and he was in a bad mood. Anyone who dared to offend him at this time was simply looking for death. Gu Xinan closed his eyes and stopped looking at the zombies outside. He just hoped to reach Qi County as soon as possible. "I heard that the man is a pervert. He has toyed with many women to death, and now his daughter is in his hands. What will happen to her?" He dared not think about it. He gritted his teeth and swore, "That by Bing, you'd better not let me meet you. When I meet you next time, I will chop you into meat paste. Damn it! If it weren't for him, how could my daughter fall into the hands of that man?" Qixin County, east of the city. Su Jing was standing in front of a man with his hands tied behind his back. The man looked thin, with slightly concave cheeks, and his pale face was 3 parts human and 7 parts ghost. The paraphoenix eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. "Ha ha. Miss, I didn't intend to be your enemy, but you came to me." His pale face approached Su Jing, and the hot air of his breath sprayed on Su Jing's face. With a playful tone, "Tell me, how should I treat my miss?" Su Jing tried to stand up straight, Louis Xuan. My brother has never treated you badly. Why do you want to betray him? He. Louis Xuan's laughter was more like a demon from hell. Gu Qingyu has never treated me badly. He pointed at his throat. Do you know how my throat was ruined? Fuck. Your brother suspected that I was an undercover police officer. He made me swallow the charcoal. If I wasn't lucky, I would have been dead by now. You said he has never treated me badly? He tried to roar, but his throat could only make a low sound, as if someone was pinching his neck, and he couldn't hear what she was saying from a distance. Haha. Miss, you are still so tender and delicate in this end times, which makes me excited. What do you think we should do? Louis Xuan said as he lifted Su Jing's chin, and his face full of desire made Su Jing tremble all over. She had seen those girls who were locked in the room by him, and they were covered with scars, which was simply horrible. Now that she was in his hands, Su Jing couldn't help but shudder. If she couldn't get away unscathed, she might as well give herself a quick death. She retreated step by step until she reached the window, and there was no way to retreat anymore. Seeing Louis Xuan's pale face appear in front of her, Su Jing gritted her teeth. Don't come over. If you dare to move again, I will die here. My parents will never forgive you. Their strength is beyond your imagination. He. Louis Xuan laughed again, and the laughter made Su Jing tremble all over. My eldest lady, do you think I am afraid of him? Do you know why I caught that couple? He. My eldest lady, you are so simple and kind. You really shouldn't live in this dirty world. Su Jing tried to shrink into the corner. You let me go. I promise. I will never tell my parents you are here. Louis Xuan pressed on step by step, and Su Jing had no way to retreat. I will not care about Yi Xian's affairs anymore. You can do whatever you want with her parents. Please forgive me. Forgive me. Please. Su Jing was really scared. She had been here for 3 days. In the past 3 days, in addition to the girls with scars in the room, she saw girls being dragged away from his room every day. When the girls were dragged away, they were all naked and covered with scars. He is a pervert. Anyone would be scared when facing such a perverted man. Su Jing put her hands behind her back and tried to find some weapons. Even if she could resist, it would be much better than being slaughtered like this. Who will save me? Who will save me? I don't want to die yet. Su Jing shouted in her heart. Bai Bing. That's right. And Bai Bing. Can he come back to save me? Now only Bai Bing knows that she has landed here. If Bai Bing doesn't come, she may really die here. Su Jing widened her eyes and watched Louis Xuan stretch out his claws at her. Chapter 153. Bang! The loud noise made Su Jing tremble all over. At the same time, Louis Xuan let go of Su Jing and walked to the computer. Damn! So fast! He quickly pressed a few keys on the keyboard with both hands. Countless robots rushed out from each room, lined up in the yard, guarding the gate. These robots are not like the ones we usually see, with steel bodies and stereotype faces. These robots have tried their best to imitate the structure of humans. Except for the steel under the clothes, they are no different from real people in appearance. The only difference is the robot's eyes. When you look at them, you can find that there is no emotion in their eyes. Only a flash of cold light occasionally. That is the command Louis Xuan issued when controlling them. Louis Xuan pulled Su Jing to the window and let her watch the battle outside, so that she could see with her own eyes how her robot defeated her father. That's right. That loud noise was made by Gu Xinan's bodyguard. However, Louis Xuan courtyard wall was reinforced with something unknown, and it didn't move at all after being bombarded by rockets. Gu Xinan stood on the tall building opposite with an infrared telescope, and saw Su Jing standing in front of the window at a glance. Su Jing was tied up by the man's arms, and was pushed to the window unwillingly. Gu Xinan exploded. He threw away the telescope and ran downstairs quickly, taking out the intercom while running. Li Fu! Damn it! Don't attack. The young lady is in his hands, right next to him. Suddenly, the attack outside the door stopped, and Louis Xuan smiled. He put his mouth close to Su Jing's ear and whispered, Sure enough. The eldest lady is so useful. My robot hasn't even made a move yet, and they're already afraid to use it. He. Next, let's see what other tricks the famous Gu Xinan in Fengcheng has. Father is coming. It's father. Su Jing's hands behind her back were tightly entangled. Banshan base. Yi Xian got up at dawn. Take Xian and Xiaolang to the armored vehicle. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu were already waiting at the door of the villa. Bai Muron glanced inside the car. Where's Meng Jinghan? How can we miss him in such an occasion? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Whether he can catch up depends on his luck. Before he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the jungle. What about me? Huh? What are you going to do? Bai Muron. Are you healed? Yi Xian waved at him. You came just in time. Get in the car. There's a tough battle to fight today. Meng Jinghan grinned. Hee. Thanks to me taking a shortcut. Otherwise I would have missed it. Yi Xian ignored him. Seeing him get in the car, she stepped on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle rumbled down the mountain. Lu Liang stood at the door of the villa, staring at Yi Xian's back in a trance. Xian, introduce the enemy we are facing today to the uncles. Let's discuss the battle plan in the car. Xian frowned and told all the information that Xiao Baishu had heard and the information he got from Ma Yuhan. Bai Muron's face became more and more solemn as he listened. Finally, he said, Yi Xian, that person may not be easy to deal with. With just a few of us. Yi Xian nodded. In fact, that man is not difficult to deal with. But the robot in his hand is difficult to deal with. Yi Xian knocked a zombie away and continued. Those robots will not get tired or feel pain as long as they have electricity. Even if we shoot them in the head. As long as we can't hurt their CPU, they can still attack. The most terrifying thing is that they are still controlled by people. They have no thoughts. And the people who control them are not low in IQ. They are much scarier than zombies. Meng Jinghan nodded. Also, we don't know the exact number of robots. What if they heard my uncle and aunt at the critical moment? This is exactly what Yi Xian is worried about. Today they don't want to face this person head-on. It would be great if they could secretly rescue Ye's father and mother. Li Yanwu is young and has a more flexible mind. He rolled his eyes and said, since we don't plan to have a head-on conflict, the number of people is not a problem. The most important thing is how to approach the room where my uncle and aunt are imprisoned. And then how to receive the people who go in. Sister, do you think this is a good idea? Muron and I have both received special training. We will be the ones to find the hostages. We have the guinea pig to lead the way. I believe we can find the hostages smoothly. The most important thing is whether Brother Ming can take the hostages from us. If I'm not mistaken, there must be cameras in the room where the hostages are held. As long as the hostages run away, the owner of the room will definitely know. And then we will all be exposed. The person who will pick us up is the key. Meng Jinghan glanced at him, hugged the long sword in his arms, and sneered, with your skills, you may not be able to get close to the room where the hostages are held. It's better for me to go in. Li Yanwu, you look down on us. Meng Jinghan didn't say anything, lowered his head, and closed his eyes to rest. Bai Muron looked at him deeply and said, I know Brother Meng is very skilled. But this rescue is a life-saving favor we owe to Yi Xian. And we must complete the adventure. He paused for a moment. And seeing that Yi Xian did not respond, he continued, after this rescue operation, we will go back. Yi Xian's mid-mountain base still depends on you. Meng Jinghan suddenly opened his eyes. He was leaving? Was he willing to leave? Although I, Meng Jinghan, have never had the experience of falling in love. But every time you, Bai Muron, look at Yi Xian, even a blind person can understand. Meng Jinghan still didn't speak, and continued to close his eyes and rest. The current situation in Qi County is still unclear, and it is too early to plan who will go in. However, facing a group of robots, my sword is probably really powerless, and it depends on how good their shooting skills are. Meng Jinghan's mind was turning around, but Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the discordant atmosphere in the car. She stared at the road ahead with full concentration. And there seemed to be a lot more zombies. And they seemed to have formed a behavioral habit. And they would surround the car when they heard the sound of the car. And even if they were knocked away, they would get up and rush up again. There was a car that broke down in front of them. The zombies rushed to the side of the car quickly, and even knew to pry open the broken glass on the car window and reach in through the broken window. Was there such a thing in the previous life? Yi Xian tried hard to recall that she was already in the base at this time in the previous life. But it seemed that there was no such thing at that time. Zombies can have wisdom, even if it is just a small skill. It is only possible for zombies above level 1. Everything seems to be different in this life. Is it because of her rebirth? Yi Xian shook her head, shaking off her messy thoughts. The town of Qi County was in front of her. So she released the little white mouse and let it confirm the situation there. They got off the armored vehicle shortly after entering the city. There was no need to hide it from the people in front of them. She reached out and put the armored vehicle into the space. Smiled slightly. Maybe you already know that I am a space ability awakener. Hee hee. Bai Muron and Li Yinwu smiled at each other without saying anything. They already knew it. Since Gu Xinan came to City A, Yi Xian's space ability is no longer a secret. Fortunately, now that superpowers are rising, it is no longer a rare thing to have space abilities. Ming Jinghan touched his nose. No wonder Gu Qingyu keeps staring at you. Did you take away a lot of his good things like this? Yi Xian glanced at Bai Muron. Old rules. You go to occupy a favorable position first. We will come soon. At this time, the little white mouse ran over in a hurry, and an unstable brake almost hit Yi Xian. Squeak! Squeak! The little white mouse screamed and gestured, which made Yi Xian look confused. Xianxian little face became more and more tense. Chapter 154. Xianxian face became more and more serious. He raised his head. Mom, there's a fight over there. It's Gu Xinan. Gu Xinan and a dozen bodyguards are fighting with that weird guy who can control robots. Yi Xian and Bai Muron looked at each other. They both had the same idea. Gu Xinan also found a clue. He's here to rob people. But it's okay. With Gu Xinan's firepower, they just need to steal Ye's father and mother out. Bai Muron and Li Yinwu canceled their move to occupy the advantageous terrain. Ming Jinghan picked up Xianxian, and the four of them quickly moved towards the east of the city. From a distance, Yi Xian heard bursts of gunfire and explosions coming from there. It seemed that Gu Xinan had not yet completed the breakthrough mission. At this time, a voice came. Yi Xian. Ming Jinghan. Yi Xian looked back. Bai Bing? Why are you here? Bai Bing grabbed Yi Xian. Don't go in. The robots there can fire bullets all over their bodies. Su Jing is in there. I went in 3 times, and was discovered and beaten out by the robots without exception. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed. Yi Xian nodded. I know. But I have to take this risk today. Ming Jinghan threw Xianxian outside the courtyard wall, and jumped onto the top of the wall. There was no electric grid on the top of the wall. Not even spikes. He glanced at Bai Bing. The robot is now attracted by the fire of the people in front. If you want to be a hero and save the beauty, now is the best time. Take care. Ming Jinghan reached out to Yi Xian, trying to pull Yi Xian onto the wall. But Yi Xian shot out a wire from her wrist, and hung it directly on the wall of the 3rd floor. Then, like a monkey, she quickly climbed to the 3rd floor with the help of the wire. At this time, Bai Muron and Li Yinwu also shot out a wire and followed Yi Xian to climb up. Ming Jinghan was stunned for a moment. In this world, no matter how good his skills were, they couldn't catch up with their tools. After taking a look at the 3-story building, Ming Jinghan jumped off the wall and began to climb up by climbing the heating pipe. Yi Xian climbed to the 3rd floor, reached out and grabbed the anti-theft window on the window, and then gently exerted force. It was not difficult for the strengthened body to open the anti-theft window. She quickly climbed into the window. This was a guest room. The luxurious bed was still covered with a pink bedspread. The table was covered with dust. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. According to the little white mouse, Ye's father and mother were locked up next to this house. There were robots guarding inside. She didn't dare to go in directly through the window, so she had to break in from the front. Bai Muron and Li Yinwu also climbed up. Li Yinwu volunteered. Sister, let me unlock the door. Don't kick the door. The robot inside may recognize the way in. This is exactly what Yi Xian thought. Li Yinwu took out a piece of wire from his pocket and opened the door lock in just 3 seconds. Yi Xian was stunned. Li Yinwu pushed open the door and entered. Sister, there is someone inside. Yi Xian stepped into the room and saw her father standing by the bed in a daze. Xin. Ye's mother sat up from the bed and kept rubbing her temples. Xin. It's really you. Yi Xian saw that her mother was safe and sound, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Dad! Mom! Be careful! Father Yi rushed forward and pulled Yi Xian away. Yi Xian felt the wind in her ears, and the robot punched her. If Father Yi hadn't been quick, this punch would have knocked Yi Xian unconscious. The face recognition system is on. A stranger has been found to have broken in, and the automatic protection function is turned on. For robots attacked at the same time, Yi Xian had just dodged this punch. And another fist hit him in the face again. Father Yi picked up a chair and smashed it at the robot. The chair broke into pieces. But the robot was not affected at all. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu were also attacked by the robot. Bai Muron fired a shot at the robot. And half of the robot's head was blown off, revealing the wires inside. The robot just paused for a moment and continued to shoot at Bai Muron. I don't know if it's because of the setting, or if the robots here are also classified. These 4 robots only rely on fists and feet to attack. And they are not like those robots outside, which can shoot bullets from all parts of their bodies. Bai Muron fired another shot at his heart. But this shot had no effect. The robot didn't even slow down. As if nothing had happened. Bai Muron shook his head and said to Yi Xian, "No. Let's hold it back." "You retreat?" Yi Xian grabbed Ye's mother and threw her into the space first. Ye's father was holding an iron rod to attack the robot and protect Yi Xian. Yi Xian grabbed Ye's father. "Dad, you guys go into the space first to hide. It's easier to escape with fewer people." Before he finished speaking, Ye's father disappeared from the room. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu were stunned. Can people enter her space? They had seen space abilities before. Most spaces were used for portable storage. This was the first time they had seen a space that allowed living people to enter. In the blink of an eye, the robot's iron fist had hit Bai Muron's left shoulder. Bai Muron staggered and almost fell. He couldn't help but shout, "What a strong force! Be careful not to get hit by him." Li Yanwu was even more unlucky. He was hit in the abdomen by a punch from the robot. And he bent over in pain. Oh my god! What a strong force! At this time, Meng Jinghan stepped in from the door and was also stunned when he saw the scene in the room. Is this a robot? Except for the one whose head was opened by Bai Muron. The other robots are no different from real people. He swung the long sword in his hand, grabbed Li Yanwu, and pulled him away from the robot. The robot's iron fist landed on the place where Li Yanwu had just stood. Meng Jinghan was also surprised when the long sword was swung out. His long sword was like scratching steel, and it had no effect on the robot in front of him. At this time, the computer in the main control room sounded an alarm. Beep beep, beep beep. The hostage has disappeared, and the target cannot be found. Outsiders have been found to be intruding. Requesting support. Please turn on the combat mode. Hearing the voice, Lu Yixuan didn't care about Su Jing, and rushed to the computer. The scene in front of him made him angry. Where are the hostages? The 4 intruders are still in the room, but his hostages are gone. Damn it! Go to hell! Lu Yixuan gritted his teeth and shouted, with his hands on the computer, ready to issue another command. Su Jing saw Yi Xian on the screen and was stunned. Yi Xian is here. At this time, Su Jing had only one thought in his mind. Don't let him give orders to the robot. Yi Xian can't die. Father can't die. Su Jing gritted his teeth and rushed towards Lu Yixuan with all his strength. Chapter 155. Lu Yixuan's hand on the keyboard had just typed 2 letters when he was suddenly hit by a strong force and fell to the ground. The small table next to him was overturned by him, and the books and potted plants on it fell to the ground. And Lu Yixuan was covered by debris for a while. At this time, Yi Xian and his group were fighting with the robots in full swing. To put it bluntly, it was just the robots attacking, and they were dodging. Yi Xian grabbed the robot's fist and threw it into space with a thought. Seeing this, Li Yanwu gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Sister, you are awesome. Just do it. Yi Xian was not feeling well. The robot was too powerful. Her right hand was still numb and her brain had lost control of it. As soon as Li Yanwu finished his move, a robot rushed over from behind and punched him in the back. Li Yanwu grunted and staggered towards the robot in front. The robot in front was rushing towards him, but Li Yanwu bumped into the robot's nose. Just like that, they bumped nose to nose. Li Yanwu felt dizzy and tears suddenly flowed out. He closed his eyes and said, "It's over. Attack from both sides. He must die." However, the imagined iron fist did not hit him. On the contrary, the robot arm in front of him stopped halfway. Li Yanwu immediately understood and shouted, "Nose, nose!" At this moment, he was squatting down with his nose covered. No one could understand the meaning of his words. Even Bai Muron yelled at him. "Stand up, my special forces soldier." Li Yanwu cried and shouted again, "Nose! Its nose is its switch." Meng Jinghan reacted immediately and punched the robot in the nose. Sure enough, although the punch hurt, The robot stopped. Yi Xian had already torn a hole in the anti-theft window and turned back to shout, "Don't fight. Go!" It didn't matter when he turned back. Two robots had already stopped and couldn't move. With joy in her heart, she jumped to the robot and quickly put away the two robots. Then, Muron punched down. And the robot also seemed to be immobilized and stopped in place. Yi Xian shouted, "Go!" Then, she put away the last robot and rushed to the anti-theft window. Muron was the first to jump out of the window, followed by Li Yinwu and Ming Jinghan. Yi Xian came to the window and was about to jump out when she saw several more robots rushing in from outside the door. This time, the robots were different. They were full of firepower, and they started shooting at the group of people as soon as they entered the door. The bullet shot over like a meteor shower, flying over Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. It's a close call. What she didn't know was that these robots were the rescue forces summoned by Lu Yixuan. If it weren't for Su Jing's collision, the robots in the room would also turn on the combat mode, and they would be besieged by 4 robots with full firepower in the narrow space. By then, none of the 4 of them would be able to get out alive. Su Jing's collision was not a big deal. The command was interrupted. Only a few robots climbed upstairs after receiving the assistance command. The rest of the robots were shut down and stored in this space. Su Jing looked at Yi Xian on the computer and thought to himself, "This is the main control room of the robots. Turn it off. As long as this is turned off, all robots will lose command. Yi Xian will be saved. My father can also be saved." So, Su Jing bent down, gritted his teeth and pointed his nose at the switch button of the computer and pressed it. 3 seconds. She only needed to hold on for 3 seconds, and she would succeed. Her hands were tied, and she couldn't destroy the power supply hidden inside, so she could only shut down hard. Lu Yixuan got up from the ground and was shocked when he saw Su Jing's behavior. "Crazy woman. Stop it. What are you doing?" He quickly got up, grabbed Su Jing, and threw her back. Su Jing's back hit the wall, and she bent over in pain. She saw a line of words appear on the computer. "Hard shutdown will destroy all control systems. Turn on self-destruct mode, and count down 10 seconds. A bright red word appeared on the computer. 10, 9. Lu Yixuan's eyes suddenly turned red. "Mad men. Go to hell. I won't accompany you anymore." After saying that, he pushed open the window of the room and jumped down. The countdown on the computer continued. 8, 7. Su Jing closed her eyes. "It's over. It's all over. I'm sorry, Yi Xian. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely not be friends with you. If that happens, you won't have to worry about me, and you won't have caused such a mess to save me." 6, 5. A strong arm hugged Su Jing, and a familiar voice sounded in her ears. "Go. It's going to explode here." Su Jing suddenly opened her eyes. "By Bing. He's coming." Su Jing's tears flowed. "Don't worry about me. Run." How could Bai Bing listen? He hugged Su Jing and jumped out of the window quickly. The countdown on the computer continued to change. 4, 3, 2. Bai Bing rolled on the ground with Su Jing, stood up and ran quickly towards the wall. He must jump out of the wall before the explosion here, although he didn't know the power of the explosion. Judging from the degree of madness of this person, the scale of the explosion here must be large. The farther away, the safer. Just then, an explosion sounded in the front yard. Bang! The huge impact force knocked Gu Xinan's bodyguard to the ground, and the robot exploded in front of him. The power formed by the instant explosion of the ammunition hidden in the robot's body blew it to pieces, and the flying iron pieces pierced the bodyguard, the ground, and the wall like a knife. The bodyguards were thrown into a panic by the sudden explosion. They had no time to lie on the ground, and were pierced by the flying iron pieces. Bang! Another explosion. Another robot disappeared on the spot, and several more bodyguards fell to the ground. Gu Xinan's eyes condensed, and he quickly retreated to the distance. Crazy! This man is a madman. He wants to drag everyone to his grave. Bang! 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 The front yard continued to explode. Bai Bing lifted Su Jing onto the wall with force. Su Jing lay on the wall and reached out to Bai Bing. Bai Bing held Su Jing's hand and climbed up the wall with the help of Su Jing's pulling force. At this moment, the villa in front of him suddenly made a roar. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud appeared above the villa, and the strong shock wave threw Bai Bing and Su Jing off the wall. Then, the entire Qi County was like an earthquake, and the ground shook wildly. All the buildings within a radius of 100 meters around the villa collapsed, and Bai Bing and Su Jing were pressed under the wall and lost consciousness. Bai Bing stretched out a hand forward, as if he wanted to run a few more steps, but was pressed down by the wall. Su Jing was no exception. One of her hands was still holding Bai Bing's. She was also buried under the wall and lost consciousness. Yi Xian had just jumped out of the wall and hadn't found Xian, who was guarding outside, when the explosion happened. Yi Xian and her group were knocked to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Xian, looking at the collapsed wall, she screamed. Chapter 156. Ming Jinghan was the first to stand up. He looked around. No! This is where Xian is. Xian. Yi Xian took out the little white mouse and put it on the ground with trembling hands. Go! Find Xian. She was really afraid that the little white mouse would scratch under the wall. However, the little white mouse ran forward. Yi Xian chased closely, and Xian was not pressed under the wall. Great! Originally, she asked Xian to guard outside the wall because she didn't want Xian to go in and take risks. Second, because he is an animal-type awakened person. He can sense the danger from the outside in time, so he can notify them in time. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden explosion here? The little white mouse turned 2 corners and stopped behind a wall. Xian saw Yi Xian and rushed over. Mom! There was an explosion there. I'm glad you're okay. Mom! I saw the bad guy. He went into that house. Xian pointed to a bungalow not far ahead with his little hand. I was standing guard outside, and suddenly I saw a person jumping out, saying something like a mad woman looking for death. I felt something was wrong, so I followed him here. That person is not dead? Yi Xian was stunned. If such a madman is not dead, he will definitely be a disaster in the future. Killing him while there are no robots around him is the right thing to do. Not only Yi Xian thought so, but all of them thought so. I go in and take a look. If he's not dead yet, I give him another stab. The person who spoke was Ming Jinghan. Bai Muron also nodded and glanced at Li Yinwu. Li Yinwu was hit in the abdomen by a robot and should have suffered internal injuries. He still had severe stomach pain. Li Yinwu also nodded. Let's go too. Brother Ming may not be able to handle it alone. Yi Xian saw him bending over and frowned. Let Bai Muron go. Your injury cannot be delayed. I will take you to a place to treat your injury first. As he said that, he grabbed Li Yinwu with one hand and threw him into the space. Yi Xian built a hospital in the space. All the equipment inside was purchased for free. Li Mei and Ye's mother are a doctor and a nurse respectively. There are also equipment for physical examination in the space, so it should not be a problem to treat his injuries. After instructing Li Mei and Ye's mother, Yi Xian followed Ming Jinghan and Bai Muron to approach the small bungalow. Gu Xinan got up from the ground. Of the 17 bodyguards he brought, only 2 were left. He stood at the explosion site with a gloomy face. Go ahead and look to see if you can find the body of the eldest lady. He closed his eyes and shed tears sadly. His 2 children. His son died here, and he was heartbroken. Now his beloved daughter also died here, and he was powerless to do anything about it. How could he not be heartbroken? Lu Yixuan. He should have been shot at that time. It's a pity that his son was still a little kind, which led to the current disaster. Gu Xinan was a little unsteady. His eyes were black. His head was dizzy, and he sat down on the ruins, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. He prayed in his heart, no matter what, please let us find my daughter's body. I want to take her back to my hometown for burial. If his son is the successor of his career, and he has high hopes for his son, then his daughter is his yearning for a better life. Every time he sees his daughter's innocent smile, he will forget the fighting and blood outside. His daughter is the pillar of his life. And now the pillar has collapsed. What else does he have? That's right. He still has that secret weapon. Yi Xian. It's all Yi Xian's fault. If it wasn't for her, how could his daughter die in such a place? Since his daughter is already dead, then let the world be buried with him. In his previous life, he couldn't bear to do this and rejected their request. That's because he still had hope in his heart. He hoped that this disaster would pass, and he hoped that he could still go to City A to find his children. Now that they are gone, What else does he have to worry about? He wants to find them. And he wants the whole world to be buried with his children. Let's see where Yi Xian can escape to. Gu Xinan's eyes were reddened by the crazy thoughts in his heart. Master Gu. I found it. I found it. The eldest lady is still alive. This shout was like a shot of cardatonic in Gu Xinan's ears. He jumped up from the ruins quickly and ran forward. Su Jing was holding Bai Bing's hand and was buried under the ruins. Gu Xinan looked around and understood immediately. This is the wall. And it was Bai Bing who saved his daughter. It was just that the explosion came too fast, and they were pressed under the wall before they could escape. Pull it out. Just rescue the young lady. As for this person, Gu Xinan glanced at Bai Bing. If it wasn't for him, how could his daughter come here? Damn him! Considering that he saved his daughter's life, Gu Xinan would not kill him personally, which would be considered a leniency. Want to rescue him? No way. Yi Xian pushed open the door. Even in broad daylight, it was still pitch black inside. Yi Xian didn't dare to move forward, so he had to release the little white mouse again, and waited until his eyes adapted to the darkness before slowly moving forward. Meng Jinghan walked in front. Yi Xian and Xian walked in the middle. Bai Muran followed behind, and the two men tightly protected Yi Xian and her son. Meng Jinghan's senses were fully open, and he was alert to the surroundings like a hawk. Even if there was a slight movement around, he would not be able to escape his ears and eyes. The little white mouse stopped in front of the wall and scratched the wall. Squeak, squeak. Before Xian could translate, Yi Xian understood. There is a secret passage here. Damn. As expected, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Yi Xian took out the emergency lighting, illuminated the house, and then fumbled around the house to find the switch of the secret passage. After a while, Meng Jinghan shouted, "Here!" Yi Xian and Bai Muran ran over, and Meng Jinghan gently moved the wooden cabinet, which rotated 180 degrees and turned into a wall. At this time, a crack suddenly appeared on the wall where the little white mouse was scratching, and then opened to both sides. Before Yi Xian rushed over, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a row of arrows shot out from inside. Yi Xian was startled. Fortunately, they ran over. Otherwise, the place where they were standing would be hit by arrows. After there was no more movement inside, Yi Xian and his group approached carefully and entered the tunnel. The tunnel went down first, then turned right, and no one knew where it led to. Meng Jinghan was still in the lead. Yi Xian led Xian in the middle, and Bai Muran followed behind, slowly moving forward. After walking for about an hour, they could no longer remember how many turns they had made, and suddenly a bright light appeared in the dark tunnel. Meng Jinghan was delighted. It's the end. Get ready. We're going out. Meng Jinghan first explored the exit for a while, and when there was no danger, he took the lead to crawl out of the tunnel. Then, Meng Jinghan was stunned. He stood there blankly. Yi Xian pushed him from behind. Move forward a little. Don't block the road. Then, Yi Xian was also stunned. Chapter 157. Bai Muran raised his pistol behind him. What's going on outside? He picked up Xian and got out of the tunnel. Oh my god. How come we are back again? 100 meters in front of them is where they climbed over the wall to enter the courtyard. Does this mean Lu Yixuan is back too? He clearly knew that there was going to be an explosion here. So why did he have to make a big circle and come back here? There is only one explanation. There are still things here that have not been blown up. And this thing is very valuable to Lu Yixuan. Therefore, he had to risk coming back here again after the explosion. Xian released the little white mouse. Little white mouse, I have to trouble you to explore the way and see if that person is still here and what he is doing. Don't alarm him and come back to report. This place is already a ruin. Yi Xian chose a house that did not collapse completely and hid in it. At the same time, the magpie was released. Yi Xian saw the scene of the small courtyard after the explosion through the tablet computer. The houses and walls here have all been blown up, leaving only ruins. There was no robot in the ruins, but many of Gu Xinan's bodyguards were lying in a mess. It seemed that Gu Xinan had suffered heavy losses this time. The magpie flew around the courtyard twice, but didn't see a single living person. Not even a zombie. Xian controlled the magpie to fly over here. And suddenly, Yi Xian found that there seemed to be a person under the wall. The person's clothes were very familiar. Meng Jinghan was sharp-eyed and immediately recognized the person. Bai Bing. It's Bai Bing. Yi Xian suddenly remembered that before they entered the wall, Bai Bing had said that Su Jing was also here. Could it be that he went to save Su Jing, and was caught in the explosion and buried here? Then, where is Su Jing? Xian controlled the magpie to fly another circle. This time, Yi Xian looked very carefully. But there was no sign of Su Jing. It was just that the collapsed wall next to Bai Bing seemed to have been moved by someone. Yi Xian sighed. Let the magpie come back. When she mentioned Su Jing, she felt sad. At first, she didn't know that Su Jing's background was so complicated. She only knew that she was innocent, kind, and simple. Later, she found out that she was Gu Qingyu's sister. But she still chose to believe her, and kept her as a hostage to restrain Gu Qingyu. In fact, Yi Xian understood very well that she just didn't want to embarrass Su Jing in this end of the world. Looking at the friendship over the years, she cherished this friendship because Su Jing had taken a punch for her. However, Ye's father and mother disappeared for so long because of her, and Yi Xian had to reconsider Su Jing's position in her heart. Ming Jinghan understood Yi Xian's feelings and stroked the jade pendant in silence. If Su Jing was replaced by Ming Liang, I believe he would make the same choice. The little white mouse is back. Xian told Yi Xian that there was a basement under this courtyard. Lu Yixuan must have gone to the basement to get something and then left. Now this courtyard is completely gone. Ming Jinghan looked at Yi Xian. Are you still going? Yi Xian nodded. Let's go and see. This person escaped. He is definitely a strong enemy. It's good to know more about him. The little white mouse led the way in front, and Yi Xian and his group followed behind. The door of the basement was hidden in the ruins. The big stone at the door had been moved away, and now the dark hole was exposed. Yi Xian bent down and wanted to go down, but was pulled by Ming Jinghan. I go first. Bai Miran, you stay behind? Bai Miran nodded and watched Ming Jinghan go into the basement with a long sword in hand. Yi Xian followed closely behind him. Sure enough, there was no one here. Only some robots were left. No! To be precise, there were only some robot fragments left. The robot in front of them had a head, arms, and legs, and it had not been assembled yet. Next to these robot parts was a huge computer with wires that Yi Xian couldn't understand. There were 3 or 4 times more wires than those of an ordinary computer, and she didn't know what it was used for. Yi Xian put the computer into the space, and didn't even look at the scary robot parts. Let's go! Let's go see if Bai Bing is still alive. This time Bai Miran walked in front, lowered his head and smiled slightly. Everyone says Yi Xian is cold and ruthless, but in fact she is quite good to her own people. Before leaving, Ming Jinghan threw a bomb in this basement, flattening it. Under the wall, Bai Bing was still breathing, and his heart was beating, while Bai Miran was cleaning the rubble on Bai Bing's body. He said to Yi Xian, Can someone else enter your space? Can you try to take him away like this? Yi Xian looked at the rubble. Indeed, it would be too much trouble to dig Bai Bing out of it. Judging from Bai Bing's unstable breathing and heartbeat, he was probably dead before he was dug out. Yi Xian walked in front of Bai Bing and stretched out her hand. Let me try. I'm afraid this will hurt him. As she spoke, she grabbed Bai Bing's outstretched hand, and with a flash of thought, she put the stones on Bai Bing's body into the space. Yi Xian smiled. That's it. She took out the armored vehicle and released Ye's father and mother from the space. Dad. Mom. Let's go home. Ye's mother nodded, and tears could not help flowing down. Mom has lost a lot of weight. Her originally round cheeks have begun to sink. Father Yi looked at Bai Miran and Ming Jinghan. Thank you for your help. Bai Miran sat in the driver's seat and asked Yi Xian to have a good chat with his parents. Not long after the car drove out, Bai Bing woke up. He opened his eyes. Yi Xian? You saved me. Mother Yi pressed his arm. Lie down well. You were hit by the explosion, and you will feel pain all over your body in a while. Rest well. And Yi, you are finally okay. That's great. Where is Su Jing? Yi Xian didn't say anything. Bai Bing stared at Yi Xian, as if she didn't know her. Yi Xian, don't tell me that you will leave Su Jing to die. She is your best friend. Ming Jinghan frowned. Best friend? Best friend will let his own parents take away the parents of his best friend? Best friend will watch his friend's parents suffer for so long and remain indifferent. Ming Jinghan's face was cold. Bai Bing, you'd better recognize the current situation. If you are kicked out of the Banshan base, How many days can you live? Bai Bing's face changed. He knew that Meng Jinghan was telling the truth. He instigated Su Jing to Kangdechi County to rescue Ye's father and mother, so that he was caught by Lu Yixuan and almost killed. Gu Xinan hated him to the core. If he left the Banshan base at this moment, not to mention his injuries, even if he was strong and healthy, he would not be able to survive in this zombie-ridden apocalypse. Bai Bing lowered his head. But Yi Xian asked, "Tell me about what happened after you left the Banshan base. Why did you appear here? Why was Su Jing caught by that man?" Bai Bing sighed and began to speak slowly. Yi Xian closed her eyes and let her thoughts roll in her heart. Without saying a word, suddenly, Bai Muron stepped on the brakes, and Yi Xian was almost thrown away. Bang! Bai Bing fell off the back seat and grimaced in pain. Bai Muron stared at the front. Why is he here? Chapter 158. In front of the armored vehicle stood a man, 180 centimeters tall, with a square face. The most eye-catching thing was the scar on his face, which stretched from the corner of his eye to his chin, like a centipede. Yi Xian recognized him immediately. Xuelong. What is he doing here? Father Yi narrowed his eyes. I think I know this man. He is Gu Qingyu's bodyguard. Xin. Do you remember? When we escaped from the Gu family compound that day, this man was guarding the gate. I won't remember it wrong. Yi Xian waved her hand. Dad, there are some things I haven't had time to tell you. This matter is a bit complicated. He knows Bai Muron. Let's see how they communicate. Bai Muron didn't get out of the car, but opened the window. What are you going to do? Xuelong smiled sadly at her. I came to join my old comrade. Don't you think Xuefan welcomes me? Bai Muron was silent for a moment. Aren't you going to the A701 base? You should be able to find the team there. Snow Wolf shook his head with a helpless expression. Found it. It's a pity that it is no longer my home. He looked at Yi Xian through the open car window. I plan to go to the Banshan base. Ms. Yi Xian. I wonder if Lord Yi can take me in. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but looked at Bai Muron. Bai Muron lowered his head. I am planning to return to the A701 base. If you are here to go to Lord Yi, you can ask her opinion. If you are here to go to me, sorry, I disappoint you. Xuelong seemed to be stunned for a moment, and said to Bai Muron firmly, I suggest you don't go back. That place is no longer the former A701 base. Yi Xian was stunned. In the previous life, a 701 base was the largest base with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The army was responsible for public security and rescue, even when other small bases were surrounded by zombies and wiped out. A 701 base still stood firm. Yi Xian lived there for 6 years. Although the living environment was worrying, it was much better than other bases. Why did Xuelong say that the base was no longer good? Snow Wolf stood in the snow and spoke slowly. Originally, the A701 base was composed of 3 forces. The military was responsible for public security, rescue, and killing zombies. The political community was responsible for the overall planning of the base, and was responsible for the protection and upgrade of the superpower team members. There was also a business community. The business community did not have much presence in the A701 base, but its role could not be underestimated. They were responsible for the flow of materials, finding materials, growing food, and developing new products in the entire base. In the past, these 3 forces restrained each other, and finally they were able to find a balance point. Now, a man with beast-like abilities has awakened in the political world. This man not only has beast-like abilities that can control animals, but also has spatial abilities that can collect a lot of supplies. So the big boss in the political world was unwilling to be restrained by others, and began to infiltrate the military and the business world. Just like the last operation, it was originally led by the military, and the military leader had the final say. With the addition of this person, the political world controlled the entire operation. Because this was a joint operation of several bases, the behavior of the A701 base was criticized by others, and friction occurred in the middle, and several awakened people with abilities died. These people are all from the military. Xuelang's last sentence made Bai Muron suddenly stunned. This is no longer a struggle for power. This is an open suppression of the military. He is also a superpower awakener in the military. If he goes back, he will definitely be suppressed by them. Xuelang looked at Bai Muron. Do you still want to go back? That place is no longer suitable for us to realize our ambitions. Bai Muron sighed. I must go back. There are still my brothers and comrades there. I can't just give up like this. Xiaolong shook his head and said nothing more. Instead, he turned to Yi Xian and asked, Lord Yi, I have been waiting here for a long time. Please give me a clear answer. It turned out that not long after Yi Xian set out, he arrived at the Banshan base and said he wanted to surrender. LV Liang didn't let him in. Lu Liang said that unless he got the token of the Banshan base personally delivered by Yi Xian, he would not open the door privately. After Xiaolong found out where Yi Xian was going, he kept moving towards Qi County, hoping to meet Yi Xian halfway. Yi Xian looked at the little red heart on his head, knowing that he was sincere in surrendering, and took out a token from her pocket and handed it to Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan glanced at her. Are you sure? Seeing Yi Xian nod, he handed the token over. Lord Yi agreed. Now you are one of us. But our entry fee is 3 zombie crystal cores. Please pay it. Xiaolong was stunned. He still has 3 zombie crystal cores. He took out 3 zombie crystal cores from his pocket, one of which was a second-level zombie crystal core. The colorful colors sparkled in people's eyes. Snow Wolf held the zombie crystal core in his hand. These 3 zombie crystal cores are my entry fee. Please accept them. Lord Yi. Meng Jinghan took the zombie crystal core from his hand and waved to him. Come up. You will be one of us from now on. Hey. It's a bit crowded here. Bai Bing. Can you sit up? Bai Bing endured the pain on his body and sat up. No. No problem. Meng Jinghan looked at Snow Wolf. Let me tell you the rules of the mid-mountain base. Listening to Meng Jinghan's endless chatter, his father and mother looked at each other. During the time when he was taken away, his daughter actually built a private base. Listening to these conditions, it seems quite formal. Ye's father showed a loving look and smiled at Yi Xian. Ye's mother secretly wiped away her tears. How difficult it is for a daughter to survive in this end times. Her daughter can do things that men can't do. She is proud of her daughter. Bai Muron drove the car in silence and didn't say a word along the way. No one knows what he is thinking. The armored vehicle arrived at the gate of the mid-mountain base. The gatekeeper saw the token and carefully checked everyone before letting them pass. Ye's father nodded with satisfaction. It's no big deal to be careful. His daughter did a good job. When walking towards their respective boardrooms, Meng Jinghan suddenly grabbed Bai Muron's arm. Are you really going? He knew Bai Muron's feelings for Yi Xian. Yet he was starting from his personal feelings. He hoped that Bai Muron would leave. The farther the better. But from the perspective of Yi Xian and the mid-mountain base, he didn't want Bai Muron to leave. Although this man is a bit stubborn, he is a good helper in terms of management, force or attentiveness. With him, the mid-mountain base is as stable as Mount Tai. Bai Muron glanced at him and gently held Meng Jinghan's hand. I know your feelings for Yi Xian. Be careful without me. She has many enemies. Meng Jinghan looked into his eyes and nodded vigorously. I will. You haven't forgotten the gun skills I taught you? Remember to practice more. Yi Xian's gun skills are not good. In this end times, not being able to use a gun is equivalent to losing your left and right arms. Meng Jinghan nodded again. Also, the man who ran away today will never let her go. So tell her to be careful. Now that her parents are back, she can live a peaceful life. Bai Muron kept nagging, and Meng Jinghan frowned. Li Yinwu lowered his head and said something shocking. Muron. I don't want to go back. Chapter 159. Yi Xian drove the armored vehicle into the villa and walked into the house with her parents and Xian. It was still warm at home. Li Mengyao and Yuan Qing were busy in the kitchen. Seeing Yi Xian coming back, Li Mengyao hurried out of the kitchen. Lord, did you succeed? I knew you would succeed. She kept chattering while pouring tea. I guess these two are the Lord's father and mother. Right? Have some tea. Auntie is so beautiful. Mother Yi smiled. Where did this little girl come from? You are so sweet. Li Mengyao smiled. Auntie. We were all rescued from the bad guys by the city lord. And we are also the subjects of this base. If the city lord doesn't mind, we will help with the work within our ability. You take a rest first. The food will be ready soon. With that, Li Mengyao went back to the kitchen to help. It turned out that the two girls knew when they entered the big iron gate that they had been delayed for a long time at the big iron gate. And now they were almost ready to cook. Drinking the fragrant tea and feeling the warmth from the fireplace, Ye's mother held her daughter's hand and couldn't help crying. It's really hard for my daughter. How did you hold on these days? Yi Xian held her mother's hand with her backhand. Mom, Let's not talk about this for now. I want to ask you. What does that weirdo Luishuan want to do by capturing you? Ye's mother rubbed her temples and didn't say anything. But Ye's father said, it seems to be conducting some research. He heard from somewhere that your mother can communicate with mice. So he captured us for research. Ye's mother nodded. That's right. These days, he has tied me to various instruments for examination every day. And sometimes he even hypnotizes me. Ye's mother rubbed her temples again. I have a severe headache now. Yi Xian understood that this was due to damage to her mental power. Thinking of her own mental power, she secretly wondered if she could copy it for her mother. In the end, she gave up. She had felt the pain of copying superpowers. Her mother was old, and she was afraid that her body could not bear it. Yi Xian raised her hand, and the wood energy continued to flow to her mother. And her mother was refreshed. What is this? I think my headache has eased a lot. Yi Xian didn't say anything, and the wood energy continued to flow to her mother. And gradually her mother put down her hand that was kneading her temple. Yi Xian took back the energy. This is the wood energy. The young man driving today is the one who has awakened the wood energy. I saved him. And this is his reward to me. Li Mengyao and Yu Wanqing served dinner on the table. There was still the sweet and sour carp, which was Xianxian's favorite. They also carefully cooked yam millet porridge. Yu Wanqing served a bowl to Ye's mother. Andy, try it. This porridge is the best for the spleen and stomach. And it is also very good for nourishing the body. Ye's mother was amazed at the lifelike cartoon animals. Wow! You are so skillful. Xianxian couldn't wait to start eating, and said while showing off his rice, Sister Yaoyao's cooking is so delicious. It's better than Mom's cooking. Grandma, try this sweet and sour carp. As he said that, he picked up a large piece of sweet and sour carp and put it in Ye's mother bowl. Ye's father picked up a piece of pork ribs and nodded. This girl's cooking skills are really good. How long has it been since we had such a sumptuous meal? Huh? Old woman. Why are you crying? Ye's mother couldn't control her tears. Only they understood what kind of life they had been living for nearly a year. Every day they were locked in a small space. Eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in the same place. And only had 2 meals a day. And they were all food that even pigs wouldn't eat. There is no other way. They must eat. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. They can't die. They still have a daughter and a grandson. If they die, the drug dealers will lose control of their daughter's hostage and will definitely attack her. They can't let their daughter be in danger. Mother Yi wiped her tears and smiled. It's nothing. I'm just happy. I didn't expect that we could come back alive. I didn't expect that we could still eat such rich and delicious food. I'm happy. Happy. Li Mengyao and Yu Wanqing also shed tears. They understand that feeling. So they cherish the days when they come to the Banshan base. There is a canteen here. Although points are needed to exchange for food. As long as you are not lazy, it is not a problem to survive here. The most important thing is that the living conditions here are too good. There is meat in the canteen every week. I don't know where the Lord got a group of piglets, hens, goats and other animals. Now they are still raised outside. The people in the whole base treat them as treasures. When they grow up, their base will not lack meat. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for any supplies here. All of this is so much better than the lives of ordinary people outside. Li Mengyao pulled Yu Wanqing, and the two quietly left the villa, leaving the space for this family. Yi Xian smiled and put a piece of chicken in her mother bowl. Eat quickly. Have a good rest tonight. And take you to see our base tomorrow. I guarantee you will never guess. After eating, Yi Xian threw the bowl and chopsticks into the space and began to study the second-level zombie crystal core. It was the size of a pigeon egg. The only difference was that there were colorful colors flowing inside. And these colors seemed to have life, swirling and flowing constantly in this zombie crystal core. The second-level zombie crystal core plus spiritual spring water can make anti-zombie virus essence. As long as you have not turned into a zombie after being bitten by a zombie. Injecting 2 milliliters of this anti-zombie virus essence can effectively prevent the zombie from turning into a zombie. Yi Xian took out Gu Qingyu's zombie crystal core again, which was the size of a pigeon egg. There were faint colors flowing inside, and the overall appearance was still transparent. Yi Xian sighed. This is not a second-level zombie crystal core. It can only be considered as the early stage of the second level. Thinking of Gu Qingyu's combat power after the zombie transformation, Yi Xian couldn't help but admire this snow wolf. He could actually kill a second-level zombie. By the way, the entrance fee to the mid-mountain base is 3 ordinary zombie crystal cores. And this second-level zombie crystal core is enough to make up for it. The remaining 2 zombie crystal cores give him points. In this mid-mountain base, we must never let capable people suffer losses. Outside the villa, the residence canteen. Bai Miran took Xuelong to get food. 1 point equals 1 meal. The simplest dish is Chinese cabbage stewed with tofu, served with 2 large steamed buns and a bowl of soup. It takes 2 points to get meat dishes. Bai Miran told Xuelong, take out your token. Here is a barcode. Scan the barcode to get food. You have no points when you first come here, but you can get food for free in the first 3 days. In this way, you can also check the remaining points. Remember to go out and kill zombies. Zombie crystal cores can be exchanged for points, and points can be exchanged for supplies in the store at will. After dinner, I take you to the store. Xuelong imitated Bai Miran and put his badge on the machine. He heard a beep, subject Xuelong. 2 points left. Xuelong was stunned. Where did I get the points? Bai Miran was stunned, and immediately understood, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Lord who is afraid that you will suffer a loss. So he gave you the points. Bai Miran gave Yi Xian a thumbs up in his heart, fair and just. There is a lot to be done. Looking at the temporary token in his hand, Bai Miran was at a loss. Am I really going to leave here? Chapter 160. Listening to the snoring of Ye's father, Yi Xian slept particularly soundly that night. It's great to have parents around. After breakfast, Yi Xian took her parents to visit the base. First, they looked at the newly built stone house and the original board house halfway up the mountain. The important personnel of the base halfway up the mountain lived here. Meng Jinghan, Bai Miran, Li Yanwu, Lu Liang and others lived here. There are also chickens, ducks, pigs, goats and other animals raised here. There are special people responsible for raising them, and Yi Xian pays them wages in the form of points. After going down the mountain, it is Zhangjiazhuang. Starting from the foot of the mountain, the houses are also full of people. Everyone who sees Yi Xian respectfully calls out, Lord. Yi Xian introduced that now more than half of the village is occupied, and different people patrol every day to ensure that outsiders and zombies do not break in. A buzzing sound came from the sky, and Yi Xian smiled and said, this is a drone. It can accurately locate and attack the enemy. At present, we only have 2. One patrolling here, and the other is in Zhujiazhuang opposite. Yi Xian took out the armored vehicle. Let's go. I take you to Zhujiazhuang across the street. If you don't go through the jungle, it will take nearly an hour to drive from Zhangjiazhuang to Zhujiazhuang by bypassing Suiping Mountain. Sitting in the armored vehicle, the zombies began to appear on the road when the armored vehicle drove out of Zhangjiazhuang. They kept chasing passers-by and passing cars. Once a car broke down, they would rush up and eat the people in the car. There were even fewer passers-by, except for those who really couldn't survive and came out to find food. There were also people who came out from the base in the middle of the mountain to kill zombies and find crystal cores. No one dared to wander on the road. Once they encountered a group of zombies, there was almost no hope of survival. A car broke down not far ahead, and the zombies surrounded the car. Roar! Ho ho! The dense zombies surrounded the broken car, trying desperately to get in. There was no movement in the car, and it seemed that the people inside had already died. Compared with the prosperity and peace of Zhangjiazhuang, Ye's father couldn't help but admire. 1 year. Only 1 year. My daughter is amazing. The car drove into Zhujiazhuang. Like Zhangjiazhuang, there were patrol teams and overhead buzz helicopter. The villagers were also gathered near the bottom of the mountain. Yi Xian pointed to the small villa halfway up the mountain. That's the command center of this area. Li Tao is in charge. Hee hee. 2 days ago, this was the base of a gangster gang. That group of people did all kinds of evil. After visiting Zhujiazhuang, Yi Xian drove the car to the halfway up the mountain. Li Tao heard the movement of the armored vehicle and ran out quickly. Ms. Hostess, I guessed it was you. Yi Xian looked at the hell on earth halfway up the mountain, which had been cleaned up and peaceful, and couldn't help nodding. Not bad. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yuankai grinned. Lord, you are wrong. How can this be hard? We are grateful for having such a place to settle down in this end times. The people down the mountain said that when the Lord comes, I will notify them. And they will come up to thank the Lord in person. I will notify them right away. As he said that, Li Yuankai ran down the mountain quickly. Wait! Yi Xian shouted loudly. Li Yuankai stood up suddenly. Lord, do you have any other instructions? Yi Xian waved her hands. This. Forget it. Don't notify them. I'm just taking a look around. I hope you're all right. Li Yuankai's excited face drooped. Oh. Okay then. Li Tao laughed. Lady mistress, please come in. It's a little shabby here. Hee hee. Send someone to pour tea. Li Yuankai ran away. And soon 3 girls came in. They were the 3 girls Yi Xian rescued that day. One of them recognized Yi Xian at once and exclaimed, Sister. It's really you. Great. I thought I would never see my sister again. Sister, is there any trouble with the Hope Base? Please be careful. Yi Xian smiled. Thanks to the girl's reminder, she had sent someone to find out about the Hope Base. After drinking a cup of tea, Yi Xian looked at the peaceful place and saw nothing to worry about. She stood up and was about to leave. Who knew that she was surrounded by a crowd as soon as she walked out of the door? Lord. Lord. Is this the Lord? So young. Yes. Such a beautiful girl is so capable. The Lord is mighty. The Lord is mighty. Ah. I saw this car on the street just now. But I didn't expect it to belong to the Lord. Thank you, Lord, for saving us. Mother Ye's head started to hurt again. It's too noisy here. Yi Xian waved her hand. Everyone be quiet. Be quiet. Suddenly, there was silence. And everyone was waiting for the Lord to give a lecture. Yi Xian glanced over and saw Li Yuankai standing outside the crowd. Grinning. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. She was not good at giving speeches in front of so many people. Li Tao shouted for her. Our base has just been established. The Lord is afraid that the security situation here is not up to par. So he came to inspect it in person. Everyone. Tell the Lord. Is there any problem with our security? Countless voices began to shout. No problem. We must work together to ensure that no outsiders or zombies are allowed in. Don't worry. Lord. Lord. You have given us a place to settle down. We must cherish it. Work hard and protect our home. Li Tao looked at Ye's mother rubbing her temples. And shouted, Lord. You still have important things to do. Today everyone has seen the true God. Please make way for the Lord to leave. The people made way. And Yi Xian took his father and mother to the armored vehicle. There was also a group of people outside the car to see them off enthusiastically. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel excited. This is the difference between doing good and doing bad. In the past, the people of Zishuang Hall avoided them as much as possible. Who wouldn't hate the 3 Zhang brothers? Looking at the situation today, this land is now protected by the people, which is a world of difference compared to the past. Father Yi patted his daughter's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. Well done. My daughter, Yi Jianhua, has a promising future. Well done. Looking back at Xian, he said, Xian, grow up quickly, and be a useful person like your mother when you grow up. Xian nodded fiercely. Yes. I remember it. Yi Xian's armored vehicle moved forward steadily. Before driving halfway up the mountain villa, she saw Bai Miran, Meng Jinghan, Li Yanwu and Xuelong standing not far away. Bai Miran was carrying luggage on his back, and it seemed that he was going to leave. Yi Xian sighed. I couldn't keep him after all. Bai Miran saw Yi Xian's armored vehicle, looked at her deeply through the bulletproof glass of the armored vehicle, and walked straight towards the armored vehicle. Chapter 161. Yi Xian opened the car door and got out, staring into Bai Miran's eyes and said, Are you leaving? It's been a rough journey. Did you bring everything with you? Bai Miran lowered his head, moved his lips for a long time and uttered, Yi Xian. I'm sorry. I can't be a deserter. Yi Xian, Ming Jinghan, this idiot. I thought I was stubborn enough. But I didn't expect this person to be even more stubborn than me. I kill you. Bai Miran raised his head, waved to Li Yanwu, and then said to Yi Xian, Yanwu said he won't leave. I hope you can live well with him in this end times. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Li Yanwu had always followed Bai Miran's lead. What happened this time? Yi Xian looked at Li Yanwu, and Li Yanwu immediately lowered his head. Lord. I have thought about it carefully. Since the A701 base has become what Xuelong said, I can't stay there. I simply won't leave. He touched his head. He smiled. The mid-mountain base is no worse than A701. It's more comfortable here than there. In the future, I will help you train your troops and patrol for you. Yi Xian smiled slightly, took out a token from her pocket, and handed it to Li Yanwu. This is your token. Go back and ask Meng Jinghan to help you transfer the remaining points. Welcome to join. As she said that, Yi Xian stretched out a fair little hand. Li Yanwu seemed a little excited, and quickly grabbed Yi Xian's hand. He. Thank you. Sister. Oh. Thank you. Lord. Bai Muron looked at him deeply, turned his head to look at Xu Elong and Meng Jinghan again, then patted Li Yanwu's shoulder vigorously, turned around and strode away, looking at Bai Muron's receding back. Li Yanwu suddenly smiled. Sister. Let's make a bet. He will definitely come back. Do you believe it? Yi Xian smiled. Why do you think so? Li Yanwu smiled mysteriously. Don't believe it. Just wait. My eyes never make the wrong judgment. As he spoke, he approached Yi Xian mysteriously, just like Brother Meng. He treats you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian's face suddenly turned red. How good is Meng Jinghan's hearing? He also heard this half-sentence clearly. He looked at Yi Xian deeply, turned around and walked down the mountain. Don't talk nonsense. Li Yanwu closed his mouth tightly and swiped from left to right. From today on, I will sew a zipper on my mouth and will never reveal a word of your secret. I give you the key for safekeeping. Yi Xian smiled and got on the armored vehicle. Let's go. Those who should leave have left. Let's go to work. The armored vehicle drove into the villa, and Ye's mother had a worse headache. Yi Xian helped her mother into the house. Mom, have you always been like this? Ye's mother nodded. It has been less than half a month since that person examined me, and it has started like this. It's better when it's quiet, but it hurts a lot when it's chaotic. Yi Xian gathered the surging with power in her palm and enveloped her mother. After a while, her headache symptoms improved a lot. Yi Xian took out a cup of spiritual spring water and handed it to her mother. Try this. This thing is very useful for improving superpowers. I wonder if it can change mental strength. There are too many strange things after the end of the world. She no longer resisted the things her daughter handed over, and took it and drank it all. Ye's mother went back to rest. Yi Xian covered her base with her mental power, and carefully observed the situation inside the base. Gu family compound. Gu Xinan was deploying troops. In the past, he was concerned about his daughter's feelings, and was unwilling to use force with Yi Xian. He hoped to use hostages to force Yi Xian to submit. Now that Yi Xian's parents have been killed in the explosion, he has no trump card in his hand, and nothing to worry about. He just needs to catch Yi Xian, and take the safe away directly. So what if he is a space awakener? As long as she is killed, why worry about not being able to find the safe? Maybe you can take the opportunity to make a fortune. My daughter disagrees? Then keep it secret from her. At this time, Su Jing was still lying in bed, and had not woken up. The doctor said that she had serious internal injuries, and the possibility of internal organ bleeding could not be ruled out. It was suggested that Gu Xinan send her to a qualified hospital for examination. Where are their hospitals now? Except for those large bases with basic medical care. People now basically leave their lives to fate. If he, Gu Xinan, was in Fengcheng, he would definitely be able to find a place for his daughter to be treated. But in this city, his foundation is still too shallow. Now the eldest brother is willing to help, but he wants to exchange it with the latest weapon blueprints. Damn it! The latest weapon blueprints are in Yi Xian's hands. In order to save his daughter, he has to flatten the Banshan base. Li Fu, you take 50 people to explore the depth of the Banshan base first, and keep in touch at any time. You take 50 people with guns and ammunition, and be ready to replenish at any time. Lu Shi, you take 2 teams to defend the Gu family compound. All the rest of you follow me. This time we must flatten the Banshan base and capture Yi Xian alive. Base in the middle of the mountain. Yi Xian looked at her mother, who was still frowning and restless after falling asleep, and her heart felt like being scratched by a cat. Where can I find a way to improve my mental strength? Meng Jinghan ran over in a hurry. Yi Xian, Gu Xinan's people are here. There are 40 or 50 of them. Yi Xian stood up suddenly. Where are they now? Meng Jinghan was slightly out of breath, and it seemed that he ran too fast. Just now I went out to do something, and I met a group of people 7 or 8 miles away from Zhangjiazhuang. Judging from their clothes, they were Gu Xinan's people, and they all had weapons in their hands. He is here with bad intentions. It seems he is coming for the safe again. Dad. Ye Xian called out, Dad. Take a look at this safe. Bai Muron said, there is a switch inside that can open the interlayer of the safe. There is something that Gu Xinan wants in the interlayer. Ye Xian opened the safe. And Ye's father squatted beside him, and began to study it. Now that Ye's father and mother have been rescued, Ye Xian must see what is in the safe, and why Gu Xinan is so desperate. Meng Jinghan lay beside Ye's father, watching him reach out and touch it carefully. Ye's father touched it and said, I have seen this kind of safe, but I have never opened it. Where is the switch? 10 miles is a short distance for them. Go find Li Yanwu and Xuelong and ask them to lead people to prepare for battle. Check the ammunition depot. Tell me if you need anything. Meng Jinghan nodded. I go right away. Ye Xian. Lend me the little wolf. Without asking why, Ye Xian asked Xian to find Xiaolang, Meng Jinghan, and she had a lifelong friendship. If he couldn't trust her, this mid-mountain base could be disbanded. After sending Meng Jinghan away, Ye Xian exchanged 2 drones from the space and filled the base's ammunition depot. Since Gu Xinan was here, it must be a tough battle, and guns and ammunition were indispensable. Then, Ye Xian extended her mental power into the safe and searched with Ye's father bit by bit. If the secret of this safe could be discovered, maybe a better way to defeat the enemy could be found. Suddenly, Ye's father paused. Xin. I think I found it. Chapter 162. Hearing that Father Yi had found the switch, Ye Xian was delighted and did not hesitate for a moment. Open it. Father Yi exerted a little force on his hand, and a crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the safe, which was originally intact. The crack gradually grew larger, and when it grew to the size of a palm, it stopped and no longer changed. Ye Xian looked closer, but could not see anything. Father Yi held both sides of the safe with both hands, and pried it apart like a watermelon. After trying for a long time, the safe still didn't move. Father Yi looked at Ye Xian. This safe is actually divided into 2 parts. The hollow in the middle is just a cover-up. This is its real core. You need to use tools to pry it apart from the middle, and then unlock it. Once it is opened, it will not be able to be restored again. We don't have tools. I'm afraid it will be difficult to open it. Ye Xian rolled up his sleeves. Let me try. I've taken advanced body strengthening pills. Maybe I can open it. Ye's father stood aside, watching his daughter walk to the safe, grab both sides of the safe with both hands, and then push hard. No movement. Push harder. Still no movement. Ye Xian looked back at Ye's father. It's so strong. Ye's father nodded. The connecting part below should be a mechanism. It should be easy with tools. I'm afraid it's difficult for us to do it this way. Gu Xinan's people will be here soon. How can she have time to find any tools? Gritting her teeth, she pushed hard with both arms again. It moved. The safe was moving apart little by little. Although it was very slow, it finally moved. Father Yi clenched his fist to cheer his daughter up, and then walked to her side, using both hands with her. It took 5 minutes before the safe was completely opened. Both Ye Xian and Father Yi were exhausted, and sat on the ground panting. This thing is too difficult to handle. Look! What's inside it? Ye Xian got up and moved half of the safe. There was a lock on the side of this half of the safe, which seemed to require a very small key to open. Look at the other half. The same thing. Ye Xian has the master key given by the system, so this is not difficult for her. Easily open one half of the safe. The space inside is only the size of 2 palms. Ye Xian reached in and took out a small iron sheet from it. It should be a small iron sheet. Right? This is the weight of this iron sheet is too heavy. The small iron sheet, the size of half a palm, fell straight down in the hand. Heavier than a shot put. The iron sheet is rectangular, with some colorful dots densely packed on it. Touching with hands, these small dots are protruding from the surface. Ye Xian was confused. Dad, look! What is this? Looks like a circuit board? Where can there be such a circuit board? Ye's father took it and looked at it carefully. Ye Xian opened the safe on the other side and found the same thing inside. Is this the treasure that Gu Xinan wants to take away even if he doesn't want anything else? Ye Xian was a little confused. Ye's father's expression became more and more solemn. This is not an ordinary thing. If I'm not mistaken, This is something similar to a chip, and each dot on it represents a set of data. Father Yi took another piece of iron, put the two pieces together, and looked up at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also stunned. The two pieces of iron fit perfectly. For example, there is only half a dot on the edge of this piece of iron, and when it is put together with the other piece, the protruding dot becomes a complete one. Is this the complete one? Since it is divided into two halves, it is for confidentiality. If these two pieces of iron are placed in the same safe, what is the point of separating them? Father Yi was also confused, and handed the iron sheet to Yi Xian. I don't know either. Maybe there are other stories in it. Keep it well. It must be very important. Thinking up by Muron's words. What could be very important to drug dealers? It must be something that can be used to make powerful weapons. Gu Sinan wants to take it back? We have to see if he has the ability to do so. Enemy detected in the territory. Automatically attacked. Enemy detected in the territory. Enemy spotted in the territory. The drone started to alarm frantically. Gu Sinan's men arrived. Meng Jinghan led his men to ambush at the highest point of the village. And he also had a pistol in his hand. Things that he once thought he couldn't afford to offend, he has become proficient in using with the help of Bai Muron. There are two trained young men lying beside him. Meng Jinghan stared at the enemy in front of him without blinking. 1, 2, 3, No. Why are there only 30 people? When he first discovered them, there were more than 30 people. Although he didn't count the number of people carefully, he could tell at a glance that there were at least 40 people. Meng Jinghan lowered his body and whispered, "Don't alarm them yet. There are people behind them." Li Fu and the 30 bodyguards had just arrived at Zhangjiazhuang when two drones flew overhead, circling them. Before they could react, bullets came at them like a storm. And even though they were specially trained soldiers, they were still injured. After a row of bullets were fired, 3 bodyguards were injured and 1 was killed. When they raised their guns to shoot down the drone had already flown away. Damn it! Why is there still a drone? Be careful. Be careful above your head. Li Fu ordered, go at full speed. Target. Mid-mountain base. The bodyguard helped the injured teammate up and quickly ran towards the mid-mountain base. Speed is of the essence. They originally planned to sneak up to the mid-mountain base without anyone noticing. But they were discovered by the drone as soon as they entered the village. Since they have been discovered by the drone, Yi Xian will definitely get the news soon. Quick! Time is life at this moment. Snow Wolf and his men are lying in ambush at the bend on the mountain road. Once the enemy enters their shooting range, they will fire without mercy. Li Fu and his group walked away. There were faint gunshots in the distance. It seemed that Snow Wolf had already engaged them. Why hadn't the people behind arrived yet? The young man put down the telescope in his hand and was a little uneasy. Chief Ming, there won't be any mistakes. Right? There is no one behind. They have so many people. Can the Snow Wolf hold on? Meng Jinghan tightly grasped a piece of grass. Wait a little longer. These people don't have many weapons and ammunition. There must be someone to support them from behind. If the Snow Wolf can't hold on, there is still Lianwu. There is a trap in front of the big iron gate. Meng Jinghan comforted himself in his heart that they can definitely deal with these people. Li Fu was ambushed by the Snow Wolf, and his heart sank immediately. Not good. They know we are coming. Be prepared in advance. Retreat. 2 more bodyguards died, and there were 5 or 6 injured. Hearing Li Fu's roar, the front team immediately became the back team, and the back team became the front team, and they retreated quickly. Gu Sinan's task for him was to test Yi Xian's strength, and he didn't let him capture the base halfway up the mountain. He couldn't take risks. The enemy ran away as soon as they came into contact with him. Snow Wolf immediately understood, this is just the vanguard. Keep them. Can't let them go back to deliver the letter. The intercom shouted, Chief Ming, the enemy is retreating in your direction. Keep them. As he said this, he led a dozen men to pursue the victory. Bang! Snow Wolf's shooting skills were good. A bodyguard fell to the ground. His companions didn't bother to help him up, and didn't even look at him, and continued to retreat. Meng Jinghan stared at the road in front of him. The enemy had entered the shooting range. Bang! Another gunshot. This was the first time Meng Jinghan officially fired a gun. Chapter 163. A bodyguard fell to the ground as the gunshot rang out, and the 2 men beside him opened fire, as if they had received an order. Want to flatten our base? Go to hell. The gun spewed out angry flames. Meng Jinghan looked at the pistol in his hand and thought to himself, this thing is useful. It can kill people invisibly at such a long distance. And it doesn't take any physical effort. He seemed to be a natural warrior, with a natural love and pursuit for weapons. And even his shooting skills were many times better than Yi Xian's. After firing several more rounds of bullets, Meng Jinghan drew out the long sword from his waist and shouted, don't let any of them go. Kill them! Then he took the lead and jumped down from a high place, rushing towards Li Fu and his group. There were obstacles in front and pursuers behind, and this group of people was well trained. They were not panicked at all, but divided into groups of 10 and quickly hid behind trees and big rocks on the roadside. One group was responsible for intercepting the pursuers behind, and the other group fired cold shots at Meng Jinghan and the other two. Meng Jinghan was agile, and now that the enemy was in plain sight, it was even harder to hit him. Meng Jinghan stared at the big rock where Li Fu was hiding, and jumped over like a monkey. He encountered strong fire just as he reached the middle, so he didn't dare to show off, and hid behind a big locust tree. Li Fu stretched out his hand to shoot at the other two team members, but Meng Jinghan reached into his boots with his right hand, and shot a flying knife, hitting Li Fu's wrist. Li Fu felt pain, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. After hitting the target with one strike, Meng Jinghan quickly jumped out from behind the big locust tree and rushed towards Li Fu again. At this time, the Snow Wolf had already surrounded them with his men, and Li Fu's men suddenly lost their advantage. The three bodyguards jumped out of their hiding place and ran out of the village like lightning. If anyone can escape, it's a good thing. We can't leave everyone here. Meng Jinghan had already rushed to the big rock where Li Fu was hiding, knocked down a bodyguard with a sword, and used the hilt of the sword to hit Li Fu's neck hard. Li Fu fell to the ground without a word. The three bodyguards who were fleeing had just run out of Zhangjiazhuang, and they felt much more at home when they saw the zombies on the road. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Damn it! We finally escaped. Go back and report the news. There is a chance at the Banshan base. Before they finished speaking, they felt a flash in front of their eyes, and before they could react, another teammate had already fallen. Blood was still gushing out of his neck, and the man covered the wound with one hand, his eyes wide open, and a chuckle came out of his mouth, but couldn't say a word. The remaining two people looked at each other and said in unison, "What was that just now?" They answered at the same time, "I don't know. I didn't see it clearly." As they were talking, they saw the black shadow rushing towards them again. Ah! A teammate covered his eyes and squatted down. My eyes. What caught my eyes? The only remaining bodyguard became more nervous. He didn't see what it was, and two of the three people had fallen. How could he not be nervous? The man raised his gun with both hands and trembled in the direction where the shadow disappeared. Who? Who is it? He didn't have to wait too long. The little wolf came out from the stone next to him, shook off the weeds on his body, and looked at the man like a victorious general looking at a defeated general. A dog? It's actually a dog? Go to hell. The gun in the bodyguard's hand spewed out angry flames. But the dog disappeared. It just disappeared in front of him, and he didn't even see where it went. When he reacted, the little wolf was already in front of him, with its claws stretched out, fiercely grabbing his neck. Suddenly, this bodyguard, like the first bodyguard who fell, had blood gushing out of his neck, and a gurgling sound came out of his throat. But he couldn't utter a word. The bodyguard whose eyes were scratched was still roaring beside him. The little wolf squatted on the ground and looked at him for a while, then suddenly jumped up. This person was quiet in an instant. At this time, the duel at the entrance of Zhangjiazhuang village was almost over, and the dozen men brought by the Snow Wolf wiped out the whole group of people. The dead were thrown into the forest to feed the wolves, and the wounded and surrendered were all taken to the base halfway up the mountain and handed over to Yi Xian for treatment. When the drone came back again after replenishing its ammunition, the battle here was over. 6 enemies were killed, 3 of whom were contributed by Xiaolang. 12 enemies were injured. Almost all of them were gunshot wounds. The remaining 12 surrendered, including Li Fu. Yi Xian stared at Li Fu. "Tell me about your plan." Li Fu's eyes flashed, and he wanted to not answer. But seeing Meng Jinghan like a black-faced killer, he had to speak. "We have 2 teams in total. We are the first, and there is another team behind." This sentence was half true and half false. Yi Xian naturally didn't believe that their plan would be so simple. She glanced at Meng Jinghan, And Ming Jinghan understood, and swung his long sword. Ah! Li Fu covered his ears and screamed. One ear fell to the ground, and was covered with mud. Ming Jinghan played with his long sword and smiled coldly. If you say something untrue, you will be cut. How many cuts do you think you can endure? Suddenly, the long sword stretched out, and pointed directly at Li Fu's throat. Even though Li Fu had undergone rigorous training, it was the first time he saw such a scene. He shuddered and came to a conclusion. This person is not a human. Yi Xian smiled and said, Go ahead, Comrade Li Fu. Gu Xinan's confidant. Don't say you don't know his plan. In fact, this battle plan was arranged by you. Right? Li Fu stared at the woman in front of him. She was so beautiful. But he couldn't help trembling. It was this woman who not only caused the eldest master to die here, but also caused Gu Yi to fall into a big trap in City A. Moreover, she was also a good friend of the eldest lady. And the eldest lady was desperately protecting her. It was really outrageous. No matter how angry he was, Yi Xian always smiled, as if he was confident about what moves they would use. By the way, has everything been arranged at the entrance to the village? Ming Jinghan nodded. Everything has been arranged. And the drone has also rushed over. Another drone has also been sent away. When Yi Xian heard this, a flash of inspiration came to her mind. Remember when you first came to report the news? You said that you saw 40 to 50 people? Ming Jinghan nodded. Yes. Although I didn't count them carefully, it won't be too different. Tell me, where did the rest of the people go? Ming Jinghan's long sword was once again placed on Li Fu's neck. Li Fu pursed his lips tightly and refused to say a word. Seeing that he refused to speak, Xu Yuan said, Go and interrogate the others. They are in the same group. The others should also know the clues. Yi Xian suddenly jumped up. No! There are more than 40 or 50 of them. There are several 40 or 50 people. Huh? Ming Jinghan and Xu Yuan all looked at Yi Xian. I know. The rest of them are not the second team, but went to Li Tao's side. Yi Xian pointed to the jungle, and everyone immediately understood. Through this jungle is the original Zishuang Hall, which is the part that Li Tao is in charge of. If Li Tao is conquered, they can directly pass through the jungle and enter the core part of her mid-mountain base. Yi Xian turned back suddenly. Xian. Quick! Uncle Li Tao is in trouble. Damn! She just thought of this. Yi Xian immediately and quietly covered the spiritual power. Li Fu's eyes flashed when he looked at Yi Xian, and a trace of unknown emotion was brewing in it. Chapter 164. There is no situation over there for the time being. The streets and the base are peaceful. Maybe their people haven't arrived yet. But Li Tao must prepare for this matter in advance. A few dozen kilometers away, Yi Xian threw Li Tao back into space. After entering the space, Li Tao was stunned. Madam, what's going on? Yi Xian communicated with him with consciousness and told Li Tao what happened here. Li Tao immediately understood. I will arrange it now. Madam, don't worry. They can't take advantage. Yi Xian nodded. Xian has brought Dahu, Eru and Sanhu over there. I hope they can give you some help. Choose a few of the people in the space to help you. Li Tao selected 10 people from the base, and Yi Xian released them to guard the base. Li Fu stared at Yi Xian's face and suddenly said, Lord Yi, do you know that your good friend Su Jing is going to die? Yi Xian was stunned again and turned to look at Bai Bing. Li Fu also turned to look at Bai Bing. It was this person who caused it. He persuaded the eldest daughter to sneak into Qi County, wanting to help you rescue your parents from Luishuan. He didn't finish the rest of the words, but stared at Yi Xian closely. I'm afraid Lord Yi knows the rest of the things? Your parents are rescued, but your good friend is going to die. Don't you have any compassion? Li Yinwu kicked Li Fu over with a flying kick. Shut up. Looking back at Yi Xian, sister, don't be fooled by him. His eldest daughter deserves it. If it weren't for him, uncle and aunt would still be here. Well, how could they come back with a lot of illnesses? Tell me, what is your purpose this time? Bai Bing looked at Li Fu and asked coldly. Don't tell me your purpose is just to scare us. Li Fu looked at Bai Bing and suddenly laughed. Master Gu is right. You really shouldn't have kept you. I really regret not being able to kill you in Qi County. Then he turned his eyes to Yi Xian. Our purpose is very simple. Hand over the safe, and we will withdraw our troops immediately. Lord Yi, this condition is not difficult. Right? Anyway, that thing is useless to you. Yi Xian was amused by his remarks, and turn around to sit on the stone bench. Then I also have a condition. You tell me what is inside and how to use it, and I will return it to you. How about it? Li Fu, just kidding. This woman is full of tricks. I'm afraid she will be found out if she lies. Tell the truth? It's even more impossible. Telling the truth will only cause a huge wave in this end times. And you won't know how you died then. Yi Xian clapped her hands. Okay. Let's go! Meng Jinghan stays. After Li Yanwu and Xuan left, Yi Xian said to Meng Jinghan, I'm worried about Xian Xian. Meng Jinghan nodded. I understand what you mean. I go over there. The defense over there is not as good as this side. It really needs more attention. But these people... Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. Leave them to me. Meng Jinghan turned around and went into the jungle without saying a word. Yi Xian sighed as he looked at his back. Now, he and Xian Xian were probably the only ones who could shuttle through this jungle full of wild beasts. Even for Bai Muran and Li Yanwu. Two awakened superpowers. It is not easy to pass through the jungle. Yi Xian threw all the surrendered people into the space. Go to work. Give them half a month. Those who sincerely surrender will stay. And those who are stubborn will be killed. Anyway, she is the sky in this space. And no one has room for resistance. Yi Xian returned to the villa. And Ye's mother had woken up and was still having a headache. Yi Xian also felt a headache. How can she find a way to increase her mental strength? The radio made a beep. Beep sound. Yi Xian woke up from his daze. No one knew his radio channel. Could it be that something went wrong with Li Tao? Yi Xian rushed to the radio. It was Bai Muran. Thanks to Yi Xian's essence, he arrived at the A701 base safely without any danger and found the organization. He promised to help Yi Xian find a way to increase his mental strength. Wu led another group of people to wait 3 miles away from Zhangjiazhuang for Li Fu's signal. As the sun gradually set, there was still no movement from Li Fu's side. The bodyguard beside him held a piece of hay in his mouth and asked, Brother Wu, Li Fu didn't go up the mountain by himself. Did he? Why don't we go over and take a look? Wu is a big and strong man. But he was very thoughtful. He looked back at the 30 brothers around him. And then at the blood-red sun in the west sky. Now our people have arrived at Zhujiazhuang. Let's wait and see. Gu Yi is behind us. Let's not rush in. Don't be afraid. We are full of weapons. Even if Li Fu fails to break in, we can still fight our way up the mountain. She is just a woman. Do you think we should wait so long? Chu. I am going to catch a cold. Li Fu is just relying on Master Gu's trust to grab the first credit. Brother Wu. If we don't go now, we may not even get soup. The brothers began to feel dissatisfied. Gu Sinan's voice came from the intercom. No news yet. Master Gu. No. Just now. There was news from Zhujiazhuang that they entered the village and were intercepted by a small force. So it shouldn't be a big problem. Gu Sinan frowned. He could hear Li Fu's voice on the intercom. It seemed that they were in a heated exchange. In theory, he should have captured him. The strange thing is, he can't get through Li Fu's signal now. Did he go up the mountain? The signal is not good on the mountain? Their intercoms are all specially processed and can be used as mobile phones. Not only in the mountains, but also in the deep mountains and forests. They can receive signals. Li Fu has always been bold and careful, and is Gu Sinan's right-hand man. What happened this time? Thinking of Ah Ming and the bodyguard who disappeared inexplicably during the last mission, Gu Sinan had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this time, Zhujiazhuang had already started a fierce battle. Li Tao set up 4 lines of defense in the village. The first line was led by him and 2 space citizens who blocked the entrance of the village, occupying the advantageous terrain in the hope of stopping the enemy. The second line was composed of 3 space citizens with special powers, who were holding guns and hiding on the only way to the middle of the mountain. The third line was also formed by 3 space citizens, who took the 2 wolfhounds left by Yi Xian to guard the hillside. The fourth line of defense was formed spontaneously by Li Yuankai and 2 base citizens and villagers. They were not guarding the villa on the hillside, but the road leading to Zhujiazhuang. That was their last line of defense to protect their loved ones. If this line of defense was breached, Zhujiazhuang would become the enemy's slaughterhouse. And their families, brothers and sisters behind them would lose their loved ones and homes. Therefore, they were ready to defend the village with their lives. As long as they were there, the village would be there. The war was about to start. Bang! Da-da-da. The crisp sound of gunfire rang out at the entrance of the village. And Li Yuangai shuddered. Here they come. Be prepared for battle. The villagers carrying guns, holding hoes, and carrying shovels stood up immediately and stared closely at the direction where the gunfire came from. Chapter 165. The bodyguard leading the team is Su Ying, who is also Gu Xinan's capable subordinate. He first sent 10 people to try to enter the village, and they were immediately attacked by Li Tao's firepower. The 10 well-trained soldiers quickly retreated and hid in their pre-explored hiding places. Li Tao only injured 1 bodyguard in 2 rounds of shooting, and the rest of the bodyguards escaped unscathed. Li Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. These people are not simple. Li Xingxue. Blow up their hiding places. Li Xingxue was the man Yi Xian had brought from Gu Qingyu's arsenal, and now he was also a loyal subject of the 5 Red Hearts. He received the order, quickly gathered lightning skills in his palm, and threw them towards their hiding place. Boom! With a loud noise, the big rock in front of the bodyguard shattered into pieces, and the 2 bodyguards rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Li Tao aimed at their figures and shot again, and another bodyguard was injured in the thigh. The drone flew across the sky with a buzzing sound, dropped a row of bullets, and then turned and flew back to the base to replenish ammunition. Looking at his teammates injured by the drone, Su Ying fixed his eyes. He identified Li Tao's hiding place. You, and you? Surround them. The rest of you follow me. If you hear the sound of a drone again, shoot it down. Li Tao and his team only had 3 people. Even with the help of a drone, it was difficult to stop the attack of 40 people. The gap was too big. 3 people against 40 people. The disadvantage soon became apparent. Li Xingxue shouted at Li Tao, Captain, we can't hold on. Let's put a group in. The second line of defense was formed by Fang Wei and 2 space-based personnel. The conflict between them had existed since the arsenal. Li Tao couldn't help but look at him more after hearing this. Li Xingxue threw out another thunder ability. Captain, it's not that I have selfish intentions. Just look at these people. The firepower is too strong. Before he finished speaking, all 3 people were pushed back by bullets. At this time, another soldier suddenly shouted, Watch out behind you. Li Tao and Li Xingxue turned around at the same time. Li Tao's gun hit one. Li Xingxue's supernatural power injured another, and the other quickly hid behind a broken wall not far away and refused to show up again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the enemy in front quickly rushed through the first line of defense and rushed towards Zujiazhuang. Li Tao ordered, Li Xingxue, the back is up to you. You can't let them all go. As he said that, Li Tao raised the water's supernatural power in his palm, and the water gushed towards the enemy like a high-pressure water gun. At the same time, the man beside Li Tao disappeared, and a high mound of earth rose up on the ground, quickly moving towards the enemy in front of him. Earth-related supernatural power. The 2 joined forces to barely stop 10 people from passing through this line of defense. The commander of the second line of defense was Fang Wei, a tall and mighty man with a delicate mind. Seeing that there were less than 30 people rushing over, he immediately understood the pressure Li Tao was facing, and shouted to his teammates, Don't be afraid of wasting bullets. Shoot hard. The muzzle spewed out angry flames. But the enemy who had experienced the first level was more cunning. After they broke into the second line of defense, they did not move forward at all, but first found a hiding place, and sent people to go around behind them to complete the front and back attack. Fang Wei gathered the flames in his palm and threw them towards their hiding place. However, there was no flammable material in the ice and snow, and the use of fire-related abilities was greatly affected. Xiao Li, pay attention to your back. Lao Lu and I will deal with the group of people in front. Don't let them kill you. Xiao Li nodded and said, Don't worry. I will never let them get close to me. Before he finished speaking, Fang Wei pushed him away and fell to the ground quickly. Grenade. This group of people actually carried grenades with them. The grenades were emitting white smoke in their hiding place. The 3 people had to roll forward quickly, trying to find a new hiding place. Before leaving, Fang Wei also threw a grenade, not knowing whether it was thrown into the enemy's position, and quickly rolled forward. However, he was still a step too late, and his thigh was injured by the grenade. Bleeding profusely, he endured the pain and rushed forward to try to stop the enemy from passing again. At this time, 5 or 6 enemies came from the direction of the village entrance. Fang Wei's heart sank suddenly. Li Tao failed. Li Xingxue's high-pitched male voice came from the intercom. Fang Wei, Fong Wei. Pay attention to protection. Don't be stubborn. Captain Li is injured. We can't suppress him. Damn it. This group of people has not stopped since they rushed up. How much ammunition did they bring? The enemy rushed past him, leaving only a small group of enemies to hold them back. It's over. The third and fourth lines of defense are not that solid. Are we really going to fail here today? Fong Wei gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Li, you go to the third line of defense for support. Lao Zong, you go to the fourth line of defense. We must defend Zujiazhuang. Fong Wei hid behind a big rock with his injured leg and kept shooting at the enemy in front. Zhang Liang dragged Li Tao over from the village entrance. Li Xingxue stayed beside them, firing behind them while running, and occasionally condensed a thunder power and threw it over. Li Xingxue's ability was obviously almost exhausted, and the explosive power was no longer as powerful as before. Li Tao fell down beside Fong Wei. Old Fong, we can't hold here. Go! You all go to the two lines of defense at the back. I will notify the mistress and ask for support. Fong Wei threw a fireball forward and shouted, Go! You all go to the front to support. We too will suppress here. You go! Li Xingxue took a deep look at Fong Wei and said leisurely, Don't show off. Your fire ability is not very useful here. Fong Wei choked, Go! Your thunder system is not much better. I think you are running out of energy. Right? Li Tao pushed Li Xingxue. Go! We are injured and can't leave. You still have the fighting power. Li Xingxue stopped talking, but left all the ammunition on his body, and said before leaving, Remember to save a bullet for yourself. After the enemy rushed through the second line of defense, they split into two groups, rushing towards Zujiazhuang and the mountain respectively. The excellent equipment and well-trained soldiers immediately put the third and fourth lines of defense under pressure at the same time. The one guarding the third line of defense was Zhao Yan, who entered the space at the same time as Fong Wei and Li Xingxue. His awakened ability was also an earth ability. Before the enemy rushed up, he had used his ability to build an earth wall on the mountain road. He led two of his subjects to attack the enemy behind the earth wall. Earth wall? Suing saw the earth wall rising from the ground and suddenly sneered, Another earth ability. There are quite a few capable people here. A pair. Get the grenades ready. The grenade exploded inside the earth wall, and Zhao Yan rolled twice on the ground, but was not injured. The wolfhound jumped out of the earth wall, showing its sharp teeth to the enemy in front. Bite! Bite desperately. The enemy in front of him howled. The sound of gunfire, howling, and barking of dogs mixed together, and even the setting sun trembled. Zhao Yan was relieved. But there were too many enemies, far beyond the resistance of the three of them. Captain Li, we can't hold this place. Request support. Where can anyone provide support now? The fourth line of defense protects their relatives, and these people have already started hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. In the new base, the people are well trained, and they will only be slaughtered even in hand-to-hand combat. Li Tao communicated with Yi Xian with his mental power. Madam, we can't hold on here. They have too many people. As many as 40 or 50 people. And they are well equipped. Request support. Request support. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tao and Fong Wei were stunned. Wolves? There are so many wolves. Chapter 166. Li Tao's voice trembled. Mistress? Mistress? There are so many wolves. Yi Xian had just used her wood power to heal her mother wounds, and suddenly heard Li Tao's request for help in her mind. Before she could react, she heard Li Tao say, So many wolves. She immediately understood. Xian had arrived. Xian had arrived. And Ming Jinghan should not be far away. Yi Xian finally felt relieved. These wolves seemed to be under someone's command. They did not attack the injured Li Tao and Fong Wei, but launched a fierce attack on the enemies holding firearms. Wolves are different from dogs. Dogs always like to bark loudly when they attack. But wolves are different. Their attacks are silent. 3 wolves surrounded a person without making any sound. Instead, they circled around them slowly, looking for a place to bite. Once this person showed a flaw, the wolves would pounce on him without mercy. Li Tao watched a group of wolves surround the enemy in front of him. Gunshots continued to ring out, but the wolves seemed to be able to predict it in advance and jumped away before the bullets flew over. When the enemy put down their guns, they surrounded them again. The enemy finally lost patience and fired at the wolves with the submachine gun. Just when Li Tao was worried about them, a shocking scene happened again. The moment the submachine gun was raised, the wolves fell flat on their backs, and they quickly rolled to the side of the road. After a row of bullets missed, a wolf quickly rushed towards the enemy with a submachine gun. The enemy raised his gun to meet the enemy again. But unexpectedly, at this moment, another wolf suddenly jumped up and stepped on the back of his companion. Gunshots rang out, and the wolf that launched the attack first was stepped down by its companion, barely avoiding the enemy's bullets. The other wolf leaped up with the help of its companion and bit the enemy's neck. Such cooperation is not only two wolves, but even specially trained special forces may not be able to cooperate so tacitly. Li Tao and Fang Wei looked at each other, both with fear in their eyes. A small figure appeared in front of them, and Li Tao was stunned. Xian. Xian pouted. If I hadn't run slowly, I would have come here long ago. Fang Wei tore his clothes and bandaged the wound on his thigh tightly. You are an awakened beast-type superpower? Xian nodded. Yes. Mom said I can kill the enemy without going to the battlefield myself. Li Tao was more concerned about the two lines of defense behind. Quick! Let the wolves go to the village and the mountain. They need support. Xian helped Li Tao up calmly. Uncle Li, don't worry. I came down from the mountain, and it's probably over there. Uncle Meng? Why are you here? Meng Jinghan looked at the scene in front of him and smiled. Your mother was worried about you coming here by yourself, so she asked me to find you. It seems that you have done a good job. A figure ran over not far away, stumbling like he was drunk. Meng Jinghan's eyes were sharp. It's the enemy. There are still fish that have escaped the net. Xian put 2 fingers into his mouth and blew hard. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from the direction of Zujiazhuang. Dahu! Go! Hold him! The man saw a big dog rushing towards him, and reached for his waist. But the pistol had been lost somewhere. Walkie-talkie? Yes! He still had a walkie-talkie. It was already dark. Gu Ye's plan was to launch a general attack on the base in the middle of the mountain after dark. After searching for a long time, he found that the walkie-talkie had been lost somewhere. When the tiger rushed over, the man suddenly turned around and hid behind a big tree on the roadside, bent down to pick up a big stone from under the tree, and quickly climbed up the tree. Hey! Meng Jinghan was happy. He probably didn't know that the wolves here can climb trees. Right? Wolves are canines, and like dogs, they can't climb trees. But the wolves here are specially trained. He saw with his own eyes how Xian trained them to climb trees. A big rock was thrown at Dahu, and Dahu hid aside flexibly. Xian clapped his hands happily. Dahu, come back. It's time to witness the effect of our training. A sharp whistle came, and Li Tao and Fang Wei suddenly widened their eyes. The scene in front of them opened their eyes. I saw a wolf standing upright under the tree, its front paws clinging tightly to the trunk. Another wolf ran over quickly from a distance, stepped hard on the first wolf's back with its front paws, and then exerted force with its hind legs. At the same time, the first wolf arched its back and exerted force. And when its companion stepped on itself, it threw its companion up with force. The first wolf took advantage of its companion's strength and suddenly jumped, grabbed the branch with its front paws, and swung its body over. It arrived right in front of the enemy. The blood-red wolf opened its mouth, and the man punched forward with force, while his body involuntarily retreated. Bang! With a thud, the man fell heavily to the ground. The wolf guarding the tree pounced on him, pressed his chest with its front paws, and opened its bloody mouth towards his neck. Have mercy! This sentence was shouted by Li Tao. He had already recognized him. This person was none other than the captain of this team. He knows the action plan behind. Catch him! The wolves retreated, and Meng Jinghan put a long sword against the man's chest. Get up! You are not that fragile. My lady, this has been resolved, and everything is normal now. We have captured their captain, and Chief Meng is interrogating him. Yi Xian replied, received. Please continue to prepare for battle. Our personnel have found the enemy's whereabouts 3 kilometers away from Zhangjiazhuang, and there are quite a few of them. Li Tao gritted his teeth and let his comrades help him dig out the bullet embedded in his thigh. There were many casualties this time. How can we resist if there is another attack? Pass the order. Rest in batches. The whole village will be deployed tonight, and if any unusual movement is found, immediately light a fire to warn. Yi Xian was also busy at the Banshan base. Gu Xinan's massive attack today sounded the alarm for her. Drug dealers are a group of crazy people. No one can predict what will happen tonight. Now Xian and Ming Jinghan have gone to Li Tao's side for support. The defense here is a bit empty. Yi Xian must stay alert tonight. All the people retreat to the air raid shelter. And all the combatants return to the villa area. The villa area defense is fully open. Xuelong, you are responsible for arranging the evacuation of the people. Li Yanwu, you are responsible for withdrawing the fighters, who are still staying outside. Dad, after all the fighters are withdrawn, you go to open the base defense system. Mom, are you okay? The guinea pigs tonight depend on you. Ye's mother nodded. Don't worry. I can do it. Orders were issued one after another. And everyone started to get busy. Yi Xian once again used points to exchange for base defense packages. One medium, high and low in. And the points were exhausted again. Yi Xian didn't feel sorry at all. Why wait any longer now? An invisible protective shield enveloped the base. Boom! An earth-shaking sound came from outside the mountain gate. Yi Xian knew. The time for the decisive battle has come. Chapter 167. Xuelong and Li Yanwu ran over quickly, watching in amazement as the sky exploded with countless sparks like fireworks. Xuelong was a little stunned. Li Yanwu didn't bother to explain, and quickly pulled him towards the villa. Yi Xian also opened the door. Their firepower is too strong. Let's avoid it for now, and wait for them to consume their energy. City A is not close to this place. Even if they bring enough gunpowder and weapons, they can't hold on for too long. What's more, they have already eliminated 2 small teams. The weapons and gunpowder in the space were moved out as if they were free, filling up the empty space in front of the board house. Yi Xian pointed at the weapons and ordered, distribute them. Follow the first plan. And prepare for battle. On a commanding height, about 100 meters away from the big iron gate, Xuelong led a group of people to ambush there, holding a piece of hay in his mouth out of boredom. Brother Wolf, do you think they can get in? Xuelong glanced at the man next to him and curled his lips. If it was Gu Qingyu, he definitely couldn't get in. But it's hard to say if this person is Gu Xinan. The rocket launcher fired again, and the protective shield in the air was like a balloon that was blown up, blocking the danger outside. Gu Xinan stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the villa that he couldn't blow up at all, and put down the telescope. She actually has this. He recognized this thing. It was a protective shield developed by the military in the 13th year of the last apocalypse. At that time, the zombies had evolved into intelligence. Not only could they use gunpowder, but they also fucking learned the art of war by Sun Tzu. There was no other way. Several famous large bases across the country joined together to develop such a protective shield, which only protected the headquarters of the major bases. But this thing also has weaknesses. That is, it is very expensive and can only be used once. Once this protective shield is breached, it is harder than climbing to the sky to set up another protective shield. Gu Xinan sneaked into a large base at that time. But unfortunately, he failed to sneak into the protection area of the protective shield and was bitten to death in the battle with zombies. In this life, he is no longer prepared to enter the base, but wants to take his men with him and create his own base based on his unique conditions. Now the base has taken shape, but he didn't expect that the latest weapon blueprints were taken away by Yi Xian. He still overestimated his son. He shouldn't have given him such an important thing at that time. Even if it wasn't for his daughter, he had to get the blueprint back. Gu Xinan's eyes shone with a different light, and he pointed his finger. Blast it. Even if we use up all the explosives we brought, it's worth it. He calculated in his mind that it was said that one time could make the protective shield lose 10% of its protective ability. Not more. 10 times would be enough. And the gunpowder he brought was enough to use 20 times. Are you afraid that you can't flatten this hill? Boom. Boom. Yi Xian looked up at the fireworks in front of her and silently calculated Gu Xinan's strength in her heart. He came from afar, so even if he brought too much explosives, this is the 9th time. Boom. The 10th time. His ammunition should be almost gone. Boom. Another one. The function of the protective shield began to decline, dropping 5% at a time. And now it is showing protective capacity 95%, 90%, 85%. Yi Xian was a little anxious. Why do they still have explosives? They must have someone constantly traveling back and forth between City A and Zhangjiazhuang. This layer of protective shield was upgraded when Zhujiazhuang was taken over, and now 3 more protective packages are used. It is already good enough to withstand the attack of the first 10 shells. Now the protection will decrease by 5% every time it is attacked. If they really have someone constantly traveling back and forth between City A and the base, it will be troublesome. Yi Xian rolled her eyes, called out 2 subjects from the space, and shouted loudly, Li Yinwu. Li Yinwu quickly popped his head out from his hiding place. Sister, what do you want? Pick a few reliable people, and have them lead us down the mountain through the secret passage to cut off Gu Xinan's gunpowder supply. Watching the 5 people go in through the secret passage, Yi Xian dispersed his mental power again. Gu Xinan was standing at the foot of the mountain, directing his men to attack. A bodyguard turned around and said to him, Master Gu, we don't have much ammunition? Do you want to continue? Gu Xinan stared at the sky in the south, thinking. He had already attacked 16 times. Why was the protective shield still so strong? Something that appeared more than a decade after the end of the world is now alive here. Could it be? Gu Xinan suddenly felt the pressure and waved his hand. Boom! Organize the brothers to charge forward after the explosives are used up. When will the next batch of ammunition arrive? The bodyguard looked at the time. Master Gu, it's dark, and the road is difficult to walk. It will probably be the second half of the night. Gu Xinan yelled, Call Li Min to me. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the dark mountain gate was like the devil's open mouth, ready to swallow this group of people at any time. A short and fat man ran over. Master Gu. Gu Xinan turned around. Prepare to summon your troops. We are going to attack. The man nodded and stepped aside, muttering something. 20 attacks have been completed, and Yi Xian's protective shield is still guarding in the air, like an invisible big hand completely protecting this mountain. Looking at the bodyguards dispatched from the mountain, each of them is as agile as a cunning rabbit and as fierce as a tiger. She knows. The time for close combat has come. Life and death depends on this battle. The trap on the mountain road had been opened. After more than a dozen bodyguards fell into it, they were put on a single plank bridge by Gu Xinan's men. The bodyguards climbed the single plank bridge and rushed to the big iron gate, which was knocked loudly. Countless black shadows rushed towards the base halfway up the mountain. Someone shouted, Rats! How could there be so many rats? Yi Xian suddenly found that countless rats were rushing towards her. Bad news. There are also beast-type mutants among them. Damn it! Isn't it said that animal-related abilities are rare? How come a 701 base has it? And Gu Xinan also has it? It seems that he is well protected. Yi Xian has so many people from Gu Xinan and Gu Qingyu. But she didn't hear a single word before. Big cat. Little cat. Yi Xian yelled. 2 black shadows quickly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and the 2 big cats made a grunt sound to the mice in front of them. It sounded like a threat, but also like a communication. The swarm of rats suddenly stopped. They stood there motionless as if they had lost their target. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian released her mental power again, and a man suddenly appeared in her mind. There was a short and fat man behind Gu Xinan. He did not attack the iron gate like other bodyguards, nor did he always guard Gu Xinan like Gu Xinan's personal bodyguards. He just stood behind Gu Xinan, slightly closed his eyes, and seemed to be muttering something. Yi Xian understood that this man was the beast-type awakened one. His movements and expressions are exactly the same as Xian at the beginning. Yi Xian released another man from the space, handed the binoculars in his hand to him, and said, Did you see it? The man behind Gu Xinan. The man nodded. Don't worry, mistress. He can't run away. Yi Xian nodded. Be careful. The people around Gu Xinan are not vegetarians. Don't be stubborn. The man disappeared in front of Yi Xian without saying a word, and a big mound of earth bulged not far in front of Yi Xian. With type awakened. Only by killing this beast type awakened can we win the battle tonight. Chapter 168. At the same time, Li Tao was not having an easy time either. The drone had been placed about 2 kilometers outside the base, and its main function was to survey the enemy situation. Just as it got dark, the drone sounded an alarm. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted? 45 people, carrying guns and ammunition. No heavy weapons found yet. Li Tao suddenly had a headache. They had suffered a lot in the last fierce battle. If there was another wave. Xian frowned. Let me try the first line of defense. Uncle Li, arrange the other lines of defense. Having seen Xian wolf pack, Li Tao dared not underestimate this young master, and he immediately arranged relevant defense matters. Ming Jingen's main task was to protect Xian. Although beast-type superpowers could use animals to fight a decisive battle several miles away, they themselves were not strong and needed to be carefully protected. Xian took out a plastic bottle, drank the water in it, stood in the yard and began to summon. At the same time, Yi Xian suddenly found that the little mouse in front of them moved. Due to the control and deterrence of the two big cats, the little mice that were originally standing motionless quickly gathered together, as if they heard a call, and then went into the jungle and disappeared. Success? This was Yi Xian's first thought. The speed was really good. She released her mental power again. But she was surprised to find that the subject had not yet reached Gu Xinan. And the beast-type awakened person standing behind Gu Xinan squatted on the ground with his head covered, looking painful. What happened? Why did they suddenly become uncontrollable? It turned out that no matter how he drove them, the little mice seemed to be afraid and hesitant. Now, they all ran away. Gu Xinan turned around and asked anxiously, "What happened? Why did it fail?" The man stood up shakily. "Master Gu, I have a headache." Gu Xinan gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it! Quick! Let the others withdraw." He was attacked. "I have been practicing for so long, and nothing has ever happened. Why did it backfire today? Do you feel anything?" The man shook his head reluctantly. "I just feel that the mice today are particularly difficult to control. As if something scares them." Click! A slight sound made the bodyguards around Gu Xinan alert immediately. "There's someone. Be careful." Before he finished speaking, the man who was talking to Gu Xinan suddenly opened his eyes wide and slowly fell to the ground. There was a scar as big as a bowl on the back of his head, and his brain was splattered, covering Gu Xinan's head and face. The bodyguards reacted quickly, and quickly surrounded Gu Xinan in the center. One of the men pointed and said, "There's someone over there." Then a burst of bullets was fired, and a stone on the roadside was smashed to pieces. When the dust settled, Gu Xinan ran over with the bodyguards. But there was no one there. Damn it! He ran away again. "Master Gu, shall we attack him?" Gu Xinan looked at the beast-type superpower user lying on the ground. The beast-type superpower over there was much stronger than his. So the rats would collectively defect, and he would be attacked by his own superpower. In his previous life, he had also seen people who were attacked by their own superpowers. And without exception, they all had headaches. He couldn't figure it out. How could a child have such a powerful beast-type superpower? Gu Xinan shook his head. "It's hard to attack here because of the protective shield. Even if we storm in, they are well prepared and the cost will be too high. We will storm again after the ammunition is supplied. Call all the brothers back and leave the village to rest." Gu Xinan sighed. "We are still too impulsive. It would be great if our zombie army could be trained well. But my daughter can't wait." The bodyguard beside Gu Xinan raised his head and looked outside the village. With a strange light in his eyes, "Master Gu, we can actually give it a try." Gu Xinan looked at him fiercely. "Do you want to die?" The bodyguard immediately lowered his head. "I dare not." Watching the troops gradually withdraw from the hillside, Gu Xinan was thoughtful. Waving his hand, "Ahow! Jamung, follow me. Let's go and meet this Ms. Yi Xian in person." "Master Gu." Gu Xinan waved his hand. "Send a team of elites to follow." "No problem." Gu Xinan walked towards the hillside step by step, looking at the three-story villa from a distance and thinking, a place that could be flattened by a shell. She actually has a protective shield. Could it be that this woman was also reborn like himself? Or was she a professional who controlled the core technology of the protective shield? According to her daughter, she was not a technician, but just an ordinary housewife. A housewife could make a protective shield. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. What if she was someone else's resurrection? That's not right. If she was resurrected, why did she risk her life to save Yi Xian's parents? I heard that Yi Xian's mother mental power was damaged, and she had headaches all day long. Is your mental strength damaged? Ha. Master Gu, be careful. There is a trap ahead. It has recovered now. But there are still many of our brothers below. Looking at the flat ground in front of him, Gu Xinan pointed at several bodyguards. Go around the side and explore the way. Half an hour later, Gu Xinan and his 13 people successfully arrived in front of the big iron gate. Gu Xinan asked everyone to step back, put on an attitude of willingness to negotiate, gently knocked on the big iron gate 3 times, and said loudly, "Lord Yi, I am Gu Xinan. We can have a good talk and no longer fight." "Lord Yi, Think about it carefully. That safe is useless to you. But it can save Su Jing's life. Lord Yi. You are good friends. A muffled voice came from inside the door. Boss Gu. Please go back. Our lord is gone to bed. We can talk about it tomorrow. Gu Xinan's face was livid. Damn it. We are freezing and starving outside. And our daughter is still at home and her life is uncertain. But she is sleeping. This is simply too much. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Then please let this brother report to Lord Yi and say that her good friend is waiting for her to save her life. Yi Xian sneered behind the door. Help? I'm afraid it's just an excuse. According to Li Fu's confession, it was a new weapon blueprint. If it was really given to him, he would definitely use it to eliminate himself. Even if she couldn't decipher this weapon blueprint, she would definitely not let it flow into the hands of drug dealers. At this time, the battle on Li Tao's side also started. The first line of defense was composed of rats and wolves. Rats and wolves have a good stealth effect in the dark, so that the 35 enemies still did not find anything unusual when they arrived at the village entrance. Boss. No one. Did our people defeat them all in the last wave? As soon as he finished speaking, the comrade in front suddenly jumped up and screamed, What? The 35 fully armed bodyguards suddenly became nervous. Chapter 169. Their shouts were like a signal, and countless rats began to crawl onto them. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. What is that? Rats. Damn it! Get down. Why are there so many rats? Ouch. It got into my clothes? Some people rolled over on the ground, trying to crush the rats that got in with their body weight. But there were just too many rats. Before the rat in his clothes was crushed to death, he was surrounded by rats. He could only make miserable cries. The cries echoed in the night. And Li Tao, who was guarding the second line of defense, was no longer calm. With the help of infrared night vision goggles, he clearly saw the scene in front of him, and vowed that he would never mess with this young master again. It was so scary. Dozens of wolves were hiding not far away, and rats on the road were swarming towards the crowd. Suddenly, the men were covered with rats, and they screamed one after another until they were eaten. The villagers also heard the screams at the entrance of the village, but no one dared to go forward to see what was going on. They only gritted their teeth in secret. You deserve it. You are harming people. Of the more than 30 vicious criminals, only 3 of them ran to the second line of defense in the end and were shot dead by Li Tao. The rest all fell at the first line of defense and became food for rats and wild wolves. The next morning, when the villagers saw the bones at the entrance of the village, they couldn't help but tremble all over. What happened here last night? Where is the meat of so many people? Wolf! It must be a wolf! Didn't a group of wolves save them yesterday? The villagers knelt down devoutly in front of the jungle on the mountain. It is said that wild wolves are hard to tame. Who would have thought that they would rely on wild wolves to protect their loved ones now? The child who can control wild wolves must be the Guanyin Bodhisattva sent by heaven to save the suffering. They had never had faith in their prosperous years. But now they had to admit that some people are born to be leaders, and some people are born to save the world. Headquarters of the mid-mountain base. Gu Xinan spent a whole night in front of the big iron gate, but he couldn't get Yi Xian to open the gate. There was only one sentence inside: the Lord is resting. Wait until tomorrow. Gu Xinan was angry and anxious, so he had to retreat to the foot of the mountain and wait. He hoped that the supplies and weapons would be delivered in the second half of the night, so that Yi Xian's protective shield could be broken. As long as her protective shield was broken, it would be much easier to break through the gate. However, the supplies did not arrive until dawn. The people sent to inquire about the news did not come back, which made Gu Xinan a little panicked. Did something happen? Did Yi Xian do it? Or did the zombies do it? Yi Xian should be unable to do anything else since he was blocking her on the mountain. But do the zombies really have such ability? Let them be wiped out. The biggest possibility is their car broke down. Ahau. Take another team to meet them. Driving our car. Ahau took the order and went. He came back in less than an hour, and he opened the car door in a panic. Master Gu. It's bad. Our car broke down. Gu Xinan's eyes condensed. And it was exactly as he thought. But Ahau continued to say, the personnel escorting the weapons were all wiped out. Only the eldest lady is still alive. Gu Xinan stood up suddenly. Who? Who are you talking about? Ahau opened the car door. Su Jing got out of the car and saw Gu Xinan and curled her lips. Dad. Woo. I almost couldn't see you. Gu Sinan checked his daughter's body and found no wounds. He frowned and blamed. Why are you here? There are so many zombies. How dangerous. After saying that, he was stunned. There are so many zombies. Why are you the only one who is fine? The blood on your body. Tell me. How did they die? Su Jing pursed her lips tightly and refused to speak. Gu Sinan's face sank. Take the young lady down to rest. It's already dawn. Let's go meet Lord Yi. Humph. See if she has any reason not to see us. Su Jing suddenly broke free from the bodyguard's grip. Dad. Why do you have to do this? Dad. Gu Sinan was not soft-hearted this time. With a wave of his hand, Su Jing was taken away by the bodyguard while struggling. There were already many people attacking the iron gate. The big iron gate was banging loudly, but there was no sign of loosening or breaking. Yi Xian frowned, opened the trap switch, and blasted them down. Gu Sinan said yesterday that he asked her for the weapon blueprint to save Su Jing's life. But the subordinate who went to carry out the mission came back and told her Su Jing was on the supply truck. When they found the supply truck yesterday, the car had broken down, and the bodyguards in the car were fighting a desperate battle with zombies. Su Jing was still well protected by them in the broken-down car. She must have arrived at Gu Sinan's tent now. Right? Gu Sinan's voice came from outside. Yi Xian. I know you are inside. Open the door and let's meet. I won't make things difficult for you for my daughter's sake. Yi Xian's cold voice came. There is nothing to talk about with you. If you want to show your sincerity, withdraw your troops now. If you want to attack, don't play these empty tricks. Yi Xian. Never fall for this. There seemed to be some changes behind them. But the attention of the drug dealers was all attracted by the big iron gate, and no one noticed that the ground behind them had quietly changed. Suddenly, a small hole opened on the big iron gate, and the experienced bodyguard quickly protected Gu Sinan behind him. Master Gu, retreat quickly. As soon as this sentence was finished, a machine gun stretched out from the small hole on the big iron gate and fired at the outside of the door. The bodyguard quickly retreated, but Gu Sinan was pressed to the ground by the bodyguards around him, shouting, Protect Master Gu! Protect Master Gu! Currently, there are more than 30 bodyguards gathered in front of the big iron gate. The mountain road is narrow. How can they all retreat at once? Before Gu Sinan could raise his head, a howl came from the front. Help! The road was cut in the middle. More than a dozen people fell into the trap at the same time. The people who fell in last night were not cleared, and today they have all become zombies. These bodyguards fell down one after another, and immediately became food for the zombies below. There were more than a dozen last night, and more than a dozen today. More than 30 zombies. Woo-woo. Trying to climb out of the trap. They climbed up on the sharp knives, climbed on the soil, and stepped on the bodies of their companions. When Gu Sinan got up from the ground, they had already climbed out of the trap and were rushing towards them. A howl raised his gun and blew up a zombie's head, shouting, Master Gu, let's find a way to rush out. At this time, behind them was a large iron gate, on which a machine gun was sticking out, spewing angry flames. About 200 meters in front of them was a trap, in which dozens of zombies were trying to bite living people. Even though a howl blew up a zombie's head, the zombie had already bitten 3 people in a row, and more bodyguards turned into zombies, opening their abyssal mouths towards Gu Sinan. Damn it! She actually put 2 zombies in the trap. After the bodyguards fell in, they were stabbed by the sharp knives inside, and were seriously injured. They had lost the ability to resist, but they were not dead yet. At this time, they were bitten to death by the zombies that were locked in advance, and then turned into zombies. This is a chain of tricks, and Yi Xian has been waiting for this moment. She wants to kill her. When Gu Sinan thought of this, how could he still have the heart to fight? Escape. At this time, his only thought was, escape is the most important thing. Chapter 170. How desperately protected Gu Sinan and fled forward. Zombies ran towards them. Some were shot in the head by How, and some were kicked back into the trap by him. When they got to the trap, they found out there was no way out. There was really no way out. Last night they knew there was a trap here, so they came carefully along the roadside. They planned to do the same today, but they didn't expect that even the roadside was dug up. It turned out that they were not lucky last night, but the trap was not open at all when they came here last night. Now, if you want to pass this trap, that is more than 10 meters long without being pulled down by the zombies inside. It is simply harder than climbing to the sky. Gu Xinan's face turned pale. Is he really going to die here today? Die in the hands of a woman? He is unwilling. Looking at the cliffs on both sides of the mountain road, Gu Xinan gritted his teeth. Jump. There is still a chance of survival if you jump down. But if you are bitten by zombies, there is really no way to survive. Ahau. Give me your rope. Ahau was stunned. Master Gu. There are only 3 people in the whole team with life ropes. Him, Li Fu and Su Ying. Li Fu and Su Ying were missing, and it was estimated that they were in great danger. Now Gu Xinan asked for his lifeline, and Ahau hesitated. This was a lifeline for escaping. Gu Xinan kicked him. Hurry up. Ahau gritted his teeth. Master Gu, I will protect you, and rush out. Gu Xinan raised his hand. Bang! A shot blew up Ahau's head. He reached out and pulled the lifeline off his hand and tied it around his wrist. Then he raised his hand, and the rope shot into the trunk of a big tree. He jumped down from the cliff beside the mountain road like a monkey, blocking the rope and moving forward. Shoot! Yi Xian commanded his subordinates to shoot Gu Xinan, but he was falling too fast. After firing a round of bullets, he didn't even touch Gu Xinan. Damn it! He ran away again. Li Yanwu was indignant. Ye's father looked down the mountain with a telescope and frowned. Maybe he won't have a good life in the future. He handed the telescope to Yi Xian. Look. How did the people he left down the mountain treat Su Jing? Down the mountain, Su Jing kept knocking on the door. The bodyguard who had ignored her suddenly changed his appearance after receiving a phone call. He kicked the door open, pulled Su Jing out of the room, pointed at Su Jing's nose and said something. He completely lost his previous respect for the eldest lady. Ye's father and Yi Xian looked at each other. These people are used to changing their attitudes according to the situation. Gu Xinan must have encountered something big. As for Su Jing, he understood the friendship between his daughter and Su Jing, and also understood the gap between them now. This matter depends on what his daughter thinks. Yi Xian looked at Su Jing and sighed. Alas! Everyone has his own luck. We don't need to take risks. Xuelong took his eyes off the telescope and looked at Yi Xian deeply. Yi Xian turned her eyes to Li Yanwu and Xuelong. Gu Xinan may have to withdraw. You guard the gate. I will go to give him a surprise. Li Yanwu pulled Yi Xian. Sister, let's go! Yi Xian smiled and said, we will have to face all this sooner or later. If Gu Xinan is not eliminated, there will be no peace in the Banshan base. I must do this myself. She glanced at Su Jing's position and said secretly, Su Jing. Su Jing. It's time to resolve the grudge between us, without bringing anyone with him. Yi Xian turned around and walked down the mountain alone, and came to the road they had to take through the secret passage. After Gu Xinan shot and killed Ahau, he successfully reached the camp with the help of a rope. His decent suit had been torn by branches and sharp stones, and his face and body were covered with scars. When Su Jing saw her father coming back, she suddenly threw herself into Gu Xinan's arms. Dad, what's wrong with you? You? The bodyguard behind Su Jing stood motionless. Gu Xinan looked at Su Jing's face with tears still on her face, and his eagle eyes flashed to the bodyguard behind her. The bodyguards all lowered their heads and refused to speak. One of them stood up and said hesitantly, Master Gu. Master Gu. Let's retreat quickly. The base called and said. Gu Xinan immediately had a bad feeling and frowned. What did they say? Master Gu. The people in our base said that the master led people into the base and drove all our people out. What? The bodyguard continued. The call was from Zhang Bin. When he was on the phone, he could hear gunshots outside. He spoke very urgently, and the call was disconnected after a few words. Gu Xinan felt a pain in his heart. He understood. On the surface, the eldest brother was all loving to the child. But in fact he still held a grudge. He held a grudge against me for sending my son to City A to grab territory, and held a grudge against my son for driving him out of the Gu family compound. That time, he was the one who secretly led the zombie crisis in the Gu family compound. This time, he took advantage of his love for his daughter and let himself bring most of the troops here to grab the blueprints. And then he took advantage of the opportunity to sneak in and take away all his achievements in City A over the past year. Maybe he was also responsible for the car's inexplicable breakdown last night. Gu Xinan looked at the location of the big iron gate halfway up the mountain and gritted his teeth. Retreat. The bodyguard didn't dare to ask. But Su Jing did. Dad? Where are those people? Why did you come back alone? The wounds on your body. Gu Xinan looked at his daughter deeply. Your best friend. She set a trap on the way down the mountain. And there were zombies in it. If it weren't for it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to escape. Gu Xinan shook the life rope in his hand. It was originally intended for mountaineering raids, and there were not many prepared. Unexpectedly, it has become a life-saving medicine now. It's just a pity for how. Gu Xinan looked in that direction again. I'm afraid there is no one alive now. I don't know what happened in Zujiazhuang. There is no news so far. It looks like it's in a bad situation. He brought 230 people with him. But now there are less than 20 people left. This is the first time he has encountered such a tragic defeat. Now that the base has been robbed, it is hard to say whether he has room to turn things around. Therefore, the most important thing for him now is to return to the base, gather the remaining people, and grab some supplies, so that he can have hope of making a comeback in the future. Let's go! Gu Xinan waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards the car. He got into the car and shouted to them, Let's go! Su Jing stood there blankly. It turned out that her father also had white hair. The father who used to have a straight back now seemed to be hunched when he walked. She looked at Xian's small villa again, pursed her lips. A glimmer of unknown light flashed in her eyes, and quickly ran towards Gu Xinan. 2 of the 18 bodyguards were in the same car as Gu Xinan and his daughter, and the rest were divided into 3 cars, heading towards the entrance of Zhangjiazhuang village. Gu Xinan was anxious and urged the bodyguards to drive faster. Faster! Suddenly, Su Jing shouted, Stop! Stop now! Squeak! The off-road vehicle slid more than 20 meters on the snow before it came to a complete stop. Su Jing suddenly opened the car door and looked at the woman in front of him with mixed feelings.